Snow and ice blanketed the entire continent in endless frozen plains stretching toward the horizon. Sunlight poured down upon it, yet even its radiance could not thaw this land sealed in ice. At the edge of an icy cliff, a helicopter riddled with bullet holes rested in silence. In the -70-degree cold, the machine lost its ability to fly within minutes of the engine shutting down. Xia Hao limped toward the cliff's edge. Wrapped in a thick leather coat with a heavy scarf around his face, he let the frigid wind carve out the weathered despair etched between his features. Through the cracked lenses of his pilot goggles, he gazed into the distance as though searching for a single thread of life and hope. For humans deprived of community and communication, half a year was already the limit for most. Yet Xia Hao had survived 10 full years in the apocalypse. The patina worn into his clothes alone bore witness to that. Ah! Where are you all? Where the hell did you all die off to? He howled at the boundless frozen earth. It was clear his mind had already suffered grievous damage. Over these 10 years, Xia Hao had grown accustomed to terrifying natural disasters, to the ugliness of human nature, and to the cruelty of the New Order. Only later did people realize that an individual could not survive alone, that only by banding together could they endure the catastrophe, but by then it was far too late. In the 8th year of the apocalypse, he learned to pilot a helicopter. For more than a year afterward, he searched within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, yet never again did he encounter a living person. With temperatures lingering year-round between -50 and -100 degrees, this truly was the limit for humankind. "I refuse to die as a starving ghost," he muttered. With that, Xia Hao returned to the helicopter. Compared to the outside, it was much warmer here. At least there was residual warmth from the heater. His hands trembling, he took the last slice of bread from his backpack, then opened a small box that contained 4 cockroaches. He sandwiched the 4 cockroaches between the bread, took a bite, and there was a wet pop, the sound of cockroach innards bursting. Tilting his head back, eyes shut, he carefully chewed this so-called delicacy of the human world. Tears had just begun to well up when the air froze them into tiny crystals, stabbing his eyes with pain. After finishing, Xia Hao even licked the bread crumbs left on his gloves and beard. Then he took a bottle of mitai from his backpack and gave it a shake. It was nearly empty. He took a swig. As the rich sauce-fragrant liquor slid smoothly down his throat, Xia Hao closed his eyes and savored the fervent heat blooming through his mouth and stomach. From the hidden compartment of his backpack, he drew out a crumpled pack of cigarettes and used a special lighter to ignite one. Stepping out of the helicopter, he tried to blow a dashing smoke ring, but the wind was too fierce. The smoke was torn away the instant it left his mouth. Bang! A hole blossomed at his temple. Before the blood could flow, the wound froze over. He did not fall, for his back was propped against a rock. His eyes remained open, staring blankly into the distance. Thus ended Xia Hao's 10-year odyssey in the apocalypse. He was 38 that year. A harsh breath tore from his lungs as he suddenly sat up in bed. Wasn't I dead? Where is this? He scanned the room, strange yet familiar, and in an instant memories surged into his mind. This is my place from 10 years ago. He jumped out of bed, not even bothering with slippers, and rushed out to the living room. That's right, this is my home. Suddenly thinking of something, he dashed back to the room like a madman and snatched up his phone. October 5, 2025, 850 am. I'm not dead. Was it all a dream? Impossible. That wasn't a dream, it was absolutely real. I've been reborn. There are still 6 months until April 5, 2026, the end of the world. That catastrophe is about to arrive. I have to do something. I have to stay alive. Alone at home and half out of his mind, Xia Hao muttered to himself. Thoughts churned through his head. When he finally came back to his senses, he walked to the computer, opened a browser, and frantically refreshed the news. Dream or rebirth, it did not matter. To verify whether the future would unfold as he remembered, today's single piece of news would be enough. At 1003 am. The top headline appeared: a luxury cruise ship in the Indian Ocean encounters a massive oceanic whirlpool. 5000 passengers reported missing. There was no mistake, the crust had begun to crack, drawing seawater down and spawning vortices. Certain now that he had been reborn and that everything would happen again, he pulled out his phone, opened a 500-member chat group, and began typing a message. He wrote, starting tomorrow, this fishing venue will be closed for half a year. Please inform fellow anglers. Thank you. He tagged everyone in the group, then sent a 200 yuan red envelope to flush out the lurkers. Immediately afterward, he dialed a number. How good came a voice he had not heard in 10 years from the other end of the line. Xiaobao, Xia Hao said, suppressing the surge of emotion in his chest. What's up, how good? Asked Su Xiaobao, puzzled. Did you see the notice I posted in the group? Xia Hao steadied himself and asked. Yeah, I saw it, Hao. Why the sudden closure? A lot of people booked for today. Tomorrow lock the main gate to the mountain resort, Xia Hao instructed. I won't be coming over these next few days. You are not to go out and you must not let anyone up there. Do you hear me? Xia Hao's tone was firm. Hey, got it. I'll behave, Su Xiaobao replied with a silly laugh. After hanging up, Xia Hao grabbed pen and paper. While his memories of the post-apocalyptic years were still vivid from his recent rebirth, he hurried to jot down every major event he could recall, as the saying went, the palest ink was better than the best memory. He did not stop writing until his stomach growled. In the past 10 years he had scarcely eaten any fresh food on his first day after rebirth. How could he possibly settle for anything less? He dressed and headed out to find food. If time were not so tight, he would have sought out an upscale private kitchen. Near his apartment complex was a bustling restaurant, no high-end establishment but more than adequate for family-style gatherings. He chose a booth by the window and ordered braised fish, sweet and sour ribs, black-bone chicken soup, spicy stir-fried pork with green chilies and stir-fried water spinach. Before his rebirth he had essentially stopped seeing living people altogether. Watching the crowded restaurant and the stream of cars outside, Xia Hao still felt as though he were dreaming. Only when the table was laden with dishes did he snap back to himself. Sir, all your dishes are here. Are you sure you want this extra place setting taken away? The waitress asked with a sweet smile. Yes, take it away. I'm eating alone. No sooner were the words out than under the waitress's stunned gaze Xia Hao began to eat in great gulps like a starving ghost reborn into the world. 10 years without such delicious food. The waitress stood there in a daze, forgetting to leave until the manager tugged her away and she realized she had been watching him eat for several minutes. Pulling her aside, the manager asked, "What's with this guy? That's enough food for 3 people. He's not planning on dining and dashing, is he?" "Ah, thighs, that seems unlikely," the waitress stammered. "The way he's dressed, his whole bearing, it doesn't fit." Though she had been pulled away, her eyes remained fixed on Xia Hao, who was eating at a pace twice that of any livestream food host. When he finally finished, Xia Hao let out a satisfied belch, closed his eyes and wiped his mouth with a napkin, still savoring the pleasure of good food settling in his stomach. He had vaguely heard their conversation but paid no heed, simply settled the bill and left. The first step of his apocalypse plan was simple: make money. The first step to making money was selling houses. Before they passed away, his parents had left him 3 apartments. With the current price at 15,000 per square meter, if he sold at 12,000 they should change hands quickly. He estimated he could get about 3.6 million. He picked up his phone and called a real estate agent. The second step of making money was to milk online loans. He buried himself in his phone, downloading more than 20 lending apps, squeezing out a profit of 1 million. Yes, a profit, because he had no intention of paying it back. The third step to making money was a mortgage loan. Records of those online loans would not show up in the bank system that quickly. Generally, there would be no problem within a month. He contacted a friend who worked at a bank and used the mountain estate his parents had left him as collateral to apply for an agricultural loan. Glancing at the time, 3 p.m. He called his banker friend again, explained clearly what loan he wanted to process, then headed straight for the bank's business hall. After filling out the application, signing his name and pressing his thumbprint, he was told the credit limit would be approved in a few days. He recalled an obscure domestic pharmaceutical company whose stock would suddenly be suspended a week from now. After several days of suspension, the company would announce to the world that it had developed an anti-cancer drug that had succeeded in human trials, and its stock would then hit the daily upper limit again and again. In the months leading up to the apocalypse, it had surged madly, climbing from around 4 yuan per share to over 200. Xia Hao was convinced that if not for the end of the world, it would have continued its insane rise. The thought spurred him to act immediately. Right now he only had the 1 million from online loans and 200,000 in his savings account. Back home he logged into his trading account and first bought in with 600,000. Once the house sale and loan funds arrived, he would throw everything in. He needed a construction company to build the shelter. Online he selected a firm located far from Jiangnan City and arranged to meet them in 2 days. 2 days later his study was piled high with waste paper. Several design drafts were already saved on his computer. He had completed a full blueprint for an apocalypse shelter. If not for 10 bitter years of experience in the end times, he could never have finished it in just 2 days. In my last life I thought all this was easy. I didn't expect it to be so complicated. It's a pity I only have half a year. If I had 3 to 5 years it would be ideal. He lit a cigarette and stretched lazily in his computer chair. Ding! Hearing the sound, Xia Hao almost thought he had awakened some kind of system. When he came back to his senses and looked, he realized it was just his phone ringing. How you've been approved for 1.5 million, reported his friend from the bank on the other end of the line. Great, thanks. I'll treat you to dinner another day, Xia Hao replied. All right. I'll wait for your call. His friend laughed. Half an hour later. Ding! He once again thought a system might have arrived. But it was the doorbell. It seemed he was destined to be a man who could take off without relying on any system at all. When he opened the door, he saw the young woman agent from the second-hand housing agency standing there. As for why he called her a big sister rather than just girl, that was a story for another time. Several prospective buyers stood clustered behind her. Mr. Xia, these are the clients I mentioned on WeChat who've come to view the apartments, the agent said with a sweet smile. Hello everyone, please come in, Xia Hao replied with a smile, stepping aside to let them enter and look around. On this floor there were 2 elevators serving 4 units. His parents had bought 3 of them outright while they were alive, each about 100 square meters, 1 for living and 2 for renting out. His parents had spent most of their lives up at the mountain estate and rarely came back, so the apartments were still in excellent condition. The buyers were very satisfied. 2 hours later, both sides settled on a price: 3.6 million for all 3 units. The 3 families were relatives who wanted to live on the same floor, 2 paying in full and 1 taking a mortgage. Otherwise Xia Hao could never have sold them so quickly. From the house sale he would have 3.6 million plus 1 million from online loans, 1.5 million from the agricultural bank loan, and another 200,000 in his own account, altogether 6.3 million. Unfortunately, the money would not arrive immediately. After seeing the buyers off, he hurriedly drove out. The construction company he had hired was flying into Jiangnan City to meet him. He called a car rental firm and rented an MPV, hiring a driver as well, then headed to the airport to pick them up. Hello President Xia, I'm Hao Xiaoyang from XX Construction. I'll be responsible for all construction work on your project and also serve as the structural designer, said a man in his 40s who, after confirming Xia Hao's identity, politely extended his hand. Welcome and thank you for coming, Xia Hao replied with a smile, shaking his hand. These are our specialists in electrical systems, plumbing, local network management systems and interior design, Hao Xiaoyang introduced. Welcome, welcome. Let's talk as we walk, Xia Hao said, smiling as he shook hands with all 5 in turn. They had all been invited from a city 2,000 kilometers away. He had deliberately avoided hiring a local team because once the apocalypse came, he did not want people nearby to know the location of his shelter too soon. In the car, the beautiful designer Li Xiao could not contain her curiosity and asked President Xia, I have a question. Why didn't you hire a local team? Why bring in a company from so far away? He had long prepared an explanation for this. I've developed a new cultivation technology that requires a sealed environment for growing plants. That's all I can say, anything more would be a trade secret. On top of that, I want to modify my residence, but the authorities won't approve it, so I have no choice but to build underground. Before long they arrived at the foot of the mountain. Looking up, they could see the dam of the reservoir above the estate. The reservoir was held between 2 small mountains by a concrete dam and served as one of Jiangnan City's emergency drinking water sources. The road into the mountains ended at a dead end where the gate of the estate stood, bearing the name Yinling Mountain Estate. Su Xiaobao and 2 mongrel dogs had long been waiting at the gate for Xia Hao's arrival. Hearing cars climbing up from the foot of the mountain, the 2 dogs immediately grew alert, standing at the entrance and barking non-stop. The mountain was not high and the slope not very steep. A zigzagging concrete road in a shape led up to the estate. The 2 vehicles slowly climbed the mountain. When the dogs saw it was Xia Hao's car, their tails wagged so hard their bodies swayed, their eyes squinting into happy slits. As soon as Xia Hao got out of the car, the 2 dogs bounded over and he reached down to rub their heads. Then he looked at Su Xiaobao grinning foolishly nearby. No one's come by these past 2 days, right? Looking at the younger brother he had not seen for 10 years, Xia Hao smiled and patted him on the shoulder. No. Some clueless fishermen wandered up, but I sent them away, Su Xiaobao replied with a silly smile. Anyone paying attention could see at a glance that Su Xiaobao was mentally impaired. Good. Open the gate, I'm bringing some people in, Xia Hao said with a satisfied nod. The vehicles parked in a large open area where a 3-story villa stood. As everyone got out, they could not help but marvel at the beauty of the place. President Xia, the scenery here is truly wonderful. I never imagined there would be such a picturesque estate less than 10 kilometers from Jiangnan City, Hao Xiaoyang exclaimed. Yes, it's beautiful. When I first heard we were coming into the mountains for a project, I wasn't very keen, but I didn't expect the scenery to be this good, Li Xiao agreed. Li Xiao was wearing a dress and one of the dogs kept trying to poke its head under her skirt. She clutched the hem of her dress, cheeks flushed with embarrassment, while Su Xiaobao grabbed a stick and shooed the dog away. Laughter broke out among the group. After that, it was time for Xia Hao to lay out his proposal. About 100 meters from the reservoir lay a large stretch of open ground 30 meters higher than the water level. It had long served as a parking area and a place to stack farm produce and fruit. This was where he planned to build the shelter. The design called for 4 underground levels and 3 above-ground floors. Besides the 7-story shelter, he wanted to build a large open-air warehouse and an underground water cistern, as well as a fuel depot several hundred meters away from the main structure. All walls of the complex were to be at least 80 centimeters thick, made of ultra-strong reinforced concrete with several centimeters of steel plating added on both the inner and outer sides of the structure. It was all to withstand the first wave of earthquakes that would strike before the apocalypse fully descended. Such specifications would incur exceptionally high costs, Mr. Xia Hao Xiaoyan gazed at Xia Hao in astonishment. No wonder his major shareholder had called this a monumental project. You heard correctly. Please begin the design immediately. The budget is no constraint. Xia Hao nodded, having anticipated precisely such disbelief. The 7-story structure spans a total of 14000 square meters, with each floor measuring the equivalent of 4 or 5 basketball courts. Each level is equipped with ventilation systems, climate control for heating and cooling, dedicated drainage infrastructure, exposed electrical and plumbing conduits for ease of maintenance, and an integrated local area network with voice-activated controls. Shelter and storage. The 4 underground levels house a large-scale power storage facility maintained at a stable constant temperature via specialized air conditioning, an essential measure to enhance insulation performance. The stairwell features an independent airtight gate, and elevator entrances are specially sealed to prevent noise and hazardous substances from ascending. Instead, contaminants are safely vented outward through dedicated exhaust ducts. Routine inspections pose no health risk provided personnel avoid frequent access to this level. The 3rd subterranean level serves as a food storage vault incorporating refrigerated chambers, modular shelving, a sizable aquaculture pool fitted with oxygenation equipment, and a vast granary for grains and cooking oil. Half of the 2nd underground level is configured as a luxurious 1000 square meter penthouse suite, featuring an expansive living room, master bedroom, over a dozen secondary bedrooms, a grand kitchen and dining hall, most rooms with private en-suite bathrooms, plus a home theater, fitness center, study and indoor swimming pool. The central command chamber oversees all critical systems, surveillance networks, voice-activated automation, real-time weather monitoring and fear and flood alarm integration. An additional 1000 square meter zone houses armories, future-ready seed banks, fertilizers and livestock feed, hermetically isolated with dedicated ventilation to eliminate olfactory contamination, ensuring habitability remains uncompromised. The 1st underground level functions primarily as a military-grade garage planned to accommodate 1 off-road recreational vehicle, 4 pickup trucks, 4 rugged SUVs, 10 snowmobiles, and assorted heavy engineering vehicles. Though scavenging vehicles post-apocalypse is theoretically possible, most will be unmodified and rendered inoperable by corrosive acid rain, leaving them rusted beyond repair. Moreover, mobility during the initial 3 months of collapse will be severely restricted. Beyond the garage lie comprehensive reserves, mechanical spare parts, lubricants, antifreeze toolkits, structural steel, cement, hardware supplies, and full-scale production facilities including lathes, workbenches, welding stations, and precision cutting tools. Sustained self-reliance within the shelter is assured for decades. The ground floor is designated as a livestock farm, raising pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks. Floors 2 and 3 above ground serve as hydroponic cultivation zones, constructed with reinforced steel frameworks and encased on all sides by ultra-strong ballistic glass engineered to admit maximum sunlight even in late apocalyptic conditions. All wastewater is channeled to the deep water discharge outlet of the reservoir, a volume negligible to ecological balance and in fact beneficial, as poultry excrement enriches soil nutrients for vegetable and fruit cultivation. This constitutes the core architectural plan. Adjacent to it, a 7,000 square meter reservoir, 7 meters deep, will hold nearly 5,000 cubic meters of water. A submersible pump draws water from 20 meters deep upstream in the reservoir, a potable grade source. Following the onset of extreme global cooling, freshwater fish will perish, but natural circulation will progressively purify the water quality over time. In the late apocalyptic era, regional temperatures plummet below -50 degrees Celsius. The reservoir's surface freezes solid to a depth of 7 or 8 meters. To ensure uninterrupted intake, the submerged pipeline is insulated with integrated heating elements preventing ice blockage. 300 meters from the shelter, an underground fuel depot will store gasoline, diesel, and aviation kerosene. A medium-scale hydroelectric generator, akin to a water-wheel-driven dynamo, is planned at the reservoir's outflow. When the hydraulic engineer remarked that such output renders the fourth subterranean power vault excessive, Xia Hao simply replied that additional generation systems would later be integrated. What they did not know was that the mountain behind the estate hosts a vast solar array, originally powering several large factories in Jiangnan's suburban belt. Xia Hao intends to reroute those photovoltaic lines directly into the power vault. Though efficiency declines sharply in extreme cold, the sheer scale of the installation can sustain electricity for tens of thousands. After hearing Xia Hao's detailed blueprint, the architectural team stood speechless. Was he planning to live out his entire life sequestered within this mountain retreat? Xia Hao offered only a plausible explanation. His proprietary cultivation methodology demands years of controlled experimentation, requiring constant on-site data monitoring. Until results matured, secrecy was non-negotiable. Whether others believed him mattered little, he would uphold the narrative regardless. Once confidentiality agreements were signed, the 5 designers commenced on-site planning and collaborative deliberation. Beside them, Su Xiaobao remained impassive. His sole imperative was unwavering obedience to Xia Hao's directives. Su Xiaobao was the son of Xia Hao's mother's closest friend. At age 13, a catastrophic car accident claimed his parents and arrested his cognitive development at a primary school level. Xia Hao's mother adopted him. 5 years later, Xia Hao's own parents perished in an accident, leaving him sole heir to the estate and sole guardian to Su Xiaobao. Thus every word Xia Hao uttered was law, never questioned, never challenged. Xia Hao was 27, Su Xiaobao 25. Having assigned the 5 designers, Xia Hao departed Silver Ridge Manor. His first move, leasing 6 excavators and 12 skilled operators for round-the-clock excavation. He negotiated a 6-month lease renewal with the equipment rental firm, offering no justification, only a substantial deposit in exchange for guaranteed machine availability. The construction contract included procurement clauses, power storage units, integrated home management systems, and other specialized components unfamiliar to Xia Hao, handled entirely by the contractor, who would later deliver comprehensive maintenance and digital operation manuals. Xia Hao now turned to logistics planning. Certain materials could not be delivered directly to the estate, necessitating interim warehouse rentals and bespoke transport solutions. Emerging from the machinery leasing office, he received a call from the bank confirming disbursement of 1.5 million yuan, immediately reinvested into the pharmaceutical company. Financial matters were largely resolved. Next came assembling his core team. "Brothers, I wonder how you're faring now. Shall I go fetch you from the Middle Eastern front lines?" He murmured softly, then shook his head. "To you I'm still just an insignificant speck. What good would finding me do? First I'll build your sanctuary. I'll prepare everything, every contingency. Brothers, see you in 3 years." Gazing upon the glittering metropolis, Xia Hao recalled the 10 comrades who'd fought beside him in his past life, their faces frozen in final moments. His fists clenched tight. That evening he dined lavishly at an upscale restaurant. Afterward, after nearly a decade of abstinence, he visited an exclusive salon recommended by a friend for a foot massage. The next morning, nursing a spine near collapse and wearing the unmistakable pallor of chronic renal depletion, he visited a real estate agency to oversee property transfer and handover of management responsibilities. "Mr. Xia, are you all right?" the agent asked with concern as she took in Xia Hao's haggard face. "It's nothing," Xia Hao replied weakly. "Stayed up late working last night, just exhausted." After a day of running around, he finally sold all the furniture and appliances to a buyer for 200,000. It was a loss, but he was pressed for time. He only took his clothes and a small portion of his belongings with him. Fortunately, 2 of the units were paid in full, each for 1.2 million plus 60 to 70,000 for the furniture, netting him just over 2.5 million. The other buyer was financing the purchase. The loan would take 5 to 10 business days to be disbursed, which might miss the window to buy before that stock stopped trading. There was no alternative. He funneled the entire 2.5 million into that pharmaceutical company, bringing his total position to 4.6 million. As an experienced retail investor, he knew he could not meet the requirements for leverage, so he had no choice but to accept the risk. Money was tight for everything else. With only 600,000 on hand, he could not afford items that required near-term payment, so he focused on things that could be procured slowly, for example hard drives to store data and entertainment materials. At the electronics mall, he bought 50 16 terabytes hard drives, 5 computers, and a pile of components. 160,000 vanished from his account. He left the address for delivery to the villa and called Xia Hao to receive the shipment. Leaving the electronics mall, he drove to the automotive district, a street of dozens of car dealerships. He started at the Mercedes dealer with a clear objective: an Unimog and 2 G63s. One Unimog and 2 G63s would total 10 million. After bargaining, the on-the-road price looked to be about 10.5 million, and a 30% down payment would still require more than 3 million. It hurt to consider. He learned there were no immediate stock vehicles. Ordering plus customization would take 4 months, just doable, but the timeline was tight. In a month or two, he planned to liquidate the stock, place the orders, and have the vehicles fitted with bulletproof glass and steel plating and tires capable of resisting ordinary bullets. He intended to collect them before any disaster, then left the Mercedes dealership. At the Jeep store, they had 4 Rubicon 4-door models priced at 2 million, and with the end-of world protective modifications Xia Hao wanted, each would add another 200,000, a quoted total of 3 million. While he could only look, there was no money to buy. Fortunately, he already drove an Audi Q5, and asking about and considering such vehicles carried no shame. He also checked the Ford Raptor, just over 700,000 for the base vehicle, and with the modifications Xia Hao required about 900,000 apiece. 4 of them would come to 3.6 million. Men do not tire when they browse car dealerships any more than women tire of them all. He collected the salesman's numbers and returned to the villa. Back at the villa, he found a crowd gathered on the cleared ground outside a small house. Xia Hao sat on the ground holding a dog. 6 excavators were already in position. Seeing Xia Hao return, Hao Xiaoyang approached and said, "Mr. Xia, your plan is workable. Here's what I suggest: 4 excavators tackle the main structure of the other 2. One digs the pond and the other digs the fuel depot. We can start tonight." He had spoken that way behind the operators' backs to outsiders. They were told they were digging 3 fish ponds to raise fry. "Fine, do as you proposed," Xia Hao said, pleased at the team's efficiency, and nodded with a smile. That evening, Xia Hao cooked, personally preparing a lavish feast of whole fish from the reservoir to entertain the 5 people from the construction company and 6 excavator operators. After dinner, except for Hao Xiaoyang, who stayed to oversee the main work, the other 4 were shown where to leave the primary holes and sent away. They would return to the site as each stage required. Once everyone left, he fired up the new computers, subscribed to premium services, and began downloading everything at full throttle, videos and files alike. He started with equipment operation and repair, then collected materials on indoor cultivation. He wasn't worried about the volume, he would have plenty of time to learn. He queued up bulk downloads. Each of the 5 machines would be downloading for more than 10 hours. When everything was underway, he went to sleep. That night, Xia Hao learned what an unrelenting clang sounded like. The excavators hit bedrock after 2 meters were swapped for pile drivers, and the incessant pounding began. Xia Hao used the pretext of sleeping in the security hut at the villa entrance. Watching the cameras, Xia Hao saw widow Zhang ride an electric bike up to see him. Xia Hao was immature in temperament, though physically a vigorous man in his mid-20s, and he and Xia Hao had once swum naked in the reservoir. Xia Hao knew Zhang Qian was fond of him. Zhang Qian was from the village at the foot of the mountain. In recent years, she had never asked Xia Hao for anything, and aside from Xia Hao, no one knew of their relationship. She had married into the family briefly before her husband died at a young age. She dutifully kept watch at a family orchard with a large coop, and during those long nights she would come to look after Xia Hao's needs. When Xia Hao was away, she often tended to his meals. Xia Hao was happy they got along. At first, Xia Hao's lack of restraint left him drained. The next day, as an older brother, Xia Hao had tactfully asked Zhang Qian to be more moderate so she would not exhaust him. She blushed, agreed, and things improved thereafter. The incessant pile driving at the villa made sleep difficult. Xia Hao hummed merrily outside, and at the thought, Xia Hao's temper flared. He put on headphones and, without even knowing why he was angry, fell asleep. Over the past days, Xia Hao had been downloading everything voraciously, materials on cars and firearm principles among them. He hadn't studied diligently as a child, but after vocational school he had worked 4 years in auto repair. It was a hobby more than a career, yet it honed his Hansen skills. He had once rebuilt a totaled motorcycle for use at the villa. His parents, resigned that he wouldn't pursue academic studies, were content to let him live the comfortable life of the villa. While downloading, he also searched online and placed items in shopping carts, waiting to pay when the money arrived, one of the conveniences of the information age. For days apart from meals, he was glued to the computer browsing the marketplace. Few people could maintain such focus. In his previous life, he had endured frigid, cramped conditions in a communal basement for nearly 10 years and had even been captured and detained by hostile forces for several months. That kind of loneliness he could endure. Beyond food, he needed to procure all manner of cold weather clothing in various sizes, including women's items, underwear, and sanitary supplies. Gender balance in a survival base was important. The date is October 14, 2025. Tomorrow marks the deadline for this pharmaceutical stock to halt trading. If the remaining payment for another house cannot be secured today, then Xia Hao will miss out on substantial profits from this stock that is about to soar. After a few days of suspension, there will be consecutive price surges, and while he could still buy it 20 days later, the gains would be significantly reduced. By the time trading halted in the afternoon, the payment for the house still hadn't arrived. The most frustrating part was that half an hour after the halt, the payment came through. Logically, it was already quite fast for a house loan to be processed within a few days. Unfortunately, there was a lack of communication initially, and he had no experience in selling houses. However, this over 1 million was a timely blessing, as how Jia Yang reminded Xia how to purchase cement and steel bars, and the large iron pipes for sewage needed to be procured and embedded as well. The few $100,000 he had on hand were insufficient, and with the house sale funds totaling around 1.5 million, nearly all would be spent on these material deposits. Just thinking about it was painful, as for nearly the next 20 days he couldn't touch the stocks and could only wait. Xiaobao, come back. Okay, brother. The phone called back Xiaobao, who was playing outside with 2 dogs. Then he taught him step by step how to download, how to switch hard drives, and what content to download. Brother, can I download cartoons? Sure, but first you need to download materials on the Animal Kingdom, National Geographic, and local customs, understand? Got it, hee. Can you smoke less? From now on you can only smoke 1 cigarette per hour, understand? That works, but can I smoke all at once after I wake up from my sleep? No, you cannot. Others say you're foolish, but I see you're quite clever. He pretended to pat Su Xiaobao's head. I'm not stupid, and just a bit slow, hee. Su Xiaobao dodged Xia Hao's mock attack, grinning. Alright, my little Bao isn't stupid, he's the smartest. After finishing the instructions for Su Xiaobao on downloading materials, he opened his computer to check his notes and see which points needed improvement. As for why he needed to download National Geographic, local customs, and the Animal Kingdom, it was because he had once been to a refuge before his rebirth. There he met a few scientists who specialized in this area before the apocalypse. While communicating with them, he heard them mention that after the apocalypse the traces of human and plant civilization on Earth had largely disappeared, with many materials lost. Future generations would not be able to see what Earth looked like, just as contemporary humans cannot envision the era of dinosaurs. During his time with them, Xia Hao was inspired to understand that humanity needs to preserve these materials. That was all he could do. Smack! He slapped his forehead. Seeing a note he had recorded, he almost missed it. Immediately he informed Su Xiaobao and went out with the car keys and fishing rod. 2 kilometers from the villa is Zhangqian's village, called Dingjia Village. Although it's referred to as a village, if the apocalypse had not occurred a few years later, urban development would have turned it into an urban village. However, he wouldn't wait for that time. Exiting Dingjia Village a few minutes later, he reached the second ring road of Jiangnan City. After traveling a few kilometers along the second ring, there was an orchard. The roads within the orchard were made of concrete, narrow enough that vehicles had to find places to yield when passing each other. The fruit trees weren't tall, but when driving among them they were invisible. As the car reached the heart of the orchard, there was a small river downstream from the reservoir of his own villa. Xia Hao took out his fishing rod and began to feign fishing. His true purpose was to monitor a single-story house in the distance within the orchard. This house contained firearms and ammunition. Though he couldn't recall the exact date, he was certain it would be next week when the firearms from this house would be transported out. A large-scale gunfight would occur in a county town several dozen kilometers from Jiangnan City, reportedly over the control of a casino. Even though it would be the largest weapon conflict in the country in 30 years, it meant little to Xia Hao at the time. He considered it merely a topic for casual conversation. However, later in the early days of the apocalypse, the refuge where Xia Hao was located was invaded by a group led by a petty criminal named Wang Quan, who had been in charge of overseeing this batch of weapons. This guy rose from being a small-time thug to the leader of a gang during the apocalypse, becoming arrogant and committing numerous atrocities, a typical case of a small man gaining power. On the very day of his rebirth, one of the entries in his important events notebook was to find a way to raid this armory. This armory contained handguns, AKs, and a few grenades, and the amount of ammunition would allow Wang Quan to wreak havoc for 2 years in the future. At present, the defenses were weakest, with only Wang Quan guarding it. Xia Hao couldn't help but admire the audacity of this group. Perhaps the location was sufficiently remote that no one would come in this peaceful era who could compete with armed individuals. Recalling the news from back then, apart from Wang Quan, the others in that group were all fugitives from Southeast Asia. It was likely that they hadn't arrived yet, and Xia Hao planned to take advantage of this opportunity. He noticed that the door of the bungalow was tightly shut with a camera installed at the entrance. Moreover, when Xia Hao entered this orchard, he also spotted cameras at every intersection. Looking up at the wiring, it was clear that the monitors for these cameras were located inside that house. Currently, the river where Xia Hao was fishing was 200 meters away from that house, with fruit trees obstructing the view of the house's front yard. The back of the house was just downstream of the river where Xia Hao was fishing. He planned to feign fishing while walking closer to that house. Due to the strong sunlight, he wore a sun hat, face mask and sunglasses with a fishing bag slung over his back. He looked just like an avid fisherman. This way he could avoid being recognized while getting closer to that house. At 100 meters, 50 meters and 30 meters, he could clearly see that the house's door was tightly closed, featuring a foldable iron door typical of rural areas. A padlock hung on the outside, indicating there were people inside. If anyone were to exit, the lock would surely be secured. At that moment, after nearly a month of fishing, Xia Hao surprisingly hooked a fish. He quickly reeled it in, but as the fish thrashed on the surface, it caused quite a commotion, leaving Xia Hao with a dark expression. Creak! The door of the house opened and a thin, dark young man emerged. It was Wang Quang. "Hey, no fishing here, move along," Wang Quang said, seeing Xia Hao's fishing attire and noticing him struggling with a fish, instantly relieved and shouted. Seeing it was Wang Quang, Xia Hao quickly replied, "Why can't I fish? This is a river, it's not a closed fishing season, and no one has claimed it. I've come here often and never heard anyone say anything. I said you can't fish, so you can't. No need for so many words. Finish with that one and hurry up and leave," Wang Quang said, having relaxed his guard upon hearing that Xia Hao was a regular fisherman, thus treating him as a local rather than an outsider. "Hey, I've been fishing here for years. I know several folks from your village. What's with the attitude?" To lull Wang Quang into complacency, Xia Hao had to feign the brashness of a local. Seeing Xia Hao's demeanor and speech, Wang Quang fully believed he was merely a fisherman. Unwilling to stir trouble, he switched to a friendly smile, pulled out a cigarette and approached, chuckling, "Ah, cousin. I just started guarding this orchard, these fruits are nearly ripe. If the boss inspects and spots a stranger, he'll blame me for negligence and I'll lose my job. Come back next week after the harvest. Do me a favor, understand?" Xia Hao accepted the cigarette and tucked it behind his ear, mainly to avoid lowering his scarf and revealing his face. He couldn't help but admire the man's smooth pragmatism, avoiding conflict at all costs. In the post-apocalyptic era, leading a gang of dozens wasn't achieved by guns alone. Just then, a black carp weighing over 2 jeans soared onto the bank. Xia Hao seized it with a fish gripping tool, clamped its mouth and extracted the artificial lure with tweezers. "Now that's how you talk. You're the only one watching this whole place, yet when I arrived earlier I saw several kids stealing fruit up ahead. They're just village kids, they won't eat much." "No harm done," Wang Quang retorted, indifferent to the stolen fruit and eager only for Xia Hao to leave. "Not much. They're hauling it off in burlap sacks," Xia Hao countered, seeing that flattery wouldn't work. "I'll check later, I've got no choice. The old man who used to take shifts fell ill, so I'm covering alone. This orchard's enormous, one man can't watch it all. I can only guard what's right before me," Wang Quang insisted, sweating under the pressure. Fine, I'll spare you the trouble today. I'll head upstream to fish." Xia Hao waved dismissively and walked off, carrying his catch. He couldn't tell whether Wang Quang was telling the truth. If others were inside the house, or worse, if those Southeast Asian mercenaries had already arrived, breaking in for the firearms would become perilous. Yet their presence seemed unlikely. The house measured only 40 square meters, lacked air conditioning, and housing a dozen men in such sweltering heat would be utterly impractical. He started the engine. In the rearview mirror, he saw Wang Quang climb onto a small earthen mound, watching him depart. As he drove deeper in, he noticed the absence of surveillance cameras inside the village, cameras pointed solely outward toward the road. Vehicles exiting the village remained unrecorded. Now Xia Hao had a plan. Back at the villa near dusk, he pulled out his phone and posted freshly caught fish photos in several fishing groups, adding older ones too, boasting extravagantly about today's extraordinary haul. Instantly everyone asked where he'd fished. Xia Hao didn't hesitate, he named the spot and even marked precise coordinates, then exaggerated his own ineptitude, joking how many bites he'd missed. Xia Hao trusted the irresistible allure of fishing enthusiasts. Tomorrow that stretch of water would teem with anglers. Had black carp been active at night, crowds would have gathered tonight. Let the chaos unfold first. That evening, citing the villa's noise as unbearable, Xia Hao moved out to sleep in the small gatehouse. How Xiao Yang and the excavator operator understood completely. At 4 a.m. 2 hours before dawn, he rose dressed in standard mountain work camouflage fatigues and Liberation brand shoes indistinguishable from any farmhand. He donned gloves and a motorcycle helmet, slung a tool bag across his shoulder containing a dagger, laxatives, rope, paper and pen and a compact bolt cutter, preparing for both cunning and force. Then he mounted his modified unlicensed decommissioned motorcycle, the kind he normally drove only around the farm. He took a winding rural path, not the paved road from yesterday, skirting fields between the inner village and Wang Quan's farm, deliberately avoiding the village itself. 15 minutes later he halted several hundred meters from the farm, switched off his headlights and guided the bike forward by moonlight for a short stretch until reaching the paved road, the village's exit route, where at 4 a.m. not a soul stirred. Once on the pavement he killed the engine and pushed the bike silently to a grassy pile beneath fruit trees roughly 100 meters from Wang Quang's house. Here birdsong and insect choruses masked every rustle of motorcycle and movement through the grass. Just past 6 as daylight broke, several cars entered from the ring road. Peering through binoculars from the tall grass, Xia Hao confirmed they were anglers, parking scouting spots, casting lines. Still, they fished far enough from Wang Quang's house, likely he hadn't heard them yet. By 7, 2 more vehicles arrived, also fishermen. Spotting occupied stretches along the roadside, they headed instead toward the riverbank behind Wang Quang's house. Recognizing each other, they called out greetings and bantered loudly. Finally, Wang Quang opened his door. Seeing the crowd, he tensed instantly and rushed outside to warn them, only to be ignored. With 7 or 8 anglers present, and this being public water, his authority meant nothing. Realizing intimidation failed, Wang Quang resorted to yesterday's tactic, returning indoors, retrieving a pack of cigarettes and stepping out to offer them one by one while pleading politely. The house stood mere dozens of meters from the riverbank. Persuading each angler would take at least half an hour, and precisely then Xia Hao crouched low, evaded the cameras and darted swiftly toward the singlestory house. Reaching the house, he glanced out. Wang Quang was still deep in conversation with the first angler. Time was ample. He drew his dagger, peered cautiously through the doorway, and saw it all at once: one large room, a bed, a surveillance console, a kitchen and a dining table. No one else was inside. Glancing again, Wang Quang still spoke with the first man. "Fortune favors me." Xia Hao hurried inside and searched frantically. The space was tiny. Within moments he found 2 crates beneath the bed, one large, one small, and dragged them into view. A sharp tug confirmed it: weapons and ammunition, no doubt. Lifting the smaller crate felt like hoisting 70 Gene, the larger one weighed at least 90. He'd need 2 trips, carrying nearly 100 Gene total. That posed a real challenge. At nearly 180 centimeters tall and accustomed to strenuous labor in the mountains, Xia Hao was stronger than most. 2 trips over 100 meters, 300 meters total, across uneven terrain including muddy ridges between rice paddies would take roughly 10 minutes. He could make it. He peeked out once more. Wang Quang had just sent off the first angler and begun speaking with the second. But herd mentality worked in his favor: if one left, the rest would follow. Xia Hao dared not gamble. He rushed to the surveillance computer, opened the files and erased every recording. The entrance camera footage was unavoidable, so he powered down the system, freezing the display at a fixed timestamp. Even if Wang Quang returned immediately and found the screen lit, not black, he'd buy precious seconds to escape. After completing all this, he took out the rope from the toolkit and quickly tied it around the largest box, as it didn't matter whether he took the large or small one if he was only making one trip. He fashioned the rope into a backpack shape around the box, crouched down and lifted it. With a force that felt close to 100 pounds, he stood up and saw Wang Quang already communicating with the third person, conveniently located behind the house. Xia Hao swiftly carried the box towards his motorcycle. In the past, when he went fishing, carrying a bunch of fishing gear also weighed dozens of pounds. Fortunately, he had gotten used to it. The thin rope began to dig into his shoulder painfully after walking 30 meters. When he reached the spot where he hit his motorcycle, he collapsed, kneeling on the grass beside the motorcycle. With no time to think, he used some grass to cover himself, enduring the pain in his shoulder as he ran towards the house again. Leaning against the eaves of the house, he cautiously peeked out to observe. Most of the people had already left and the others were following suit. He vaguely heard the group of fishermen saying they were heading upstream. Without hesitation, he took out a new piece of rope, tied it to the small box and lifted it again. Peeking out, he saw Wang Quang standing and waving to thank the others. Seeing that most of the people had left, the others didn't need his persuasion and also slowly departed. At this moment, Wang Quang noticed the group leaving and began walking back to the house, intending to return to the small hill beside the house like he did when he sent Xia Hao off yesterday, standing atop to see if the group had truly gone. Meanwhile, Xia Hao had to carry his belongings back to the motorcycle, which was a distance of 100 meters, while Wang Quang only needed to cover less than 50 meters. Fortunately, he walked slowly, glancing back without urgency. Xia Hao gritted his teeth and quickly carried the smaller box towards his motorcycle. 80 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. 10 meters. At this moment Wang Kuang had already reached the house, but he didn't look ahead, otherwise he would have definitely seen Xia Hao slipping into the grass with the box. After lying down, Xia Hao unfastened the box and peeked out, startled because Wang Kuang had just climbed up the small hill and was facing him. However, since he was bent over while climbing, he didn't raise his head and merely turned to watch the group slowly leave. Checking the time, he realized he had acted relatively quickly. From the moment he arrived at that house, including searching and restoring his bed curtain and tampering with the surveillance, it had taken a total of 20 minutes. He initially estimated it would take him at least half an hour to drive the group away. He inwardly cursed the group of fishermen for being too easy to manipulate. After waiting for 10 minutes, Wang Kuang saw that everyone had left and returned to the house, closing the door. Seeing Wang Kuang shut the door, Xia Hao didn't dare to leave just yet, as the sound of the motorcycle starting would certainly be heard. Fortunately, the grass in this area was high enough that a motorcycle, 2 boxes, and a live person lying in the distance wouldn't draw any suspicion. He stealthily crawled out, trying to restore the grass he had trampled when he came in early in the morning, otherwise standing at this end of the concrete road would reveal a trail of footprints. If he didn't restore it, what if at this moment Wang Kuang, by some twist of fate, walked along the concrete road and noticed something unusual? He couldn't guarantee that Wang Kuang didn't have a gun on him, so he had to be cautious. Lying in the grass, he examined his shoulders, which were scraped and bleeding. Fortunately, it was only superficial wounds. Additionally, he had been drenched in sweat from his earlier frantic running, and having left without any water, his throat was already parched. The sun was slowly rising, shining down on Xia Hao while a few yellow caterpillars crawled out of the grass. But after experiencing 10 years of the apocalypse, this was nothing. He lay quietly observing Wang Kuang's movements. Now he was itching with curiosity, eager to know if there were weapons in those 2 boxes. Although he had a small cutter that could break locks, the noise would be too loud, so he had to endure and wait to see later. What Xia Hao didn't know was that previously, when fishermen came, he wouldn't have bothered with them at all. However, he had recently received notice that a dozen Southeast Asian fugitives would arrive here within the next few days. There wasn't an exact time, just an order forbidding anyone from approaching, which was understandable. A dozen strangers coming to a small orchard house would be suspicious. If it were the apocalypse, it would have been much simpler. Eliminate Wang Kuang and swagger away with the weapon. Sneaking around wasn't his style. But now, with over 5 months until the apocalypse, if he were to kill Wang Kuang and expose himself, getting caught by the police would ruin his plans for preparing a shelter. Therefore, he needed to bide his time until the end times arrived. As long as there were no casualties, would Wang Kuang and that group really report the theft of the firearms? Or would the mice want to investigate the case? That would be ridiculous. He could only swallow it down. How Wang Kuang and that group dealt with him was no longer Xia Hao's concern. Anyway, after the apocalypse, Wang Kuang's character had led to the deaths of many innocent people. He was guilty of heinous crimes, so Xia Hao considered it a form of justice. Damn it! Thinking this way, he suddenly heard an angry roar from the house in the distance. A few minutes had passed and it seemed Wang Kuang had discovered something was off with the cameras, then checked under the bed, finding the firearms missing, which made Xia Hao even more convinced that the 2 boxes he had stolen contained what he desired. Bang! The door of the distant house was forcefully flung open by Wang Kuang, who then stuffed a gun into his pants and quickly rode off on the motorcycle towards the direction the fisherman had gone. Sure enough, it deviated little from Xia Hao's plan. Seeing Wang Kuang heading deeper into the village, he quickly adjusted his motorcycle, placing the 2 boxes on it, covering them with a waterproof tarp held by the motorcycle's tail, and secured the boxes with a strap that had hooks. 1 snap, 2 snaps, 3 snaps. He kicked the motorcycle 4 times before it finally started, causing Xia Hao to break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, if the motorcycle had issues, it would have been troublesome, especially since it was a modified junk motorcycle from 20 years ago without electronic ignition. He quickly slipped away, heading in the opposite direction of Wang Kuang along the second ring road. As he approached the second ring road, there was a dirt road that bypassed it and led directly to the concrete road near the villa. He didn't want to ride the junk motorcycle on the main road in plain sight. It wouldn't be a problem if many people saw him, but if he happened to encounter traffic police checking vehicles riding a junk motorcycle loaded with 2 large boxes of ammunition, would be a serious issue. Around 9 o'clock, people had already started working in the nearby fields. However, a slope motorcycle towing something combined with a driver dressed in camouflage work clothes would hardly attract any attention. They would just assume he was a villager bringing fertilizer. Upon returning to the villa, apart from seeing the distant figure of Widow Zhang at the foot of the mountain, he did not encounter anyone he knew. He opened the villa's gate, drove and locked the door, and entered the villa. To the left was Xia Hao's family's orchard and to the right was the reservoir's dam. Beyond the dam was the construction site of his shelter where several excavators were still busy at work. Taking advantage of no one being attentive, he turned left into the orchard where there was a chicken coop with thousands of chickens. Ignoring the chaos caused by his motorcycle, he drove straight into the coop. He placed down 2 boxes and took out a pair of heavy scissors. Snip. The 2 padlocks were cut and opening the boxes revealed 2 blankets on top. Lifting the blankets, Xia Hao clenched his fists and excitedly waved them in the air, whispering yes. He counted 4 AK-47s, 10. 45 caliber pistols, 5 grenades and an estimated 6,000 to 7,000 rounds of ammunition. He couldn't help but admire these people, true desperados, for daring to operate like this in Huaxia. Suppressing the urge to take a selfie with the AK in one hand, pistol on his waist and grenades in the other, he buried the guns and ammunition in a pit head dug in the chicken coop, wrapping them securely in waterproof cloth and covering them with chicken manure. With the airdrop completed bringing good fortune, he planned to feast on chicken today. He also took the opportunity to feed the chickens in the coop. While 2 nearby chickens were distracted, Xia Hao caught them and took them up the mountain, planning to deal with them at noon. Xiaobao, I fed all the chickens in the coop, so don't worry about cleaning their droppings for now, I'll keep them for later use, Xia Hao said, carrying 2 chickens back into the house after downing a large bottle of water. Noticing Su Xiaobao staring at the download progress on his computer. Okay, Su Xiaobao replied without looking up from the computer. After tying up the chickens, Xia Hao went over to check Su Xiaobao's download progress. He saw Su looking at the computer with an expression as if he had opened a new world and asked while walking, how much have you downloaded of what I asked you to? I'm at 10% now, it should be. Su stammered, his expression nervous as he quickly moved the mouse. He looked at Su Xiaobao with suspicion, snatched the mouse and clicked on the web page minimized in the lower left corner. This is what you call an animated film. How? Brother, how this? This is better than Tom and Jerry. Su Xiaobao lowered his head like a child caught making a mistake. How did you find out about this type of website? Taking a deep breath, Xia Hao asked helplessly. Master Lu told me about it. Su Xiaobao pointed outside at the excavator operator. Seeing the construction workers outside, he knew Master Lu was the youngest among the excavator operators and shook his head helplessly, saying, You. Sigh, never mind, I'll get a membership. You can't be selective, you have to download this and that, the European and American ones as well as the Japanese and Korean and the domestic ones too. As for the rated and rated ones, just skip those, they're not healthy. Su Xiaobao looked at Xia Hao in surprise. Ahem, what are you looking at? Just do as I say, got it. Xia Hao coughed twice to cover his embarrassment. Okay, got it, brother. Su Xiaobao responded cheerfully. Glancing at the large bulge in Su Xiaobao's pants, Xia Hao shook his head and went to kill the chickens. In reality, Su Xiaobao wouldn't download it, he would do it later. This was precious film material for humanity, it couldn't be lost. After finishing all that, he remembered to check the stocks. It was a lie to say he wasn't nervous. He'd stolen guns, sold his house and spent nearly all his money on the shelter. If his butterfly effect caused the stock trends to change, he would be in big trouble. Fortunately, everything arrived as scheduled. The pharmaceutical stock was suspended and a heavy stone was lifted from his heart. But now he had to wait at least 20 days with no funds, just waiting. The apocalypse was just over 5 months away and waiting like this wasn't a solution. Helpless, he opened the computer again, revising his notes and shelter plans, occasionally browsing some online shopping to add items to his cart. Nepalese curved knives added. Crossbows and arrows added. Powerful slingshots added. Gas masks added. Various hardware accessories added. Various safety gear added. Looking at his purchasing plan, he added 40 to his cart. The rest needed to be either picked up in person or ordered, especially since military knives, crossbows and slingshots had purchase limits. He finally contacted the seller, who offered a solution. When it was time to actually buy, he could commission a local outdoor club to procure them and then he could just pick them up from there. 7 days flew by. Early in the morning, he was glued to the computer watching the stock market open. Sure enough, it moved and it surged to the limit. Then came an announcement that XX pharmaceutical company had developed an anti-cancer drug. That's more like it. Xia Hao felt elated. He couldn't remember exactly how many days it rose, just that after a round of several days limit increases it started to drop for 3 days, then surged madly for 4 or 5 months. As for the U.S. stocks and futures, back when he was a novice he hadn't looked into them. Even if he had, they were slow rising, nothing compared to this stock speed. With only half a year left before the apocalypse, what could he do with investments in the real economy? It was a joke. He hadn't seen any activity from Wang Quang and his crew in these past few days, so his little maneuvers should have gone unnoticed. It was about time to do something. Around 20 days had passed. He entrusted the downloading work to Xia Hao, and after a couple of days, when the chicken droppings had restored the pit to its original state, Xia Hao wouldn't suspect anything when he went to feed the chickens. Using his words, he was not stupid, just slow-witted. How could he possibly dig through chicken manure? As for telling him this secret, although Xia Hao obeyed him, he didn't dare gamble on the nature of such a child, worried that if he found out about the 2 guns, he might inadvertently show them off and cause a disaster. Flipping through his notebook, he regretted jotting down thoughts haphazardly. He should have distinguished what to do when he had money and what to do when he didn't. Suddenly noticing the character records, he began to contemplate. After the apocalypse, not everyone descends into madness. There are still many who harbor a sense of human and national duty, leading humanity to form ecological circles. Most of them are truly principled experts and scholars. They led the impoverished to survive during the apocalypse for many years, dealing fairly with issues and willing to unite with other refugee camps for resource sharing. However, concentrating too many people in one environment is their greatest mistake. First, there are too many people, leading to severe material shortages, causing large groups to starve. In some infectious disease outbreaks, people die in closed environments. Moreover, it becomes hard to manage, making it easy for ill-intentioned individuals to infiltrate. Xia Hao knew of several typical cases, one of which involved a middle school principal who built a community for students and teachers in the underground parking lot of the staff dormitory. Everyone was from the same school and very united. The students had spirit. Luckily, there was a large farmers' market nearby which sustained 2,000 teachers and students for 2 years, driving away one batch of invaders after another. In the end, due to running out of supplies, a few fortunate ones escaped while the remaining 1,900 perished. The students who escaped happened to end up at Xia Hao's camp, recounting how their teachers before dying instructed the surviving teachers to secretly cook their own flesh to feed the students for a while. By the time humanity realized that population density had to be drastically reduced to survive within localized regions, it was already too late. The armed forces of a Southeast Asian nation took refuge collectively in an underground air raid shelter, still clinging to the illusion that they would one day emerge to rescue their people once the environment stabilized. You might ask, why didn't they simply leave? A sudden catastrophic temperature plunge brought nighttime lows of -80°C and daytime highs barely above -60. No one even noticed when every exit was sealed beneath the snow. Later, scavenging teams expended over a dozen rocket-propelled grenades just to blast through the snowdrifts and uncover the shelter's entrance. In such cramped, overcrowded confines, internal demolition would have only hastened their demise. Some scavenging teams ventured outside for supplies and ate whatever they found. Without testing for contamination, they contracted fatal plagues within 2 days, triggering mass fatalities. Survival, therefore, was brutally uncompromising. Xia Hao's shelter could sustain no more than 100 individuals. Beyond the threshold, resource depletion outpaced production. Collapse was inevitable, only the timeline remained uncertain. Consider, for instance, a school with 2,000 faculty and students. 1,500 would need to be culled, while the remaining 500 would relocate to the underground parking garage to cultivate food, achieving a precarious equilibrium between output and consumption. How this culling would be carried out is beyond the scope of this account. Yet another lethal obstacle loomed: the necessity of uncontaminated soil. What qualifies as uncontaminated soil? One must first bore through several meters of dense glacial ice, then excavate another 10 meters into the hardened earth beneath, only the deepest stratum proving viable for cultivation. Anything shallower would yield nothing but death. For within just 3 days, global temperatures plummeted from 50 or 60 degrees Celsius to -50 or 60. During those 3 days, torrential rains fell worldwide, carrying an unknown virulent toxin. Prolonged exposure to this rain triggered rapid systemic collapse. Yet if one returned indoors and washed thoroughly within an hour, the danger was largely mitigated. At the time, however, most people failed to grasp the gravity of the threat. Starving and desperate, many welcomed the rare coolness of rainfall during the final heatwave, venturing out bareheaded, unprotected, in search of supplies. That very rain claimed nearly 95% of humanity within days. Even vehicles and machinery left outdoors succumbed to corrosion, their thin layers of paint offering no defense against the toxic downpour. It remained unclear whether flora reacted immediately, but even if unaffected by the toxin, none could withstand the abrupt plunge to sub-zero extremes mere days later. No plant or animal endured. What of posting warnings online about the coming apocalypse? Whether such posts would even go live was doubtful, and inciting panic carried severe legal consequences. Yet expecting Xia Hao to adopt the detached indifference so common in apocalyptic fiction was unthinkable. He could not. Having lived through the chaos of the last cataclysm, he knew humanity's only hope lay in unity. Rebuilding civilization, not merely surviving, had become his obsession, his unwavering conviction. He did not claim to accomplish grand feats of morality or virtue. His sole imperative was to preserve the ember of humankind, and Xia Hao would try without hesitation. Even if across generations his enclave became the last bastion on Earth, defying heaven, defying Earth, humanity would endure. Yet assembling such a team now? Impractical. Some had not yet endured the crucible of the apocalypse, their characters still unformed. Others, presently unscrupulous, would later find redemption in its aftermath. Conversely, certain outwardly virtuous figures would descend into darkness once the world collapsed. For now, Xia Hao dared not flap his wings too fiercely. So long as the early days of the apocalypse unfolded under his control, that sufficed. After the collapse, he would personally identify, recruit, and bind talent, forging a cohesive, resilient, battle-hardened enclave. Those who impeded him would be eliminated. Had he not already shed enough blood in his prior life? As a master survivor, he'd been welcomed into countless enclaves. Now he required no one's patronage. For he himself was the core, the anchor. At the onset of the quake, he'd happened to be in an open field outside the city, narrowly escaping annihilation, then joined an underground collective housed in a basement. 2 years later, he returned to the mountain villa, only to find Su Xiaobao utterly vanished. Though not kin by blood, Su Xiaobao was closer than family, the first true member of his new world. The rest left to fate. Xia Hao's parents had both grown up in orphanages. He had no extended family. After their passing, his yearning for kinship deepened. From childhood onward, he'd shielded Su Xiaobao from bullies, neighborhood children who sneaked onto the villa grounds to torment him. In doing so, he'd incurred lasting grudges with several households in the village at the mountain's base. Upon returning post-apocalypse, he confirmed the reservoir's dam had withstood the catastrophe. Its shaped layout spanned roughly 3,000 mu, its structure thick and robust, while the flanking mountains were broad rather than towering. Firmly anchored to the land the dam held, despite localized landslides, overall integrity remained intact. Had it failed, Xia Hao would never have invested heavily in building his sanctuary here. He sat dazed before his computer for a while, then sifted deeper into fragmented memories until the name Xiaowen surfaced. All electrical systems at the villa had been maintained by him since Xia Hao's parents' time. A 45-year-old bachelor and electrician from Dengjia village at the mountain's foot, Xiaowen was known for his quiet sincerity. When his parents fell ill and lacked funds for treatment, Xia Hao's parents had quietly assisted him, debts still unpaid. On the day Xia Hao's parents died, Xiaowen volunteered to help carry their coffins. One of Xia Hao's few lifelong friends, acquainted for nearly 2 decades, Xiaowen's integrity was unquestionable. His only flaw was a reserved, taciturn nature. Yet in the apocalypse, offering him survival meant securing absolute loyalty, and with countless machines and systems requiring maintenance, his expertise was indispensable. Xia Hao jotted his name down in his notebook, ensure he evacuated his home before the earthquake struck. Another name came to mind, Dr. Liang Ping, a surgeon at Jiangnan City's First People's Hospital, whom he'd met years earlier during a minor surgical procedure. Ah, yes, a small operation. Why her? Because something extraordinary occurred during his 2-day hospital stay after the procedure. That night, Dr. Liang was on duty when a 50-year-old farmer rushed in with his son critically injured in an accident. Though the boy survived initial resuscitation, further treatment required upfront payment. Upon seeing the bill, the farmer broke down in tears, pleading with the attending physician for mercy. Fresh from medical school, Dr. Liang hesitated, then made several calls, likely borrowing money from friends, before personally covering the 30,000 yuan fee. Later, Xia Hao learned she lived modestly, commuting daily on an electric bicycle, and that the farmer never repaid her nor even acknowledged the debt. She simply smiled it away. Xia Hao swore absolutely not because of her angelic features or the taut strain of her physician's uniform, that he sought her for her compassion and resolve. He would stake his entire life, vowing never to gamble or touch drugs, to prove it. Of course, had he known Dr. Liang had privately nicknamed him Stitched Cucumber Xia Hao in her WeChat contacts, his conviction might have wavered. Xia Hao did not wish to recruit top-tier researchers and elite professionals from various fields. However, he currently held no influence, merely being an ordinary citizen with over 100 million in assets before the apocalypse. His priority was to find obedient individuals from various fields, just enough to get by. He spent the entire day contemplating the type of personnel he needed, sketching and erasing ideas, mainly because he had not anticipated his rebirth and was unprepared. He closed the notepad, grabbed a bottle of wine, and joined Su Xiaobao on the rooftop of the small building. Two dogs lay at their feet gazing at the starry sky. Managing a farmhouse in such a leisurely manner was truly delightful. How wonderful it would be if the apocalypse did not come. In this environment, the only thing that dampened the mood was the incessant sound of dong dong dong. Over the next few days, Xia Hao repeated the same routine, taking Su Xiaobao to plant various vegetables, fruits and rice on the mountain. When the apocalypse arrived, they could directly transplant the crops as long as they dug deep enough to avoid the roots, allowing for quick survival. After all, practical experience was more valuable than any amount of research. Since it was a drinking water reservoir, inspections occurred regularly and raising ducks was prohibited, otherwise he would have certainly raised tens of thousands of ducks in the reservoir. The chickens on the mountain were all castrated. He sold a portion and planned to buy breeding chickens once the money came in. After selling, Su Xiaobao would no longer need to feed the chickens and the firearms in the chicken coop would remain undiscovered. He built pens for cattle and sheep, purchasing 2 of each to try raising. A 2,000 square meter area was designated for poultry farming with a 100 square meter corridor left over. The windows were reinforced with glass to withstand earthquakes and UV rays. The plan was to raise 200 pigs in a 400 square meter area and 1,000 chickens and ducks each in a 500 square meter area. Cattle and sheep required space for movement, needing 500 square meters for feeding. Therefore, he did not buy too many cattle, acquiring 50, half of which were dairy cows, and 100 sheep, evenly split between males and females to ensure normal breeding. In the first few months, they would rely on frozen meat, and these poultry would serve as a food source when the population increased. Although these plans seemed quite cramped in during this situation, for just over 3 months would allow for the reconstruction of the site. The ground was reinforced with several dozen centimeters of reinforced concrete and dual steel plates, also waterproofed with an independent sewage discharge channel, ensuring that the nearby drinking water reservoir would not be affected. This series of operations left Hao Xiaoyang dumbfounded. Was this truly the budget of a party with over 100 million? Why did he seem like a farmer all day? Starting from a few days ago when he wore camouflage and liberation shoes to kill chickens, he had recently been fiddling with vegetables and poultry. Was the world of the wealthy really so simple and unassuming? Recently, the pharmaceutical stock had been consistently vigorous, hitting the daily limit every day. Today marked the completion of 3 foundation pits. In just over 10 days with 24-hour non-stop work, the main body reached a depth of 20 meters, with each pool and oil pit at 10 meters. Viewed from above, the main structure resembled a protruding shape, with the protrusion being the elevator and stairwell. From today onward, he could finally escape the dong 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 sound. Seeing several excavators leave, Xia Hao felt heartache, thinking he must find a way to borrow one before the apocalypse. A group of people arrived a few days ago, arranged by Hao Xiaoyang's company. They were also outsiders, and a crane had been constructed here for the next phase of construction. This team of 30 worked 24 hours on foundational construction. Normally 3 or 4 workers would take 8 hours a day, and such a foundation would take at least a month to complete. Adding in the welding of steel plates, it would take about a month and a half. However, Xia Hao requested completion within 7 days, given that the workforce had increased tenfold and the equipment was well equipped, allowing for 3 shifts. The only thing that was not aligned now was the ordering of materials, because Xia Hao had run out of money. After completing the foundation, he needed to settle the final payment for rebar and cement. Logically, he should have placed the orders days ago, otherwise construction would halt while waiting for materials. During lunch, Hao Xiaoyang reminded Xia Hao, "Xia, if you don't place the orders now, once the main construction is finished, I will have to go back. When the other equipment arrives, I will come again, and it will be impossible to meet your 5-month completion deadline. To be honest, all my money is tied up in stocks right now. I can't liquidate it, so I need to wait a while," Xia Hao replied helplessly. Upon hearing this, Hao Xiaoyang immediately assumed Xia Hao's stocks were trapped, unable to hide his surprise. He worried about not receiving his later payments. Although Xia Hao had paid a deposit in part of the initial costs, if the funds did not arrive, he would have worked for nothing over the past 10 days. He cautiously asked, "Can you share when the funds will be available?" Seeing Hao Xiaoyang's expression, Xia Hao knew he had misunderstood. He chuckled and replied, "How gong you misunderstand? I'm not saying my stocks are trapped, rather they are hitting the daily limit every day and I can't bear to liquidate them." Upon hearing this, Hao Xiaoyang felt 1,000 doubts in his heart and asked cautiously, "Xia, to be honest, I also trade stocks, though just for fun. May I know which stock you're referring to?" "Young man, you think you can deceive me? I've been trading stocks for over 10 years. Once you say it, I'll know. XX Pharmaceuticals." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone to show Hao Xiaoyang, "This is just one of my accounts. I'm not lying to you, am I?" Having spent time together during this period, Xia Hao already knew that he was a shareholder of their construction company, skilled and influential. Upon hearing Hao Xiaoyang's question, an idea struck him: why not let the contractor finance him? After all, as the client, he was quite benevolent and he could settle the payment before completion while casually lying to make the other party think he had multiple investment accounts. Indeed, upon seeing that Xia Hao's stock account held this stock with 1.15 million shares, Hao Xiaoyang's eyes lit up. This stock was now widely known, and it was no wonder Xia Hao was unwilling to sell, believing that if he held the stock for over a month, regardless of whether this was the only account, the number of shares in this phone alone could yield over 100 million in profits for Xia Hao in the coming months. If it weren't for the daily limit preventing new entries, everyone in the world would be eager to buy this stock. Impressive, Xia. You bought it all a week before the halt. Hao Xiaoyang thumbs up in admiration. In that case, given our interaction these past few days, I believe you are not a person who goes back on your word. I will discuss with a few shareholders, and for the upcoming period our company will assist you with procurement, but you will need to cover some interest for the advances. If that works for you, I'll contact the shareholders. This was exactly what he was waiting for. Xia Hao immediately agreed. Half an hour later, both parties reached an agreement for equipment and materials. Within a month and a half, the other company would cover the costs with a 2 interest payment due in a month. If less than a month, the interest would be calculated based on the actual number of days. 2% was more than 3 times the bank lending rate, but Xia Hao would borrow even at 20% interest. It was truly a timely rain. This stock still had at least 7 or 8 daily limits ahead, plus 2 rest days in between, and with the halt lasting over 10 days, Xia Hao could not afford to waste time. Power supply equipment, ventilation systems, elevators, waterproof materials, and the floodgates for the underground garage, even ordering these now would be too late. Moreover, without installing these items, further work could not proceed. After reaching an agreement, Hao Xiaoyang wasted no time in contacting suppliers, as he had already reached out to these material factories earlier and sent over the design blueprints. Under Xia Hao's verbal promises of financial support, the materials would be ready in 8 days, coinciding with the completion of the main structure, and would be delivered to the farmhouse in 2 days. On December 15, 2025, there are still 111 days until the apocalypse. Today, the stock of that pharmaceutical company soared from an initial 4 yuan to nearly 87 yuan. Despite a 3-day drop midway, Xia Hao sold his shares on the day it began to fall after a streak of daily gains, and 3 days later bought back in at the low point. Out of 40 trading days, more than 20 days have seen the stock hit its limit. Total value of shares held 115 million yuan. After withdrawing 50 million, there are still 65 million left. Although Xia Hao, who has never seen so much money in his life, knows that money will lose its value after the apocalypse, he can't help but feel a pang of regret. If it weren't for Hao Xiaoyang's company promising to cover the payment due in 45 days, he wouldn't have been able to withdraw it today. Many supplies need to be ordered, and with just over 3 months until the apocalypse, he dares not gamble. 30 million was used to pay off overdue debts, while the remaining 20 million isn't even enough to clear his shopping cart on a certain e-commerce platform, so he can only pay for necessary items first. Having made this payment, he can defer the next payment for a month and a half, so there's no rush on the construction side. Currently, the construction progress shows that the main structure is complete. The power generation equipment in the 4 underground levels has been installed and tested, and the elevators and stairs are also installed, with the 4th underground level sealed off. The underground 3rd level, which includes fish ponds, grain storage, edible oil storage, cold storage, and food shelves, has also been completed and sealed. The underground 2nd level is sealed, but the renovation work here takes the longest. A normal renovation for a 1,000 square meter living space would take an ordinary family over half a year. However, Xia Hao has multiplied the workforce tenfold for every step, expecting to complete the housing part in just a month. This is the power of numbers combined with a mysterious buff of rapid construction speed from Huaxia. The control room for the entire shelter is also on this underground 2nd level, occupying another 1,000 square meters. It houses all the monitoring equipment and local area network voice control devices. All switches for the 7 floors can be set from here, and the weapon storage and vegetable seed storage are also located here. Later, a medical room was added, which was something Xia Hao had initially overlooked in his plans. According to the schedule, the entire project can be completed in 3 months, with delivery possible 20 days before the apocalypse. All renovation materials will be environmentally friendly, as Xia Hao certainly does not want to risk formaldehyde poisoning after moving in. That would be too frustrating. Moreover, the ventilation system has been operational since the renovation began, ensuring that a standard living environment can be achieved before completion. Although dozens of people are working together, they are all from 2,000 kilometers away, which is a strict requirement of Xia Hao. Li Xiao joked, "I really can't understand how you rich folks think. With such beautiful scenery outside, why live in a basement?" Now that they were at the indoor renovation stage, Li Xiao had come. After receiving the payment, Hao Xiaoyang finally took a rare break, as he had been here for over 2 months. I live up there too. Don't you see there's a small building? Xia Hao had long been numb to such questions from the coming and going construction workers and always brushed them off. Li Xiao rolled her eyes at Xia Hao and said, "Come on, with $1 billion underground structure in this little countryside house worth a few $100,000, I don't believe you'll still live here after the renovation is done." She had been here for over 10 days and had gotten familiar with Xia Hao. The two were of similar age and had fewer reservations, often bickering, unlike Hao Xiaoyan, who was always polite. "Haha, that's not the same. By the way, I need to go out tomorrow and probably won't be back for a few days. I hope you can keep an eye on things here." "Oh, young master, how can't you come knock on my door? I live on the 3rd floor." Li Xiao teased. As they got to know each other better, Xia Hao realized that Li Xiao was also quite the flirt, able to keep up with any conversation. But this was also dependent on the person. As a wealthy bachelor, Xia Hao was quite handsome, and perhaps her banter was a test she maintained a professional demeanor in front of outsiders. However, Iron Man Xia Hao remained unmoved. He did not want any issues during the construction of the shelter. No possibilities were allowed. Caution was key. "How I have already gathered information on the generator equipment. I'll head back now," said Xia Wen, the honest electrician from the village at the foot of the mountain. "All right, brother Wen, remember you cannot disclose anything about what happens here to outsiders. Go back and rest," Xia Hao said with a smile, patting Xia Wen on the shoulder. The reason for bringing him here was actually to let him know about the shelter. While the chief designer from the construction company is present, it was important for him to understand all the power generation equipment and water and electricity layout. He is part of the water and electricity renovation team and is involved in every step of the construction. After the apocalypse, he would naturally think of the shelter at the villa. As for confidentiality, he had helped with the water and electricity maintenance at the villa for years, and the villagers only saw him as someone doing maintenance work. Xia Hao trusts Xia Wen. After 10 years of experience in the apocalypse, his judgment of people is quite accurate. In the past month, there was another piece of news. Wang Quan was killed, likely by that group. His body was discovered rotting in a house in the orchard. Coincidentally, the ones who found him were the same group that went fishing that day. Xia Hao learned about this from the fishing group. The highly publicized gunfight did not occur, and Xia Hao is uncertain how this incident will influence future events. Nevertheless, eliminating a cancerous growth is ultimately a good thing. The next morning, Xia Hao dressed sharply in a suit and styled his hair like an adult before heading down the mountain. The moment his polished leather shoes stepped into the Benz dealership, the previously cheerful face of the female sales representative who attended to him last time turned into a flower. They had already roughly discussed the details over WeChat, and today he came to sign the contract. "Mr. Xia, you're here. Please let's go to the VIP negotiation room. Our manager and the owner of the modification company have been waiting for you for a long time," she greeted Xia Hao with a 45-degree bow. "Look at you being so polite." Haha, lead the way. Boisterous Xia Hao marched toward the VIP negotiation area. An hour later, one Unimog U500 for 5 million, two Mercedes-Benz G-Class AMG G63S for 5.1 million each, along with 3 vehicles modified with bulletproof glass steel mesh welded on the outside, internal bulletproof steel plates, and snow tires with modification costs of 600,000 totaling 10.7 million. A 20 deposit amounting to just over 2 million was paid, with a clause in the contract stating that the vehicles must be delivered within 3 months or the deposit would double as compensation. Of course, if Xia Hao fails to pay the down payment within 7 days after the cars arrive, the 2 million deposit will not be refunded. After shaking hands and bidding farewell, the owner of the modification company followed him out, as all the modification work for the cars Xia Hao purchased would be entrusted to him. 4 Jeep Wranglers priced at 2 million for each base model, with an additional 200,000 for modifications totaling 3 million, following the same game rules, with a 20 deposit of 600,000 paid. 4 Ford Raptors purchased for 3.6 million with a deposit of 720,000. By the end of the day, 3.32 million was spent. "You must be General Manager Xia, right? Ah, so young and accomplished, please come in quickly." The speaker was Director Li of the Jiangnan Canning Factory, and Xia Hao wore a suit today specifically to meet him. "Director Li, you are too kind," Xia Hao said after sitting down. "Here, General Manager Xia, have some tea. This is an old tree ripe pour that a friend just gifted me yesterday. Please give it a try." Director Li courteously brewed tea for Xia Hao. "It's better to come at the right time than to arrive early. I must give it a taste." After sipping a bit of tea, the two began discussing business matters. Xia Hao didn't want anyone to know he was stockpiling so many supplies, so he wanted them to start producing and delivering right away. Canned goods are of two types. One is household canned food with a shelf life of 2 to 3 years, and the other is military canned food with a shelf life of several decades. Xia Hao came this time to order the military canned food that can be stored for decades. This type of canned food is generally not consumed by the average public as its taste is far inferior to the former unless specially customized, hence the production is minimal. General Manager Xia, what is your planned monthly order? The preliminary plan is to order 120 tons of meat and 50 tons of fruits and vegetables each month, Xia Hao said while sipping his tea. How much? 170 tons. General Manager Xia, you can't be joking. Director Li's hand trembled, spilling the tea. 170 tons if consumed by adults with rice could sustain 300 people for 10 years. With good quality, even bulk purchasing would cost around 30 yuan per kilogram, leading to an order of over 3 million yuan every month. How could this not astonish the director of the canning factory? Xia Hao's plan was to have them deliver for 3 months, which totals 510 tons. Given the inability to raise poultry on a large scale initially, he planned for a team of 300 people. This quantity could sustain them for decades. Rest assured, I will pay a deposit to your factory and settle the balance once the goods are delivered. Had it not been for the lack of funds after his recent reincarnation, he would have ordered long ago. After all, the total amount was around 10 million yuan, and several million each month was quite intimidating. It would make him a target later. Xia Hao recalled that in the third year of the apocalypse, one can could buy 3 women. General Manager Xia, please don't mind my curiosity. May I ask what purpose these cans serve? Director Zhang was inquiring out of responsibility to the client. What if this young man Xia Hao was planning to sell them? It's not easy to dispose of these, and he clearly understands the difference between sustenance and saturation. He would prefer Xia Hao to order smaller quantities each month to ensure a stable order for the factory rather than a large order with no market, leading to ridicule for both himself and his factory. Clarifying this would help avoid letting this young man, who was the same age as his son, suffer losses. Xia Hao was already prepared with a response pointing upwards and saying, "It's for the higher-ups." Director Li understood Xia Hao's gesture in less than 3 seconds, thinking the military. Indeed, it must be for the military, otherwise how could this young man order 170 tons every month? He must have received the quota and is profiting from the price difference. This canning factory was state-owned and restructured 20 years ago, so Director Li had a high political awareness. He immediately wore a look of understanding and stopped asking further. They reached an agreement: 120 tons of meat cans and 50 tons of vegetable and fruit cans per month. When signing the purchase contract, only a 10 deposit of 500,000 yuan was required with monthly settlements. They also promised that the factory would prioritize producing this batch of goods each month. The meat cans were discounted by 2 yuan from the original price of 30 yuan per kilogram, and the vegetable and fruit cans were discounted by 1 yuan from the original price of 23 yuan per kilogram, appearing very benevolent. Xia Hao didn't know what he was thinking. After signing, he handed it over, and when he saw the other party sign, his eyes widened in shock. General Manager Xia, what is this? Is there something wrong with the contract? Seeing Xia Hao's eyes widen like copper bells after he handed over the signed copy, Director Li inquired. No, this name is identical to a relative of mine. I got distracted, my apologies. Li Guohai, the leader of the largest democratic institution in Jiangnan City post-apocalypse, who led over 5,000 people to survive for 7 years at the peak, established a true civilian refuge unlike other teams that acted brutally. He is a genuine hero who devoted himself to the survival of humanity. In his past life, Xia Hao joined this organization in the 4th year of the apocalypse. As he was at the bottom tier, he had few opportunities to meet the leader, and at that time Li Guohai had severe facial burns, so he didn't know what he looked like before. Coupled with the fact that he was the owner of the canning factory and the most needed supplies in the apocalypse were canned goods, it was no wonder he had the resources to lead everyone to survive for so long. However, later on, due to excessive population, they could no longer support daily expenses, leading to everyone starving to death. It's understandable his factory currently likely has less than 100 people, and to reach 5,000 later, it must have been due to an overflow of compassion in taking in too many people. It's not that his actions were wrong. Without such a spirit of altruism, it would not have been possible to keep everyone alive for so long. Haha, there are many people with the same name as me. It's not surprising, Li Guohai responded with a smile. Director Li, I see that your factory's wiring is quite old. You should have it checked as soon as possible. I've worked with circuits and can roughly tell. Please don't mind my bluntness. Safety comes first. Recalling his face from his past life, which was likely burned due to a fire caused by rising temperatures in the early days of the apocalypse, Xia Hao was uncertain, but after spending a long time with Xia Wen, he still had some electrical knowledge and could only kindly remind him. General Manager Xia, you are too polite. I can tell that you genuinely care. I actually know this too, but the factory's performance has been poor in recent years, so some maintenance work has been delayed. Rest assured, the goods we produce are absolutely safe. I will arrange for repairs in the next few days. Li Guohai patted his chest and assured. All right, Director Li, take care, I must be on my way. This farewell had two meanings only Xia Hao knew, as he thought after fulfilling his order he would let him produce a little more for the last half month, then excuse it as needing to stockpile here to ensure he has sufficient supplies to survive the apocalypse. General Manager Xia, why are you in such a hurry? How about we go out for a meal together? Li Guohai sincerely asked. Director Li, you are too kind. I really have something to attend to. I will definitely next time. He extended his hand to shake hands with Li Guohai. Alright, next time, General Manager Xia, you must not decline. Haha. Li Guohai was in high spirits after securing this order. After leaving the canning factory, the next step was to rent a warehouse and cold storage to transport all the supplies to the rented warehouse first. Once the shelter was set up, they would transport it over. Fresh meat can only be frozen for up to 6 months, so this quantity is not much. It's not too late to buy more before the apocalypse arrives. Of course, even frozen meat that has been kept for several years can still be consumed afterward. In any case, Xia Hao, who has lived again, would not eat that meat. Initially his team did not have many people, so after finalizing the long-term storage of canned goods, only rice and cooking oil remained as the main food supplies. After a busy day, he settled down in a star-rated hotel in the city that night and shouted, I want to hit 5. Ahao, over here. A woman of breathtaking beauty called out when she saw Xia Hao. Having just stepped into a Cantonese tea house, he heard her voice, smiled and strolled over. Liang Ping, a woman who somehow fused genteel grace with smoldering allure, was a surgeon at Jiangnan City First People's Hospital and only a few months Xia Hao's junior. Why are you holding your waist as you walk? Hurt yourself? She asked, concerned at his awkward gait. Ah, yes. I was working at the manor and twisted my waist, Xia Hao smoothly fibbed. Can't you, as the rich young master, hire someone? Xiao Bao is suffering alongside you. Liang Ping rolled her eyes at Xia Hao and snapped in a teasingly exasperated tone. I'm telling you, I can't hire help right now. I'm developing a new breeding and cultivation technique and have spent the past 2 months renovating the manor. Once it takes shape and I secure a patent, I can begin scale production, Xia Hao said gravely as he scanned the menu. Really? No wonder you've been gone for 2 months. Seems someone's about to get rich and has forgotten humble doctors like us. How could I lie to you, Dr. Liang? Look at you, money-minded. For Liang Ping it had only been 2 months, but for Xia Hao it was 10 years since they had last met. He could not help but miss the friend who had once assisted him in that operation. Just say it, where are you looking? Have some decency. Liang Ping hastily pressed a hand to her chest whenever Xia Hao mentioned something grand. His gaze always drifted there. Enough teasing. Back to business. I want to build a small medical station and need to procure equipment. I came to consult you about what to buy. While speaking, he ticked items on the menu. Liang Ping, having arrived first, had already made her selections, only his remained. Wait, a medical station? You run a farm with only you and Xiao Bao, why a medical station? Liang Ping widened her eyes in disbelief. You're thinking too small, Dr. Liang. My project will succeed. The manor will be swamped with people and accidents are inevitable. I'm simply preparing for contingencies, Xia Hao blurted without a second thought. Look at you, all puffed up. Liang Ping pouted, disdain written across her face. What exactly are you planning to set up? I'm not well versed in the details, but it should cover both internal and surgical care, blood testing equipment, X-ray, CT at hot and the like, plus obstetrics gear for childbirth. In short, whatever is feasible, procure it. Xia Hao could not admit the real motive, so he rattled off every hospital device he could recall. Wait, are you trying to tell me you knocked some girl up and are using this as a roundabout way to have me help procure gear to deal with it? Liang Ping's imagination ran wild as she scolded him. I'm telling you, don't pull stunts like that. That could cost someone their life. Such matters belong only in hospitals. What are you thinking? She demanded. Go to a hospital, right? That's sensible, Xia Hao said as Liang Ping's remark snapped something into focus. He pictured an apocalyptic scenario where lives would be cheap, food scarce and power intermittent. In such a world, no one would rush to hospitals or fight for equipment, and many devices would become effectively theirs. He chastised himself for needless worry. Hearing him, Liang Ping's already large eyes widened further and she cried out in alarm, "You really did get someone pregnant?" While Xia Hao was lost in thought, Liang Ping's outcry pulled him back. Embarrassed by the attention from nearby diners, he quickly covered her mouth. Liang Ping realized she had overreacted and slightly ashamed lowered her head and whispered, "You wretched playboy, how could you be so shameless? Can you give me a chance to explain? I truly only want a set of basic medical supplies, simple but as complete as possible," Xia Hao pleaded, exasperated by her accusations. Really? Really? All right. The equipment for a simple internal and surgical clinic varies depending on needs and types. Liang Ping tilted her head and spoke with professional care. For an internal clinic, you'd want a blood pressure monitor, ECG machine, pulse oximeter, ventilator, ultrasound device, infusion pumps. For surgical use, an operating table, surgical lamps, surgical drill, scalpel blades, and full instrument sets. Buying mid to upper range quality would run roughly $300,000, and you'll also need various ancillary supplies. Dr. Liang is the best, Xia Hao said, giving her a thumbs up. Liang Ping waved to summon the server and place their order. Their meal was filled with laughter, punctuated by Liang Ping's surprised exclamations. "What? You sold the house? What? You spent that much building a basement? What? You hoarded that many supplies?" In truth, Xia Hao had plans. Though he often feigned frivolity, he harbored genuine feelings for Liang Ping. He intended, when calamity came, to find a reason to bring her up to the manor. If she refused, she would at least know he had enough provisions to keep her alive. Publicly, she would be an invaluable doctor for assembling his team. Privately, she was a woman he fancied. After an hour or more, they parted. Before she left, Xia Hao grew serious and pressed her repeatedly not to reveal his secret to anyone. Seeing him so grave, Liang Ping dropped her playful air and responded solemnly with a promise. After seeing her off, Xia Hao drove around the city following his navigation. Her reminders had made him realize several things he had overlooked. Some supplies didn't need early procurement, his lack of storage and funds mattered, and many devices kept indoors would survive if sheltered from the elements. By marking suitable locations now, he could later claim items before others did and obtain much equipment at no cost. He would revise his plan. Before, he had thought nothing would ever be enough, even $1 billion wouldn't suffice, but suddenly everything seemed clearer. He even dared to entertain thoughts of large military hardware. He had not seen planes or tanks during past catastrophes. Under those extreme conditions, such massive arms would likely be ruined anyway. In short, he would give it a try. Perhaps he ought to spend more time with women. Inspiration seemed to come so easily when he did, he thought with a self-amused smile. The next day in the city, Liang Ping introduced a medical equipment seller to Xia Hao, who ordered some equipment and daily supplies from him. He then changed into fishing gear and went fishing by a small river located 30 kilometers from Jiangnan City. Why go fishing? 99% of the world's large weapon reserves are concentrated in one or two places in each country, generally inaccessible to ordinary people. Even at the entrance of the armed forces, there are no heavy weapons visible. Only those hidden in the deep mountains possess such armaments, except for war-torn nations. This was something he learned from encountering an active duty soldier in his past life. Those places had long been sealed away. The snowmelt from years ago was no longer usable and the roads had collapsed due to being too remote. It's no wonder that in the later stages of the apocalypse, most armed groups resorted to fighting with knives and employing human wave tactics after depleting their ammunition. Of course, the areas surrounding Jiangnan City do not have those kinds of large heavy weapon depots, nor will there be medium-sized weapons. However, armored vehicles with launchers or rocket launchers are sufficient, as having one can dominate the Jiangnan City area. Xia Hao saw a few fellow anglers, walked over, lit a cigarette and asked, "Brothers, are you catching fish today?" "Not so well today. How about you?" "I'm not doing well either. I heard from a brother that there's an armed group in the mountains nearby and there's a river next to it. Recently he caught a lot there." As Xia Hao spoke, he expertly cast his line into the middle of the patch of grass on the water's surface. "Really? My hometown is just in that village up ahead and I've never heard of the place you're talking about." "Oh, is that so? I must have gotten it wrong." Previously, he had only known the general location of the big weapon caches from hearsay, but after searching around this area, he still found no leads. Asking everyone he met, he received the same excuses. By noon the next day, he finally found someone who knew. That small river has had little water ever since the army arrived over a decade ago. "You must have been tricked by your friend." "No way, he took photos," Xia Hao said, suppressing his inner excitement. "If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. Just head this way for 5 kilometers. However, the road isn't good and you might get chased away." The man pointed towards the valley between two mountains. Indeed it was there. He cursed under his breath, "That damn guy, I'll scold him when I get back for daring to fool me." "Thanks, brother. Come on, I have some water in my car, let's take 2 bottles. Once in the car, he opened the paper map, marked it, and hummed a little tune while returning to the city. "No guns, no cannons, the organization provides for us." Back in the city, he continued his shopping. With the reminder, his procurement plan became much easier. He just took some shower gel and shampoo. Who takes a shower in such freezing temperatures? How much energy would it waste to heat water? These items are available in supermarkets, but when people go in, they only grab food and at most toothpaste, and they don't take toothpaste for brushing teeth, they take it to eat. For example, in supermarkets, pots and pans are useless in the apocalypse. It's mostly just big pot meals or instant food, and not many people use these. He only needed to stockpile 2 or 3 sets, enough to last until the freezing period begins. In the evening, in a private room of an old-fashioned lamb restaurant, Xia Hao held a cigarette in his left hand while his right hand busily swirled fresh lamb slices in the pot. After dipping them in sauce, he gobbled them up, causing him to gasp as he poured a glass of cold beer and quickly gulped it down. Refreshing. Looks like I need to stock up more of this. At that moment, the door to the private room opened and a head poked in. "How go?" Upon seeing Xia Hao, the person exclaimed in surprise. "Ajahn, why did you come so late? Sit down quickly, I'm starving and didn't wait for you." "Come on, dig in." Xia Hao waved for him to sit down and poured him a glass of wine. Ajahn, whose full name is Pan Xinzong, hails from a rural area 200 kilometers away from Jiangnan City. During the summer after graduating from middle school, his father came home drunk and killed his mother during a domestic dispute. He called the police and then came to Jiangnan City to work. Due to his age, no one took him in, and after spending all his money, he scavenged garbage and ate leftover food from restaurants, living as a beggar in the city for 2 years. When Xia Hao was 20, he met the 18-year-old Pan Xinzong while fishing under a bridge. At noon, Xia Hao was eating the buns he brought for lunch when he noticed Pan Xinzong staring at him as he slept in the bridge's arch. Xia Hao took out a bottle of water and a bun, handed it to him, and they silently ate together. That day, Xia Hao was lucky and caught 3 fish, giving 2 to Pan Xinzong. Before leaving, he saw Pan Xinzong preparing those 2 fish, roasting them over a fire by the riverbank. The next day, Xia Hao went fishing there again and encountered Pan Xinzong. At noon, he ordered 4 dishes to be delivered to the bridge and treated him to a meal. After they finished eating, Xia Hao decided not to fish anymore and handed him a cigarette, inquiring about his situation. It seemed to be Pan Xinzong's first time smoking, and after coughing for a while, he began to recount his past to Xia Hao. In the afternoon, Xia Hao took him back to the mountain villa. At first, Pan Xinzong was hesitant to get in the car, fearing he would dirty it. He insisted on following the car slowly, and after much pulling and coaxing, they finally got him inside. Upon arriving at the villa, he shared his past with Xia Hao's parents, who were still alive at the time, and they allowed him to help out at the villa. That night, Pan Xinzong took the first shower with shampoo and shower gel in 2 years, and after coming out, Xia Hao gave him some of his clothes to wear, only to find they looked like a dress. This was because Xia Hao was 178 centimeters tall while Pan Xinzong was only 160 centimeters tall, likely due to malnutrition when he was young. That night, as Pan Xinzong sat at the dinner table, he ate heartily while tears streamed down his face. In the following 5 years, he worked tirelessly at the villa. Seeing his plight, Xia Hao's parents, like with Xiao Bao, adopted him as a foster son, and he was so happy that he directly knelt down to bow to them. Xia Hao had always been rather carefree and didn't often return to the villa, but every time he did, he brought clothes and new things for Pan Xinzong and Xiao Bao. Xia Hao's parents introduced him to a girl, the daughter of a vegetable market vendor who supplied agricultural products to their villa, and even gave him a dowry of 200,000 yuan. Originally, he was supposed to visit her family to propose at the age of 22, but that year Xia Hao's parents both passed away. He stayed in the mountains for a year in mourning and only went to her family to propose at 23. Xia Hao's parents were both orphans with no relatives. When they passed away, there were only 10 people to carry their 2 coffins: Xia Hao, Su Xiaobao, Pan Xinzong, Xia Wen, and 6 Taoists hired to perform the rites. They were buried in the orchard of the villa. Pan Xinzong only returned on the anniversary of their deaths and rarely returned even during the spring festival because of his status as a son-in-law. Xia Hao understood this. "Brother, how I can't drink." Pan Xinzong covered the cup with his hand, looking troubled. "Hey, what's wrong with having a couple of bottles when we meet? I drive, so I can just call a chauffeur to take you back later." "No, brother, I really can't drink. My wife will scold me when I go back later," Pan Xinzong said with a look of grievance. "Why, after getting married and having kids, you've quit drinking?" Xia Hao stopped forcing him and poured himself a glass. "I'm busy usually, and my wife doesn't allow me to drink, so there's no choice." Okay, look at you acting all timid. Back when Wang Matzi from Dingjia village came to the villa looking for trouble, you were ready to fight with a hoe, but now marriage has dulled your edge. Xia Hao pushed the sterilized utensils towards him and said, if you're not drinking, then eat more vegetables. What kind of minimum consumption rule is this just to enter a private room? I've ordered a lot, so eat up. You look so wilted, your wife must have drained you dry, right? Alright, eating vegetables it is. I have to sleep by 11 p.m. every night and wake up at 3 a.m. to get supplies. You know, my wife's family runs a vegetable stall and business is really good every day. If I don't grab the good vegetables, there won't be any left to sell the next day. Aren't your wife's parents under 50? Didn't they used to go get supplies in the early morning? Why is it all on you now? Well, not exactly. They come to help out at the stall occasionally, Pan Xinzhong said a bit nervously, quickly grabbing a piece of meat and lowering his head. Occasionally helping out. I bet they come every day to settle the accounts, right? If you're only sleeping 4 hours a day, you'll drop dead from exhaustion. They're treating you like a mule. You should stand up for yourself. As your male counterpart, you're embarrassing me like this, Xia Hao said, wanting to know how Pan Xinzhong was really doing. Well, it's not like that. Pan Xinzhong didn't know how to explain and lowered his head even more. What do you mean it's not like that? Let me tell you, Pan Xinzhong, I went to the market this afternoon looking for you and saw you handling everything alone. I didn't greet you because I didn't want to interrupt. When your in-laws came that night to settle the accounts, they scolded you in front of everyone at the market for being short 5 yuan. I asked the lady next door buying vegetables and she told me you leave early and come back late every day, plus you do all the cooking and housework. I haven't seen your wife all day. She must have gone to play mahjong again, right? If it weren't for the others chiming in, I would still be in the dark. No wonder you haven't had time to come back in 2 or 3 years. Why are you so spineless now? Ah. The last question was almost shouted out, startling Pan Xinzhong so much that he dropped his chopsticks. The waitress outside heard the commotion and hurriedly pushed the door to see what was going on. Angered, Xia Hao suppressed his fury and said to the waitress, "This is none of your business." The waitress reluctantly closed the door to the private room and stepped back. Don't you have anything to say? Life goes on. If your wife wants to leave with you, the villa has a place to stay. If not, I'll help you get your child back. We don't take this kind of humiliation at Yinling Villa. Xia Hao stared at Pan Xinzhong, questioning him. They say to mediate, not to separate. What nonsense is that? Live a life of humiliation. Brother, how I want to drink a bottle of wine. Pan Xinzhong didn't respond to Xia Hao's words, his eyes fixed on the bottle of wine on the table. Crash. Xia Hao opened a bottle of beer for him, and just as he was about to pour it into his cup, saw Pan Xinzhong take the bottle and gulp it down directly. Xia Hao didn't stop him, but instead called out to the waitress outside. Waitress. The same waitress opened the door and walked in again. Hello, how can I help you? Bring me 2 bottles of your best white wine, he ordered. All right, sir, please wait a moment, the waitress replied, retreating while muttering, didn't you just say it was none of my business? And so rude. Hey. You. Before Xia Hao could finish his sentence, the door to the private room closed. When the waitress brought in the 2 bottles of white wine, Xia Hao and Pan Xinzhong sat in silence, eating hot pot and drinking, alternating between white wine and beer. Suddenly Pan Xinzhong started to cry and his sobs were loud. The waitress, hearing the noise, was about to open the door to check what was going on when she poked her head in, only to be shot a glare from Xia Hao that sent her back. He lit a cigarette, drank quietly, and after 2 minutes Pan Xinzhong stopped. Brother, I want to go back to the villa, but my parents gave 200,000 yuan and it hurts my heart, Pan Xinzhong said after calming down. 200,000 yuan is nothing. I sold 3 houses. Not long ago I made a fortune from some dealings and plan to invest over 1 billion in the villa. We're halfway through. When you have time, come back and take a look and you'll see. Ah. Sold. Sold. Pan Xinzhong didn't care about the billion, he was more concerned about Xia Hao selling 3 houses. For someone like him who felt like a drifting leaf, a house meant everything. Yeah, sold. Don't worry about that 200,000, if you want to leave, just leave. Your wife isn't a good person either. Bring the child with you. If they ask for any money, just tell me. No need to be all nice about it, Xia Hao said without even looking at him, grabbing vegetables and eating. Child. The child isn't mine. Oh, it's not yours. What? The child isn't yours. A moment late to realize, Xia Hao slammed his chopsticks onto the table, glaring at Pan Xinzhong. Pan Xinzhong picked up a glass of white wine, downed it in one go, and after a pause said, I only slept with her once on our wedding night and then she never let me again. Later the child was born 7 months after they told me it was a premature birth and I believed them at the time. I know your child was premature. What happened afterward? Later I ran into that doctor at the market. She saw me lowering my head searching for precautions about premature birth and told me my child was born full-term naturally so I didn't need to be so nervous. After that the more I looked at this child the less he resembled me. This is ridiculous, why didn't you say it earlier? What if I was just misunderstanding? Pan Xinzhong still held onto some hopeful thoughts. In the future don't bear everything alone and don't treat that 200000 lightly. Here's the deal, tomorrow bring your child and your hair to me. I'll handle this for you, understood? All right. I understand, Pan Xinzhong said as if he had made a decision, his eyes becoming determined. Okay, once we finish this I'll take you back. Pretend nothing happened tonight, understood? Understood. Later that night they called a chauffeur and Xia Hao personally took Pan Xinzhong back, even bringing some fruit along. Oh, did his uncle go have drinks with Zhong? Zhong am at the entrance of the market, come out. Okay, how go? In the morning Xia Hao received hair samples from the child and Pan Xinzhong from Zhong and the results came out in the afternoon. Aunt Wang, please keep an eye on my stall for a moment, Pan Xinzhong said to Aunt Wang at the neighboring stall, and after taking off his apron he left the market. In the car he looked at the paternity test report Xia Hao handed him and instead of feeling anger or sadness he smiled. Thank you, how go, I understand now. Understand what, you creep? That smile is quite unsettling. What are you planning? Listen to me, don't do anything for the next 3.5 months, got it? Just trust me, when the time comes I'll help you find out. I won't stop you from whatever you want to do, Xia Hao hurriedly advised, fearing he might do something foolish. Alright, how go, I'll listen to you, Pan Xinzhong nodded. He knew that Xia Hao treated him like a brother. If he suffered, so would Xia Hao, and he didn't question what method Xia Hao would use. For these 3.5 months just swallow whatever comes your way. I'm leaving now, I'll take care of this report. You go back to work and try to rest more. Look at how exhausted you are. Understood, drive slowly. That evening back at the hotel he thought selling the house and not having a place to stay in the city is really troublesome. The next day he rented a warehouse 5000 square feet, which also included 3 cold storage units totaling 1000 square feet. Next, the canned goods could be delivered here and he was methodically ordering items that needed communication with sellers and had long lead times. A few days ago he passed an advertisement board featuring an ancient general holding a spear, which inspired Xia Hao. He found a processing factory online and made hundreds of spears modeled after Zhao Yun's dragon's spear, wrapping the sticks in special materials to prevent breakage. Without bullets, these spears were vastly superior to knives. The longer the length, the stronger the weapon. Most importantly, the weight of this weapon could be managed by most people, making it very energy efficient in prolonged battles. Everyone knows the power of the Guan Dao style, but it requires too much personal strength. Therefore the gun is the most reasonable choice. Initially he considered the machete, but whether he could obtain such controlled knives in bulk was another matter. Even if he could, he might be invited for tea, given that it is still a civilized society. The original manager of the warehouse was an old man from the neighborhood. The 4 walls and the iron gate had cameras. The landlord helped Xia Hao install software on his phone for real-time monitoring. Once the shelter was built, the goods from this warehouse could be transported back to the villa. After bidding farewell to the warehouse landlord and starting the car, he glanced at the rearview mirror and saw a car parked behind him. He recalled that this car had appeared several times since he ordered the canned goods. He started the car and drove a bit, confirming that the car was indeed following him. It was noon and Xia Hao drove into a bustling area, finding a restaurant to eat. For now he could only let them follow, he couldn't panic without knowing their motives. After ordering a few dishes, Xia Hao tried to gather his thoughts, wondering who could be tracking him. The first thought that crossed his mind was whether the batch of firearms he obtained from Wang Quang had been exposed. If a dozen desperate men were after him, it would be a serious problem. But it shouldn't be. He had worn gloves throughout, leaving no fingerprints. At most the patch of grass he hid in might have been discovered, but even if it was found, what could they do? He hadn't left anything behind to incriminate himself. Or had his heavy investment in building a shelter been discovered? That shouldn't be possible in this peaceful world. No one would pay attention to the construction progress of a villa. If someone had known about the apocalypse in advance and issued a warning, humanity wouldn't have been pushed to the brink of extinction in the last life unless there was another reincarnator. Or could it be that his large stockpile of supplies had drawn attention? There was also the final possibility that the items he purchased were aggressive, such as composite bows, crossbows, slingshots, guns, etc. Forget it, I'll eat first and see what tricks they're up to. After finishing the meal and leaving the restaurant, he glanced with his peripheral vision and saw that car still not far away. He took out a tactical dagger from the central console and tucked it into his waistband, then began to drive out of the city. The car was cautious. After leaving the city, it didn't follow too closely. Xia Hao accelerated at a turn, taking advantage of the trees to veer into a small road, not caring if his vehicle got scratched. Once on the small road, he drove directly into the grass. Half a minute later, he peeked out from the grass and saw that car continuing straight in the direction he had gone. He drove his vehicle out of the grass and returned the same way, heading straight for the villa. Time reached mid-January. During this period, every day was either spent at the warehouse receiving goods or at the villa overseeing construction progress. Jiangnan City is located in the south, but the temperature drops significantly in January. Without a coat, one can hardly go out. Therefore, Xia Hao wore a lightweight bulletproof vest under his jacket, which didn't look bulky at all. He dug out a Type 54 pistol from the chicken coop to carry with him. During this time, that car had been following him, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Today it had slipped away, but tomorrow it might show up again. However, the other party hadn't made any moves, they just kept following. He decided to ignore it for now. After all, if they wanted to make a move, he wasn't afraid, he just needed to be cautious. If it weren't for the full-face helmet and full protective vest being too conspicuous, he would have wanted to wear all the protective gear that just arrived. Interestingly, when he went to pick up the Nepalese knife, that outdoor club was displaying the protective gear. Initially, Xia Hao just intended to take a look, but surprisingly they were selling it for real. Without further ado, he ordered 300 sets, claiming he wanted to set up a shooting club at the villa. If he could manage to get a batch of firearms to match the number of these protective gears, he could walk confidently. Recalling his past life, aside from a few groups that broke into police stations to obtain a small batch of equipment in Wang Quang's gang, no other heavily armed groups had appeared. Of course, during the first few years of the apocalypse, Xia Hao had only operated within a few hundred kilometers around Jiangnan City, so he hadn't ventured far. At least he knew that if he had 100 fully armed team members, he could dominate the Jiangnan area. Having read those apocalypse novels before, he thought the disappearance of the army was merely a plot device for the story. Now that he found himself in the same situation, he wondered where they had gone. Could it be that they built large bases to ensure everyone's survival? In the previous life's apocalypse, for the first 2 years, he often saw the army risking their lives to save people and provide supplies, but after that they didn't appear for 8 years. If there were countries and military organizations forming systematic large shelters, then humanity would have a much greater chance of survival. Many important researchers would gather together, ensuring a complete supply of resources and development plans. In case his shelter couldn't hold out after several years, he would seek out such organizations to survive. 2 truckloads of supplies arrived today at the rented warehouse, dozens of automotive tires and tank treads, transforming ordinary vehicles into 4-wheeled snowcats unfazed by blizzards or icy roads. Anti-skid chains were also stocked in abundance. 10 snowmobiles sat quietly in the warehouse. Though bitterly cold to ride, they offered exceptional maneuverability at close range. Since settling accounts with the construction company last time, his initial 20 million yuan had already been spent, leaving him inwardly astonished at how swiftly the funds had vanished. Fortunately, his stock portfolio continued its meteoric rise, pushing his capital back up to 110 million yuan. Though sufficient to cover engineering payments, it still fell short for purchasing food and settling final logistics invoices. The stock's upward momentum began to slow, but with nearly 3 months remaining until the cataclysm, there was still time. The financial crisis was now largely resolved and all essential procurement orders had been placed. 2 critical tasks remained: first, dealing with the tail that had shadowed him for over 10 days, as neither upcoming operation could afford exposure. There were only 2 options for handling the vehicle trailing him: eliminate the driver in a remote location, but that carried grave risk. With the apocalypse still roughly 3 months away, discovery would land him behind bars awaiting annihilation in a cell, a death sentence disguised as incarceration. The second option was to capture the pursuer alive, extract answers about who had sent him, and then decide the next course of action. He chose the latter. Xia Hao led the pursuing vehicle toward an undeveloped industrial zone, half an hour later arriving at a deadened road between 2 abandoned high-rises barren of even a single shrub. Xia Hao's Audi Q5 led the way, behind it trailed a domestic SUV. Watching the vehicle follow him into the cul-de-sac through his rearview mirror, he smirked. "Little one, you think you can outwit me?" Inside the trailing SUV, a figure obscured by a cap and sunglasses curled his lips and accelerated forward. Xia Hao recoiled in shock. Had the man just dropped all pretense? At this proximity, concealment was impossible. "It's over, he must be armed." I've grown careless. I'd even planned to ambush him at the road's end with my gun. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to strike first. This is an incline, the slope hides the dead end from his view. He muttered aloud, then accelerated, only for the SUV behind to match his speed, instantly closing the gap to 30 meters. Suddenly Xia Hao rolled down his window, drew his firearm and executed a sharp 360-degree drift, reversing their positions so both cars now faced each other head-on. He thrust his arm out the window, finger tightening on the trigger. But the man in the SUV seemed to have anticipated the move, having braked well before the drift and already extended one hand out his window. That gesture signaled unarmed intent. Truth be told, he had no wish to kill the man. Such an act would invite catastrophic complications. His true aim was capture to interrogate the stranger, uncover his patron and unravel this sudden inexplicable turn of events. As Xia Hao hesitated, finger hovering over the trigger, the SUV's door swung open. Xia Hao instantly ducked low, flung open his own door and peered through the narrow slit between the door and a pillar. A pair of black military boots stepped onto the asphalt. Then emerged a man, black baseball cap, mirrored aviators, camouflage trousers, black jacket, who shut the door, removed his hat and glasses, snapped to attention and rendered a crisp salute. Commander. Shan Mao reporting for duty. Awaiting your orders. At that distance Xia Hao couldn't make out the face clearly, but upon hearing the voice his grip trembled, eyes widening in disbelief. He froze for 3 seconds, hastily holstered his weapon, stumbled out of the car and sprinted toward the figure. As he drew near he saw the man was already weeping. Xia Hao punched him lightly in the chest, then pulled him into a fierce embrace, tears streaming down his own cheeks. Shan Mao, real name Su Shan, was a former Special Forces operative honorably discharged after disciplinary infractions. At 30 he excelled in hand-to-hand combat, knife tactics and all manner of firearms. After leaving service he worked as a mercenary abroad. In the 3rd year after the apocalypse Xia Hao rescued him. By the 4th year he joined Xia Hao's security detail at Li Guahao's refugee camp. They fought side by side for 4.5 years, until Shan Mao fell during a rescue mission in the 8.5 year of the cataclysm. After a brief pause they simultaneously asked, still gripping each other's arms, "When did you return?" 3 months ago. 18 months ago. They answered in unison once more. This isn't the place to talk, we'll find somewhere private, Xia Hao said, clapping Shan Mao on the shoulder. Understood, I'll follow you. Half an hour later, inside a secluded upscale tea room, they sat facing each other. After dismissing the tea master, Xia Hao sipped his brew and said, "You returned first, you speak first." "My first act upon returning was to come home and find you. I tracked you for half a month, then realized you weren't the man I remembered. So I began preparing for the coming collapse. But I know war, not wealth. All I possessed was several million US dollars. In Jiangnan City I purchased a pre-existing underground shelter, publicly rebranding it as a themed bar under renovation, while secretly engineering my survival plan." Su Shan began recounting his story when Xia Hao suddenly interrupted. "What about Xiao Niao and Gezi? And the others?" "They retained no memories of the post-apocalyptic world. Still, I've already recalled them home. Part of my capital came from loans, 9 of them pooled their savings for me. I've told no one, not a soul, about rebirth." Shan Mao shook his head, anticipating the question. Xia Hao nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "How did you know I'd returned?" "Ha ha. Once they arrived home I assigned them shifts tracking you. But months ago I sent them out to procure supplies. By then I'd concluded you lacked prior memories, so surveillance lapsed. Only last month did I resume tailing you. From a drone hovering above your estate I watched you excavating underground, yet remained uncertain. It wasn't until I saw you visit the canned food factory that suspicion crystallized. Our identities as mercenaries inevitably draw scrutiny upon returning home. I dared not approach you directly. Contact between mercenaries and civilians invites dangerous assumptions, as you well know. Later I visited that same factory pretending to buy military-grade rations. To my astonishment the owner was Li Guahao himself, and he claimed all production capacity had long been reserved. That sealed it. Today if you hadn't made the first move I would have revealed myself anyway." Shan Mao exhaled, his account complete. "You acted wisely. Our reality is too extraordinary to share. I returned 3 months ago, and through strategic stock trading amassed over 100 million yuan. By the onset of the cataclysm I expect to reach 200 million. Then Xia Hao recounted in detail the 3-month shelter development plan he had meticulously engineered. "No wonder you're the leader. I, a simpleton, only know how to fight. After more than a year, I haven't earned a single penny, just set up a temporary doghouse. I've prepared 11 rooms in that air raid shelter and enough power and supplies for 2 to 3 years. There's nothing I can do, I only have this little money. Hearing that Xia Hao was so well prepared, Shan Mao beamed and said, before the apocalypse arrives, even if you can't regain your memories, I'll have to tie you up and wait until the ice age is over before we venture out to seize the world. Now that you're back, how we proceed is entirely up to you. Coincidentally, my refuge also has 11 rooms. After Xia Hao mentioned this, the two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. First, I don't even know your addresses. Second, if you haven't been reborn like me as an ordinary citizen, I certainly can't persuade you to join me at this moment. I had originally planned to form my own team first and look for you after the apocalypse. In my previous life you managed to hold out until the 3rd year, and I believe you can do the same this time as long as I go find you at that time. There are still 2 items left unfinished in all my plans. The first is to find you and figure out a way to become your friends. But now all of that is unnecessary, Xia Hao said, taking a sip of tea. Indeed, we are not from this city. The only reason we came here is to find you. If you hadn't mentioned that you were at Yiling Mountain Villa all these years, a place like that would be easy to find. Otherwise I wouldn't have known how to look for you. Shan Mao sighed, realizing how difficult it is to find someone in a sea of people. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he said, Boss, have you considered why only the 2 of us were reborn? I think about it every day. I even tested Li Guahao and found out he wasn't reborn. Why do you ask? Do you have a clue? Xia Hao perked up, looking at Shan Mao. After I returned to the country, I suddenly thought of that sinkhole in your province. Do you remember it? Shan Mao countered. Xia Hao pondered for a moment, his eyes lighting up, and said, wasn't that initially silver and then turned into a grayish metallic color? Yes, I specially went to check it out. I recorded it. Take a look, said Shan Mao, pulling out his phone, locating a video and showing it to Xia Hao. In the video, Shan Mao was seen rappelling down to the bottom of a large sinkhole, approaching a gray object that resembled a flying disc deeply embedded in the soil at the bottom of the sinkhole. The surroundings were in disarray, clearly indicating that this object had fallen from outside the sinkhole and embedded itself into the ground. Judging by the visible portion of the gray object, it was at least 100 square meters. Then the video angle switched, revealing an animal carcass beside it, roughly the size of an olive. Although it had been reduced to a pile of bones, it was evident that the hand of this corpse had fingers similar to those of a human, and there were scattered items nearby which were clearly not formed by nature but were man-made. The video continued as Shan Mao took off his gloves and touched the gray object. After a few attempts with no reaction, he pulled out an electric angle grinder and began to cut into the object. However, after grinding for a while, there were no visible marks on the surface of the gray object. As the video concluded, Xia Hao fell into deep thought while Shan Mao sipped his tea, not interrupting his contemplation. Looking at Shan Mao, Xia Hao asked, are you suggesting that we touched this object and could only be reborn after dying? Your rebirth coincided with your death, while I also had to take my own life to be reborn. I guess that's the case, Shan Mao replied. But wait, at that time, besides us, others in our team also touched it. Just as he finished speaking, Xia Hao seemed to have recalled something, taking off gloves. Right, only the 2 of us took off our gloves back then. Do you remember? At that time this object was silver, and you even remarked how it turned gray after touching it, Shan Mao reminded Xia Hao. I remember now. At that time everything was covered in snow and we couldn't see the ground. We couldn't tell that this object had been impacted. After we realized it wasn't usable material, we left. What do you think of this object? Xia Hao asked Shan Mao after recalling. I've researched it and found no explanations. I read a science fiction novel that hinted at this. Could this object be an alien spacecraft and that corpse an alien? This alien spacecraft might have the ability to grant rebirth. Did this alien touch it and then commit suicide to return to its home planet? Shan Mao asked uncertainly. Xia Hao pondered for a moment and said, what you're saying does make sense. Otherwise we can't explain our rebirth. I suspect it fell there due to a lack of energy, and just as we absorbed the last bit of energy it changed color. That must have been its final trace of energy. Moreover, I believe the Earth's cataclysm might be related to it. Is it possible that in parts we cannot see, such as those buried underground, something leaked and polluted the Earth's interior, causing the disaster? Xia Hao continued speculating. I think your analysis is reasonable. A technologically advanced civilization capable of granting rebirth could indeed leak harmful substances that caused the Earth's cataclysm. Unfortunately, even if I had told others to salvage that spacecraft back then, it would have been too late. The corpse has long turned to bones, indicating it happened a long time ago. Now we can only prepare to face the impending apocalypse. Shan Mao sighed, shaking his head. What preparations have you made? Since this topic was all speculation with no basis, Xia Hao decided not to continue guessing and asked. I expanded the air raid shelter to about 2,000 square meters. The diesel generator and battery pack can last around 3 years. I've installed a cold storage and ventilation system, and the main entrance is secured with a bank vault door. The heating and cooling system is complete, and the thermal clothing we have is enough for decades. The medical supplies and food should last us for over 10 years. Water is a bit scarce, probably only enough for 2 years. The space in the shelter is limited, so I could only manage 3 vehicles. I had Pigeon and a few others buy weapons outside, and he'll find a way to bring them back. Most of the money was spent on weapons. I also prepared handheld weapons. Unfortunately, I converted it to RMB and I only had over 30 million, so that's all I could do. By the way, I even specially brought back a thermal imaging device. Damn it, I can't suffer such losses again, Shan Mao said, gritting his teeth at the thought of the thermal imaging device. Hearing this, Xia Hao burst into laughter. Before the rebirth, Xia Hao had led them on missions, and due to resource scarcity later on, most factions had no guns and had let their guard down, resulting in them being ambushed in a derelict building in the city, leading to Shan Mao's demise. However, after laughing, he immediately adopted a sorrowful expression and said, after you died, the brothers all perished in that battle. I was shot in the leg facing over 20 opponents with 3 guns while we only had the one in my hand. Once the remaining dozen bullets were fired, fortunately the enemy ran out of bullets too. There were still 5 of them left. I dragged my wounded leg and fought them hand to hand. I almost died in that battle. Who are they? Even with a 3-tune disadvantage in firearms, our team should handle over 20 opponents without difficulty. Shan Mao turned to Xia Hao and asked, puzzled. Same as you, I killed them and found their identification on their bodies. They were active duty personnel, Xia Hao said, his brow deeply furrowed. Damn it, what kind of people are these? It's bad enough they're not maintaining order, but now they're attacking civilians. What happened next? Were the hostages rescued? Shan Mao exclaimed, incensed. Even if we rescued them, it was too late. Over 30 civilians had been imprisoned, mostly women, few men. The women were severely injured, most had lost their sanity. Only one cook survived. He drove me back to the base. Without him I wouldn't have made it. After dropping me off, he took his own life. Xia Hao sighed helplessly. Ah, the 7th year after the apocalypse. Many who once stood upright had long since let their hearts turn black, Shan Mao murmured, sighing in turn. Later I went on a week-long mission. When I returned, the base's heating system had failed. All that remained, over 1,000 people, froze to death. Even the other guard units perished. I seized every remaining supply and firearm along with a helicopter untouched by that torrential rain. I drained several fuel depots and scoured a radius of hundreds of kilometers for any surviving human settlement, but found none. My rations ran out. Life no longer held meaning, so I ended it. Even now I recall that moment of release, profound, serene surrender. Hearing this, both fell silent for a while. Then Shan Mao suddenly asked, Chief, do you think humanity can endure? I don't know. After another pause, Xia Hao said, we'll live as long as we can build a team and preserve the ember of humankind. Beyond that, fate will decide. Come, let's inspect your shelter. Show me your procurement list. I'll cancel overlapping orders, collect the funds and invest them in the stock market to acquire essential supplies. Agreed. They left the tea house and headed toward Shan Mao's bunker, a repurposed WWI-era air raid shelter which he had leased and kept under renovation ever since. Inside, heavy steel reinforcement bars crisscrossed the ceiling, an obvious precaution against early-stage seismic tremors. Unrefined in appearance yet ruthlessly functional. Deeper down beyond the narrow passage, the space opened into a broad chamber. Though less than 3 meters high, it offered unobstructed sightlines, revealing 4 men and 1 woman seated around a large circular table in the central living area. Xia Hao flashed a grin upon seeing them. They in turn watched silently as Shan Mao ushered him in. Everyone meet our new leader, Xia Hao, Shan Mao quickly introduced. They froze. What? A new leader? This man looked younger than most of them. Wasn't Shan Mao the leader? Indeed, the youngest among them was Feng Huang, the woman aged 26, the others ranged from 29 to 35. Xia Hao, born into urban privilege, possessed smooth fair skin, a detail that struck them as unusually delicate. At nearly 28 he appeared barely 24 or 25. Hearing Shan Mao declare this youth their future commander, none of them felt convinced. Noticing their disdain, Xia Hao inwardly chuckled. You all were trained by me in my past life, your petty calculations aren't hidden from me. Shan Mao of course sensed their resistance, but feigned ignorance. He knew Xia Hao would soon command their unwavering loyalty. Pretending to introduce strangers for the first time, he formally presented each member. They're all proficient in airborne insertion, reconnaissance, diving, marksmanship, hand-to-hand combat, field medicine and vehicle operation. Cobra, real name Yu Jing, specializes in assault and reconnaissance. Panda, real name Xiong Huaming, excels in assault and assassination. Tiger, real name Li, who handles assault and rocket launchers. Rhino, real name Chen Shi, lives up to his name, built like a bull. His assault and close quarters combat ranks second in our unit. The first of course is our new commander. Ha ha. Feng Huang, real name Jiang Feng, is our sole female operative specializing in assault and sniping. Several others remain overseas procuring equipment. Pigeon, real name Yuga, handles assault firearms and mechanical repair. Little Bird, real name Xiao Nao, is our tech specialist, tanks, armored vehicles, aircraft and helicopters. He outperforms us all. Mountain Eagle, real name Shuang, focuses on assault and vehicle operation much like Little Bird. Leopard, real name Bao Xiafeng, masters assault and sniping. With a sly wink at Xia Hao, he added, I'll introduce the rest when they return, hee hee. Hello everyone. As Shan Mao finished speaking, Xia Hao greeted the group, his heart swelling with quiet fierce joy at reuniting with his resurrected team. Hello. 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 Each offered a greeting, though reluctantly, especially Rhino, who bristled at being ranked second and immediately wanted to test Xia Hao's mettle. In truth, Xia Hao's expression darkened slightly upon hearing Shan Mao's introductions. What a self-inflicted burden. In his past life he'd forged himself through relentless combat. Though his tactical instincts remained intact, his physical conditioning lagged far behind his former self. Rebirth had consumed him in logistics, leaving no time for training. That 100-meter sprint during the raid on Wang Kuang's armory had already revealed the gap. These five might chafe at his authority, but they obeyed Shan Mao, and Season 4 and mercenaries were nothing if not adaptable. Don't assume mercenaries are all cold, arrogant lone wolves. When teammates die at any moment, survival demands swift integration into new units. A scowl earns no respect, and in peacetime they blend seamlessly into civilian life, cherishing its quiet simplicity more than most. On the battlefield they trade jokes and ribald banter even as bullets fly. Only in true moments of crisis does their lethal aura surface. Don't believe everything Shan Mao says, we're all brothers here. From now on we watch each other's backs, Xia Hao replied with an easy smile. That night Xia Hao and the team drank and talked deep into the hours inside the bunker, growing steadily familiar. Knowing each person's character from his past life made connection effortless. Shan Mao and Xia Hao had agreed on a cover story. Xia Hao was his childhood friend, recently retired from overseas combat, having neglected training for years, thus tempering the other's eagerness to spar. All understood how rapidly skill deteriorates without practice, like an elite athlete stepping away from competition for years. Even the greatest cannot reclaim their prime. Yet firearms demand innate talent, and there's no fair way to test it. Target practice. Child's play. For now they trust Shan Mao's judgment and later gauge Xia Hao's true caliber. On the battlefield, mastery commands respect, regardless of age. Shan Mao, who carried memories of rebirth, if Xia Hao lacked true ability, would his pride truly submit to someone 2 or 3 years his junior? Even if Xia Hao had saved his life twice before, brotherhood was one thing, leadership demanded proof. And honorably Xia Hao had earned it in just a few years. To be honest, I once rescued an underground expert group abroad, and they revealed to me that the Earth is facing an unprecedented disaster, putting humanity at risk of extinction. That's why Shan Mao asked you to return and prepare this base, Xia Hao said as he took a sip. Everyone paused, their hands holding the cups frozen, exchanging glances filled with skepticism and disdain, some even thinking Xia Hao was just rambling due to intoxication. Only Shan Mao remained calm, as this was their agreed plan for Xia Hao to come clean. I know you think I'm talking nonsense, but this underground expert group is not just a name. They predicted the earthquake in XX year, the tsunami in XX year, the disaster in XX year, and the hurricane in XX year. Xia Hao recounted over a decade's worth of disasters, essentially mythologizing this so-called expert group to intimidate them. I need to use the restroom. Shan Mao stood up, finding an excuse to leave. He simply couldn't believe Xia Hao's incredible ability to fabricate stories. He left to stifle his laughter, fearing that he might disrupt Xia Hao's performance. Meanwhile, Xia Hao continued to speak earnestly, embellishing his tales. When Shan Mao returned, Xia Hao said, "Since this is our first meeting, I understand your disbelief. I have invested all my money into this pharmaceutical company that is developing an anti-cancer drug. You've heard of it, right? In just 2 months I turned a few million into over 100 million. You can check my transaction records. This information was all given to me by that expert group. The profits I make will go towards building the shelter. He then took out his phone to show everyone the clear transaction amounts and balances. While they were skeptical about other matters, they certainly believed in money. What are you planning by telling us all this? Phoenix and Icy Beauty asked with an unapproachable demeanor. I plan to take all your money and invest it in this stock, using the profits to develop my base. This air raid shelter can be set aside for now. It can serve as a transfer station in the future. Tomorrow we'll coordinate resources with Xia Hao. If there are severe overlaps, we won't continue purchasing. Whatever is needed here, I'll move to my place where the living conditions are much better. Xia Hao then described his shelter construction plan for over 10 minutes. He took a sip of his drink and added, "You don't need to worry. If the apocalypse doesn't come, I will return your money and every penny earned from the stock will be yours. You don't have to worry about me not giving you your money back. Even if we depreciate these goods, they are still worth 200 million. He then quietly observed them while sipping his drink. Everyone looked at Phoenix as all their savings were with her, something Xia Hao was well aware of. Phoenix shifted her gaze to Xia Hao. Xia Hao shrugged and said, "Let me put it this way, don't mention money. If the boss asked me to give my life to him, I would end myself right now. You can see for yourselves whether I mean it." Alright, since Cat Brother has spoken, the 9 of us lent him about 20 million last time. We still have 40 million among us and we will transfer 30 million to you. The remaining 10 million is reserved for Pigeon to buy goods over there. If what you say is true, the money will be worthless by then, so there's no need to pay it back, Phoenix said, directly pulling out 9 phones to transfer 30 million to Xia Hao, asking beforehand, "Aren't you worried about them checking if we transfer our money directly to your account?" Xia Hao replied nonchalantly, "There are only 3 months until the apocalypse arrives. Even if they check, what can they do? We won't make any moves during these 3 months." Just as the transfer was completed, Phoenix's phone rang. She put it on speaker and Pigeon's voice came through. "You wasteful woman, you've transferred all our money away. Are you planning to run?" Phoenix replied coolly, "We have a new leader taking over Cat Brother's position. Your money is the joining fee, so focus on your procurement and stop talking nonsense." Before Pigeon could say anything more, Phoenix hung up the phone. After the phone notified that the transfer was successful, Xia Hao said, "I will buy in tomorrow. You can keep an eye on it. This stock will rise again. Tomorrow I will coordinate resources with Xia Hao and you can come with me to the villa to take a look." "Alright, just don't make your excuses too ridiculous next time," Phoenix said, playing with her phone without looking at Xia Hao. Xia Hao. The next day, Xia Hao spent the entire day coordinating resources with Xia Hao, who was impressed by Xia Hao's foresight. He thought of items needed for temporary living over the next 3 years, while Xia Hao even planned for future agricultural and livestock development, ensuring that the power supply could sustain tens of thousands of people. With Xia Hao's plans, Xia Hao's confidence in human survival was greatly boosted. Moreover, Xia Hao wasted a lot of money on unnecessary supplies, neglecting to document coordinates for future collection. Where did Pigeon go this time? After coordinating the supplies, Xia Hao asked Xia Hao. "Delta, the old nest of the powder sellers. He has a buddy there who is a small boss," Xia Hao replied. "What are they mainly dealing with?" "We currently don't have the financial capability to deal with big items. We can only win through numbers. Let's allocate 1 million for bullets, then buy 20 AKs, 20 minutes and 16 seconds and 20 FN handguns. Get Phoenix a Baradam 82A1 and Leopard is trying to get a Croatian RT-20 for himself. If he can't get it, we will buy another Barrett," Xia Hao said after pondering. "You're well prepared." Xia Hao is still obsessed with getting a helicopter. It seems that the humiliation from the helicopter in his past life won't happen again in this one, Xia Hao laughed. Speaking of which, I'm starting to suspect he might have been reborn too." Xia Hao laughed in agreement. "I have an idea. Check the local official organizations when the time comes. I want to procure big items and a helicopter. If there's an opportunity, go for it. If not, then forget it. Just be cautious while asking. Safety comes first before the apocalypse. You understand what I mean, right?" "Alright, speaking of helicopters, Little Bird went to the Middle East. He said he wants to find a way to get an Apache, but the success rate is only 40. If we can't get it, we should at least get a civilian helicopter," Xia Hao said with a sly grin. "Do you all have connections for that? If you can really get it, that would be great. But refueling is a big issue. Do you have acquaintances at the airport?" "There are ways. Strictly speaking, we got the Apache ourselves. It all depends on how big your fuel depot is. If the funds are in place, aviation fuel won't be a problem." Xia Hao patted his chest confidently. First, let's not even talk about whether we can get it or not. The price of an Apache is 2 to 3 billion. How does Little Bird plan to get it? Xia Hao asked, puzzled. Who knows? Little Bird is quite crafty anyway. He promised me that he would return if he couldn't manage it. Well, then it's settled. Before the apocalypse in half a month, we can borrow a civilian one just in case. As long as we ensure proper protection and don't get soaked in that rain, we'll be fine. Let's make this plan and I'll take you to see my place. Alright, I'll gather everyone together. A remote base located 400 kilometers east of Naypyidaw, Myanmar. On a bamboo terrace, several people sit cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by fresh fruits and abundant grilled meats laid out upon banana leaves. A scar-faced heavy-set man in his 40s, flanked by two Southeast Asian women, grins broadly as he addresses the two visitors. Brother Pigeon, Brother Leopard, what wind has carried you all the way here? Tun Chin, you've certainly risen high since returning. I count over 100 men bustling about, adding your field operatives, and you're commanding several thousand troops. Ha! Truly impressive. The speaker is you've been known as Brother Pigeon, the very man Xia Hao once called Pigeon. Back then I should have followed your invitation to build my fortune in Myanmar. Look at you now, plump, radiant, thriving. Says Brother Leopard. Don't think I don't know what you're muttering under your breath, country bumpkin, right? Don't pretend you envy me. You never show up uninvited, brother's war god. Speak plainly, what do you need from Tun Chin? We shared trenches once. No formalities required. Having drained the wine offered by one of the women, Tun Chin pats both on their hips with a chuckle, gesturing for them to withdraw before turning his full attention to his guests. Nothing too complicated. We require a shipment of arms plus 2 long-range rifles capable of penetrating armored vehicles, and no fewer than 1 million rounds of ammunition. Brother Pigeon states without preamble. Brother Pigeon, I thought it was something serious. Is this all? Aside from those 2 rifles, which are tricky to source, I've got everything else in stock. But why such an enormous quantity of ammunition? Someone's dead, is that it? Are you seeking vengeance? Could it be Mountain Cat? Tun Chin exclaims, visibly startled. Hey Tun Chin, must your mouth always stink like rotting fish? The captain only gave you a single beating years ago, yet you curse him into the grave. Brother Leopard snatches a grape from the table and hurls it at Tun Chin, scolding him mid-throw. Tun Chin doesn't flinch. He picks up the grape, wipes it briskly against his shirt and grins. Don't you folks procure such gear freely back home? Why come all the way here, and in such volume? Is there trouble brewing? In this region I still carry weight. We need to transport it inside. Inside? No, far too much honor. My brothers value their lives above all else, Tun Chin replies, shaking his massive head, jowls wobbling with each motion. That's precisely why we came to you, not only because we trust you implicitly but also because of proximity. We believe you possess the means. Impossible. That zone is strictly forbidden. I won't risk my men on this. Tun Chin turns away, childishly refusing to meet their eyes. Brother Pigeon and Brother Leopard exchange a glance. Had they not known Tun Chin well, they might have mistaken his sullen silence for dismissal. $15,000 extra, Brother Pigeon says coolly. Gentlemen, truly, it can't be done. This job will cost several lives. Tun Chin's expression crumples into genuine sorrow. Brother Pigeon lowers his gaze to his meal, not even lifting his head as he adds 1 infrared thermal imaging system, the kind used by Eagle Nation's elite forces. A sharp involuntary hiss escapes Tun Chin's lips. In jungle warfare, concealment is omnipresent. Thermal imagers grant near supernatural advantage, surpassing even the most lethal armaments. Tun Chin hesitates, then ventures cautiously, lately I've been short on skilled personnel. Though hundreds serve here, fewer than 50 possess the competence to execute this mission. Success may demand several sacrifices, fathers, sons, loyal brothers. How could I ask that? 2 infrared thermal imaging systems. Ahem, well, after all these years of life and death brotherhood, how could I refuse a request from true brothers? This task is mine to fulfill. Tell me, when and where shall the delivery be made? Tun Chin suddenly straightens, slapping his ample chest with solemn resolve. By April 1st, without delay. One day late and Cat Brother will unleash hell, Brother Pigeon replies with a wry smile. Agreed, full refund if your cargo hasn't arrived by 2400 on April 1st. Tun Chin reaffirms, then calls out cheerfully, ladies, come forth and attend our esteemed guests. In Balor, 3 military Humvees kick up dust as they roll from a small town toward distant mountain foothills. Inside the central vehicle sit Xiao Nao and Bao Xiafeng, both bruised and swollen. Besides the driver, 4 armed guards keep watch over them. After roughly 40 minutes, the convoy halts. "Gentlemen, you've arrived," announces a masked militant, gesturing for them to disembark. "Thank you, brother." Bao Xiafeng nods politely. Stepping out, they find themselves in utter desolation. At the foot of a barren mountain looms a colossal cave entrance fortified by no fewer than a dozen defensive emplacements. Ha ha ha. Little bird. Brother leopard. What an unexpected and honored visit. Come on up. A grizzled bearded man in his 50s strides from the cave mouth, his booming laughter echoing across the valley. Still dozens of meters apart, brother leopard waves in greetings, General Glade. As they close the distance, Glade's jovial mask hardens instantly. His voice tightens with fury. "Who did this to you? Good God, do they not know Mountain Cat Unit is my closest, most trusted brotherhood?" Little bird sighs deeply, exhaustion etched across his face. "General Glade, could we possibly enter first and eat something? Quickly, inside, quickly. Let's talk within." Glade wraps an arm around each man and ushers them into the cavern, then barks orders at an armed guard. "You tell the cook to prepare several hearty dishes for my brothers." 10 minutes later, little bird and brother leopard devour meat and bread ravenously, then drain 2 glasses of milk tea in one breath. Glade watches in silence throughout, speaking only after they finish. He hands each a Marlboro cigarette. "My dear brothers, have you eaten your fill? Now tell me what truly happened. Where is Mountain Cat? Our other 8 comrades have vanished, no word on whether they live or die. This time I've come to borrow your Apache helicopters. I intend to mount a rescue." Little bird's voice trembles with grief. Glade falls silent, lost in thought. After finishing his cigarette, he crushes the butt fiercely beneath his boot. "It isn't that I refuse, I'm well aware of our precarious position. I own only 3 of these machines. If..." He trails off, fearful that should they fail to return, one of his precious Apaches would be lost forever. Yet those 3 Apaches bear deep ties to Mountain Cat Unit. 5 years ago, Glade hired them to assault an enemy base in Eagle Nation to extract several high-value hostages. Instead, Mountain Cat obliterated the entire compound, enabling Glade to seize vast stores of weapons and supplies, including those 3 Apaches, propelling him into the ranks of Balor's top 3 armed factions. Even had Mountain Cat claimed a fair share of the spoils, Glade would have raised no objection. Yet they accepted payment and departed, refusing to expand beyond their 10-member cadre. Had they chosen otherwise, Glade believes Mountain Cat would rank among the world's 5 most formidable mercenary units. "General Glad, I know what you're worried about. Do you think having 1 more Apache will change the situation? Your biggest issue now is not just military strength but the hearts of the people. I still can't figure out the intricate relationships within you. There is backstabbing everywhere and everyone is on guard against each other," Leopard stated sharply. "Alright, let's not mention your situation. We have no place to comment. If we can survive this, we owe you a favor." I believe General Glad understands the weight of a favor from our Lynx team. No matter how your situation unfolds in the future, we will help you in your most difficult times. To put it bluntly, if one day you are captured, we will spare no effort to rescue you, Little Bird promised. This was also what Lynx instructed him to do upon coming here. However, he was unaware that these 2 had given the other party a beating beforehand and tricked Glad into thinking they had been captured just to elicit sympathy. Because Lynx said he had found a backer, there would be no more opportunities to carry out missions outside, so Little Bird was not worried about being exposed later. In case they meet again in the future, they could just say they flew away in a helicopter after rescuing the people, and if they never had the chance to come back. Glad did not respond to their question about the situation and asked where did they encounter trouble. "It happened in Myanmar," Little Bird answered without hesitation. "Alright, let's be honest." Glad suddenly leaned back, lit a cigarette and spoke as if he had seen through everything. Little Bird scratched his nose, glanced at Leopard and then sheepishly said, "Hee, General Glad, you truly are astute. No wonder you are a seasoned general. I can't hide anything from you. But how did you see through it?" "You 2 brats, this can't possibly be Lynx's idea, right? He would never make such a foolish mistake." Glad shot a sideways glance at the 2. It indeed wasn't his idea, but the suggestion to borrow the Apache helicopter was his. Leopard scratched his head and said, "If you came to me from Myanmar, it would take at least 57 days, right? Your injuries were only inflicted yesterday, weren't they? And Little Bird's injury is clearly more serious." Leopard fights viciously. "Am I wrong?" Glad said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. "In Myanmar, if you were really beaten, it wouldn't be by fists, it must have been a rifle butt. Do you see this scar on my face? I went there to make money before. Are you trying to fool children with such injuries? And there were 10 of you in total. The Apache can only take 2, at most 4 if you hang extra seats. What about the remaining 6? If you were borrowing a transport helicopter, I might believe it. but borrowing in Apache. Hey, speak up, I want to hear the truth. The two exchanged glances, chuckled, and stopped pretending to be in distress. Lynx said, we are about to change leaders. As for who it is, I haven't met him, but I did track him for a while a year ago. He seemed just like an ordinary person and he didn't even realize he was being followed, Little Bird recalled, and Leopard nodded in agreement. What? Lynx is actually going to ally with an organization. Back then, not to mention the even mercenary groups like Blackwater IZO or Arctic Fox invited him, but he refused to join. Now he actually wants to align with someone else. Do you know where he is from? Glad straightened up, astonished. He is from Hua country, we checked his records. An ordinary citizen who has never been abroad. Not only Glad but Little Bird and Leopard were also baffled, still struggling to believe it. Hearing you say this, I find it interesting. Don't underestimate people, some may appear ordinary but are quite extraordinary. Glad began to ponder, then continued, so this Apache is a gift for the meeting. Little Bird nodded awkwardly. He initially intended to borrow it but now directly admitted he had no plans to return it. Fine, it's just one helicopter. Just as you said, it won't bring any help for our situation. I'll give it to you. I am willing to maintain a good relationship with this mysterious person, but I require a promise that you won't take any jobs that would be detrimental to my country in the future. Glad bit his teeth and said, thinking that an organization capable of making Lynx voluntarily ally must surpass all mercenary forces. Moreover, daring to openly bring an Apache into Hua country, their identity must not be simple. Perhaps he had stumbled upon a wide avenue. Ayahaha, you should have said it was that easy earlier. You made us go through all this. Thank you, General. Glad. Leopard changed to a cheerful expression, nodding and bowing while pouring tea for Glad. Don't come at me with that. Half of the supplies here were brought by you. If you take them elsewhere, no one will say anything. You will stay here for a few days and I will arrange the flight route and refueling points for you. After all, you need to fly over several countries for more than 6,000 kilometers and the range is only a little over 500 kilometers. I will also fill your weapons and ammunition. Glad waved his hand and said, by the way, can you conveniently disclose the name of the other party? I don't know what the organization is called, but the new leader is named Xia Hao. Lynx told me to let you know that there will be a disaster on April 5th and you should prepare enough supplies to leave the cave that day. It's best to start building a sturdy earthquake-proof shelter from now on. That's what he is doing now. I don't really believe it either. He also said that if survival becomes impossible, find him and he will persuade the new leader to take you in. That's his exact words. As Little Bird spoke, he took out a list and a coordinate, continuing, this is the location. This list of supplies was compiled by him and this string of numbers is the radio code we will use after April 5th. He said if you don't believe it, at least don't stay in the cave that day. Moreover, I was especially instructed to make it seem like the end of the world. I conveyed the list, believing it or not is up to you. Glad fell into silence. He felt Lynx must have discovered some significant secret, unlike how Little Bird and Leopard described it so casually. Moreover, the secret might have been provided by someone named Xia Hao. Although he found it too outrageous, he still took the matter seriously, not for anything else but because he trusted Lynx. Alright, I understand. Wait for my news. After accepting the USB drive from Little Bird and arranging accommodations for the two, Glad began to communicate about their flight route and refueling points. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. The phone rang incessantly. Pigeon pushed away the two women lying on him and picked up the phone to see it was 4 a.m. Little Bird, let me tell you, you'd better be serious. Do you know it's 4 a.m. in Myanmar? After answering the call, Pigeon cursed. I got the stuff. Have Tun Chin prepare a place to park the Apache. Little Bird ignored Pigeon's words and hung up the phone. Hey, this kid is getting more and more reckless. Yinling Manor bustled with construction activity. After arriving, Shan Mao and his 5 companions settled in, not in the workers' temporary barracks but comfortably housed in the 3-story villa on the premises. Upon learning that Xiao Niao had acquired an Apache helicopter, Xia Hao was overjoyed. Though spare parts for maintenance were incomplete and the aircraft would see only limited use, it would prove indispensable during true crises, significantly bolstering their chances of survival. Moreover, learning that all vehicles prepared by Shan Mao were military-grade Humvees, lacking mounted heavy machine guns yet vastly superior in armor protection to any civilian models Xia Hao had previously purchased, the construction plan now required an additional large outdoor warehouse 6 meters tall designed to store extra construction equipment for future expansion. Its sole functional mandates were earthquake resistance and rainproofing. Surviving these two critical hazards would ensure the equipment remained intact. It's a pity Xiao Niao is in the Middle East, sighed Xia Hao. Otherwise we could install a full radar and signal reception suite here at the manor, along with an electronic defense system. Shan Mao, overhearing, immediately replied, "We can procure the equipment now and install it after the freeze period ends. I know exactly what's needed, and sourcing it won't be difficult." Xia Hao's eyes lit up. Exactly. Having another mind to strategize with makes all the difference. Working alone I'd inevitably overlook crucial details. After all, expertise lies in specialization. Honestly, I never would have conceived such an ecosystem restoration plan. Without you I'd likely repeat my past life, endlessly fighting, dying nameless somewhere unknown. Back then I merely obeyed orders from so-called survival teams offering no constructive input. From now on you lead, I'll trust your judgment wholeheartedly, Shan Mao praised genuinely. Don't flatter me, those years you refused to read human sociology texts. Did you think mastery came naturally? I spent a decade intensively studying this field, learning as I went, teaching as I learned. What shape it ultimately takes, even I can't predict. Xia Hao chuckled wryly. Who cares? At worst we'll seize the mountains as our domain and live freely until our final day, Shan Mao declared, utterly carefree. Alright, get started. If possible, contact Xiao Yao first to confirm compatibility, otherwise your assumptions about equipment may not match his actual needs. Xia Hao waved dismissively, issuing instructions. A minute passed. Seeing Shan Mao still standing motionless, Xia Hao asked curiously, "Why haven't you left yet? The disaster is less than 2 months away." Boss, all my funds are tied up in that one stock of yours." Xia Hao fell silent. After a pause he transferred 2 million yuan to Shan Mao, who then drove down the mountain. Deep within Yinling Manor's orchard inside a livestock shed. "What's gotten into the boss? Making elite mercenaries like us feed chickens." Hu Zi grumbled, dumping feed from a burlap sack into a trough. "I'm a top-tier assassin, and here I am waiting to assist a goat's delivery." "Not a word from me, damn it," said Xiong Mao, wearing disposable gloves as he stood ready beside a laboring nanny goat. Xinyo leaned against the fence, cradling a large bundle of hay in his left hand and feeding each stalk individually to a dairy cow, his expression utterly disenchanted. "I, a heavy artillery specialist and martial arts champion, reduced to feeding cattle. Let me make this clear, if anyone breathes a word of this I'll silence you permanently." Yanqi, having finished his task, stood idly with a dogtail grass stem between his teeth, humming an off-key tune. All four men stared openly at Feng Huang, who bent low to milk the cow, her neckline revealing a fleeting glimpse of elegance. "Have you four stared your fill? Try sleeping with your eyes open, I'll gouge them out. Less chatter, more work. You lost fair and square, now get to it." Feng Huang shot them a sharp, flirtatious glance. They hastily averted their gazes, chuckling awkwardly, only to resume watching intently the moment she bent again to milk the cow. During this period Xia Hao engaged in relentless physical training, gradually reclaiming instincts long dormant. He himself found it curious, how could his innate aptitude in this domain be so extraordinary? Eager to test him, the others challenged him repeatedly, in hand-to-hand combat, marksmanship and rock climbing, only to be narrowly defeated each time. His bout with Xinyo in particular had been grueling. The shooting contest took place at a local range. Though no sniper rifles were available, limiting Feng Huang's full potential, Xia Hao's mastery of standard firearms revealed unmistakable expertise honed through years of rigorous practice. Their forfeit: 1 month of agricultural labor, raising livestock, cultivating crops, and even assisting in constructing the new warehouse. When construction workers saw Feng Huang, this stunning woman, hoisting double-weight rebar, they felt equal parts awe and indignation, muttering bitterly behind her back about Xia Hao, the heartless, unchivalrous client. Now they naturally addressed Xia Hao as boss. The lingering skepticism remained, they hadn't yet witnessed him in actual combat. This title carried weight partly due to the meteoric rise of that single stock he held. Most crucially, upon seeing the shelter's comprehensive configuration, well-equipped, modest yet deeply comfortable, they fell in love with it. To honor their dignity, Xia Hao sacrificed 300 square meters of the sub-basement storage to expand accommodations, 10 new rooms, half with private bathrooms. The basement level was thus transformed into 1 master suite, 20 secondary bedrooms, and 13 fully equipped restrooms. Feeling truly valued, and knowing this shelter would serve as their permanent base, the team gradually accepted Xia Hao's leadership. During room construction, Xia Hao asked Shan Mao, "Should we bring your parents or siblings here? Men like us, hired as mercenaries since age 20, rarely come from close-knit families. If we did, we wouldn't have chosen this path. She has a younger sister living with their mother after her remarriage. We can ask him, but best not mention the stepfather." Shan Mao smiled faintly. Xia Hao nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, if warmth existed at home, who would choose to become a cold-blooded killer abroad? Those keyboard warriors boasting online about becoming mercenaries would return weeping after just one real engagement. Otherwise, post-traumatic stress disorder wouldn't afflict so many veterans. During this time with Shan Mao's assistant Xia Hao recalled more pivotal events from his previous life, refining his chronicle of critical occurrences, and copied it for Shan Mao, fearing memory loss later. Especially during the 3 years preceding the apocalypse, Shan Mao and Xia Hao had not been allied. They lived 500 kilometers apart, in Jiangdong City, so Xia Hao also documented key supply caches and dominant factions operating there. Assigning them to farming and animal husbandry now served a strategic purpose, preparing everyone for holistic self-sufficiency. Conflict would not last forever. Proficiency wasn't mandatory, but foundational knowledge was essential. February 16, 2026, Chinese New Year's Eve. The construction firm's staff had departed the day before. Typically, industry workers take leave weeks earlier, but under Xia Hao's generous financial incentives, they worked until Lunar New Year's Eve and agreed to return on the 7th day of the new year. These days weighed most heavily on Xia Hao. With the Spring Festival holiday, the stock market closed, halting the dizzying ascent of his prized stock. Yet joy prevailed this year. Yinling Manor thrummed with festive energy. Everyone savored produce grown and raised on site, tasting richer, more fulfilling than ever before. On March 10, 2026, less than a month before the apocalypse. Thanks to the financial support from the Bobcat and others, his plans became much more ample. He not only expanded a large warehouse but also purchased some supplies that he had originally intended to acquire for free after the apocalypse, as having them in hand provided peace of mind against unforeseen events. Today marks the completion of the main structure and also the day for vehicle pickup. Early in the morning, after completing the loan procedures, all the vehicles were registered by the afternoon. As 9 specially modified cars were loaded onto the trailer from the automotive city, many people took out their phones to snap pictures. They chose to load them onto a trailer to avoid drawing too much attention, but did not expect that there would be so many people at the automotive city today, resulting in some being photographed despite their efforts. Wow, look, these must have been purchased by the military. If you don't know, don't say anything recklessly. The military vehicles are specially customized and shipped directly from the manufacturer. There's no way they would come to a 4S store to buy them. Whoa, that's amazing. Aren't they just missing machine guns on the rooftops? It must have been purchased by some off-road club for long-distance travel. We just don't understand the world of the wealthy. That biggest one must be at least $1 million, right? It looks impressive. $1 million. That's a Unimog without counting the modifications. It costs at least $5 million. In any case, there were all kinds of speculations which caused these 10 vehicles to go viral on social media. In the past, Xia Hao would have felt very pleased with himself, but now he remained unfazed. Besides, compared to the 3 military Hummers owned by Bobcat, these vehicles paled in comparison. Driving the Q5 to handle the loan procedures, Xia Hao glanced at his phone as it rang, feeling nothing inside. It was a call from the online loan company. 3 days ago was the repayment date and he had stopped making payments. He had been paying on time for the first 2 months, but due to his poor credit he couldn't secure a loan to buy a car. The missed payments wouldn't affect his credit immediately, and since the bank operated on an interest-first basis, he continued to pay a small amount of interest without any consequence. Bobcat had been out for over 10 days without any news. Just as the call from the loan company ended, Bobcat's call came in. Boss, I can't sort out the aviation fuel issue. There are strict checks lately. But I spoke to Xiao Niao and he can crack the oil depot. We just need to expand the oil depot at the shelter, and once the freezing period starts we can use the fuel trucks to fetch it ourselves. Okay, let's do it your way. The total capacity for gasoline, diesel and aviation fuel is now 7,000 cubic meters, so there's no need for further expansion. I asked the designer, and expanding it would reduce the seismic resistance. Did you manage this in just over 10 days? Not just that, I'll report back more when I return. There are things I can't discuss over the phone. Alright, we'll talk more when you get back. After hanging up, he returned to the villa. Together with Bobcat's 3 Hummers, all vehicles lined up in a row, 12 white modified vehicles and 10 snowmobiles, appearing imposing and powerful. The white color was chosen to be less conspicuous in the snow. Recently he purchased 5 trucks outright, including 2 refrigerated trucks for transporting meat. The trucks were modified to have detachable compartments, as all of them would be used as dump trucks for future construction. The spare compartments were ready and would be parked in the newly built ground-level warehouse. With just over 20 days left before the apocalypse, he began transporting rented cargo supplies to the shelter. Now that he had a full crew, he estimated it would be completed within a week. When moving the canned goods, Xia Hao remembered to call Li Guahao, informing him that he needed 500 tons next month and asked him to produce it 247. If he lacked manpower, he could outsource to peers. This little white lie could help him maintain his operations for quite some time, provided he did not let his compassion overflow and take in too many people, or else no one would be able to help him. However, if it weren't for Li Guoheo's overflowing kindness in his previous life, Xia Hao and Bobcat wouldn't have been taken in, which put him in a conflicting position. The next day, Bobcat returned. Today was also the day for the handover between the construction team and Xia Hao. Hao Xiaoyang brought all the staff to the site, and each of Bobcat's team was responsible for a segment of the handover, marking the official tour of the shelter, which garnered countless exclamations of surprise and some questions. The power generation equipment and external wiring are all made of special materials. Even the cameras use multi-layer insulated glue. Is this really necessary? The sewage pipes are all reinforced concrete structures. They've even installed heating devices. Are we really going to boil waste? The main facility, over 10,000 square meters, has underfloor heating throughout. This is the south, in a subtropical region. It rarely snows once in 100 years. Is this truly necessary? The electrical facilities in this villa can support tens of thousands of people. Is this really necessary? The 3 floors of bulletproof glass on the ground, not even a tank could penetrate it right. Except for Bobcat, everyone else was astonished by the strength of each material used. The construction workers accompanying the inspection had long since become numb to such displays, but seeing even the clients so surprised, they seemed to rediscover the thrill that Xia Hao had initially dismissed. At first, when purchasing materials, they repeatedly questioned Xia Hao, but later they simply stopped asking and opted for the best materials, even trying to find ways to increase their strength several times. After the inspection was completed and the equipment was debugged, he paid a 10 deposit. This project cost a total of 130 million, with 4 underground floors and 3 above ground, which was an astonishing expense. This was not comparable to those large villas with thousands to tens of thousands of square meters. The renovation of such top-tier villas, even with a total cost of 3 to 5 billion, mostly goes into art pieces, exquisite crafts, and high-end materials. Xia Hao's shelter, apart from the relatively luxurious living quarters of over 1,000 square meters on the second underground floor, was primarily focused on safety and practicality. Spending 1.3 billion for such an area reveals just how solid the foundations are. Of course, 15 of the cost was allocated to the uninterrupted construction progress. That night, everyone wanted to stay in this luxurious shelter, but Xia Hao stopped them. Although the second underground floor had been completed for a month and the air was being exchanged continuously, no material could guarantee it was harmless to the human body, so he decided they would only move in a few days before the apocalypse. In the coming decades, barring any accidents, they would be living inside, so what was the rush? Hao Xiaoyang, Li Xiao, and several other designers had grown closer to Xia Hao during their 4 months together. On the day of the apocalypse, he had to find a way to save them. At least he could say he tried and lived without regret. He may not be able to save the entire world and could treat strangers coldly, but if he could not even save his own friends and family in this second life, he would feel guilty. Watching the cars of those leaving the mountain, he murmured, "As for whether to believe it or whether to save them, that depends on fate." Several people stood there. Only Bobcat understood the meaning behind Xia Hao's words, while the other 5 remained skeptical. Only Su Xiaobao, who was sitting on the ground playing with 2 dogs, smiled innocently. For the next 7 days, Xia Hao and the 6 members of the Lynx transported supplies to Yinling Manor from their rented warehouse. Even Su Xiaobao and Xiaowen were asked to help. When Xiaowen saw the huge amount of supplies, he was astonished, but he remained silent and quietly carried the items. Xia Hao invited him to come to make him realize that if there came a day when he couldn't make it, the manor would be the safest place in the post-apocalyptic world. After moving all the supplies, the cold storage and shelves were filled to the brim. The Lynx sighed and said to Xia Hao, "If we had these supplies in our past life, we wouldn't have suffered so badly. Actually, it was only when the warehouse was full that I felt secure. Before that, I felt like a robot racing against time. Now that we've achieved this, the stone in my heart has finally settled." Xia Hao agreed. "Next, we need fresh meat and vegetables. These can't be stored for too long. In the final stretch, let the cobra and panda buy some every day until we fill it up," he added. "All right, I'll arrange for them to do that tomorrow," the Lynx nodded in response. "We also have archiving work to do. The usage and consumption of each item must be recorded. Let Phoenix and Tiger handle that." "Okay, I'll execute it tomorrow." "Finally, we need to arrange for those poultry and cattle to be brought into the underground level and carefully pick each type of vegetable without damaging the roots. We can start planting on the second floor, and on the third floor we can begin to grow rice." "All right, I'll take care of this with the rhino," the Lynx noted down each task. "Next, I need to go out to rent some equipment. We only have 30 million left in stocks, which isn't enough. Otherwise I would just buy excavators, forklifts, cranes, concrete mixers and crushers directly. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Xia Hao rubbed his forehead. It's a pity we can't obtain plastic processing plants and steel manufacturing equipment. Otherwise our development speed would be much faster, the lynx lamented. It's fine. I've already marked 2 higher altitude factories. Even if the first round of earthquakes causes a collapse, the roofs can serve as shields to prevent rain from pouring directly inside. Plus being on higher ground means we won't be flooded. When the time comes we can just move the supplies, it shouldn't be a big problem. Xia Hao recalled the marks he made on the map. I hope so. Anyway, I never feel at ease until I have it in hand. The lynx picked up a flat stone and skipped it across the water. The moonlight clearly illuminated the several ripples. Xia Hao also tried to find a flat stone on the ground. He picked one up and threw it into the water. After bouncing twice, the stone sank and he didn't feel embarrassed. Brushing off the dust from his hands, he asked, "What news did you gather during your time out?" The lynx leaned closer to Xia Hao and whispered for a while. Upon hearing this, Xia Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the lynx. "Are you sure?" The lynx replied seriously, "Absolutely. Otherwise I wouldn't have been gone for over 10 days. Ah, it's a pity. We're just small players in society now and we can't say much. Even if we did, no one would believe us," Xia Hao said, staring blankly at the sky, silent. The lynx handed Xia Hao a cigarette and put one in his own mouth. After lighting them, the two of them remained silent. It wasn't until Xia Hao's phone rang that the tranquility was broken. "Brother Hao, someone said they delivered goods. Can you come out to check?" Su Xiaobo, who had recently been staying in the security booth at the manor entrance, called Xia Hao after seeing a person driving a small truck to the manor. "Okay, I'll go take a look," Xia Hao replied, hanging up the phone and turning to the lynx, asking, "Who could it be at this late hour?" "I don't know, it's probably the goods prepared by the pigeon and his team," the lynx speculated. "Call the rhino and the others. Let's go check it out," Xia Hao said as he dusted off his pants and walked up from the side of the reservoir. 10 minutes later, at the manor gate, Xia Hao appeared with 6 others. A thin, dark-skinned, middle-aged man jumped down from a small cargo truck and asked in English who was Lynx. Several of them immediately knew that this person was definitely the one delivering goods from Southeast Asia. The lynx walked past Xia Hao and exchanged 3 high-fives with the man, a secret sign for receiving goods that the pigeon had informed him about. Then he said, "That's me. There weren't any tails following you, were there?" "Don't worry, we have your countrymen leading the way," the man said, giving a thumbs up and pointing back, indicating that the driver was also one of their own. The lynx nodded and said, "Let's unload here. This is a dead end, no one comes here." The other party nodded, turned back to nod at the driver and then walked back to the truck. Xia Hao also signaled his people to come over and help with the unloading. As they reached the back of the truck, the driver also got out of the driver's seat to help with the unloading. However, upon seeing the driver's face, both Xia Hao and the lynx were taken aback and exchanged glances. Fortunately, everyone was facing away from them, focused on unloading, and didn't notice the wariness in their eyes. Lu Zhongming, the largest arms dealer in Jiangnan City after the apocalypse, later gathered a group of inmates and active soldiers to form one of the local armed forces, which was even more detestable than the previous Wangquang who was killed. The human meat cans were initiated by them. After opening the car door, the thin middle-aged man said to the lynx, "The situation is tense. This is only 1/3 of the goods, the remaining 2/3 will be delivered in batches over the next 10 days. The lynx nodded and signaled everyone to start unloading. While everyone was busy checking the supplies, the lynx exchanged a glance with Xia Hao, who subtly shook his head. The lynx had no choice but to join everyone in moving the supplies. Before leaving, Xia Hao took out a bundle of dollars while wearing gloves to give to the 2 delivery men as a tip, making sure not to leave his fingerprints on the money. After thanking him, the 2 men left. After the truck turned the first corner, the lynx asked Xia Hao, "Boss, what are you thinking? First, the goods are not all here yet, it will take about another 20 days. I don't want to complicate things. Second, even if we deal with him, his base will still have people standing guard. Unless we can wipe them all out, there will be a second or third Lu Zhongming, won't there?" Xia Hao looked at the receding headlights and grinned. "Besides, who are we afraid of with our current strength?" This conversation did not escape the attention of the others. They sensed something from the dialogue between Xia Hao and the lynx but didn't ask further. However, during this period of time together, they grew increasingly certain that a significant event was about to unfold. Back in the 3-story small building of the manor, as it was now completed, there were no outsiders around and they directly opened the goods to check. There are 3,000,000 rounds of 7. 62,150,000 rounds of 5. 56 a Baradam 82A1 a Croatian RT-20 bullets for both sniper rifles at 5000 rounds each and 3 Browning M2s with 50000 rounds. Pigeon said that in addition to this batch there are 2 more shipments. Phoenix reported to Xia Hao and the links. Everyone was once again shocked. To dare to play so big in this country, could it be that the natural disasters they mentioned were really about to strike? Being brainwashed by these mysterious 2 every day, they felt that they believed about 60% of it. Put the weapons into the underground armory on the 2nd level. Everyone rest for now, Xia Hao said before being the first to return to his room. March 26, 2026. Only 10 days remain until the apocalypse. Today the last batch of fresh food has been delivered. Xia Hao rented 5 or 6 construction machines and 6 or 7 engineering vehicles, filling the outdoor warehouse to the brim. Several trucks were loaded with construction materials such as cement and sand, with countless steel piled in the gaps between the machines, leaving only a space for a helicopter to land. On the 3rd floor of the shelter, poultry and vegetables have been planted. Some household items as large as blankets and as small as needles were bought in bulk following Feng Wang's reminders. Now the other members of the Lynx group have started to face the impending apocalypse, as multiple incidents of ships being dragged into the depths by underwater whirlpools have occurred globally. Countries around the world have begun to investigate the origins of these events, but with only 10 days left it is too late. After watching the news last night, a massive earthquake occurred on the Antarctic continent, triggering a tsunami that is heading toward land. Previously they deemed Xia Hao's words to be nonsense, merely an excuse for some grand action. However, the subsequent events unfolded one after another, all of which Xia Hao and Lynx had forewarned them about. At Yiling Mountain Villa, several people surrounded a pile of earthen kilns in the yard where chickens and sweet potatoes were being roasted. 2 dogs sat beside the fire pit, their keen noses already detecting the enticing aroma of chicken wafting from the fire. Xiao Bao could hardly contain himself, digging out a half-cooked sweet potato. As he peeled it, the heat made him wince, and Xia Hao tapped his hand with a stick used to poke the fire, then put the sweet potato back. "Boss, do you really think what you said will happen?" This was the first time Huzi faced the issue seriously, his expression grave, not allowing Xia Hao to dodge the question, and it was the first time he addressed him this way. "If there are any unfinished matters, go take care of them and come back by April 1st, Xia Hao replied, neither confirming nor denying. In his previous life he knew Huzi had a past that was like an inner demon lodged deep in his heart. "Alright, I understand. I'll head out tomorrow." Huzi saw a kind of trust in Xia Hao's eyes, a trust that seemed to have existed since their past lives. At that moment Feng Wang suddenly spoke up. "Tomorrow I will also go out for a while, back by April 1st, right?" "Boss." Xia Hao knew what Feng Wang intended to do and said to her, "Be careful, leave yourself a way back." Upon hearing Xia Hao's words, Feng Wang's face, which could cause chaos, showed an exaggerated expression, thinking, could he have guessed? She hadn't told anyone about this matter, so how could he know? It's impossible. Little did she know, in her last life when she died in Xia Hao's arms, she had revealed this secret that had been buried for 18 years. Before Feng Wang could be surprised, for Long Cobra said to Xia Hao, "Boss, I have a younger sister. Can I bring her to the shelter?" "What are you saying? We are brothers. Your sister is my sister. Besides, you have a stake in the shelter, don't you?" Xia Hao smiled and patted Cobra on the shoulder, then looked at everyone and said, "Anyone you can't let go of, bring them here. As long as I have food, there will be enough for them." The others shook their heads. Xia Hao knew they didn't have family, but as he spoke he looked at the oldest in the group, Panda. Panda was stunned. His surprise almost matched Feng Wang's, for no one in the Lynx group knew about this matter. "Boss, I will also go out for a while," Panda said, as if responding to Xia Hao's gaze. The others looked at Xia Hao and Panda, understanding something, their hearts beginning to perceive a mysterious aura around Xia Hao. Only Lynx knew that in their previous life Xia Hao had learned their secret but didn't expose it. He mimicked the others and said, "Boss, I will also head down the mountain for a bit." Xia Hao didn't even look up, clearing the earthen kiln and flipping out the chicken and sweet potatoes, saying, "Make sure you take safety precautions. Don't come back with any diseases. We need humans to reproduce later, and you wouldn't want to be isolated, would you?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Lynx. The iron-willed man suddenly turned bright red. His hand clutching the sweet potato froze midair until the pain registered, causing him to drop the scalding sweet potato. Everyone burst into laughter, breaking the previously somber atmosphere. "Brother, how can I bring Sister Qian up the mountain?" Xiao Bao's words interrupted the laughter. During this time everyone had learned about his affair with Zhang Qian, also known as Zhang Guofu. When the second batch of arms arrived the other day, Xiao Bao and Zhang Qian were at the security booth of the villa. When receiving the goods, Xia Hao had asked Xiao Bao to escort Zhang Chen down the mountain before moving the cargo and scolded Xiao Bao for it, having emphasized that no one was allowed up the mountain recently. Feng Huang patted Xiao Bao's head, revealing a rare kind smile, saying Xiao Bao is grown up and should get married. I think Sister Qian is great, she cooks well and takes care of the poultry nicely. This statement was actually a hint to Xia Hao that she had tested Zhang Qian and found her capable, not useless, and could work in the shelter, essentially interceding for her. All right. Xiao Bao's face lit up with joy at the confirmation. The sweet potato in his hand suddenly tasted even better. The next morning, Huzi, Feng Huang and Panda were sent out of the villa by Xia Hao and links to the airport. Just before getting out of the car, Xia Hao said something abrupt. If the inner demon remains unresolved, it's hard to achieve enlightenment. After the group entered the airport, Xia Hao said to Lynx, let's go. Lynx replied with a smile, boss, I can just take a taxi, huh? No way, I have to supervise you. Boss. Are you trying to embarrass me in front of everyone? Lynx said with a mix of anger and realization. Xia Hao gave him a knowing look and said, it's on me. Great. They swiftly left the airport, heading towards Jiangnan City. In the bustling district of Modu, a young woman in an apron was busy at the bar of a small cafe. The cafe was small with only 2 waitstaff, and since it was afternoon there weren't many customers, just a few chatting in 2s and 3s. Huzi sat in a tea house across the street watching the young woman, who although 35 looked no older than 27 or 28. Every customer who came in to place an order received a sweet smile from her. As she smiled, Huzi found himself grinning like a fool, for the only one capable of bringing such a smile to his face, a man who had killed hundreds, was this woman across the street. As he smiled, Huzi's vision blurred, tears filling his eyes. He couldn't remember the last time he had cried, and silently tears streamed down his face. Fortunately, there was no one on the roads at that moment, and since he sat at the entrance, the people inside the cafe couldn't see the awkwardness of the man in his crisp suit. It is unknown how long it took, but Huzi gradually regained his composure and wiped away his tears. Looking back at the cafe, he could no longer see that beautiful figure. Huzi stood up and strained to look inside the shop, wanting to see where she had gone. At that moment, a voice came from beside him. Li Hu. Li Hu turned his head in disbelief and saw the source of the voice. It was her, the one who had been buried in Li Hu's heart for 10 years. She and Li Hu were high school classmates. They had long known each other's feelings, but the youthful shyness and Li Hu's insecurities prevented him from speaking up. The timid Li Hu only dared to watch her from afar, and his impoverished background led to his failure to attend university, resulting in his choice to enlist in the military. In the summer of their 18th year, she took the initiative to confess to Li Hu. That summer they indulged in forbidden fruit and she became pregnant, but subsequently had an abortion. She said she would wait for Li Hu to return. 3 years later, Li Hu came back and found her at her university. They reignited their passion that year. They were 21. Li Hu found an outdoor training camp and became a coach. She graduated and also found a job as an office clerk, and they began living together. When she took Li Hu home at the age of 23, he finally realized how well off her family was. His future mother-in-law insisted that he must have a house and a car, but for Li Hu, who had grown up relying on his grandfather after losing his parents, owning a house in the city seemed like a distant dream. That year, his only relative, his grandfather, passed away. The pressure from her family, coupled with their desire for her to have a good life, led her to go abroad, where she met a wildcat. She waited for Li Hu for 2 more years, but by then Li Hu's mindset had changed. When he returned, he had no money left after buying a house, and he realized he could not provide her with a good life. With a 95 death rate among mercenaries, he could not allow her to live in constant fear. He sent her all his money and then told her he had someone he liked abroad. She simply replied with a word, okay, and they lost contact from then on. The two talked in her cafe for 2 hours, reminiscing about their childhood and the past years. Li Hu only mentioned that he was working abroad but did not elaborate on what he did, and she did not ask. At that moment, the cafe's door was pushed open and a cute little girl called out in a sweet voice, "Mommy." She opened her arms and the little girl jumped into her embrace. Immediately after, a handsome and composed man came in carrying the little girl's backpack. When he saw Li Hu, he was momentarily stunned, then greeted Li Hu with a smile, saying, "Old classmate, it's been over a decade, hasn't it? Do you remember when you came to see us?" The newcomer was also a high school classmate of Li Hu. That evening they invited Li Hu to their home for dinner. He was aware of Li Hu's past with her but graciously welcomed him. Li Hu looked at this happy family and genuinely wished them well. After dinner, he said goodbye to her and the adorable girl and went downstairs with her husband. The two of them smoked in the community garden. Li Hu said, seeing her so happy, "Now I am truly happy for you." "Thank you." Old classmate, that's all in the past. I can feel your sincerity in your eyes. We received your blessings and I will take good care of her, he said with a hearty laugh, patting Li Hu on the shoulder. But at that moment Li Hu suddenly stood up and knelt down, saying, I beg you, on April 5th, take her to higher ground, don't stay in buildings. You can use the excuse of a vacation to go to the plateau and bring enough food. He stood there not knowing what to say. He hurriedly helped Li Hu up, but Li Hu refused to rise, insisting that he promise. He looked at the bullet holes and knife wounds on Li Hu's hands and recalled how someone at the class reunion had mentioned that Li Hu had gone abroad to become a mercenary. He guessed that Li Hu might know something was about to happen. He did not think it was the end of the world but believed it could be war, so he nodded in agreement, thinking it was just a trip with his wife and daughter. Watching all this from the window above, she had already turned into a tearful mess while her daughter comforted her in confusion. Li Hu left, and that night he got thoroughly drunk, but he managed to let go. On the same night, in an autonomous prefecture of a minority ethnic group in the western part of Sichuan province, Feng Huang, after getting off the plane, rented an SUV and hurried back to her hometown. It rained heavily that night. On the rugged mountain road, Feng Huang was the only car. At that moment her gaze was vacant. If it weren't for her long eyelashes occasionally blinking, one might think she was in a daze. In the early morning she arrived at a mountain village with fewer than 30 households. On the edge of the village stood a tile-roofed house. Pushing open the door covered in spider webs and dust, Feng Huang entered, took out incense paper for worship, and bowed 3 times to the 2 spirit tablets in the center. After tidying up the bed a little, she took out an embroidered quilt adorned with peonies from an old cabinet and fell into a heavy sleep. The next day she was awakened by the noise of the villagers. A car had stopped at Feng Huang's doorstep and the others guessed that she had returned. She quickly washed up and went outside. Fenger is back. Come, let Auntie have a good look at you. Fenger, why are you alone? You're not young anymore. If you don't bring a husband home next year, he'll have to help you find one, you know. Our Fenger has really become more beautiful, just like your mother. Seeing many familiar faces and hearing their caring greetings, Feng Huang's cold expression transformed into the smiling face of a rural girl. Although the yard was small, it was very clean, showing that the villagers often helped maintain it. However, the house was locked and Feng Huang believed they would help clean the interior regularly if the door were open. She took out many gifts from the car to distribute to everyone. The young people had long since left the village, leaving only some elders guarding the land that yielded little each year. The small house became lively once more. Feng Huang's hand was held tightly by several elders who felt sorry for this child who had lost both parents. Every year when Feng Huang returned, her car was filled with gifts, mostly practical items like rice flour oil and cured meats. In the evening an elder called Feng Huang to their home for dinner. The whole family was lively and Feng Huang generously drank with her uncles and grandfathers. Before 8 o'clock the drunken Feng Huang was carried back to her small room by the aunts. As they carried her they scolded their men for getting their child so drunk. In such a small mountain village, a beautiful girl like Feng Huang living alone in this house made the aunts uneasy. Since they couldn't lock the door from the outside, one aunt stayed behind to sleep with Feng Huang. At 9 o'clock at night the aunt who was used to sleeping early also fell asleep, but Feng Huang beside her opened her eyes, showing no signs of being drunk. She quietly got out of bed, took out a small bottle and tossed it into the small stove, changing into a set of nightclothes before leaving the house. She didn't drive but ran quickly along the cement road like a nimble black panther. Feng Huang's target was a village 8 kilometers away. Evading the surveillance camera at the village entrance, Feng Huang arrived at the junction between the village and the township 45 minutes later. A camera here pointed inward toward the village, so Feng Huang emerged from a cornfield, carefully avoiding detection, and approached a pig farm on the township's edge. Dozens of plump pigs were raised there. At the far end of the pig pen stood a modest red brick bungalow. Feng Huang vaulted over the wall with feline grace, then used a hairpin to pick the simple wooden door which had been locked from within. Pushing the door open, she was met with thunderous snoring. By the faint glow of the street lamp outside she saw a heavy-set man buried beneath the covers, fast asleep. Perhaps due to his early morning slaughter duties he had fallen deeply unconscious by 10 o'clock. Feng Huang stood motionless watching him. Had the light been stronger one might have glimpsed the cold lethal intent burning in her eyes. Since the dwelling was a single-room unit, the kitchen occupied one corner separated only by a glass door. Feng Huang crept forward with meticulous care, ignited the gas stove and noted the propane tank still held more than half its capacity, then turned the valve. She shut the partially open window and silenced the whirring exhaust fan. Within 15 minutes she had completed every step, slipped out of the small pig farm and sprinted back along her original path, her face veiled, her cheeks drenched in silent tears. Feng Huang's great-grandfather had fled to this mountain village during wartime. The villagers welcomed him with compassion and his descendants flourished here for 4 generations until only Jiang Feng, a lone daughter bearing an outsider's surname, remained the village's sole non-native. When she was 10, her father fell from a mountainside while herding sheep and died days later. At 15, her mother, determined to keep Jiang Feng in school, married Wang, a livestock breeder from the township introduced by a local matchmaker. Jiang Feng moved in with them. At first all seemed normal, yet within 2 months the butcher Wang began casting lustful glances upon her, now blossoming into radiant young womanhood. Fortunately, she spent most of the year at her county high school, returning home only for winter and summer holidays. During her first year of senior high, her mother fell gravely ill. Without urgent treatment she would not survive 6 months. It was then that Wang bluntly confronted them, demanding that both mother and daughter submit to him as his concubines or he would withhold medical aid and deny Jiang Feng further schooling. Her dying mother collapsed to her knees begging Wang to spare her daughter, but within days she lapsed into unconsciousness. Terrified and desperate, Jiang Feng could not resist when the butcher barged in that night. Her youth, delicate as a blooming flower, was shattered in that single irreversible hour. Her mother received treatment, but Jiang Feng never returned home again. She worked odd jobs through every holiday and summer break, and from that night onward her heart closed itself forever against all men. Because Jiang Feng refused to return, Wang vented his fury upon her mother. Barely recovered, the woman collapsed once more, and this time she never rose again. With her passing, all financial support for Jiang Feng ceased. Unaware of these events, Jiang Feng completed high school 2 years later in another city. That summer she failed to find work. Her dormitory no longer permitted students to reside after graduation, and she carried less than 50 yuan, barely enough to survive the coming month. That night a stunning young woman slept alone on a park bench, only to be harassed by 4 drunken thugs. Years of suppressed rage erupted. She seized a bamboo stake from a nearby nursery bed and struck out, but though they were intoxicated, they were 4 grown men. Soon she was overpowered. Just as their fists rose to strike, and worse, the blow meant for her face never landed. Opening her eyes, she saw Shanmao, just returned from abroad, jogging past at that very moment. Shanmao later hired her as his live-in caretaker, a position she held for 4 years. He funded her university education. Though he returned home only 1 or 2 months each year, he encouraged her to earn professional certifications and let her drive his car daily to and from campus. In her freshman year, when she learned of her mother's death, it was Shanmao who accompanied her home. Seeing the luxury sedan in Shanmao's striking presence, the butcher Wang assumed Jiang Feng had become a kept woman and dared not entertain further schemes, especially now that her mother, the only restraint, was gone. At first Jiang Feng suspected Shanmao desired her body, but soon realized she was mistaken. Each time he returned home, he brought different women back late at night, always intoxicated. Growing repulsed, she made no secret of her disdain until Shanmao, sensing it, spoke plainly, "I pay, they offer their bodies. It is transactional, no harm inflicted, no one wounded, not even you. My younger sister died at the same age you were when we met." Tears flooded her eyes. Wasn't her own ordeal with Wang merely another transaction? He had saved her mother's life and secured her high school education. Her long-held anguish began to dissolve. She lived in a grand house, drove a luxury car, and commuted to class until the semester before graduation, when Shanmao returned. He arrived grievously wounded and lay bedridden for 3 months, during which Jiang Feng tended to him like family. After 3 months fully healed, Shanmao told her he would depart overseas for several months. She wept. Shanmao was now the only family she had left, and pleaded, "Can't you stay? I saw the gun in your room. I consider you my sister, I can't lose you." Shanmao smiled gently, stroking her hair. "I'll attend your graduation ceremony, as your guardian." She never understood why he insisted on risking his life in war zones for profit. Perhaps everyone guards secrets too profound to voice, just as she did. And so she sealed that chapter deep within her heart. After graduation, when Shanmao prepared to leave once more, Jiang Feng insisted on accompanying him. After a moment's hesitation, he agreed. Initially she supported operations from the rear, organizing intelligence reports, until by chance her extraordinary talent for sniping revealed itself. From age 22 onward she walked the path of the elite marksman, forging global renown alongside Shanmao's team. Through battle after battle, comrades fell away one by one, yet Jiang Feng endured. By 24 she bore the legendary epithet, the undying phoenix of the East. 7 years into the apocalypse, Xia Hao and his comrades exhausted every bullet and blade, cutting down every foe, only to find Jiang Feng gravely wounded beside them. Clutching his hand, she whispered, "If you ever see Zhang Momu of X Township, X County, Sichuan Province, my stepfather, kill him for me. He violated me and murdered my mother." Sobbing uncontrollably, Xia Hao etched those words into his memory. Hence 2 days earlier he had spoken those very lines to Feng Huang at the villa. He had long intended to kill the butcher himself, but now that Shan Mao had also been reborn, he chose to let Feng Huang settle this debt herself. Why did Feng Huang claim the butcher had killed her mother? During her second year as a mercenary, she returned to pay respects, and while shopping in the county seat encountered the physician who had treated her mother. Both Jiang Feng and her mother were famed across the region for their beauty, and the doctor remembered them well. With a sigh he said, had your father cooperated and collected the prescribed medicine, your mother would not have passed. Those drugs were inexpensive. I cannot fathom your family's reasoning. Those words struck like lightning, revealing the truth. Though her mother had received medical attention, she had still died because Wang had never fully honored his promise. Yet after earning international infamy as a mercenary, she became a person of intense domestic scrutiny. Any sudden death of Wang would inevitably draw investigation, so she dared not act rashly. Back in her cottage, Feng Huang burrowed beneath the quilt and slept, calm, untroubled, only to be roused the next morning by her aunt. She spent the entire day in the village, and it was not until evening that someone returned to inform her Wang was dead. On the third day, police arrived in the village. Though they knew the surveillance footage showed no sign of Feng Huang, her vehicle remained untouched in the yard, and every villager, including her aunt, vouched that she had spent the night at home. Yet her mercenary dossier had already been shared with local authorities. Most damning was motive. All across the region it was known that Wang had mistreated her mother, and that from her second year of high school through her first year of university she had never once returned home. Moreover, as a daughter she had not attended her father's funeral, fueling ever deeper suspicion. Feng Huang knew full well if investigators truly pursued the case, it was only a matter of time before evidence surfaced: the footprints she left in the sugarcane field, the fibers possibly shed despite gloves and full body concealment. She trusted Xia Hao and Shan Mao implicitly, or rather she had grown indifferent. Even arrest held no terror for her. When summoned aside, officers instructed her not to leave the country until the case was resolved. She nodded silently, and they departed. For Viper, matters were far simpler. At 30 years old he had a 20-year-old younger sister named Yu Xiao, who was a sophomore in university. The family had always lived in a remote rural village. When he returned from military service at age 21, his parents, working overseas, died unexpectedly. To support his 11-year-old sister he pulled strings and spent several years fighting underground bare-knuckle matches. It was precisely then that Mountain Cat witnessed his ferocity, learned of his sister, and hesitated for a long time before reluctantly taking him in, short-staffed as he was at the time. Yet Mountain Cat consistently assigned him reconnaissance duties, rarely including him in assault operations. Viper understood this perfectly, and felt profound gratitude toward Mountain Cat. Over the years his caution and sharp intellect repeatedly delivered critical intelligence that secured victories for Mountain Cat's team. Later, after depositing 1 million US dollars into Yu Xiao's account, freeing him from all financial anxiety, his ruthlessness flourished unreservedly. Each reconnaissance mission brought him perilously close to the enemy's very eyes, and he also performed admirably in direct combat engagements. He spent several days in the city where Yu Xiao attended university, where she indulged freely in dining, shopping, and entertainment. He arranged her leave from April 1st to April 5th, planning to bring her back to the villa on March 31st under the pretext of showing her his new workplace and giving her a chance to enjoy Jiangnan City. Delighted to hear her brother would now settle permanently in the country, she readily agreed. On the evening of March 31st all personnel had assembled, except the 4 still in Myanmar. The 3 who had returned wore rare genuine smiles. Xia Hao knew they had finally let go. Their first words upon seeing Xia Hao were, "Thanks, Chief." To Xia Hao's astonishment, Viper, who looked utterly ordinary, had a sister of striking beauty, nearly rivaling Feng Huang, comparable to Liang Ping and noticeably more captivating than Li Xiao. Noticing Xia Hao's lingering gaze, Viper sighed helplessly. "Chief, stop staring, it's truly my biological sister. You think I used to look like this?" Years spent conducting reconnaissance abroad meant relentless sun exposure and sometimes going days without food or movement. Send those Korean idols over, they'd return as beggars. That I've retained this much composure speaks volumes about my natural foundation. Though Yu Xiao didn't understand why her brother addressed this man, visibly younger than himself, as chief, nor what reconnaissance entailed, she assumed it was grueling work done solely to support her, and thus sprang to his defense. "Chief, my brother used to be handsome." Her remark sent everyone into peals of laughter. At that moment the phone rang again, Su Xiaobao informing Xia Hao that the final shipment had arrived. "Feng Huang, take Xiao downstairs first. Starting tonight we'll be living in the underground shelter," Xia Hao instructed. For once Feng Huang offered a smile unlike her usual reserved expression. "Understood." Xia Hao murmured softly to himself, "A siren." The whispered Feng Huang heard, and covered her mouth with quiet delighted laughter as she led Yu Xiao downstairs to choose a room. Xia Hao then led the team out of the villa in a freight truck to collect the cargo. As they descended the mountain, he asked Mountain Cat, "Are you ready?" Mountain Cat responded with a silent thumbs up. The delivery driver remained the same gaunt, dark-skinned, middle-aged man, Lu Zhongming. Logically, this third consignment should have been relatively small since the first two shipments had already accounted for 80% of the total. Yet this truck was packed to overflowing. What Xia Hao did not know was that while Pigeon and the others communicated with Mountain Cat overseas, Mountain Cat had shared every prediction with them, and events unfolding across Earth aligned almost perfectly with what Mountain Cat and Xia Hao had foretold. After cross-verifying with others, they now believed in the coming apocalypse with 70 to 80% certainty. Thus Pigeon negotiated credit with Tun Chin, increasing their equipment order by 30%. Mountain Cat's team still carried weight, and this generous gesture served as their formal welcome gift to their new leader. After all, they would return in just 3 or 4 days. These four understood the delicate art of reciprocity. "Brother driver, don't turn around, I'd like to make your acquaintance. In future I'll contact you directly for shipments. Dealing through Burmese intermediaries only means paying inflated prices. I'll slip my card to you discreetly in a moment." Lu Zhongming proved shrewd indeed. Without turning, he leisurely closed the truck's rear doors. Only after the gaunt middle-aged man climbed into the cab did Mountain Cat approach, shake his hand and pat his shoulder, slipping a folded note into his palm as they parted. Lu Zhongming swiftly concealed the note inside the thick layers of his coat. Unbeknownst to him, as Mountain Cat's left hand patted his shoulder, a wafer-thin tracking chip slipped silently into the lining of his padded jacket, a slit no larger than 1/3 of a thumbnail already buried deep within the cotton wadding. Even if discovered during undressing, he would assume it was merely a tearing curd while handling cargo. Back at base, they waited until Yu Xiao was out of earshot before gathering in the small building to inventory supplies. 30 AK rifles, 30 M16 S40 handguns, 1.5 million rounds of ammunition, 2 sniper rifles with 5.0000 rounds plus 2 additional lightweight Arctic Bear DVL-10 destroyers, Browning M2 heavy machine guns increased from 3 to 5 units with ammunition rising from 5.0000 to 8.0000 rounds, 10 large crates of assorted grenades. The Browning M2s could not be fired handheld. They awaited Xiaoniao's return to be mounted onto vehicles and fitted with electronic targeting systems. In such frigid weather, exposing one's head outside was not only unsafe but risked freezing solid. This arsenal electrified Xia Hao, who had never fought with such overwhelming abundance. In that moment he longed to roar, "I fight only elite forces." The next morning Mountain Cat knocked firmly on Xia Hao's door. "Chief, the tracker's signal held steady last night over 200 kilometers away on the coast. Just as we suspected, moving this cargo inland was sheer fantasy. So might this unexpected 30% increase have exhausted their remaining stock? After all, Xiaoniao acted on impulse. Without his former strength, Lu Zhongming may now lack even the power to stir a ripple. It will certainly weaken them, but I doubt it renders them powerless." Xia Hao mused. "Why do you say that?" Mountain Cat asked curiously. "Have you forgotten the tsunami following the earthquake? Which coastal city lying below 50 meters above sea level escaped devastation? If our butterfly effect hasn't drastically altered the original timeline, he'll soon move inland, where a group of allies awaits him. It was precisely this faction that enabled his dominance in the post-apocalyptic world." Xia Hao explained. "No wonder you're chief, you're practically Zhuge Liang incarnate. Were it not for the apocalypse, leading us abroad would surely forge the world's top-tier mercenary company." Xia Hao chuckled teasingly. "Without an apocalypse, wouldn't I rather live as a carefree wealthy recluse in these mountains, with 3 or 5 beautiful wives and billions in the bank? What joy is there in bloodshed? True wisdom lies in navigating human relationships." April 3, 2026, Friday, 3 days left until the apocalypse. Li Ying is a senior at Jiangnan City 3rd High School, the campus beauty and the deputy class monitor of Senior 3 Class 5. This weekend we'll go on a spring outing, picnic, grill and tree planting. Who's coming? Let's relax before the Gokao, otherwise we'll turn into nothing but bookish shells. I'm going. Me too. Count me in. In the end, thanks to Li Ying's organization, more than 20 classmates plan to go together on Sunday. Fine, I'll add everyone to a temporary group and assign what each person should bring. Everyone privately send me 100 yuan for expenses. We'll settle surpluses or shortages later. The tree saplings and the chartered bus will be paid for by Zhang Gongzi. Li Ying was pleased. Half the class supported her plan. Those who didn't join were mostly the quiet, reserved students, which she understood given the imminent Gaokao. How generous of Zhang Gongzi. When it comes to openness, Zhang Gongzi leads the way. Let Zhang Gongzi pick up the tab for everything. Everyone laughed and teased Zhang Gongzi. The boy who had been named Zhang Zicheng, the very Zhang Gengzi Liang, referred to Rose and imitated an old-fashioned bow with his hands clasped together. I am Zhang. My family owns a little land and I have some loose silver in my purse. I have a carriage at my disposal. It is but a small courtesy for my classmates, no need to be formal. Laughter spilled out. The room hummed with good-natured mirth, some even played along and returned his mock bow. Add me to deputy monitor. A tall thin classmate who had not signed up earlier raised his hand. He was one of the class's top 3 students, LVG. There was none of the melodramatic snobbery novels often depict toward a poor boy in modern times. Those born into privilege are by and large not lacking in decency. Someone teased, oh look, study prodigy LV has finally been willing to pry himself away from his desk. Okay, I'll add you to the group. Wait, I don't have your Weixin yet. I'll add you, so accepted, Liang said with a sweet smile to LVG. That smile felt like it could melt him. He had harbored a quiet crush on Liang for a long time, but his family's poverty made him shy and ashamed to speak to her, let alone add her on Weixin. With only about 3 months of high school left, he mustered his courage and spent nearly all his savings, the 100 yuan he had, to join the outing, all for the chance to add her on Weixin. An office building in Jiangnan City. Fong Yu, are you ready? Ready. Thanks in advance to everyone, Fong Yu said with a smile, bowing briefly to his colleagues in the office. No need to thank us. Once this is over, remember to buy us drinks, haha. Another colleague bent over and stuck his hand down his throat in a comic imitation of vomiting after drinking. Yes, drinks required. Haven't seen this move in ages, he joked. The office erupted in laughter at the absurd sight. Of course, and I'll beat you at drinking, kiddo, Fong Yu replied with a grin. On April 5th, he planned to take his girlfriend out and propose, clutching in his pocket a ring that had cost him 3 months' salary. His heart swelled with excitement. Such varied scenes of life were everywhere, people hustling for a living, for love, for their dreams. At the official seismological bureau, Professor Zhao, now in his 60s, received a report and felt a subtle unease. The document included not only domestic data but materials exchanged with agencies around the world. Professor Zhao had worked in the field for over 40 years and possessed a finely tuned sensitivity to earthquakes. This time, however, the phenomena were unusual. Across the globe there had been a string of extremely slight tremors, each around magnitude 3, not particularly damaging, and several recent occurrences of whirlpools at sea. He could not scientifically explain the disquiet he felt. It was an instinct. He could not ask everyone to take precautions based solely on a spate of minor quakes. If he were wrong, the agency's credibility might be questioned, and he could not bear that risk. As the saying goes, no need to flee for small tremors, you cannot flee for a great one. Still, Professor Zhao compiled his concerns and hypotheses into a report and submitted it. Sure enough, not long after the response came from above, continue observation, maintaining stability is the priority. It was in effect a subtle dismissal of his suspicions. Zhao accepted it with resignation. He knew his report lacked decisive evidence and could only keep observing, hoping his worries were needless. Today, however, the world's attention was fixed on the tsunami caused by an earthquake in Antarctica. The Antarctic quake unleashed colossal tsunamis 30 to 50 meters in height, sweeping across southern Africa, southern Oceania, and southern South America. The catastrophe brought immense suffering and loss. Xia Hao and everyone at the Shanzhuang watched the massive images on the shelter's giant screen. They looked again at him, and at Shanmao there was no triumphant glee of a prediction proven right, only a grave, heavy silence. At the base in Niangua, Xianyao and Baozi had already flown Apaches to rendezvous with Gezi and Shanying. They too watched the tsunami footage on the screen. They had been warned in advance by Shanmao's forecast, but seeing the prediction come true still shocked them. Do you really think this will happen? This time their new leader's forecast even matched the timing, said Tuanshin. I don't know if you believe it, but I do. No wonder he told us to bring so much gear back. Even fully loaded Apaches were dispatched. Perhaps this new leader isn't reckless after all. He really prepared, Gezi said, eyes fixed on the television. Amitba, may the gods watch over us. I feel like I believe it too, Tuanshin murmured, pressing his palms together and bowing to the sky. Suddenly he snapped into action and shouted to the soldiers outside, you lot, no, all of you, get out there and stockpile supplies. Spend every last cent, mobilize every vehicle now. The final command came out nearly as a roar. At that point Gezi and the others stopped mocking him. They understood the gravity of the situation. We'll leave at dawn on the 4th. This area is jungle. Earthquakes should have limited effect. I suggest you start cutting trees now. Falling giants could be deadly later. Stockpile cold weather gear, specifically polar grade clothing, as much as you can. I've seen how Shanmao hoards supplies. You can't dig shelters in time now, but once the quakes ease you must start. I don't know exactly how useful all this will be, but Then Gezi roughly described Shan Mao's previous plan's ventilation and power in the shelter's measures for warmth and so on. Xianyo and Baozi helped Gezi fill in the gaps. Tuanqin had already summoned men to take notes. He no longer wore a playful grin. He did not question why anyone would stock extreme cold weather gear in a region averaging 30 degrees. He had understood the urgency and set an entirely different tone. The scene returns to the news report where nearly everyone in the world is focused on the event. The television broadcast reveals the cruel reality of this tragic event, showcasing cities engulfed by colossal waves as skyscrapers collapse under the force of destruction, turning into ruins. The citizens are swept away by the ocean, helplessly struggling against an unstoppable force enduring the baptism of the towering waves. Many people had already received warnings and fled, but the speed and power of the tsunami mercilessly caught up with them, engulfing them completely. Most of those by the seaside felt a false sense of confidence, believing that having experienced tsunamis before, they could simply escape to slightly higher ground. Indeed, those who evacuated to higher ground survived this tsunami. However, Xia Hao on the links knew this was just the beginning, as a tsunami nearing 200 meters would soon arrive. "Boss, how many people will die this time?" asked Feng Wang. "I don't know, as we haven't had time to tally. The global earthquake on the 5th has struck," Xia Hao replied, staring at the television. Everyone in the shelter fell silent, with only the voice of the television host audible. In the footage as the tsunami swept through southern Africa, some coastal cities appeared to have been leveled to the ground. The streets of these cities transformed into waterways ravaged by surging tides. Residents fled in panic, but many were dragged into the water, never to resurface, their bodies floating on the surface, evoking deep sorrow. Drones captured images of slums where the first wave of the tsunami had leveled everything, leaving only debris after the waters receded. Then the second wave came and no one survived this natural disaster. The southern part of Oceania also suffered devastating blows. In the report, cities impacted by the tsunami were shown as obliterated ruins, becoming silent seas. Buildings with rooftops just above the water's surface were momentary survivors, soon overturned and swept away, vanishing into the whirlpools. Those who survived faced endless suffering, desperately searching for traces of their loved ones. Cities in southern South America also sustained severe damage, with vast lands submerged and homes, schools, hospitals, and shops destroyed. Survivors were forced to seek refuge among the ruins, the dim lights and indifferent scenes reflecting the despair and pain etched on their faces. The entire world was plunged into darkness and helplessness, urgently awaiting external assistance and support. At that moment, the international community responded swiftly, with troops being urgently mobilized for rescue operations. The mechanical clamor and the roar of helicopters resonated, bringing a glimmer of hope to this land ravaged by catastrophic disaster. They donned bright protective suits and helmets, equipped with rescue gear, braving the enormous waves and the relentless tide. The blue rotor blades of the helicopter sliced through the air above the disaster-stricken area, hovering like a kite to provide urgently needed assistance to those trapped. Rescue ropes descended from the helicopter and brave soldiers quickly landed in the danger zone, rescuing terrified individuals one by one, saving them from the fate of being engulfed by the waves. Simultaneously, large rescue machinery was dispatched to the disaster area, with their massive treaded wheels carving paths through the muddy ground, crashing into the torn streets to provide passage for the rescuers. Rescue personnel utilized mechanical power to excavate living spaces from the ruins, searching for buried survivors. Iron hooks tore through the debris, accompanied by noise and tremors, leaving a path through the rubble. Amidst the mud and debris, rescuers searched desperately for signs of life. Day and night they cleared the ruins, putting forth their utmost effort to save lives, constantly facing the test of life and death. Miracles occurred continuously, and when a faint finger was grasped, shouts and cheers erupted from the crowd. "Run!" At this moment the Lynx felt a bit troubled. Many countries had already organized rescue teams, preparing to head to the front lines. "Don't go, Sai." Xia Hao sighed, having already smoked 3 cigarettes in succession, one after another. Witnessing this scene for the second time, they both recognized the respect people had for these warriors. In the face of such disasters, no one would distinguish between nations or races. Similarly, many people around the globe shed tears of sorrow, because they all shared a single common name: humanity. Just as the rescue team was striving to save lives, the tsunami struck again, casting an even darker shade over the entire scene, filling people with despair. In the television report, the screen suddenly went black, followed by another drone taking over the footage, depicting a scene of devastation. A massive wave surged forth, seemingly ready to swallow everything. The pilot issued an urgent alert, but there was no time for anyone to react. The colossal wave had already swept in, pulling the rescue team into the vast ocean. Shouts and cries echoed as the rescue team was instantly swallowed by the waves. The helicopter, having flown low to rescue individuals using ropes, was unable to take off in time and was struck down by the immense force of the water, its rotor blades snapping. The shattered ruins and churning sea intertwined, burying everything, and the lifeline snapped under the impact of the waves, with some rescuers vanishing amidst the chaos akin to a meat grinder. Even underwater rescuers continued to do everything possible to protect those nearby, exhausting their final strength, struggling to find an opportunity to escape. However, the subsequent waves relentlessly attacked, dragging them deeper into the abyss. Some struggled to surface, only to be quickly submerged by the next rolling tide. The pilots in the helicopter battled the raging waves while trying to rescue their submerged comrades. They forsook their own safety, unhesitatingly extending their hands to teammates caught in the water. Yet the power of the sea grew stronger under the heavy pressure the pilots could no longer resist, and ultimately vanished into the surging sea. The entire scene was filled with despair, making the restoration of rescue operations nearly impossible. The remaining rescuers and those rescued faced the towering waves, helplessly unable to seek further assistance. Their gazes were filled with helplessness and sorrow, confronting the fate of impending destruction once more. The enormous tsunami caused by the Antarctic earthquake has inflicted enough damage on humanity to break hearts, and the scene of the rescue team being swept into the ocean only intensified this sorrow. All of this profoundly highlights the immense and merciless power of nature, leaving humanity feeling so small and helpless in its presence. "Mommy, will Daddy come back?" In a temporary shelter high up in Oceania, a little girl asked her mother, who was already in tears. Because the live footage had briefly shown her husband, the man who had driven an excavator into the water to save others. Then the tsunami struck again, swallowing the excavator. When the waters receded, the ground where the excavator once stood was left bare, and her towering husband also vanished into the vast ocean. Inside the underground shelter of Silver Ridge Manor, everyone spent the entire day glued to televised news reports, shifting from profound sorrow to numb detachment within mere hours. Yet life for the living must go on. After all, it was merely broadcast on television. The visceral impact would be utterly different if it unfolded right before one's eyes. Much like in films, witnessing a person dismembered evokes little reaction, but when such horror occurs in reality, even the severing of a single hand gushing blood before your gaze leaves an indelible scar upon the soul. Chief Lu Zhongming has moved into the mountains of Tiandang County, over 100 kilometers from our location, and only about 100 kilometers from the border. If he spends tonight there, we can be virtually certain that is his hideout. Shan Mao reported once more to Xia Hao. "Cobra and Panda, you two head there immediately. Use the cover of darkness to ascertain their numbers and the quantity of contraband." After hearing Shan Mao's report, Xia Hao issued his orders. "Understood." Cobra and Panda replied in unison. "All right, rest up. Feng Wang, you'll hold the fort tomorrow. Snipers won't be needed this time, and we'll avoid gunfire entirely if possible. The apocalypse begins in 2 days. If certainty is lacking, the operation may be called off without consequence." Xia Hao addressed the group once more. The others nodded and departed. Shan Mao smiled at Xia Hao and said, "I've waited 1.5 years for this moment. We're finally moving again." "Indeed, I've waited 2 years," Xia Hao replied, clapping Shan Mao on the shoulder before retiring for the night. It was 1100 p.m. Cobra and Panda drove Shan Mao's domestically produced SUV to a county road intersection. A dirt track veered right, yellow clay, rutted and narrow, but they bypassed it, spotting surveillance cameras at the entrance. Instead, they continued straight, pulling over into tall roadside grass once safely out of camera range. Lu Zhongming and 4 men sat around a table counting stacks of U.S. dollars. Brother Ming, the buyer, brought so much gear, could this blow up into something catastrophic? A shifty-eyed man asked. "Who cares? These buyers are extraordinarily generous and audacious. Damn near revolutionary timing," another chimed in with a smirk. "Pack up tomorrow and leave tonight. We'll lie low abroad for now, then watch closely whether these buyers ignite chaos within the country. If the storm swells too violently, none of us 5 will escape." Lu Zhongming commanded. "Ha ha. Girls overseas are far more liberated. This haul should keep us well entertained for half a year, wouldn't you say?" One man arched his brows suggestively. "Finally, we can get out of this godforsaken place. What good is all this money stuck in a barren wasteland? I'm nearly losing my mind." The last man, who'd remained silent until then, muttered. "You're losing your mind. You're the one who's been most relentless with the girl inside," Lu Zhongming retorted, glancing toward a woman chained in the corner of the room. "Ha ha. Well, what else is there to do?" The man grinned lewdly. 2 kilometers down the yellow clay road lay a rural farmstead nestled at the mountain's base, the very compound where Lu Zhongming and his 4 accomplices were holed up. On the farmstead's rear mountain slope, Cobra crept upward and surveyed the compound from above. Status: 6 people. Armed. This is thermal imaging, not daylight binoculars, you know. They'd initially planned to deploy a drone equipped with thermal imaging, but tonight insects and wildlife were unnervingly still. Moreover, the farmhouse sat nestled at the mountain's foot, encircled by steep slopes that formed a natural acoustic funnel, amplifying every sound toward the structure's center. No idea if they chose this spot knowing its acoustic properties, or just got lucky. Either way, it made me wait far too long, Panda grumbled, exasperated. All such exchanges occurred via encrypted earpiece comms. Cobra perched high on the ridge, Panda stationed in the vehicle below. Keeping constant watch over the farmstead, Cobra urged, enough, report to the chief immediately. Roger. Why so formal? It's just a handful of arms dealers, Panda quipped, but dutifully transmitted the intel nonetheless. At 3:00 a.m. Xia Hao, Shan Mao, Hu Zi and Xia Hao set off in Xia Hao's Audi Q5. As for this vehicle, it had originally been slated for sale pre-apocalypse to acquire supplies. Yet the sum it would fetch was negligible, hardly worth the effort. Better to keep it. 5 members of Xia Hao's family had once ridden together in this car, carrying memories of his happiest days. Moreover, most vehicles in his stockpile were white modified SUVs, too conspicuous. Ordinary civilian models like this were ideal for stealth. That's precisely why Shan Mao, despite owning a luxury vehicle worth several $100,000, opted instead for a modest domestic brand costing barely 1/10 as much. By 4:30 a.m., Shan Mao guided the Q5 toward the designated intersection, remarkably swift progress. Though Xia Hao, newly reborn into this body, still struggled with physical adaptation, the others had long since acclimated. In foreign war zones, hesitation meant death. Sometimes they joked that helmets served less to protect heads than to prevent skulls from cracking against the roof during violent maneuvers, else nausea would have overwhelmed them long ago. Some might ask, is covering roughly 100 kilometers in 90 minutes truly fast? In China's southwestern border provinces, roads are notoriously treacherous, exiting the city, merging onto county highways, then winding onto village lanes. A single hairpin turn can force an emergency deceleration to 20 kilometers per hour. Dozens punctuate the route. Spotting the approaching headlights, Cobra radioed, "Chief, is that you?" Xia Hao, fully kid inside the vehicle, replied affirmative. "What's their current status?" "All asleep," Cobra confirmed, observing 6 heat signatures lying motionless on the second floor. "Commence operation." Xia Hao remained in the vehicle, his massive frame ill-suited for close-quarters infiltration. Panda stayed with the second vehicle. Cobra maintained overwatch from the ridge. Thus only 3 operatives advanced: Xia Hao, Shan Mao and Hu Zi, tasked with neutralizing all 6 targets without firing a single shot. Unbeknownst to them, 1 captive woman was held inside, meaning only 5 hostile combatants awaited. Had the apocalypse not been imminent, just 36 hours away, they would have maintained surveillance longer before striking. Xia Hao, seasoned by years of lethal experience, knew that regardless of an adversary's perceived strength, complete situational awareness always preceded action, as evidenced by his meticulous reconnaissance prior to confronting Wang Quang. Even a 99 success probability carried a 1 fatality risk, and death once incurred offered no second chances. 20 minutes later, guided by Cobra's real-time updates and having evaded 3 surveillance points, Xia Hao and Shan Mao reached the farmstead's perimeter, a wooden picket fence enclosing a 2-story house, where all 6 figures rested upstairs. Shan Mao and Xia Hao shared years of tacit coordination, no rash moves. Hu Zi whispered through his earpiece, "Shall I enter first and cut the main power?" "Hold, look closely at the fence," Xia Hao cautioned. Hu Zi activated his helmet's low-light visor, and there they were, nearly invisible wires strung along the top of the meter-high barrier, easily overlooked without warning. From the nearby vehicle, Panda, the consummate assassin, listened to the exchange and curled a faint admiring smile. Now that's promising. A master of assassination retrained as a detective would undoubtedly excel. This is troublesome, we can't use firearms. Otherwise I'd just spray the entire house with bullets, quick and efficient, Hu Zi grumbled, eyeing the waist-high wooden fence with frustration. At that moment, Xia Hao beckoned to them, "Come over here." Since the courtyard was illuminated, visibility posed no obstacle, only the need to avoid snapping dry twigs underfoot. Moments later, Shan Mao and Hu Zi joined him. "See that pile of sand?" "Hu Zi, you'll boost me," and Shan Mao over the fence understood. Hu Zi immediately grasped the plan and nodded silently. Hu Zi then faced the wooden fence, dropped to one knee and arched his back into a taut spring-like curve. Xia Hao shed his gear, stepped back several meters, sprinted forward, planted his right foot on Hu Zi's shoulder and launched himself upward, executing a flawless forward roll before landing squarely in the courtyard's sandy patch. Shan Mao followed the same method to vault over. Hu Zi then carefully slid their equipment through the narrow gap beneath the fence, moving with painstaking silence. Xia Hao and Shan Mao ascended to the second floor. A minute later a voice rang out from above, "Who are you?" Immediately after came a woman's piercing scream, "Ah." Then Xia Hao's voice crackled clearly in everyone's earpieces, "All right, move in." Cobra descended from the hillside. Rhino drove the vehicle inside. Panda emerged from the underbrush, maneuvered the car to a roadside vantage point 2 kilometers away to stand watch. Huzi entered first, kicking open the flimsy wooden gate. Instantly an alarm blared from within the house, not loud yet sharp enough to rouse its occupants. Cobra took position guarding the entrance. 5 bare-chested men knelt on the floor with hands clasped behind their heads, held at gunpoint by Xia Hao and Shan Mao while Huzi bound them together with rope. A completely naked woman was chained in the corner. "You're not official personnel, name your terms," Lu Zhongming calmly demanded, regaining composure first. "Where is it?" Xia Hao asked. "It's you." Upon hearing his voice, Lu Zhongming instantly recognized him. "Impressive, you deduced my identity from a single phrase," Xia Hao remarked, removing his scarf. "We've never crossed paths, and once even collaborated. What is your purpose here?" "Firing guns here would certainly alert those outside," Lu Zhongming said, voice edged with anger. He assumed Xia Hao dared not shoot, precisely why head shows in this location. The mountainside acted like a giant acoustic horn. Any gunshot would carry 5 kilometers to the nearest village. Yet he hesitated to gamble. Men who wielded such an arsenal might well disregard consequences entirely. "Lu Zhongming, drop your petty calculations. Tell me plainly, where are your remaining firearms?" Xia Hao had grown weary of pretense. How do you know my name?" Lu Zhongming recoiled in shock. That name hadn't been used in years. Even his 4 most trusted lieutenants knew him only as Brother Ming. "Enough talk," Shan Mao snapped, delivering a brutal kick straight to Lu Zhongming's face. Lu collapsed, dragging the other 4 down with him, bound as they were, a testament to the force behind the blow. "Tch. Lu Zhongming, though defiant, spat blood and conceded, "Fine, I yield today. Everything's buried beneath that mango tree." Xia Hao pointed to one man and ordered Rhino, "Huzi, take him to dig. Fit silencers on your rifles. Stay 3 meters back, watch him closely. No tricks." All marveled at Xia Hao's meticulous caution. 3 meters ensured the man couldn't lunge with his shovel. Silencers signaled silent lethality. No external witness would hear a thing. With Cobra posted guard in the courtyard and 3 rifles trained on a single digger, the measure bordered on excessive. 20 minutes later Rhino returned with the man 20 AKs. Ammunition count unknown, 3 large crates, roughly tens of thousands of rounds. "Anything else?" Xia Hao pressed. "That's all, truly everything," Lu Zhongming insisted. Xia Hao exchanged a glance with Shan Mao. Without hesitation, Shan Mao drew the dagger sheathed at his waist, shoved one captive to the ground and held his hand fast while pressing the blade against the man's fingertips. "Now you speak. Anything else?" Xia Hao repeated. The man trembled violently. "Sirs, please spare us. We're just trying to survive. There's truly nothing more." Xia Hao gave a subtle nod. Snap. Shan Mao's blade flashed, 3 fingers severed cleanly. "Apologies, my aim slipped. Meant for 2. Hope you won't hold it against me." "Ah. Ugh," as the man cried out. Rhino stuffed a bedsheet towel deep into his mouth. "Can you tell the truth now?" Xia Hao asked. Tears and snot streamed down the man's face as he nodded frantically. "Then speak now." Xia Hao watched him with a faint mocking smile. Shan Mao delivered another kick and growled, "My boss asked you a question." Rhino ever earnest interjected, "Chief, cat brother, he's got his mouth stuffed." Xia Hao. Shan Mao. Then Shan Mao swiftly kicked another captive. "If he can't speak, can't you?" Ill talk, ill talk." The second man wasted no time. 20 minutes later Rhino reported again, 10 AKs, roughly 10,000 rounds, 10 pistols, dozens of grenades. Xia Hao and Shan Mao exchanged a look. No wonder Lu Zhongming had risen to regional dominance in his past life. 40 firearms and nearly 100,000 rounds constituted overwhelming firepower. Later Shan Mao severed fingers from 2 more captives, but beyond cash no further intelligence could be extracted. Finally Xia Hao turned his attention to the woman. "What about her?" "She's from the neighboring village, abducted half a month ago," one captive answered. The woman stared at Xia Hao, eyes wide with terror, her naked battered body covered in fresh wounds and old scars. Xia Hao crouched beside her. "What's your name?" "Wang Shuachin." "I know your village chief, tell me his name." "Wang Minghui," she replied without hesitation. Xia Hao nodded. She was indeed telling the truth. In truth he had never met the chief. Shan Mao, find the key. Release her. Once unchained, Wang Shuichen sat motionless on the floor gazing at Xia Hao for 3 long seconds before whispering, "Are you really letting me go?" "What else would I do?" Xia Hao countered, handing her the towel blanket from the bed. She said nothing, merely wrapped herself tightly and shrank into the corner, her gaze fixed on the dagger at his waist. Xia Hao followed her line of sight and tapped the hilt of his dagger. "Do you want revenge?" Her eyes blazed, golden fire igniting in their depths as she nodded, resolute. "Yes. Take it." He extended the blade. Shan Mao instantly pivoted his rifle toward her, wary of the lethal proximity. Xia Hao gently pushed the barrel aside with his hand and shook his head. 10 minutes later, the woman sat drenched in blood, naked, unashamed, unflinching, while the 4 men lay dead around her, castrated and riddled with wounds. Only Lu Zhongming remained alive. "Tisk tisk, she's every bit as extraordinary as Feng Huang," Shan Mao murmured in admiration. Wang Shuichen gasped for breath and Xia Hao pulled the quilt over her before pointing at Lu Zhongming and asking, "What about the other one?" She walked to the nearby kettle and drank deeply, then said, "I've only seen him twice. He never touched me, it was those 4 who abducted me." Well, principled indeed," Xinyo remarked beside her. "You counted aloud while stabbing them, stopping precisely at 74. What does that number signify?" "Half a month, 74 times. At that the woman broke into sobs. Xia Hao gently patted her shoulder and said, "We're leaving now. You won't speak of this, will you?" Wang Shuichen paused to steady herself, then replied, "I killed them, I'll keep your secret. Unless their bodies are found and the police trace it back themselves, I won't utter a single word about any of you." Lu Zhongming watched silently the entire time. Xia Hao inwardly admired his composure, truly the temperament of one destined for greatness. Alas, he'd met a man who defied fate. "Before I die, may I ask why?" Lu Zhongming feared no death, but he needed to know why had Xia Hao done this with no prior grudge or provocation. "All right, we'll step out first. Shan Mao, you tell him." Xia Hao and Xinyo escorted Wang Shuichen downstairs from the 2nd floor and into the courtyard. "What on earth is a human meat can?" "I've never done it, I swear." A furious roar echoed from upstairs, the last cry of Lu Zhongming, followed instantly by a sharp, agonized scream. "May I come with you?" "I won't slow you down, not in the least. And if there's anything you need done, I'll do it without hesitation," Wang Shuichen pleaded just before Xia Hao climbed into the car. "No." Xia Hao refused outright, then paused, reconsidered, and added, "If you're still alive 3 months from now, go to Yiling Manor in Jiangnan City. Pass the physical examination and perhaps you'll earn your chance." 2 vehicles departed laden with supplies. Wang Shuichen stood motionless, watching Xia Hao and the others fade into the distance. "In the car?" Xinyo asked. "Chief, telling him like that wouldn't risk exposing us." She once Xia Hao remained silent, but Shan Mao, who was driving, answered instead. Then he glanced sideways at Xia Hao and asked, "Are you thinking of her again?" "Let's hope we make it in time," Xia Hao murmured, flicking his cigarette but out the window, sealing the glass and closing his eyes to rest. Xinyo listened, utterly bewildered. They returned to the manor shortly after 8 in the morning. Feng Huang had already prepared breakfast. After eating, everyone went straight to sleep. "You Xiao," asked Feng Huang's sister Feng, "why do brother and the others reek of blood?" Feng Huang's expression darkened. "Don't call me Sister Feng. You may call me Sister Jiang or simply Big Sister. As for them, they spent the morning helping a friend cure dogs at his kennel." At the mention of curing dogs, the 2 native hounds, who'd been napping peacefully on the living room rug, jolted awake, tails tucked tight, and fled the shelter. By noon, the group had slept for 3 hours and gathered along the reservoir's edge to fish, this time using hand rods, not lures. All knew deep down this might be the last time they ever cast a line. Xia Hao, normally the most skilled angler among them, caught barely a handful of fish. His attention remained fixed on his phone. Less than 24 hours remained before the apocalypse. "Brother Zhong, did you receive the files I sent you? A close friend uncovered this, the child's father is him. You must arrive here by noon tomorrow no matter what you've done. I'll shield you from consequences. Finish everything you intend to do. Dr. Liang, we're hosting a housewarming banquet at the manor tomorrow, conveniently on the weekend. Do come early. Gifts? No need, though if you truly insist, just gift yourself to me. I'll wait for you. Mwahaha. This was to Liang Ping. Engineer Hao, absolutely unable to attend. What a pity. In our region, housewarmings require auspicious dates, hence the delay until tomorrow. In that case, bring your entire original team tomorrow and scout an open plot of land nearby. Yes, I need a preliminary plan by tomorrow and I'll hold a video conference with you then. Agreed. This call was to Hao Xiaoyang. Though 2,000 kilometers away made travel impossible, relocating his team outdoors, especially onto open ground, would at least ensure their survival through the first earthquake. Directorly, what? 600 tons already. No problem, I'll collect it tomorrow afternoon. Your warehouse is full. Don't you have a basement? Please store it there for now. Yes, thank you. By the way, has the electrical system retrofit been completed? Excellent. Directorly, you truly bear responsibility with honor. This call was to Li Guahao. 600 tons of canned provisions would sustain a large group for months. His factory, steel-framed and exceptionally load-bearing, had once housed Xia Hao and Shanmao for years during the last cataclysm thanks to its overhead crane capacity. Brother Wen, please come up tomorrow to help. Many guests are arriving, so arrive early, and bring Auntie too. This. Fine, I insist you come regardless. This was to Xia Wen. Upon learning his mother, long bedridden and now mentally unresponsive, could not ascend, Xia Hao paused, then feigned calm as he insisted his friend make the journey. Shanmao, confirm once more with Gezi and the others they must depart before dawn tomorrow and cross the border before sunrise. Should anything go awry, we'll still have several hours to reach them. Xia Hao turned to Shanmao after hanging up. Understood, I'll verify with them again. Shanmao kept his gaze on the bobber. Then suddenly he jerked the rod. A plump crushing carp, nearly half a kilogram, leapt from the water. Along the reservoir shore silence reigned, except for Xia Hao's voice, as everyone fished in quiet contemplation. Behind them, Feng Huang and Yu Xiao grilled steaks on portable outdoor chairs. The two dogs vanished into the hills across the water, hunting something unseen. Tall grasses swayed steadily as though stirred by unseen paws. Su Xiaobao lay sprawled beneath a cloud-dappled blue sky, chewing a dogtail, grass legs crossed, lost in thought. Xia Hao glanced back and called out, Xiaobao, have you told Zhang Qian? Relax, I told her long ago. She'll arrive first thing tomorrow morning, Su Xiaobao replied, spitting out the grass stem. His demeanor convinced everyone he'd matured, his intellect slowly returning. Then in the next instant a grasshopper leapt past him, and his towering frame, nearly 2 meters tall and weighing close to 100 kilograms, sprang upright off the ground chasing it. Xia Hao. Everyone else. He caught it and immediately headed toward Feng Huang as if planning to roast it. She kicked him away without hesitation. Defeated, he released the insect and approached Xia Hao, who just finished his calls, and asked, Brother Hao, after Chen Jie arrives, may I share a room with her? Could I get one with an ensuite bathroom? Sure. Xia Hao sighed, drained. Brother Bao sleeping with a grown woman, how embarrassing. Yu Xiao teased him, treating him like a child. Hey Xiao, you wouldn't understand the taste of it. Let me tell you, Su Xiaobao leaned in, utterly unself-conscious, ready to lecture her, before the entire group, on matters of intimacy. Yu Xiao assumed the posture of an eager student, innocent and uninitiated, fully prepared to absorb Master Su's lesson. Xiaobao. Xiao. These two thunderous warnings, one from Xia Hao, the other from Yanxi, were each directed at their own younger sibling. April 5, 2026, 6:00 a.m. Everyone except Su Xiaobao and Su Xiao rose early almost instinctively. In truth, few had slept at all. They had joined Xia Hao for a dawn run along the reservoir's edge at the mountain villa. They had done this every day for some time, and today marked the final morning of such freedom. Soon all exercise would shift underground to treadmills within the shelter. After an hour of training, the group sat in a straight line along the concrete railing atop the reservoir dam. The view from here was breathtakingly expansive. Below the twin hills lay Jiangnan City, bathed in golden sunlight, a vibrant metropolis radiating serenity and peace. A kilometer away, Dingjia village was already stirring with returning villagers. Since most farmland lay at the mountain's foot, farmers had begun loading vegetables onto tricycles before dawn for wholesale distribution in the city, and by 7:00 a.m. many were just arriving home. A paved road linked Dingjia village directly to the villa. Water discharged from the reservoir's outlet spun the wind turbines Xia Hao had installed for power generation, forming a small river that flowed through Dingjia village toward Jiangnan City. Two gentle curves brought the road to the villa's summit. The incline was mild, no more than 300 or 400 meters from base to crest, and though the hill wasn't towering, its terrain would have made an excellent defensive stronghold in ancient times. A small freight truck ascended the slope. 2 minutes later it halted at the reservoir dam. Xia Hao and the others had already stepped down from the concrete railing, watching it approach. A man stumbled out of the cab, bloody, dazed, his gaze locked on Xia Hao. It was Pan Xinzong. Xia Hao stepped forward, embraced him, and Pan broke into uncontrollable sobs against his chest. Xia Hao asked no questions. Even if officials pursued him now, he would bar their entry to the villa without hesitation and fight if necessary. Xia Hao sent Shan Mao to escort Pan Xinzong to the shelter to change clothes. Shortly after, Zhang Qian arrived on her electric scooter. Spotting several people in sportswear standing atop the dam, she greeted them with a smile, and Feng Wan led her to Xiao Bao's room. Another electric scooter soon appeared. Xia Wan had arrived. Only Liang Ping remained absent. Xia Hao paid it little mind lunch was still hours away. The entire group returned to the shelter together. For Zhang Qian and Pan Xinzong, it was their first visit, and their wide-eyed wonder filled the air with constant exclamations. After showering, the morning runners gathered in the 50-square-meter kitchen. 10 people worked side by side preparing food, slaughtering sheep, chickens, and fish, yet the space felt remarkably spacious. Xiao Bao and Xiao Xiao donned VR headsets in the living room and began playing virtual tennis. Since the shelter used electricity rather than open flame for cooking, Xia Hao and Shan Mao carried the whole roasted lamb outdoors to slow roast over an electric grill, a rare luxury they knew would vanish for months to come. Shan Mao asked, "Will the girl from the hospital still come? She hasn't answered my call, nor replied to my WeChat message. Strange. She's never missed an appointment before, she always arrives early. Have you ever touched her?" Shan Mao pressed. "No, strictly speaking she touched me," Xia Hao replied. "How so? Did you get drunk, Anne?" Shan Mao wondered aloud. "Years ago I underwent surgery," she assisted the chief surgeon. "That's how we met," Xia Hao admitted with an awkward chuckle. Cough. 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 Shan Mao mid-inhale on a cigarette choked on the words. "Should I go fetch her now?" "There's still time." "No need, it's only just past 9. Let's wait a while longer." Shan Mao fell silent and turned the roasting lamb. After a pause, Xia Hao asked, "Where are Gezi and the others now?" "They've crossed the border and landed in a forested area. I instructed them to begin the final leg at 11, it's only 300 kilometers left." Shan Mao nodded. "Good." Then, shifting topics, he added, "Boss, back in our last life, how did you survive the catastrophe?" "I went fishing and narrowly avoided the earthquake." "How about you?" Xia Hao countered. "I'd arranged a camping trip with a girl, that's what saved me." Shan Mao grinned. "Seems we should spend more time outdoors, it might just save our lives when it matters most." "So, what happened to that girl?" "She left with another group carrying compressed rations." "Never imagined the legendary leader of the Shan Mao unit defeated by a single pack of rations, ha ha ha." Xia Hao teased. "Later, while hunting in the mountains, I caught a rabbit, its aroma drew that group right to me," Shan Mao said, raising an eyebrow at Xia Hao. Xia Hao already knew the outcome. He asked quietly, "Did you let her go?" "No. After dealing with the rest, I took advantage of the moment." "Whoa, stop right there. Even I, a certified weirdo, think that's twisted," Xia Hao retorted, waving his hand dismissively. "It's not entirely my fault, they attacked first, trying to seize everything. What was I supposed to do? Besides, that intact cave was dreadfully boring." At 10 o'clock, news reports confirmed tsunami waves striking the South China Sea, the Indian Ocean, and both shores of the Pacific. Catastrophic flooding had devastated vast regions worldwide, many island nations nearly submerged. Xia Hao showed Shan Mao the breaking alerts on his phone. Shan Mao waved it off. "No need, I've seen it all before." Then Xia Hao murmured, "I suspect the world's military simply ceased to exist. Just as we suspected in our last life, we imagined secret bunkers preserving humanity. Turns out we overestimated our species." Shan Mao nodded in grim agreement. At 11, Liang Ping finally called back. "How I can't make it. I'll visit separately next time." This morning, a construction truck plowed into a crowd at Qingshan Scenic Area, dozens injured or killed. I was summoned to the site at 8:30 for emergency triage. I left in such a rush I forgot to tell you. Sorry. No problem, are you still tied up? Lunch hasn't started yet. You could still join us. I won't be free until 3 or 4 this afternoon. Critical cases were transported back to hospitals, but younger staff like me remain on site treating the lightly wounded who refuse hospitalization. Honestly, I'm baffled by them, 40 patients, just 4 of us bandaging wounds. Some even keep sightseeing before tending to their injuries. We've been ordered to hold this position until nightfall. Are you under any building right now? Xia Hao asked urgently. No, we're stationed roadside at the scenic area's main gate. It's an open plaza, no trees, no structures. When was the last time you visited this place? We treat patients as they arrive, why the sudden concern? Liang Ping asked curiously. Nothing, just glad you're safe. Keep busy, I'll call again around 1. After hanging up, Xia Hao exhaled in relief. Even if she couldn't reach the shelter, her being outdoors, clear of collapsing structures, meant she'd survived the initial cataclysm. Surface fissures would be visible, avoiding them required only basic awareness. A whirring sound of helicopter blades echoed from above. Xia Hao and the lynx looked up to see a black-gray military Apache slowly descending. 2 people were hanging on either side of the cockpit, and the pigeon, little bird, mountain eagle, and leopard had returned. The lynx pointed at the roast lamb and told them to keep their distance, otherwise they'd be eating dirt by lunchtime. The pilot, little bird, must have seen the lynx's middle finger pointed skyward, which is why he flew to the warehouse door and began to descend slowly. As the helicopter landed, Xia Hao, having lived 2 lives, saw this military helicopter loaded with weapons and ammunition up close for the first time, feeling a surge of emotions within. It felt like when your parents take you to buy your first car. At first you think it's just an ordinary domestic car worth 70 or 80,000, but then they surprise you with a Lamborghini family. Who could understand this feeling? After landing, the 4 descended from the helicopter. Xia Hao looked at them. It had been 2 years and he was finally seeing his resurrected brothers again. The lynx, aware of Xia Hao's psychological fluctuations, introduced him to everyone as if meeting for the first time. Finally, the 6 of them worked together to push the helicopter into the reserved space in the warehouse, took the roast lamb, and entered the shelter together. Here one must commend the soundproofing of the shelter. The helicopter landed without anyone inside hearing a thing. Dinner is served. On a large dining table that could seat 20, various delicious dishes were laid out. As Xia Hao and the lynx placed the roast lamb on the table, everyone took their seats. Xia Hao, Su Xiaobao, Zhang Qian, Pan Xinzong, Xia Wen, the lynx and the 9 brothers and 1 sister made up the group, along with the cobra's sister Xiao. 16 people sat around the table while the newly arrived individuals scanned the surroundings, eager to finish their meal and explore. During the meal, the television displayed scenes of the global tsunami disaster, yet the people in the shelter were filled with laughter and chatter, creating a starkly discordant image. Life must go on. Xia Hao raised his glass, saying, now that everyone is here, this toast is for humanity. Everyone raised their glasses in response to humanity. Although they had less than an hour before knowing the truth, there was still a hint of confusion among them. Only Xia Hao and the lynx knew that the real event was indeed approaching. Earlier that day, Li Qian and Xiao had learned the truth, though they still found it hard to believe. The banquet was short-lasting until 1250. Everyone put down their chopsticks and utensils, and there was still plenty of food left on the table. Normally it would be a waste, but this was humanity's last meal before the apocalypse. Xia Hao didn't care about the leftovers, walking into the living room to watch the television as the disaster he and the lynx had been talking about was imminent, a tense atmosphere enveloping the entire dining room. At that moment, Xia Hao called Liang Ping, confirming repeatedly that she should stay put, and instructed her to buy water and food from the shop at the entrance of the scenic area before hanging up. At 1303, the tsunami disaster was still being broadcasted live from around the globe, countless troops rushing in for rescue efforts. By 1304, the situation had escalated. Boom! A massive energy surged from the Earth's core to the crust, and for the first time unprecedented movements occurred within the Earth's internal structure. The crust began to split rapidly, mercilessly tearing apart the surface, and the vibrations felt as if the entire world was trembling. Boom! The power of the earthquake was beyond human imagination. The 2 dogs in the shelter were barking desperately, and it was easy to guess that the poultry on the first floor must be restless. Boom! The ground cracked open and countless gigantic fissures formed deep chasms unfathomable in depth. These chasms cut through the city center, dividing the once prosperous urban area in 2. People witnessed this mysterious and terrifying sight as if the gates of hell had been opened. Boom! The scenes on the live broadcast showed skyscrapers swaying and some already beginning to collapse, roads cracking as everyone fled in terror to seek shelter. At the Yinling Mountain Resort shelter, there were also significant tremors. A cup on the dining table that had not been cleared fell to the ground. What no one knew was that this resort miraculously remained intact after the earthquake in its previous life, partly because the impact on the resort was much smaller than that at the base of the mountain, perhaps due to the mountain itself serving as a buffer, and partly due to the sturdy construction of the shelter. Everyone opened their eyes wide, staring at everything on the television. 10 seconds later, the entire shelter lost power, plunging into darkness, prompting gasps from Zhang Qian and Xiao. Zhang Qian held Su Xiaobao tightly while Yu Xiaoxiao clung to her brother Cobra. 2 seconds later the shelter regained power thanks to the generators in the 4 lower floors. Then the television turned back on, but it could receive no signals, likely because the recent tremors had caused the broadcasting building to collapse completely. "Shelter butler," as everyone was in a daze, Xia Hao shouted into the air. "Here, master," an electronic synthesized voice responded, which was the smart home network system Xia Hao had installed. "Open the satellite receiver," Xia Hao said again. "Okay, master." Opening the satellite receiver on the 3rd floor, the electronic synthesized voice replied once more. 10 seconds later the television automatically searched for channels and finally found a signal, likely from a broadcasting vehicle that had mobilized to continue using drones for live broadcasts. However, only 5 minutes had passed since the earthquake began, along with Xia Hao's series of operations. When the images reappeared, everyone was stunned. In just 5 minutes the entire Jiangnan city was like cut bamboo, with buildings reduced to half, especially those poorly constructed projects that had already been leveled. The live broadcast aircraft was flying at about 500 meters in the air, surveying everything below. Switching through several channels, the same scene appeared. Cities across the country and abroad, centuries-old human civilization buildings, were destroyed in these few minutes. The most terrifying part was that this was not the end. The earthquake showed no signs of abating, with tremors continuing and buildings collapsing. Homes were taken away, innocent lives vanished in disaster, and people fled in all directions seeking a glimmer of hope, desperate to escape this calamity. Even Xia Hao and the Lynx, who had experienced this once before, were at a loss. In their previous life they had been fortunate not to witness this chaos in the city, but now watching this scene unfold live, it was heart-wrenching. Xia Hao estimated that the tremor level outside the resort must have reached level 6, while inside the city it had reached at least level 10, perhaps even 11. Switching to perspectives from abroad, entire areas were flattened in 3 seconds, the ground undulating like waves. In places with higher tremor levels, even if people were lying flat on open ground, they would be thrown a few meters into the air, crashing down heavily. That level of shaking might have already reached the known limit of 12 or even higher. As the live broadcast images disappeared one by one, Xia Hao realized that even broadcasting vehicles in open areas would be thrown and damaged. He picked up his phone. There was still signal in the shelter thanks to the signal receiver overhead, but when he called, Liang Ping's side indicated that she was out of service area, meaning the signal towers there must have been destroyed. Fan Yu took his beloved girlfriend to an outdoor restaurant for lunch today, intending to propose later. His girlfriend was completely unaware that several tables nearby were filled with Fang Yu's colleagues and friends. As the two were engrossed in their sweet exchange, a violinist suddenly approached their table. With the beautiful music playing, Fang Yu stood up and walked behind his girlfriend. When his girlfriend turned around, she discovered that the ground behind her had been transformed into a sea of flowers, forming a giant heart shape. Fan Yu pulled his girlfriend towards the center of the heart-shaped flower sea, and she had already guessed his intentions, tears streaming down her face. As Fan Yu knelt on one knee and presented the diamond ring, a crowd of his friends had already gathered around the flower sea, smiling and offering their heartfelt blessings. "Will you marry me?" "I do." Upon hearing her response, Fan Yu's eyes filled with emotion. Just as he was about to place the ring on his girlfriend's finger, he noticed her stepping back. Fan Yu thought to himself, "Hey, why are you being playful at a time like this?" He reached out again, only to see his girlfriend retreat another step. While he was puzzled, he heard his friends gasping behind him and realized that it wasn't his girlfriend retreating, but rather the ground splitting open right between them. With his left hand raised and the ring in his right, he hadn't gripped firmly, and in those 2 dazed seconds the earth began to shake. Boom! The crack between him and his girlfriend widened rapidly, and in the blink of an eye a 3-meter-wide fissure appeared, making it impossible to save her. "Step back quickly!" Fan Yu shouted, trying to get his girlfriend away from the edge of the crack as he began to retreat himself. But at that moment the ground beneath his girlfriend suddenly gave way, and Fan Yu watched helplessly as she fell into the abyss along with a pile of chairs. Fan Yu cried out in despair, leaning over the crack, oblivious to the possibility of falling in. Suddenly he steeled himself, wanting to jump after her, but a friend rushed over and grabbed him, pulling him back. In Jiangnan's Class 5 of the 3rd High School, nearly 30 students were camping on a grassland 20 kilometers from the city. After finishing lunch, they began planting trees with hoes and shovels. Zhang Ziqian, the richest student funding the event, was asked to take the first swing. Before raising his hoe, he dramatically shouted, "Have an opening hoe." Originally just to amuse his classmates, as such phrases are often found in fantasy novels. Bang! The moment the hoe struck the ground, the earth truly split open. Zhang Ziqian was shocked, and so were his classmates. A quick-thinking classmate shouted, "Wow, Zhang, you've awakened." Zhang Ziqian stared incredulously at the hoe in his hand and exclaimed, "Wow, a divine artifact." But what happened next took everyone by surprise. Boom! The earth cracked open and all the classmates watched as the ground beneath Zhang Ziqian was torn apart, extending out of sight. One of Zhang Ziqiang's feet lost its footing and he teetered on the edge on the verge of falling into the crack. In a flash, a figure rushed from the panicking crowd and caught him. It was Lu Ji, who tightly grasped Zhang Ziqiang's hand while Zhang hung precariously in midair with the abyss below him. "What are you waiting for? Help me. I can't hold on much longer." Lu Ji shouted loudly, prompting a few male classmates to react and quickly form a human chain. "Why are you grabbing my foot? My hand. My hand. I can't hold on." A few finally figured out what to do and came to help Lu Ji pull Zhang Ziqiang from the abyss. After they were rescued, everyone was still shaken, but there was no time to catch their breath as a violent earthquake followed right on cue. In a small coffee shop, when the earthquake struck, he was attending to customers. He watched as the building shook and customers panicked, trying to escape a stampede imminent. He struggled to protect the safety of the customers, but the situation spiraled out of control. All he could do was watch helplessly as customers were pushed into a tide of bodies collapsing to the ground. As those who trampled over others thought they had reached safety in an open area, the sky fell and steel and concrete rained down, engulfing everyone. Even the cries for help were drowned out. A high-speed train with the track ahead suddenly sinking into the ground couldn't stop in time. The earth trembled as if it were alive, and the train was like a strand of noodles, with all the carriages being swallowed by the ground in merely a second. Such tragedies were happening worldwide. "Mom, my mom." In a shelter at the resort, Xia Hao watched the horrific scenes unfolding globally and suddenly remembered something, shouting as he tried to rush out. Suddenly a pair of hands grabbed him tightly. It was Xia Hao. "Ah, Hao, let me go. I need to save my mom." "Wengu, it's too late," Xia Hao sighed. He then instructed the shelter manager to review the surveillance footage, which showed shaky images from the mountain but was enough to capture a few seconds. Dengjia village had long since become ruins. Even though the earthquake in this area was much smaller than in the city, it was still a magnitude of 7 or 8, if not higher. How could self-built houses in rural areas withstand such a powerful earthquake? "Ah! Woo-woo!" Xia Hao collapsed to the ground, kneeling and crying out in agony. For Auntie, this is also a form of release. The living must go on. Although this may sound harsh, it's the truth. Ajong, take one, go back to the room. After the earthquake we will go collect Auntie's body. Xia Hao squatted down and patted his shoulder, instructing. He had witnessed too much death and too many separations, only wishing for humanity to survive. As long as he could ensure a quality group, he could not care for anything else, nor had the ability to do so. The earthquake lasted an hour, leaving the world in ruins. As the seismic intensity decreased and people felt the disaster had passed, an even larger tsunami approached. Humanity was too insignificant. From the perspective of the videos, those coastal cities would likely have no survivors, and there was no doubt about it. Even more terrifying scenes appeared on the earth. Drone footage captured images that astonished everyone as the entire land looked like a parched field, cracking everywhere. Rivers ran dry, and what were once vast rivers and lakes poured ferociously into the cracks in the earth, quickly running out while the fissures gaped open like mouths that hadn't quenched their thirst. It seems the earthquake has ended. What should we do? Should we go out to rescue people? The speaker was Yu Xiaoxiu, still not yet entered society, feeling a sense of compassion. Are we going out to save people? Upon hearing Yu Xiaoxiu's inquiry, everyone turned to Xia Hao. We can't save anyone, this is just the beginning and the worst is yet to come. The bobcat answered Yu Xiaoxiu's question when he noticed Xia Hao remained silent. This also addressed everyone's doubts. Everyone please take a seat. Xia Hao gestured for everyone to sit down as they were all anxiously watching the live broadcast. The sofa was designed in a minimalist style, as this type of wooden material lasts longer than fabric sofas. It was no problem for 20 people to sit in a large circle of sofas. Once everyone was seated, Xia Hao said, just wait a few more hours and you will understand why I set up this shelter. They had now completely believed Xia Hao's words, as everything he and the bobcat said had come to pass. The live broadcast continued. Images of world leaders appeared on the screen, looking disheveled, their suits covered in dust and even blood. They delivered impassioned speeches, but even they knew that very few people were likely to witness such addresses. Some speeches were abruptly cut off with the entire screen going black, while others were directly swallowed by cracks that appeared in the ground. The military couldn't even save themselves, let alone assist the public. However, during the brief pause in the earthquake, some troops did mobilize. After fire trucks and police cars came out, some headed straight for their own homes. At that moment no one blamed them, but soon they all realized that their vehicles were utterly useless. The earth had transformed, the landscape, roads were cut off, and some areas that had been flat land were suddenly isolated by cracks that appeared out of nowhere. A wealthy man living in a suburban villa wanted to escape by helicopter during the crisis. Upon seeing the helicopter on the helipad, he collapsed in despair as the earthquake had overturned the helicopter. It was nearly impossible to right it without any tools, and even if he could, it was clear that the damaged helicopter would never fly again. Many planes on the ground had already lost their wings and could not fly. The pilots of those still flying in the air were stunned by the scene below, causing panic among all the passengers. Unless they found a clear space for an emergency landing, they would plummet to their deaths due to fuel exhaustion. Only a few amphibious gliders in the world could survive, but how many people could they carry? Boom! This time it wasn't an earthquake, a massive mushroom cloud erupted from the live broadcast. Although the drone filming was quite distant, the tremendous power of the explosion was still palpable. It appeared that an arms depot at some military base had exploded, and it was even possible that a nuclear bomb had detonated. This was merely a microcosm of the larger disaster. Some countries possessing nuclear weapons were now most worried about nuclear explosions. Some military bases had sunk underground, and when large weapons came into contact with the magma beneath, massive explosions occurred. Globally, approximately 500 nuclear power plants had suffered catastrophic damage, becoming ruins. A nuclear leak was inevitable, and the downstream regions of major rivers and oceans would face the risk of underwater species extinction. As the television footage and commentary intermittently explained, the people in the shelter felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They never expected the earthquake could have such severe consequences. "The most terrifying thing is coming," Xia Hao said, looking at the television screen. "This is the root of humanity's annihilation," the bobcat echoed. Everyone stared at the television. In the cracked earth, magma was already visible, or a terrifyingly hot red liquid. Although it hadn't reached the point of eruption, magma had begun to emerge from countless fissures resembling molten iron being poured into a trough in a steel mill, intensely scorching. "Isn't that magma? Will it overflow and cover the land?" Shanya, being the most knowledgeable about technology among them, asked Xia Hao, as he had more foundational knowledge than others. "It won't overflow because there are too many cracks in the earth, unlike a volcano which has just one small vent," Xia Hao explained. "Are you saying that volcanic ash will blanket the globe, leading to a lack of ultraviolet rays combined with dense toxic gas, causing the extinction of humanity and all living beings?" Xian Yao continued to press for answers. "Magma, toxic gas, and nuclear radiation are just part of it. The volcanic ash won't last long. About 3 months after that, these magmas will be extinguished by a torrential rain, but there will be a large amount of toxic gas in the air. For those 3 months, the earth will be like a giant furnace," Xia Hao replied. "So after 3 months humans can survive?" This question was asked by Xinyo. "After extinguishing these magmas, the Earth's core temperature will drop and the entire planet will enter a lengthy ice age that is the most terrifying disaster," the bobcat helped explain. "What? An ice age? Just like the era of the dinosaurs?" Upon hearing this, everyone became unsettled how terrifying this phenomenon was. They had all learned a bit about the extinction of the dinosaurs, but only now did they truly understand the purpose of this underground shelter. Panic appeared in everyone's eyes for the first time. Yes, by then the equatorial and subtropical regions will still be around 50 to 70 degrees and humanity may barely survive, but further north it could drop to over 100 degrees. The temperature in the sky is unknown, as no one knows if any planes will be able to fly at that time. Xia Hao directly informed the dozen people in the shelter about what would happen next, no longer hiding anything. "The apocalypse is here. What we thought would only happen in movies has truly occurred. At that time, only independent water sources that are not affected by radiation can be safely consumed. Most of the ice and snow will carry nuclear radiation and a type of volcanic toxin, so many people will unknowingly drink water formed from this ice and snow, dying within as little as 1 or 2 weeks or as long as half a year," Xia Hao continued explaining. "Heavens, they really leave us no way out," Xinyo sighed. "These are just natural disasters. We haven't even mentioned man-made disasters yet. There will be corpses everywhere with no one to clear them. The rising temperatures will accelerate decay and plagues will run rampant. Those who survive will kill each other over trivial resources and humanity will be extinguished," the bobcat lamented. "Is that possible? Won't there be police and military to maintain order?" Yu Xiaoxiao asked innocently once again. This time it was not Xia Hao or the bobcat who answered. Feng Huang replied, "Look at the previous tsunami. Most of the personnel who mobilized were wiped out by the sudden earthquake. I think it's the same globally." She didn't continue, and she, snake holding her younger sister, chimed in, "And these people will eventually find they can't survive and will use their weapons to rob resources in the apocalypse. Am I right?" Exactly, it's frustrating. The most troublesome ones we have to deal with are these people, the Bobcat side. Chief, with only this limited gear and weaponry, how can we possibly stand against them? They're numerous, and they've got tanks and aircraft. Mountain Hawk asked. Their numbers are not as great as they seem. Most perished early on during rescue efforts. Of those who remain, the vast majority are not as degraded as I described. They won't join such forces. Moreover, even if one survives the earthquake, the blizzard will still claim the unprepared. As for weapons, observe the aircraft shown in the live broadcast moments ago. Nearly all were crippled by the quake, only a handful remain airworthy. Tanks and armored vehicles face severe operational constraints in extreme cold unless housed in heated environments. Starting them is difficult, and even if started, they confront critical challenges: fuel scarcity, impassable roads, dwindling ammunition. In short, sustained mechanized warfare is unsustainable. Eventually, infantry combat becomes the dominant mode of engagement. Mountain Cat replied. Even infantry combat faces dire shortages of ammunition. The armory stockpiling firearms and the factories manufacturing rounds are all located deep in remote, uninhabited mountain ranges. After the snowfall, human access becomes virtually impossible. In the end, survival hinges on primitive cold weapons. Xia Hao added once more. Chief, tell us plainly, what must we do? Tiger asked. We're ordinary people. If by some miracle we survive until the disaster ends, what of our descendants? Will they be forced to live like beasts, raw flesh eaters, blood drinkers? We need experts in chemistry, medicine, materials science, biology, physics, earth sciences, and countless skilled artisans and technicians. We'll seek out individuals with exceptional abilities. Our future expeditions will revolve entirely around recruiting such people, those who can meaningfully contribute to humanity and to our group. The scope is broad, yet selection will be rigorous. Xia Hao declared. The live television broadcast continued. Refugees in the shelter soon noticed that the lone remaining drone had ceased adjusting its angle, its underground operator likely deceased. Soon it too would exhaust its power and crash. The drone could no longer capture scenes within the city, only billowing, churning smoke obscured everything: dust from collapsed buildings, thick black plumes from raging fires, and where the earth had split open, roaring flames and molten lava surging forth. Toxic gases saturated the air, rendering breathing agonizingly difficult. Along coastal cities, massive vessels, swept inland by tsunamis, lay stranded far beyond their natural domain, lodged in city centers, embedded beside schools and hospitals, landmarks once unimaginable as maritime graveyards. Smartphones still held network connectivity, but most apps had crashed, likely due to server destruction. Human civilization had plunged into chaos and despair, claiming countless irreplaceable lives. 5 hours later, seismic activity subsided significantly, the magnitude dropped to 35. At the villa's location, tremors likely measured below 3. Inside the shelter, no vibrations remained perceptible. Is it over? Xia Wen asked first. Zhang Xian also turned her gaze towards Xia Hao. Yes, go now and return swiftly. If they're gone, retrieve their bodies and bury them on the mountain. Remember, under no circumstances may any other living person ascend the mountain. Xia Hao nodded. I'll go help too, Su Xiaobao said, intuiting Zhang Qian's and Xia Wen's intent. Though Zhang Qian's husband had died shortly after marriage, her in-laws blamed her for his death, treating her harshly, even assigning her to guard the chicken coop alone. Yet after years of shared life, even in death, she felt duty-bound to grant them final rights. Xia Wen meanwhile intended to retrieve his elderly mother's remains. Cobra, take your sister alone, she'll benefit from the experience. Darkness falls in 1 hour, return before then. Toxic gases haven't yet begun dispersing, an hour ensures safety. Xia Hao instructed him, then gave Cobra a subtle, meaningful glance. Arm yourself and stay sharp. Cobra nodded knowingly, he understood Xia Hao's unspoken command. Su Xiaobao, Xia Wen, Pan Xinzong, Zhang Qian and Yu Xiaoxiao, none had ever witnessed mass death at such scale. This expedition would serve as grim acclimatization. Sending Cobra armed alongside them was precautionary. Should survivors stubbornly demand sanctuary on the mountain and refuse persuasion, he was authorized to act decisively. I'll fly the helicopter to retrieve someone. Bird and Mountain Cat will accompany me. Everyone else inspect the villa thoroughly for damage. Address any hazards immediately. Crucially, do not remain outside the villa for more than 1 hour. Xia Hao issued his orders. Understood, came the unified reply. Emerging from the shelter, the sight before them left everyone breathless. Television footage bore no comparison to reality. Jiangnan City loomed in the distance, shrouded beneath an endless pall of dust and ash, its surviving structures invisible. Across the horizon, the earth itself had fractured open, revealing deep, jagged chasms, like rivers seen from above, save these rivers ran not with water but with blinding incandescent magma. It was a vision surpassing even the most harrowing apocalyptic cinema, more visceral, more absolute. There was no time for awe. "Don't waste a second, move out," Xia Hao commanded. Only then did they scrutinize the villa. The flanking hills were gentle earthen slopes, some landslides occurred, yet structural impact was minimal. Notably, the hill opposite the reservoir remained virtually untouched, and the dam itself showed no fissures. Relief washed over Xia Hao. "Good, just as I remembered from my previous life. No deviation. And my parents' graves remain undisturbed." The Apache helicopter was jointly wheeled into view. Except for Mountain Cat's team and Xia Hao himself, no one knew it had arrived, nor had they anticipated its formidable array of mounted cannons. All stood stunned. Next, Pan Shinzong drove the cargo truck out of the warehouse. Several boarded Cobra joined them, descending the mountain to recover the dead. Aboard the helicopter, Bird piloted while Mountain Cat served as co-pilot. A heavy-duty tether dangled beneath, supporting a basket akin to those beneath hot air balloons, designed for personnel and supply transport. Xia Hao had prepared 3 such baskets. The helicopter lifted off, bound for Liangping, 20 kilometers away. All they could do was pray she still lived. Over the city they glimpsed survivors struggling from rubble, grief and anguish etched upon every face. Shouts and sobs rose in chaotic waves, crashing upon the soul like a tsunami. In a ruined plaza, a man knelt cradling an anonymous corpse. Tears mingled with blood upon his cheeks. His voice trembled. "Why? Why has such calamity befallen us?" Nearby, a woman clutched her husband's hand, his chest pierced by rebar, blood bubbling from his lips. An elder sat hollowed, stripped of all hope, whispering brokenly, "My dear grandson, wake up. Oh heavens, how could this be?" If the city's periphery, where buildings were uniformly low-rise, lay in such utter devastation, the fate of the smoke-choked metropolis beyond was beyond imagining. A helicopter swept across the city's outskirts. Even having witnessed this sight in 2 lifetimes, Xia Hao and Shan Mao remained inwardly unsettled, let alone Shan Yao, who piloted the aircraft. Minutes later they arrived at the entrance of the scenic area where Liangping had last been seen. It was the weekend and crowds still thronged this suburban attraction. Hundreds had already gathered. As the helicopter circled overhead, all eyes turned skyward. Before the earthquake they had watched live broadcasts on their phones and already knew the global situation, waving frantically, believing the military had come to evacuate them to shelters. The helicopter descended slowly. Xia Hao spotted an ambulance surrounded by a crowd with 4 physicians in white coats treating the injured. Since the scenic area lay mostly on flat terrain, fatalities were few, making this impromptu medical station a natural magnet for survivors. Xia Hao could not help but admire Liangping's composure, remaining calm and focused on healing others even amid such chaos. Liangping looked up and saw the helicopter, but did not recognize Xia Hao. As the crowd's attention also shifted upward, those quick-witted began moving toward the landing zone, eager to board first. No one knew what horrors might follow, and every moment gained meant another chance at survival. One by one, then dozens, soon the crowd surged forward. Everyone had caught on. Xia Hao touched down first, stepping out of the sling basket. Only then did the helicopter tilt slightly to settle fully. When people saw a man in civilian clothes disembark, they paused in surprise, then quickly reasoned he must be a soldier who'd rushed into rescue without time to don uniform. Otherwise, how else would he have body armor and a sidearm? Indeed, Xia Hao wore a plain white t-shirt, jeans, canvas shoes, and a tactical vest with a pistol holstered at his waist. It was only day 1 of the apocalypse. True anarchy had yet to erupt. Full protective gear would not be needed for at least another fortnight. The mob stampeded toward the sling basket. Xia Hao nearly toppled under the crushing tide. "Don't push! Don't push!" No matter how loudly Xia Hao shouted, the crowd surged like a breached dam, unstoppable. He tried to draw his pistol to fire a warning shot into the air, but his arm was pinned tight. Rat-a-tat! A burst of automatic fire erupted from the helicopter, Shan Mao rifle raised, muzzle still smoking. Silence fell instantly. Xia Hao seized the reprieve and sprinted to Liangping. Upon recognizing him, her long-suppressed emotions shattered. She flung herself into his arms and wept uncontrollably. Xia Hao held her wordlessly. The other 3 physicians in white coats too finally broke down, sobbing openly. "It's all right. I'll take you away." 2 minutes later, seeing Shan Mao near his breaking point, Xia Hao gently but firmly stilled Liangping's tears. Liangping caught her breath and asked, "How is the city?" "You'll see when we get back." "Let's go," Xia Hao replied, his voice softer than it had ever been. Well, what else could one expect? She was beautiful. Wait, no, what she needed now was comfort. But there are so many people, how can we possibly leave them all? What's wrong with this helicopter? Liang Ping asked, her tears now dried. Ask nothing now, everything will be explained on our way back, Xia Hao answered with a faint reassuring smile. All right, she agreed, and as Xia Hao reached for her hand to depart she hurriedly added, just me. What about my colleagues, can they come too? Xia Hao glanced at the three physicians, fragile wide-eye trembling with hope, and swept his arm outward. All of you, come with me. They nodded frantically as if hesitation might cost them escape itself. As the group moved toward the edge of the crowd, shouts rose, why won't you take me? Is this how public servants serve the people? Do taxpayers' money fund this kind of treatment? I'm staying right here, you do as you please. Young man, this is my grandson. Could he go first? Please, we beg you. Shan Mao stood silently beside the aircraft. Shan Yao remained in the cockpit unmoving. Spotting Xia Hao approaching with the four women, Shan Mao hurried to meet him, yet between them stretched a human river of hundreds, impassable as the Milky Way dividing cowherd and weaver girl. Rat-a-tat. In the end, truth proved decisive. The crowd parted briefly, just long enough for Xia Hao and the four women to squeeze through. But the moment they reunited, those stunned by the gunfire surged forward once more. Look, soldiers are shooting people. Is there no law left? No justice left. A man dropped to the ground and rolled about, shrieking like a mad prophet. Bang! Xia Hao fired a single round into the sky and roared silence. And silence fell, absolute and immediate. Reinforcements arrived shortly, do not crowd. If we were here solely to rescue civilians, why deploy an armed helicopter? Other relief choppers will land in 10 minutes. We're under special orders to urgently evacuate medical personnel to the front line where mass casualties have occurred. Your injuries are minor. We head into the city where secondary collapses remain imminent. Do you still wish to join us? Ha! Speak up. His final questions exploded from his throat, veins bulging at his neck, fierce as a warrior marching toward certain death. Not a whisper stirred. Those who'd clamored to board now scrambled backward, some women in skirts heedless of modesty tumbled and crawled clear. Xia Hao averted his gaze, maintaining a stern, resolute facade. Liang Ping and the three physicians gazed upon Xia Hao, so commanding, so unyielding, and felt their hearts flutter wildly. Let's go, he said, turning his back to the crowd, flashing Shan Mao a sharp signal to depart, then led the four women into the sling basket. Just as Xia Hao believed departure would proceed smoothly, a portly middle-aged man approached, accompanied by a woman 2 decades his junior, radiant and poised. Comrade, he declared, I am Director Zhang of the XX District Committee. As a servant of the state, I must report to the front line immediately, please take us aboard without delay. He had been the first to grasp reality. Global infrastructure had collapsed, no massive military deployment was coming. His intuition whispered that one of these physicians must be the daughter of a high-ranking official. Joining them posed no danger and offered extraordinary opportunity. With so many dead in the city, his own promotion would be not just possible but inevitable. His words drew applause from the crowd behind him. What a noble official, thinking of the people even in crisis. Yes, take this comrade aboard, young man. True virtue shines brightest in calamity. I'll film this. This clip will go viral. Xia Hao hesitated for 2 seconds, then glanced at the younger woman clinging to the man's arm and understood the man had seen through his ruse. He signaled Shan Yao to start the rotors and said coolly, Director, we've got it covered. Please wait a while longer. The rotors whirred to life, sand and grit whipped the crowd, forcing them to shield their eyes and stagger backward. Yet the man lunged forward, gripping the sling basket with desperate ferocity, his gaze burning with suspicion. There are no Apaches in China, who are you really? If I shout now, everyone will swarm this basket and none of you will leave. With the mask off, Xia Hao stopped pretending. His hand rested on his weapon, his eyes sharpening like blades. Let go, or you'll taste lead. The man released his grip instantly, glaring up as the helicopter lifted the basket skyward. A gust blew aside the strands of hair plastered across his forehead, revealing the smooth sunlit dome of his bald crown. 10 meters aloft, Xia Hao shouted to the 4 women, crouch down. They obeyed instantly. Xia Hao drew his pistol and fired once directly above the bald man's head. Bang! Inside the sling basket, Xia Hao grinned, a cold, deliberate smile. To let such a man survive, remember this humiliation, and later build power against him. That ember of vengeance had to be snuffed out here now before it could catch flame. The helicopter's roar muffled the gunshot. Liang Ping shouted, was that a gunshot? Xia Hao shouted back, that was the sound of the author's heartbreaking. Liang Ping frowned puzzled, the sound of a heartbreaking. Xia Hao thought grimly, without this villain as a narrative thread the author loses several chapters worth of build-up and plot tension. Small wonder he's devastated. Not wanting Liang Ping and the others to witness him shooting director Zhang, he aimed to shield them from seeing his ruthlessness too soon. Many things must progress step by step or else it would leave them with lasting shadows. As for why he took the other 3 women, there were not many with medical knowledge in this apocalypse, the team needed them. Xia Hao swore it was absolutely not because they were all quite beautiful, definitely not. He could swear on the lives of his 2 male dogs. Minutes later the plane returned to Yinling Villa. Everyone gathered around and upon seeing 4 beautiful women in medical attire emerge from the lift, the men of the Lynx team widened their eyes, thinking no wonder the boss is so bold. Even in the apocalypse he doesn't forget to have a little fun. Xia Hao ignored their lustful gazes and immediately approached the dejected and pale-faced Xia Wen and Zhang Qian, asking how did it go. Xia Wen held back tears and said, when Qian Mei and I arrived nearly everyone in the village had died. Most were resting in their houses during noon, leaving no survivors. A few cars were missing from the village, they might have escaped or perhaps never returned. Xia Hao patted Xia Wen and Zhang Qian's shoulders, knowing that they would need some time to recover from seeing so many corpses for the first time. He sighed, my condolences. Where are the bodies? They are still in the car waiting for you to decide how to handle them, Xia Wen replied. Let's cremate them. There have been a lot of fallen trees on the mountain, so we can store the bones first. Tomorrow we can go to the neighboring village where there's a funeral home, get a few bone boxes and then bury them on the mountain with my parents. They knew each other in life, so they'll have company, Xia Hao sighed. Alright, well, do as you say, Xia Wen and Zhang Qian nodded. Everyone please go inside. Although the toxic gas and radiation have not spread yet, safety comes first. 1 hour outside is the limit. From tomorrow on, no matter how long we are out, we must wear protective suits. Xiao, go to the warehouse and fetch 3 sets of protective suits for them. Xiao Bao, you stay with them for the cremation tonight. Tomorrow we will give uncle and aunt a grand burial. The conditions are limited, but this is the best we can do. Xia Hao felt a pang of guilt recalling how Xia Wen helped his parents with their funeral, yet he couldn't assist Xia Wen's mother with a priest for her rites. Xia Wen understood Xia Hao's feelings, patting his shoulder and saying, How, don't blame yourself. I understand, given the current conditions we've done our best. My mother in spirit will understand too. Everyone silently nodded and entered the shelter. Pan Xinzhong and Yu Xiaoxiao began preparing dinner while the others were in the living room. The television broadcasted footage of today's disaster, all recorded during the day, as Liang Ping and the others couldn't watch it live in the scenic area. Although there were people in the scenic area relaying the live situation to inform everyone, they had already grasped the basic circumstances. But hearing and seeing were 2 different things. The 4 women were already in tears watching the disaster footage. The others, though they had seen it once during the day, still found it unbelievable upon seeing it again. Soon the meals were ready, but no one ate. Firstly, too much had happened today, and secondly, Xia Wen and the others had not yet come down. The cremation of the wood would take at least an hour and a half, and judging by the time, it should be nearly done. As for their parents in the city, the 4 women held little hope and continued to cry. Everyone understood if it were their situation, they too couldn't calm down so quickly. Before long, Xiao Bao and the others returned. The atmosphere at the dining table was gloomy, with 2 dogs gnawing on leftover lamb bones from yesterday, making crunching sounds. Except for Xia Hao and the Lynx team, everyone else was in low spirits. Xia Hao asked Xia Wen, where are the bones? Xiao Niao brought me a wooden box to store them. It's in the outdoor warehouse, Xia Wen replied. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. Xia Hao nodded, then looked at the 4 women who were still sobbing while holding their bowls and said, alright, let's eat first. The living must continue. Besides, it's possible that your parents are still alive. To lighten the mood, Xia Hao could only eat while discussing some future plans for the shelter. He also briefly explained to the 4 new women about some things that would happen after the disaster, which he had already talked about during the day and could only repeat in summary. The 4 women were very surprised after listening, but were clever enough not to ask how Xia Hao knew these things. Those who could prepare the shelter in advance certainly had their own channels, and they gradually began to emerge from their sorrow. Seeing that everyone was slowly regaining their spirits, Xia Hao said, in the face of great disasters, being alive is the greatest fortune amidst misfortune. Human life is filled with more suffering than joy, and happiness is something we create ourselves. Humanity became the only ruler of the earth not just because of our intelligent minds, but also because we can regulate our emotions. Let's keep going, everyone. Those who survive have even heavier missions ahead. After Xia Hao's encouragement, everyone regained some energy, for living was more important than anything. Currently the shelter needed medical personnel like them, and the 4 women began to introduce themselves. Liang Ping was a surgeon, the other 29-year-old Huang Wenwen was an emergency doctor. The 2 young nurses Qian Yunshui and Guan Xiuqiu had just graduated and were both only 21. After dinner, Xia Hao took them to the medical room and informed them that there would be plans to seek more comprehensive supplies in the future and establish a small internal hospital at the villa. He also gave them a tour of the entire shelter, astonishing the 4 women with the equipment and supplies. Especially Xia Hao's future disaster progression and human reconstruction plan left them struggling to digest. Finally, he let them choose their rooms with exactly 20 people, 13 men and 7 women, 1 master bedroom and 20 secondary bedrooms. Since Su Xiaobao and Zhang Qian were in one room, only one room was left empty. Thus Xia Hao preemptively told everyone, if the number of people increases later, we'll have to share rooms, so each room has 2 beds. If we can't accommodate everyone, we may need to build more housing and some may have to live elsewhere. I just want to make this clear in advance. Everyone nodded. Outside the warehouse was piled high with cement, sand and steel bars, all for future housing construction, which had already been mentioned before. The next morning, after a night of digesting, everyone had begun to accept everything that happened yesterday. After working out at the gym with the Lynx team, Xia Hao took a shower and came to the living room, where he saw everyone in the shelter busy. Pan Xinzhong, Xiaoxiao and the newcomer Huang Wenwen were busy in the kitchen. Su Xiaobao and Zhang Qian had just finished feeding the poultry upstairs. Xia Wen had just checked if the earthquake had damaged the power generation system on the 4th underground floor, and Liang Ping was counting the disposable supplies in the medical room with Chen Yunshui and Guan Xiaoqiao. It was a scene of thriving activity. The Lynx team was responsible for everyone's security, as they had to go out and fight hard, so they had nothing else to do, and everyone was aware of it. After everyone finished breakfast, Xia Hao called everyone to sit down in the living room. He stood up and glanced at everyone, saying, "What I am about to say next, please remember, everyone present." Everyone straightened in their seats. If this statement had been made before the apocalypse, you would have dismissed it entirely, or at best considered it utter nonsense. I initially wanted you to accept my words after experiencing hardship in the apocalypse, that way you would wholeheartedly follow my plan. Yesterday you witnessed everything that happened outside. I believe you have seen apocalyptic movies or read novels, so you should understand how tragic the situation is for those outside. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Soon those who can no longer endure will fight over a bottle of water or a can of food. This is human nature. If most of you were outside, I am confident that even if you had survival skills apart from the cat team, the rest would not last long. Xia Hao directed his gaze toward members outside the cat team. He did not look at Su Xiaobao, as everyone knew Xia Hao would take care of him. The few people whom Xia Hao looked at nodded, understanding that if Xia Hao had not brought them to the villa, they would likely have either died in the earthquake or starved to death within a few days. I have stored enough supplies for 20 people to survive for decades here, allowing us to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. However, starting today we must abandon such thoughts, for we share a common name with everyone outside: humanity. No one is born ordinary, nor are they born great. It is only when pressure weighs down on one's shoulders that they learn to carry the burden and move forward. Next, once the situation outside stabilizes, we will use the villa as the core to build a shelter capable of accommodating hundreds of people. Our initial target is 300 people. If we can restore production normally, we will then decide on population increases based on the food supply ratio. The heroes you see on television, those who rescue and provide aid, are worthy of respect. They are the brave ones. Humanity will forever remember them, but this disaster is beyond humanity's control. The most correct course of action now is to survive. Do not think that hiding here makes us cowards. On the contrary, we too are heroes. As long as we can ensure the continuation of humanity's seed, we are all heroes. I have laid much groundwork. Next, I will discuss the specific plan, which may be harsh, but it must be executed 100%. Only then can the plan for humanity's survival be sustained. First, we will use this shelter as a base to screen suitable personnel. These individuals must be healthy in every aspect. Once the situation stabilizes, we will collect all testing equipment from hospitals to conduct comprehensive health checks on anyone entering the villa. Anyone who fails to meet the standards will be turned away. Second, we will form an armed force to maintain peace in the villa. If necessary, we will also assist in maintaining order in a designated area, provided the risks are not too great. This is the reason I have been stockpiling weapons, and the armed division will also be responsible for searching for supplies. Otherwise, as our population grows, the initial poultry supply will not keep pace with consumption, delaying the population gathering plan, leading to fewer and fewer people in humanity's future. This is the initial phase of our work. Once personnel are in place, third, we will establish an agriculture team which, as the name suggests, will quickly plant and maintain the seeds and poultry I have stockpiled. Fourth, we will create an industrial team. This department will produce the necessary equipment according to our requirements and maintain the tools for the villa and the regions under its jurisdiction. Fifth, we will build a hospital that will only be open to those in the shelter. If the population exceeds expectations, we will consider establishing a civil affairs department, but that is a matter for later. During this period, apart from me, no other voices are allowed. It is time for dictatorship. To illustrate, if everything requires voting, when an adult and two toddlers face a threat from a villain with a gun and a piece of candy and the 3 votes are 2 for candy, do you think they will use candy to confront the villain? That would be utterly ridiculous. Perhaps in the early days when there are fewer people you may hold important positions, but here only the capable will remain. Intrigue is not permitted. Anyone who poses a threat to my plan will receive no warnings from me, and I will not allow them to leave. Such individuals, if they depart, may become a threat to the villa. In my Yinling villa, anyone who harbors dissent must leave on a stretcher. It is a severe statement, so absorb it well and let us strive together. With that, the room fell silent. Everyone was absorbing Xia Hao's words. The cat team had seen their share of storms in war-torn countries. A leader like Xia Hao was already quite benevolent. The others, who were originally Xia Hao's people, reflected on this and understood the reasoning behind it. It sounded domineering, but given the current situation, it truly was the only way out. Clap. The cat team was the first to applaud. Clap. Everyone joined in the applause. Xia Hao felt no ripple in his heart. His only thought was to ensure the continuation of humanity's seed. In his past life, he had also been the top leader of an armed force in a region and would not become complacent just because he had become a regional overlord. On the contrary, he understood the weight of his responsibilities. Xia Hao waved his hand and continued. First, everyone needs to understand how all the equipment in the villa works. Wengu, you are the most familiar with the shelter. During this time, you will guide everyone to learn about all the equipment. Each room has a computer and there is a large database with plenty of information that I have already downloaded. Each person should study according to their strengths and interests. For the next 3 months, apart from the cat team, we will largely remain indoors. Everyone must improve themselves. The gym is sufficient for all of us to use together daily. We will have regular workouts, otherwise we won't be able to withstand the severe weather and potential dangers when we go outside later. Zhong, for now you will be primarily responsible for everyone's meals. It will be slow if one person cooks for 20, so everyone should help when they can. We will change the cook later if we find someone suitable. Is that okay? No problem, Pan Xinzong nodded. Zhang Qianyu and Xiaobao are responsible for the poultry and planting on the ground floor. In the early stages, we will not consume any living creatures. They will primarily be used for breeding. Is that okay? We have no issues, Zhang Qian said, holding Xiaobao's hand. Xiaobao had been working in the villa since childhood. Despite his cognitive challenges, he could manage this task without any problems. When Guyu and Xianyao are responsible for all the equipment and water and electricity work in the shelter. Xianyao, you need to stay home more in case we encounter trouble outside, and you must be ready to operate the Apache at any moment. Is that all right? No problem, Xianyao and Xia Wen nodded in agreement. Xiao, you are in charge of the incoming and outgoing inventory of all warehouses. Everyone must register anything they take. With the apocalypse coming, we must be frugal. Is that okay? I definitely have no problem. After I finish, I can also help Zhong with the cooking, Xiao quickly replied. She felt that everyone here had their strengths and what she could do was these basic tasks. She was very willing to have tasks assigned to her. The others also nodded in agreement with Xia Hao's registration system. Huang Wenwen, you will be responsible for medical matters. You have been in charge of emergency care outside. Compared to Liang Ping, you will be more comprehensive. Qian Yunxue and Guan Xiuqiu, you will assist her. Since there will not be much medical work initially, you will be responsible for the hygiene of the entire shelter. Once we have enough people, you will work as dedicated medical staff. Is that all right? No problem, the 4 women nodded vigorously, especially the 3 who were not Liang Ping. They had only been brought back as an afterthought and had just met Xia Hao for the first time yesterday. Given the harsh conditions outside, they were willing to do anything to have a place to stay, let alone these small matters. They all nodded in agreement. For the remaining individuals during this time, work with me to finalize the modifications on the vehicles. Weapons, radar, and communication devices must be installed. In the future, regardless of the mission, we must operate with 2 vehicles and a minimum of 4 people. No one is permitted to go out with fewer than this configuration. Confidence is good, but arrogance will inevitably lead to accidents, Xia Hao finally instructed. Yes. Okay. Received. Having issued all instructions, everyone returned to their designated duties. Xia Hao led 4 others in 2 pickup trucks out of the shelter. For the first time, the underground level's main entrance was opened, 2 large doors resembling those of a typical residential garage, one at the base and one at the crest of the ramp. Once the vehicles ascended the incline, the rear rolling shutter door closed automatically. Only then did the heavy upward swinging ground level gate open. 2 robust hydraulic pistons controlled its movement, designed both to seal out toxic gases and to fortify defense against hostile incursions. Flanking the exit stood car washing units used routinely for vehicle rinsing at this very entrance. A drainage trench ran along the ramp space, fitted with mesh catchbags to trap mud and prevent clogging, a testament to the meticulous craftsmanship of Hao Xiaoyang's team, who had executed Xia Hao's specifications flawlessly. Before the onset of the Frostbound era, conspicuous vehicles such as Humvees and Unimogs remained grounded, for now. Instead, these vehicles were kept at base for modification by Xiaoniao. The 5 Browning M2 heavy machine guns could not be wielded handheld. They were mounted across 3 Humvees and 1 Unimog. The 5th remained unmounted, held in reserve for scenarios where vehicles could not reach, allowing flexible emplacement via tripod mounts to achieve optimal suppressive fire. As the convoy left the mountain villa and entered Dingjia village, they encountered collapsed buildings strewn with severed limbs and swarming with insects. Xia Hao frowned and said to Shan Mao, the driver, "This village lies dangerously close to our villa. In a few days the corpses will begin to rot. We must devise a plan to deal with them upon our return." Shan Mao nodded. "We overlooked that." Fortunately, the subterranean fissures had not extended into this area. They turned toward the neighboring village, the site near Wang Quan's orchard. The 4 donned full protective suits and gas masks before disembarking. Amidst the ruins they found numerous corpses and several freshly dug graves. "There may be survivors," Shan Mao observed, scanning the surroundings. "Likely working in the fields when the disaster struck," thus evading it, Xia Hao replied, gazing at one earthen mound. Nearly every house in the village had fully collapsed, rendering the settlement starkly visible and unmistakably abandoned. "No need to linger, no one remains. Head toward that direction, 3 bone urns, 3 tombstones. Search thoroughly for files as well," Xia Hao instructed. After a brief search they indeed located the items, 3 bone urns exposed outdoors, covered loosely with straw, several still intact. Rhino naively asked, "Chief, these are undamaged, shouldn't we take them back?" Xia Hao snapped back, "Do you truly expect to ever need these again?" Rhino offered an awkward chuckle and fell silent. Once the gear was loaded they prepared to reboard the vehicles. "Chief!" Shan Mao whispered, gesturing for silence. 50 meters ahead a faint cry emerged from the rubble, a woman's voice barely audible, likely triggered by the noise of their arrival. "Let's investigate," Xia Hao ordered, leaving Cobra to guard the vehicles while he and 2 others advanced. They approached the ruins of a tiled roof house where the woman's cries grew clearer, her voice young, trembling. Shan Mao looked to Xia Hao, who gave a quiet nod. Within minutes the 3 cleared away tiles and bricks, revealing a woman pinned beneath the collapsed main beam of the roof. After lifting the massive timber they pulled her free, only to discover she had long since perished, a middle-aged woman. Beneath her lay a girl in school uniform, perhaps early adolescence, shielded instinctively by the woman's body during the quake. The girl's lower torso remained buried. Still unaccustomed to the light, she kept her eyes shut and pleaded weakly, "Save my mother. Save my mother." "We'll save your mother, just hold on. Your big brother is getting you out right now," Rhino reassured her while digging urgently through the debris. "Bring water," Xia Hao murmured, cradling the girl's head and shielding her eyes with his own body. Shan Mao sprinted back to the vehicle without delay. "It's all right, little sister, just endure a moment longer. Your big brother is almost there," Rhino encouraged, digging with renewed vigor. "Thank you, big brother. Are you soldiers? What happened to us?" The girl whispered, her voice frail. "Yes, we're here to rescue you. Big brother, it hurts. Bear it just a little longer, it'll be over soon." Rhino dug steadily, answering her questions with gentle patience. "Here, little sister, drink some water," Shan Mao called, rushing back 3 minutes later with a canteen. "No need," Xia Hao whispered softly, gently closing the girl's eyes. Rhino had already unearthed her thighs when he discovered a 2-finger-thick wooden stake embedded deep in her inner thigh. She did not survive the ordeal. Rhino said nothing. Shan Mao shut his eyes. A minute passed before Xia Hao spoke. "Bury them." Rhino lifted the girl and laid her beside her mother in the rubble. Xia Hao and Shan Mao, having witnessed countless such tragedies in their past lives, bore it stoically. Rhino, though hardened by battlefield kills abroad, faced for the first time the death of fellow countrymen right before his eyes. Back at the villa, Xia Hao used a file to inscribe epitaphs onto the 3 tombstones, crude yet meaningful. The 3 bone urns and tombstones were placed near the graves of Xia Hao's parents. All gathered for the funeral, a solemn ceremony concluding the second day of the apocalypse. That day, survivors across the globe began scavenging for supplies and for other living souls. No one yet noticed a subtle anomaly. April temperatures had risen several degrees above normal. Even clad in protective suits, Xia Hao's team returned drenched in sweat. Lava still bled openly across the Earth's surface. Tsunamis continued battering coastal cities. Global mortality exceeded 60%, reaching 99% in seaside metropolises. Over the next 3 months, poison gas, radiation scarcity, and disease would claim another wave of lives. Fortunately, those 3 months proved sufficient for numerous groups to establish shelters and consolidate resources. The colossal ground fissures stretched all the way to the coast, where tsunami surges rushed inland to quench the lava flows, only for the waves to recede and the molten rock to surge forth anew, endlessly repeating this grim cycle. A veil of white vapor rose continuously along the entire coastline, ascending into the sky to merge with the volcanic ash suspended in the atmosphere. Xia Hao's shelter lay over 100 kilometers inland from the shore, beyond the sightline of Jiangnan City's residents. Their dense ash clouds blotted out the sun entirely. Within half a month, daylight would resemble perpetual night. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, nearly all personnel mobilized to recover the bodies of hundreds in Dingjia village below the mountain. The method was stark. 2 bulldozers and 2 excavators buried the dead alongside the ruins, preventing decay from threatening the villa. To expedite the process, machinery even rolled directly over the wreckage, so harrowing a spectacle that even veteran medics accustomed to corpses and carnage recoiled in distress, let alone those uninitiated to such horrors. Had Xia Hao not permitted them to withdraw immediately, they would have vomited inside their respirator masks. By day's end, every suit was soaked through. Though Jiangnan City's April climate normally ranged between 20 and 28 degrees Celsius, today's temperature soared beyond 30, fueled by 3 consecutive days of exposed magma, with heat continuing to intensify. At the same time that the people from Silver Ridge Villa were collecting the corpses of the villagers. 20 kilometers away in a field, a middle-aged man and 30 dirty-faced high school students emerged from a bus, the middle-aged man limping. This group consisted of Lu Zhiliang, Zhang Zicheng, and others from Class 5 of Senior Year 3 at Jiangnan Third High School, with the middle-aged man being the driver. On the first day, they planted trees in an open area, escaping the first wave of earthquakes. The bus was still operational, so everyone drove back to the city, only to find the road blocked by a massive chasm. In a moment of desperation, the driver took a village road but found it still separated by a huge crack. Wanting to enter the village to seek help, they discovered that over half the villagers had died. Upon seeing the corpses scattered everywhere, everyone hurriedly left. Eventually, the bus ran out of fuel. With the power out and the gas station collapsed, there was no way to refuel. After the earthquake, they checked their phones and saw the situation in the city, weeping and feeling hopeless, spending the night cramped inside the bus. The bus was parked on a large open space near a water source. They survived for 2 days on wild fruits and small fish and shrimp caught from the river. Lacking tools, they couldn't catch any larger fish, and now they had long since lost their strength. It was Lu Zhi's knowledge from living in the countryside for years that allowed them to have something to eat. As for the driver, when he waded into the river barefoot, his foot was pierced by a sharp object, leaving him bedridden and reliant on the meager food provided by the students. Lu Zhi, what should we do today? The wild fruits nearby are gone and no one has caught any fish or shrimp this morning, asked the class beauty Liang, feeling guilty for bringing everyone here. Fortunately, the others comforted her, saying that if they had stayed in the city they might have been buried under the rubble, so they were fortunate in their misfortune. Exactly, Lu Zhi, we need to think of another way today, chimed in Zhang Zicheng. He had previously been a prominent figure in class, but out in the wilderness he realized that only Lu Zhi could lead them to survive. Yesterday they tried to gather supplies from a nearby village in the ruins but were chased off by surviving villagers wielding farming tools. Out of the 31 people, 1 driver was injured, and among the 15 girls, most were in a state of panic. The remaining 15 boys, over half of whom wore suspenders, lacked the courage of Liang. Thus everyone subtly regarded Lu Zhi as the core of their group. Let me think. Lu Zhi squatted silently on the ground. In truth, he was just a villager from the outskirts of Jiangnan City. Such rural areas are nothing but farmland and small rivers. There are no survival skills to speak of. He enjoyed watching survival shows but had only stayed at the keyboard level. He was merely a small fish in a shallow pond, forced to step up, and thankfully his theoretical knowledge allowed them to have something to fill their stomachs these past 2 days. What infuriated Lu Ji was that when everyone woke up in the morning to search for food, some girls put on lipstick before heading out, complaining that it was dirty to catch fish in the river and that the food was insufficient when it was time to eat. Some boys even delicately picked wild fruits with their fingers. Last night he had imitated the traps from survival shows to catch mice, and only Zhang Zicheng and Liang ended up eating the mouse. He believed that if he only took those two with him, relying on the knowledge in his mind, they could last until someone came to rescue them. However, with 30 mouths to feed and one injured person, it was too difficult. Even if Bai Yi and Dai Yi were together, they wouldn't have a solution, for here lay endless fields of rice seedlings. Apart from some fruit trees by the river, the nearby river sections had been stripped bare over the past 2 days. Even the 4 eggs obtained from a bird's nest had to be divided among 30 people. The small river was 6 to 7 meters wide, and it was impossible to block the water flow to catch larger fish. The area was vast, with small hills visible at least 20 kilometers away, and there was no guarantee that the direction had not experienced massive cracks from the earthquake. On the second day after the earthquake, Lu Ji had thought he would become the protagonist of an apocalyptic novel capable of conquering heaven and earth, yet this was far from what he expected. Vice-class leader Uncle Lu has a fever, come quickly, a girl shouted loudly upon discovering that the driver had suddenly fainted. Lu Ji and the others rushed over to check, a sense of unease rising within him. Could it be tetanus? He didn't dare voice his concerns, for the relatively stable situation would surely become chaotic. Having brought nothing but mosquito repellent and band-aids, everyone started to panic. First, let's help Uncle Lu back to the bus to rest. If it gets too hot, we'll have to cool him down physically and boil some water for him to drink. We need to find food. At this rate, we won't wait for rescue and we'll starve to death here, Lu Ji said helplessly. Whoa, what should we do? Whoa, I want to go home, I want my mom. Whoa. As soon as Lu Ji spoke, the cries started again, becoming an incessant nuisance. Stop crying. Does crying help? Can crying take us back? Lu Ji shouted angrily. Lu Ji, why are you shouting? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to yell here? Exactly. We thought you were capable. What have you provided for us girls these past 2 days? If you think you can do it, come up with a plan. What kind of man are you to intimidate us girls? The few girls stopped crying and shouted back at Lu Ji. In a fit of anger, Lu Ji exited the bus. Li Ying and Zhang Zicheng exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. It was unclear whose stomach growled loudly, echoing across the quiet bus. It was the girl who had yelled the loudest earlier. She lowered her head in shame. No one mocked her who wasn't hungry at this point. We can only abandon the bus and head that way. What do you all think? Lu Ji took a turn outside and then returned to the bus to ask. The girls who had just argued with him ignored him with a huff. What about that small hill? Have you been there? Asked Zhang Zicheng. I have. There's a villa called Silver Ridge Villa. I went fishing there with my uncle. Below there is a village and there's a road that can lead back to the city. It's about 20 kilometers away if we walk through these fields, Lu Ji analyzed. How long will it take to walk that far? A girl timidly asked. I don't know, maybe a day. Plus we haven't eaten much for a couple of days. I'm not sure how long it will take now that it's approaching noon, and we may have to camp out on the road, Lu Ji added. What? We have to spend the night outside. I won't go, another girl said. Even if we all go, what about Uncle Lu? Li Ying looked at Lu Ji and asked. We definitely won't wait for rescue here. It's been 3 days and not a single vehicle has passed by. You've seen the disaster videos. Do you really think someone will come to save us? Those willing to come with me, let's go. If we find supplies or medicine, we'll come back to help you. If everyone is willing to go, the boys will take turns carrying Uncle Lu as well. This isn't the wilderness, what's the harm in sleeping next to the fields at night? Sitting here waiting, in a few days we'll all die. For the first time the usually silent Lu Ji began to issue commands in class. Thinking of staying here to wait for death, Zhang Zicheng agreed. I'll go with you. I'll also join you. Li Ying also consented to Lu Ji's proposal. A few brave boys joined in agreement. Ultimately, even those girls who had scolded the most earlier were too scared to remain here and had to agree to follow everyone. Thus a group of people set off towards Silver Ridge Villa, carrying the driver with great determination. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, the temperature in Jiangnan City has soared to nearly 40 degrees Celsius. People are bent over in the ruins searching for their loved ones and supplies, yet just a few days ago they were still wearing thin jackets or long sleeves. Today it is so hot that many are already stripped down to their bare skin. Some have found short sleeves and shorts in the community ruins and have changed into them. The sky is overcast and the air is stiflingly hot even without the sun, caused by the magma seeping from fissures formed by global earthquakes, making it feel like being roasted in an oven. Dehydration has become the most severe problem. Power has long been cut off globally and the broken water pipes no longer supply clean drinking water. A large number of survivors have gathered by the river, with some wading directly into the water. Some fortunate individuals have begun to set up tents by the river, while some surviving officials, police and soldiers have started to organize a semblance of orderly living. The official survivors once attempted to gather supplies for distribution, but no one cooperated. However, not everyone complied, as the managers had no food. Now on the fourth day, while one can survive without food for 7 days, who would willingly endure hunger? Some young people who knew each other began to form their own groups. Armed with tools and iron rods salvaged from the ruins, they have not yet done anything harmful to the survivors. They are merely protecting themselves and collecting supplies. Most of these groups consist of students from the same school, colleagues from the same company, or villagers from a city suburb. However, there are exceptions. Xia Hao, the owner of a debt collection company, led over 30 employees into an armed forces building that had collapsed after the earthquake, acquiring dozens of weapons. These weapons were originally stored in a basement armory, but the cracked ground allowed them to be discovered. Xia Hao led dozens of surviving employees from his factory, having escaped disaster in a basement. They possessed hundreds of tons of canned food and large water tanks, but the only trouble was that the basement door was blocked. For the past few days they have been desperately trying to break through a wall blocking a ventilation shaft. "Director Lee, we've broken through," an employee exclaimed excitedly. "Great, we are saved," Xia Hao replied with exhilaration. Immediately over a dozen workers crawled out through the ventilation shaft, clearing the wall that had blocked the basement door. In the city, as temperatures rise, the already foul-smelling corpses are decaying at an even faster rate, with a nauseating stench filling the air. This was the first impression Xia Hao had upon leaving the basement. His brow furrowed immediately. "Director Lee, the city has become a ruin. Most buildings are barely standing and many old structures have been leveled to the ground," reported an employee who had climbed to a higher vantage point. "It has been 4 days, and with this kind of weather the living must have fled. No one should expect to return to search for their family's survival is the priority. We have ample food. Those willing to stay need to help us manage the surrounding corpses to prevent viral infections. We will rebuild the living environment centered around our factory. Now, anyone willing to stay, raise your hand. Those who wish to leave can take some canned food to search for their families," Xia Hao said calmly, making a decision after observing the situation. In the end, nearly 50 people chose to stay, while a dozen went off in search of their families. "Director Lee, look at this." One employee found several corpses next to the police station beside the canned food factory and recovered a few handguns from them. Xia Hao was startled at first, but decided to keep the weapons for the sake of protecting so many people. He knew that during such a disaster those hundreds of tons of canned food must be safeguarded by weapons. Soon he led everyone to find more weapons in that police station, including handguns, shotguns, shields, batons and more. He gathered everyone together to emphasize the importance of these canned goods. Thus a team that aimed for self-protection was formed. Such organizations began to emerge across the globe. Even many official organizations and military forces from various countries started to abandon rescue operations to consolidate their remaining strength. Meanwhile, in Yiling mountain villa, Xia Hao and his group were observing Jiangnan City through high-powered binoculars, looking down from the 3-story rice planting area, which was in a state of desolation. The dust in the city has settled and only the thick volcanic ash hangs ominously overhead. Heat is rising from the ground and the thermometer displays an outdoor temperature of 39 degrees. The nuclear radiation levels have reached 3 USF, exceeding 3 times the human tolerance. While this level of radiation does not pose an immediate threat to humans, prolonged exposure will certainly lead to problems. Moreover, there is an unknown virus in the air that humanity only learned about years after the last apocalypse. This virus can leave people weak and lead to organ failure. If one receives timely treatment and maintains a good diet, recovery is possible. However, how many can even satisfy their basic needs while also facing the impending cold? "Boss, without food, water or shelter we might not even withstand this weather ourselves, let alone those who are weak," said Cobra with a sigh. "The temperature is still rising, we're not yet at everyone's limit." Lynx shook his head and replied. "If things continue like this city of 5 million might end up with only a few tens of thousands surviving," Dove lamented. "All right, enough of this lamenting. Are we really going to cram all survivors into the villa?" Xia Hao said helplessly, patting Dove on the shoulder. "I once went through a time when I lived a chaotic life and couldn't bear to see the suffering of others. Later, when I extended a helping hand, I was met with betrayal. When survival is uncertain, most people become greedy and selfish. You all have witnessed this on foreign battlefields, so I need not elaborate further. Several nodded in agreement as the Lynx group had seen the darker side of human nature and understood Xia Hao's feelings. Especially Lynx, who understood that the time Xia Hao referred to was from his past life, where many would stop at nothing to survive. Our responsibility is immense. Before we can rebuild human civilization, we must be strong enough to ensure the weak do not fear the strong, do not become arrogant, the powerful do not act with disdain, and society remains just. It is time for humanity's system on Earth to change. This disaster has made humanity aware of its insignificance. If we had used several thousand years of history not for infighting but for collective development of technology and space exploration, we would not be in such dire straits when facing disaster. So brothers, I ask for your unwavering support, even if it costs us our lives. We must unite the few remaining humans, strengthen them, and dare to fight against heaven and contend with the earth. After Xia Hao finished this statement, he looked at the members of the Lynx group, and at that moment everyone felt Xia Hao was extraordinarily tall. No wonder Lynx followed him wholeheartedly, and they all nodded in agreement. That day everyone at Silver Ridge Manor inspected all equipment under the coordination of Xiao Niao and Xia Wen. Earlier that afternoon, thermometers had registered an external temperature of 41 C. Since surveillance cameras, radar units, and signal receivers were all operating outdoors, though their wiring was shielded by exceptionally robust materials, a preliminary inspection was deemed essential to ensure absolute reliability. Meanwhile, Xia Wen joined two others in examining the hydroelectric turbine at the reservoir's drainage outlet, wary of microscopic misalignments caused by seismic activity. Even imperceptible shifts could accelerate long-term wear and precipitate mechanical failure. Despite having 3 full sets of spare parts on hand, early damage in the apocalypse would severely strain future resource reserves. Liang Ping and Huang Wenwen, both trained in medicine, collected atmospheric samples from the surface and conducted foundational analyses within the infirmary using available instruments. Though equipment was limited, basic assays remained feasible. Such preliminary data would significantly expedite future research should specialists arrive at the manor, accelerating humanity's path toward an antidote for the airborne toxin. Pigeon, the armory technician, began instructing Pan Xinzong and Yu Xiaoxiao in the fundamentals of firearms and artillery ordnance. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian studied poultry pathology and veterinary care at her computer, insisting that Su Xiaobao join her in the lessons. Under Xia Hao's impassioned leadership, each person gradually internalized the weight of their responsibility. The unspoken ethos, Silver Ridge Manor shelters no idle hands, now permeated every mind. Xia Hao himself was no exception. From his past life, he carried a profound understanding of learning's irreplaceable value. While specialized tasks were entrusted to others, he devoted himself to designing the architecture of a new human settlement. Each morning and evening, all instinctively gathered in the gymnasium to exercise. 10 treadmills stood before a vast wall-mounted screen displaying breathtaking footage of Earth's ancient landmarks, serene mountains, crystalline lakes, and storied cultural monuments, immersing runners in tranquil vistas. A precisely maintained indoor temperature of 26 C allowed them to forget entirely the sweltering world beyond. Slowly people grew accustomed to one another, and quietly the sorrow of the apocalypse began to recede. Outside the manor, however, reality wore a far harsher face. Students from Jiangnan No. 3 middle school spent a day and a half covering barely 20 kilometers, stopping just a few kilometers short of Silver Ridge Manor as night fell. Their progress was severely hampered by repeated heatstroke incidents requiring frequent rest stops, and by the constant burden of carrying their bus driver on their backs. Had Lu Ji not discovered a small grove of banana trees beside the river last night, allowing everyone to feast on tender banana rhizomes, most would have been too weak to walk today. The narrow rice paddy embankments, only 30 centimeters wide, claimed several who collapsed mid-stride into muddy water. When a physically weaker boy took his turn carrying the bus driver, he stumbled and tumbled headlong, dumping both himself and his charge into the muck, leaving the driver spitting out mud and water. Tap the ground beneath the trees with your sticks to scare off snakes, insects, and ants, Lu Ji instructed. Xiaofan, spray your insect repellent around the base of this tree, we'll camp here tonight. By now he had become the group's undisputed anchor, and no one questioned his authority. Though the straight-line distance measured only 20 kilometers, Lu Ji insisted on a detour because the direct route would leave them without access to water for nearly 8 hours. Several girls had initially objected, but after the first heatstroke case and timely rehydration, consensus swiftly followed his judgment. A nearby stream offered thick shrubbery and timber for firewood, whereas the paddy fields, though flooded, bore only bare rice stalks, offering neither fuel nor safe drinking water. Consuming untreated water risked parasitic infection, a peril they could ill afford. Having set out on what was essentially a camping trip, they carried pots, pans, bowls, and utensils in abundance. After rinsing off the day's sweat in the cool stream, the group gathered to rest. Liang asked Lu Ji, what do you think the cities look like now? And once we arrive, what then? Right. In those post-apocalyptic novels I've read, disasters like this spawn zombies. Could it be that city dwellers have turned into the undead? A boy ventured whimsically. Shut your crow mouth, Shuaiton. Do you think we aren't terrified enough already? A girl retorted sharply. Impossible. This is reality, not fiction. Truthfully, I don't know what lies ahead either. As for those novels, yes, people kill and burn for supplies, committing unspeakable acts. Yet we carry no weapons. Especially you girls, you can no longer afford fragility. You must learn to protect yourselves. Lu Ji spoke with solemn gravity. We will. I've read those novels too. One by an author named Human Machine Advanced stands out for its chilling realism. Rest assured we won't become anyone's meal. Exactly. Try to bully us sisters, and first answer to my fist. She raised a tiny kitten-sized fist for emphasis. A burst of laughter erupted, genuine, collective, and the first in days. Preteens possess the strongest adaptive capacity of any age group. Given sufficient time, they evolve faster than adults ever could. Tomorrow I'll scout Silver Ridge Manor alone. It sits atop higher ground, giving us a clear vantage over the city. If, just if, the metropolis proves uninhabitable, the owner's villa there holds fishing rods. We'll fish from the reservoir, feast well, and then decide how best to return to the urban core. What do you all think? Lu Ji added, sensing renewed morale and offering one final spark of hope. Yay! Fish for dinner. A girl leapt up elated. Lu Ji, you fish too. I never knew you had so many skills, you're amazing. Liang exclaimed, her praise utterly sincere. His modesty held until she praised him. Then, buoyed by pride, he nearly sprouted wings. He imagined sprinting hundreds of meters overnight, hauling Uncle Lu's 100-kilogram frame on his back just to prove his virility. Zhang Ziqian Long, the group's social center, now realized his wealth meant nothing outdoors. Though a faint pang of resentment flickered, his generous spirit prevailed. He clapped Lu Ji on the shoulder and said, teach me to fish when we reach the manor, I want to learn. Done, no problem. Don't laugh, but back home I fished to survive. 100 yuan per session, then sold my catch outside the market gate for over 200. I owe everything to my uncle who taught me the art. He thumped his chest, gratitude swelling in his heart. His uncle once declared a true angler never stars anywhere on earth. At the time he'd thought it mere bravado. At dawn the next day, as everyone emerged from the lounge, the shelter was filled with the pungent aroma of leeks. Xin Yo, the towering northeasterner, had prepared traditional dumplings. Having gone over a month without tasting them, he rose before sunrise, seized the kitchen from Pan Xinzong, and simmered a colossal pot. As all savored the savory leek and pork dumplings, a sharp double chime pierced the air, the shelter's alarm sounding for the very first time. Chopsticks froze midair. Xia Hao commanded, Xiao Niao, go find out what's happening. Yes, sir, Xiao Niao replied, setting down his chopsticks and dashing to the central control room. 1 minute later he returned and reported, Chief, the northern perimeter 5 kilometers out, approximately 30 humans are approaching our location. The radar is installed by the little bird and can detect living beings and electronic devices within a radius of 5 kilometers. The red dots appearing on the screen represent LVG and his group, who set off at around 5 in the morning as dawn broke. They had rested well since they had gone to bed early the night before. Boss, I'm going to check with the Cobra, said the lynx. The north side happens to be the back of the shelter and the mountain, so there are no surveillance cameras there. The ground of the shelter is only about 20 meters high from the mountain, making it easy to climb. Alright, take a look. It's the 5th day now. I suspect that direction leads to some survivors from the villages who are trying to reach the city. The large crack over there likely obstructs their path, so they are detouring past us. Do not startle them, let them pass through Dingjia village into the city, Xia Hao instructed while eating dumplings. Soon the lynx and cobra changed into protective gear and took binoculars before heading out. A few minutes later. Boss, there are 31 people, one of whom is either sick or injured, being carried by the others. None of them are armed, some have backpacks and one has a frying pan. It's about half men and half women, but they're too far away to determine their ages, Cobra reported to Xia Hao in the lodge via walkie-talkie. Received. It's so hot, let's get down. They should be heading to Jiangnan City. If they move up the mountain, the cameras on the road will capture them, Xia Hao replied. After returning to the lodge, the lynx complained, damn it, just stepping out once and I'm soaked through. This damn weather. Others are walking dozens of kilometers in this weather, Yu Xiao Xiao retorted to her brother. Hey, you should try going out next time. It's easy to talk when you're just standing here, Cobra scolded her immediately. Xia Hao stuck out her tongue and scampered away. That day, after finishing their tasks, everyone gathered in the living room to play mahjong. There were 3 mahjong tables with others nearby pointing and discussing. 2 dogs were under the table looking for beautiful women's feet to rub against, and the entire living room was filled with the sounds of mahjong. Except for the little bird monitoring those 31 moving dots in the control room. Around 3 in the afternoon, this group arrived at Dingjia village. However, what the little bird did not expect was that this group was not heading towards the city but towards the lodge. Boss, they are coming this way, the little bird announced through the loudspeaker in the control room. Xia Hao, with a cigarette in his mouth, already had a winning hand. The smoke made one of his eyes squint shut as he said, they are just a bunch of ordinary people. If they are afraid of the heat outside, they use the loudspeaker from the cameras to call the others to leave. If they don't leave, links take 3 people out to gather information. If they are useful, let them come back. If they are infected, don't bring them alone. Since the lynx had experience from his previous life in the apocalypse, he could tell who was infected by the underground virus that had emerged. Although this virus wouldn't infect anyone within a few months, Xia Hao still wanted to be cautious. Despite his nonchalant demeanor, if the lynx weren't there, he would have definitely gone to check himself. Then he drew a card and said, haha, self-draw, hurry up and pay. Xia Hao still had several $1,000s on him, which he had distributed to everyone as gambling funds before playing mahjong, presenting himself as a strong bandit occupying the mountain. His 4 opponents in mahjong were Liangping, Phoenix, and Guan Xiao, especially Phoenix, who wore a low-cut outfit and sat directly opposite Xia Hao with money tucked into her cleavage. Xia Hao was so furious that he just wanted to hit her with a stick. Would he go out in this situation? Impossible unless he wasn't a man. After LVG and his group stepped onto the concrete ground, they moved much faster, quickly arriving at the first camera at the foot of the mountain. Look, there's a glass house over there and it's still intact. Li Ying was the first to notice the conditions of the lodge. That glass house she mentioned was the 3rd floor of the shelter where seedlings were planted. It was also where Xia Hao monitored Jiangnan City, and from this position he could see the entire city clearly with a high-powered telescope. It wasn't there when I came before. Could it have been built after the earthquake? That means there are people there. We are saved, LVG exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing LVG's words, everyone cheered happily and some girls even shed tears. But just then a voice that filled them with despair came from the camera above. Don't be too happy too soon, private property is prohibited. This was the little bird speaking through the loudspeaker in the control room. Everyone froze in the positions they had just celebrated. Please take us and we can pay. We haven't eaten properly for days. Zhang Zicheng stepped up to speak to the camera, using his social skills and having money as his strong points. We have no food. In this remote area, how could we have food? I haven't eaten for several days either. You should go to the city to look for it. The little bird continued to refuse. At this point, Xia Hao had already arrived at the main control room and saw a group of kids around 10 years old. They certainly had no special skills and did not meet his recruitment standards, so he signaled the little bird to refuse. We have an injured person here. Can we provide an environment for him? We can stay down here. If he doesn't get treatment soon, I worry he won't make it. I know the owner of the lodge. He should remember me. Could you please tell him? LVG stood in front of the camera and said this. Upon hearing him, Xia Hao carefully assessed the situation and indeed felt he had seen him before but couldn't recall where. He then took the microphone and asked, "Do you know me?" Hearing Xia Hao's voice, LVG suddenly brightened up. Initially, upon seeing the changes in the building above, he thought Xia Hao had transferred the lodge to someone else. He then spoke, "Brother, how is that you?" "I am the nephew of LV Liuyan who often comes fishing with him." "Do you remember me?" "I beg you, these are all our classmates. We escaped a disaster during our outing and haven't eaten in days. This is our bus driver we hired. He has a foot injury and may have tetanus. I know you don't have much to offer, but if you can't help us, please rescue him first." After speaking, LVG even knelt down in front of the camera, moving all his classmates to tears. The bus driver, who had been carried on someone's back, also woke up and seeing LVG kneeling for him felt teary-eyed. At this moment, Xia Hao remembered who the other party was, the kid who always brought a bunch of rascals whenever he came fishing. Several people behind the control room were also watching the camera, all glancing at Xia Hao. He shrugged and said, "Why are you looking at me? I might be a bit harsh, but I'm also an emotional being. Links go down to pick them up. They still have a person on their back to carry for several hundred meters uphill. You're so nice." How Liangping, who was nearby as a doctor, saw their condition and feared Xia Hao would be heartless in his refusal. After arriving at the lodge, she realized that Xia Hao was different from the person she had known before. Now hearing he was willing to accept this group of pitiful students, she breathed a sigh of relief. But just as he raised his opinion of Xia Hao again, this guy casually said, "So are you considering how to repay me tonight?" Ahem. The few people crowded into the control room left to avoid the awkwardness. Liang Ping rolled her eyes and went to the medical room to get equipment to go save people. The little bird sitting in the main control room gave Xia Hao a thumbs up. The head physician Huang Wenwen reported to Xia Hao its tetanus. The bus driver was then taken to the medical room of the shelter. Lu Ji and the other 30 individuals were completely astonished as they beheld a 3-story glass building. The first floor housed poultry, the second floor was filled with vegetables and fruits, and the third floor, obscured by rice plants, offered only glimpses of green. What surprised them the most was a large door beside the breeding room on the first floor leading to an elevator and a staircase. Next to the elevator there was a shower room where they washed their protective suits. After they finished rinsing and removed their suits, the bus driver was taken away and they saw the elevator display indicating 2, meaning there was a basement level. It felt like a biochemical lab from a movie. After the initial shock came fear as they were confronted by a tall figure over 6 feet armed with a gun. This was the rhinoceros. The driver Shanning, who had just brought them up the mountain, was also carrying a gun. Both men wore white protective suits and transparent respirators, casting a dark shadow of death. At that moment the 30 individuals thought, "It's over, we're doomed." Everyone's gaze turned to Lu Ji, their eyes seemingly saying, "Look at this bad idea of yours. Just a moment ago we were praising your connections and now look where we are, at the lair of a terror organization." Lu Ji could only feign calmness and said, "This big brother. Can we leave now?" Now Lu Ji dared not linger. Forget about eating, surviving was the priority. Uncle Lu had been taken inside and there was no way to rescue him. At least they could keep their lives. Unexpectedly the rhinoceros, in a slip of the tongue, intended to ask why not stay for some food before leaving, but instead said, "Why not leave something behind before you go?" In an instant the 30 students lost their composure. A timid female classmate burst into tears and a male classmate wet himself. Yellow liquid streamed down his pants. Meanwhile the relatively brave Li Ying and Zhang Zicheng quickly grabbed Lu Ji and knelt down with Li Ying gathering her courage to say, "Big brother, we meant no offense, please let us go." The rhinoceros was startled by their sudden actions and instinctively swung his gun in front of him. Shanning, who had just walked over from the vehicle, was puzzled, thinking there was an enemy attack, when he saw the rhinoceros' reaction and instinctively drew his weapon, pointing it at the 30 individuals. The boy who had just wet himself fainted instantly and the girls screamed, but they dared not run, knowing from movies that the first to flee would surely be shot. Shanning approached, looking at the rhinoceros, and the rhinoceros looked back at Shanning, both utterly bewildered. "Boss, what's going on here?" Shanning had no choice but to call Xia Hao. Xia Hao, observing the 30 individuals kneeling outside the camera, was equally perplexed. He hurriedly addressed Shanning and the rhinoceros, "Why do you have your guns drawn?" "They are just a group of students. One apocalypse and you all are scared out of your wits." Shanning. Rhinoceros. What did we do to deserve this? Unprovoked, we are being cursed at. Xia Hao simply intended to prepare 30 servings of steak to send out, so he hadn't gone out to meet them but instructed nurses Qian Yunxue and Guan Xiaoqiao to perform health checks to prevent infection from the apocalypse virus. Shan Yao, holding a tablet, showed the surveillance footage to Xia Hao, mistakenly believing the 2 nurses were bullying the students. When they saw the rhinoceros and Shanning holstering their guns, everyone sat on the ground sighing in relief. However, before they could recover, Qian Yunxue and Guan Xiaoqiao emerged with syringes and a pile of blood collection containers. Their professional smiles, visible through the transparent gas masks, appeared particularly terrifying. Great, now 2 girls fainted again. The 30 imaginative students immediately thought about human bacterial experiments. This must be the base of a terrorist organization. While watching Xiaoniao with the tablet in the shelter, Xia Hao felt helpless and quickly explained through the loudspeaker of the external camera for over 10 minutes. Only then did everyone cautiously rise to their feet. As the person who led everyone to the den of thieves, Lu Ji was the first to extend his hand for a blood draw. Since he only wanted them to finish eating and leave, the driver was in a state of unconsciousness, so he was not concerned about bringing him inside. They would just blindfold him on the way out. Half an hour later, everyone's test results came back negative for the virus. At that moment, in Xia Hao's former 3-story building, the 30 students were voraciously consuming steak and noodles while Xia Hao, clad in protective gear, observed from the side. Notably, this building had its second and third floors collapsed and half of the first floor was also down, with the remaining half still standing. It seemed his parents had intended to build 5 stories and the foundation had been dug deep. Moreover, this area had low seismic activity and the mountains provided a buffer allowing half of the first floor to survive. Once conditions allowed, Xia Hao planned to rebuild it as it was his parents' home during their lifetimes. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. With so much food you won't finish it all, Xia Hao reassured the crowd. Woo woo woo, it's delicious, so good. I've never thought noodles could taste this good. This steak is better than what my parents took me to eat during our trip to Australia. As the students ate and wept with emotion, Xia Hao watched on, wanting to smoke but realizing he was in protective gear and a mask, leaving him unable to indulge. Brother Hao, I'm done eating, thank you, Lu Ji said gratefully after letting out a loud burp. You rascal, you owe me from your last life. Every time you come here to fish you take away so many. Now that disaster has struck I still have to feed you, Xia Hao chuckled. Hee, I was just starving and thought no one was around, so I wanted to catch a few fish to satisfy my classmates' hunger, Lu Ji said, feeling relieved to see Xia Hao was still the familiar Xia Hao. Hey, even now you still think of my fish. You really are something. Come on, tell me, how did you all end up here? Xia Hao tapped his head. Lu Ji then vividly recounted their experiences with other classmates, filling in gaps. After 10 minutes, Xia Hao understood their ordeal. Moreover, they learned that this disaster involved a virus in the air, but fortunately no one had been infected so far. You are among the fortunate in misfortune. What are your plans next? Xia Hao inquired. Brother, how can I ask what that was about? Are you in danger? Lu Ji pointed at the rhinoceros in the distance. Xia Hao turned to look and immediately understood what he was worried about. Smiling, he replied, they are soldiers who took refuge here. Don't overthink it, the sister who just drew your blood is also a doctor and nurse from the city. Hearing Xia Hao say this, everyone sighed in relief, glancing at the boy who had just wet himself. The boy thought, who am I? Where am I? Is there a crevice in the ground? I want to crawl in. He explained to Lu Ji and the others that the basement was too narrow to accommodate everyone, so they would spend the night temporarily in the collapsed house. He even prepared a late-night snack for them. Liang Ping brought a large bottle of shampoo and body wash, urging everyone to bathe in the reservoir. Afterward, she distributed long-sleeved shirts, long trousers and gloves, insisting they wear them at all times no matter how hot it grew. Xia Hao had previously stated that the initial viral and radiological contamination was not severe, thus wearing masks and protecting exposed skin sufficed. He handed out several boxes of masks, instructing them to wear them even while sleeping. That night, though, 30 people lay side by side on a floor less than 30 square meters in area, having bathed, thoroughly changed into clean clothes and eaten their fill, they slept more soundly than ever before. They awoke the next morning to the irresistible aroma of breakfast: boiled eggs, steamed corn, meat-filled buns and milk, a feast akin to heaven for those who had starved for days. These were once their everyday staples, now unimaginable luxuries. Even the girls who once fretted over maintaining their figures abandoned all restraint, devouring their meals with ravenous hunger. Xia Hao then gave each person 4 days' worth of canned food and bottled water. Their backpacks bulged with supplies, and many of the students wept openly, overcome with gratitude. Brother Hao, thank you. Even in your own dire straits you've shown us such extraordinary generosity, Lu Ji said, tears glistening in his eyes. The others echoed their heartfelt thanks. It's nothing, classmates. I wish you all a swift reunion with your families. As for me, I still have a little left over, enough to last quite a while. No need to worry, Xia Hao replied with a gentle smile. Take these, and remember, never use them for evil. You're no longer children, you understand what I mean. And above all, once inside the city, stay together. Shan Mao said, placing a crate of military-grade knives before them and handing one to each young man. This world is neither as grim as you imagine nor as kind. Set aside your naivety and confront reality, harsh, unrelenting and unforgiving. Especially you young men, protect every girl beside you. Is that clear? Xia Hao added his voice to the admonition. Lu Ji tightened his grip on the knife in his hand and met Xia Hao's gaze with unwavering resolve. Thank you, Brother Hao, and all the rest. I understand. Zhang Zicheng accepted his knife and secured it at his waist, replying firmly, thank you, Brother Hao, and everyone else. We will stand united and support one another. Yes, we'll stick together. Thank you. Thank you. The remaining 15 young men each took a knife and expressed their gratitude in turn. Baozi, drive the truck and escort them to the Kuaihuan Ring Road, Xia Hao instructed Baozi. Understood, Chief. Once back in the city, warn everyone the air carries pathogens and radiation, take full precautions. Never drink from open water sources, contamination is inevitable. In 2 months' time a torrential hailstorm will descend, plunging temperatures into bitter cold. prepare for winter, and stockpile food. We also need skilled people. After 5 minutes of instructions, Xia Hao concluded, whether others believe me matters little, but you must. That's all. Go, and may fortune walk with you. The 30 survivors bowed deeply to Xia Hao and his companions before stepping onto an uncertain path forward. It was day 6 of the apocalypse 8 a.m. and the temperature had already soared to 42 C. The city's ruins reeked with unbearable stench, human corpses swarming with maggots decayed rapidly under the suffocating heat. Every corner of the metropolis turned stomachs. All survivors gradually migrated upstream along the river. No one dared drink from downstream waters tainted with runoff from gutters and rotting bodies. Day 6 of the apocalypse had already witnessed looting, rape, and murder. Official forces looked away, not out of indifference but helplessness. Their firepower was vastly outmatched. Gangs continued to swell in strength. The largest official coalition in Jiangnan City had established a makeshift shelter beneath the trees upstream, covering the area with tarpaulins. Nearly 30,000 people gathered there. Fishing vessels anchored on the river became the primary source of meat. Officials organized nighttime supply raids. Daytime excursions were unbearable at 42 C. Vast quantities of rice were recovered from a collapsed granary and transported by vehicle. All supplies were centrally stored at the shelter's heart, protected by tens of thousands acting as living shields, deterring even the boldest gangs of dozens or hundreds. Yet households hiding in basements or hoarding substantial provisions were now easy prey. They refused to join the centralized camp because all resources would be surrendered and redistributed. With an entire truckload of supplies, why submit to authority? When bandits dragged them and their families from their vehicle, brutalizing and robbing them, they regretted it bitterly, their remorse twisting their very guts. "Boss, this is pure bliss. This is the life I always wanted," one thug sneered at Qianyu. "Absolutely. Heroes rise in chaos, and our boss is surely the new sovereign of this age." Another henchman pulled up his trousers and kicked a dazed woman lying on the ground, nodding eagerly. "Ha ha. With this arsenal in hand, we're kings of the hills from now on, as long as we steer clear of the military. You two drive this supply truck back to base." "Damn, this weather's scorching," Qianyu said, biting into an apple before issuing orders. "Boss, what about this girl?" Another lackey rushed over. "What are you waiting for? Take her. You two get first turn, the rest of the brothers haven't tasted flesh yet." Qianyu tossed the apple aside and commanded. "Boss, you're legendary." The man gave Qianyu a thumbs up. "You beasts, let my wife go." "Monsters." Bang. A gunshot cracked through the air, the man collapsed lifeless. Such scenes began unfolding across Jiangnan City. Days earlier, people still trembled, clinging to hope that order would soon return. But as corpses piled higher and surveillance cameras crumbled into silence, boldness replaced fear, and spontaneous factions emerged everywhere. One successful atrocity ignited a descent into moral oblivion. Across the globe, hunger incited madness, and life lost its value. Those crushed beneath civilization's weight now reveled in slaughter, feeding twisted cravings with bloodshed. Slap. That scum, they'll hang for this sooner or later. Wang Chuanqi slammed his palm onto the desk, teeth clenched in fury. He was Jiangnan City's deputy mayor, the highest-ranking surviving official, and oversaw agriculture. He'd been inspecting rural areas when the catastrophe struck, thus narrowly escaping death. Now he led this gathering of 30,000 souls. His rage stemmed from a report by Dongming, chief of a local police substation, while retrieving supplies in the city center. And his 5 officers witnessed Qianyu's crime. Armed with only a single firearm against 20 armed assailants, they dared not intervene, and returned instead to deliver the grim account. Sigh. Our manpower and armaments are critically insufficient, we watched helplessly. Sigh. Dongming hurled his police cap to the floor in anguish, haunted by the image of that woman violated before his eyes. Don't blame yourselves too harshly. Acting rashly would have meant certain death. Our fledgling settlement needs your protection. Above all, we must preserve the greater good. Wang Chuanqi said, his face etched with weary resignation. Whether their fury arose from the stolen supplies or the murdered man remained unclear. After sending off LVG and the others, it was only 8 a.m. on the 7th day of the apocalypse, with a temperature of 43 degrees. Xia Hao waved his hand and the 7 people donned their protective suits, driving out in 2 Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles and a truck. The decision to head out today was made because 7 days had reached the limits of human endurance. If they couldn't escape from the ruins by now, there would be little hope left, especially in the scorching heat of over 40 degrees. Thus Xia Hao decided to go to the military base. He had previously explored the same place where he had asked for directions using fishing before the apocalypse. It was nestled among several small hills and he was uncertain about the damage inflicted by the recent earthquake, nor did he know whether the soldiers had emptied the armory before retreating. The primary goal was to assess the state of the world's military forces through this base to determine whether they had all perished in the tsunami and earthquakes. Otherwise, before the onset of the freezing period, the military would still be the strongest, and one must not be careless. The Unimogin Hummer had been outfitted with heavy machine guns, but it was too conspicuous to drive out like that, fearing that the soldiers from the military base might still be around. Therefore, the vehicles equipped with Browning M2s quietly remained parked in the underground level. The drone had already been installed yesterday but had not been tested for automatic shooting, leaving Xia Hao feeling anxious. He also wondered if the road to the military base was obstructed by large fissures filled with lava. In any case, it was better to check earlier, so the 6 members of the Lynx team went ahead while 4 stayed behind to assist with the drone modifications at the base. Half an hour later, they indeed saw the military base that had been deemed too dangerous to explore before the apocalypse. The gates and guard booths of the military base had collapsed, leaving only a closed electronic roll-up door. If anyone had fled in a panic, they surely wouldn't have remembered to close it. It seems no one managed to escape, the Lynx remarked. As a soldier, seeing his comrades buried here was undoubtedly painful. Let's use the loudspeaker to call out for a few minutes. If there's no response, we'll go in, Xia Hao instructed. Is there anyone left in the troops? We are refugees seeking help, could you please open the door? Is there anyone left in the troops? We are. The loudspeaker on the vehicle continued to call out for several minutes without any response. They already knew that no one would answer as the guard booth had collapsed. Cobra Rhino, you 2 stay to watch the vehicle. Let's go check inside, Xia Hao commanded. As they exited the vehicle, even through the protective masks, they could faintly smell the stench of decomposing bodies. Boss, look here. Rhino was the first to reach the guard booth and discovered 2 corpses dressed in military uniforms. It seems the magnitude of the quake was severe, even the 20-some square meter guard booth couldn't contain them. Looking at the 2 corpses, now revealed bones, they should not have decomposed to this extent for at least a month, but the high temperatures accelerated the process. Pushing open the roll-up door revealed that all the buildings inside had been destroyed by the earthquake. Unfortunately, the earthquake had caused a landslide that buried 2/3 of the base. Of the approximately 3 square kilometers of the base, only the square just inside the entrance remained uncovered by the landslide. All the buildings, watchtowers, observation posts, automatic machine gun emplacements, concrete walls, and barbed wire had collapsed. The armory, weapons depot, tank maintenance area, soldier barracks, including dormitories, dining halls, and restrooms, and command center, were all buried under heaps of dirt. The ruins were already visible before they formally entered, spotting military uniforms on corpses in the debris. Salute! Xia Hao shouted. The members of Lynx beside him saluted the ruins. It is worth mentioning that Xia Hao had never served in the military in this life. In his previous life at Liguoheo's refuge, a battalion commander granted him the privilege of formal enlistment because that commander was the highest-ranking officer of the previous refuge. After an accidental death on a mission, he passed this mission on to Xia Hao. Although he had never spent a day in the barracks across his 2 lives, he respected these people who stood on the front lines rescuing humanity from the tsunami in their most desperate moments. Soon everyone began to search the military camp. The helicopters are already gone, Lynx said as he spotted the large H symbols on the 4 helipads, which were now devoid of helicopters. They must have gone out for rescue when the tsunami struck, and with the earthquake suddenly hitting, it does not bode well. Everyone split up and see if there are any other findings, Xia Hao analyzed. With Xia Hao's orders, the group began searching this massive military base of over 1 million square meters. Half an hour later, everyone could not stand it any longer and returned to the vehicle drenched in sweat, gulping down water. Wearing protective suits made it impossible to walk for long periods in the heat exceeding 40 degrees. Moreover, the sky was gray and overcast with no sun in sight, creating a stifling atmosphere. The entire Earth felt like a giant steamer. Had it not been for this military base, the largest within 1,000 kilometers, Xia Hao would not have ventured out. Before coming out, they had already discussed that it was fine not to find any supplies, but they needed to confirm that the resources in this base had not been lost. If they fell into the hands of a group, everything Xia Hao had prepared would be utterly insufficient to contend with. Their only advantage would be the Apache helicopter. Fortunately, they had brought a drone, otherwise walking 1 or 2 kilometers, especially on the collapsed terrain, would be perilous. Boss, we can't see anything, everything is buried. The armory is typically located in the rear half of the base, and that area is buried under over 10 meters of mountain debris. Panda assessed based on the drone's footage and the damage on both sides of the mountain. With over 10 meters of mountain debris, those armored vehicles must be buried. Without heavy machinery we won't be able to dig them out, Lynx responded thoughtfully after hearing this. Don't we have excavators in our warehouse? Rhino suddenly had a brainwave. We don't know exactly where the entrances and exits of this equipment are buried. The 2 excavators in the base would probably take 3 months to dig them out, Lynx countered. If we can't do that, then what? Are we just going to watch them like this? Rhino asked again. Lynx ignored Rhino's complaints and turned to Xia Hao, who had been deep in thought, and asked, Boss, what should we do? As Lynx asked Xia Hao suddenly seemed to have thought of something and countered, Why do we need to dig now? Lynx was taken aback by this question. Why even ask? Before he could voice his confusion, Xia Hao countered, If we managed to drive those armored vehicles back, where would we put them? Well, there really isn't anywhere to put them, Lynx replied, feeling frustrated for not having thought of this sooner. Why are we digging before the freezing period arrives? To prevent the outdoor equipment from being damaged before that rain arrives. Lynx began, but suddenly understood Xia Hao's intention, his eyes widening as he asked, You mean we don't disturb them, wait until after 2 months of the freezing period to dig, and this 10-meter landslide happens to be a natural barrier? Exactly. This is our natural equipment depot. Xia Hao also just realized this point and nodded with a smile. Since Xia Hao and Mountain Cat were in the same vehicle, the words from the natural equipment warehouse were not communicated through the intercom to the other vehicles. Mountain Cat raised a new question. Do you remember what the professor we rescued said? Xia Hao reminded Mountain Cat. Mountain Cat struggled to recall and suddenly exclaimed, Volcanic ash is insoluble in water. Right, how did I not think of that? As long as the volcanic ash doesn't touch the equipment, it won't get damaged. The viruses in the water only affect living creatures and plants, not machinery. Clever. This means we don't have to worry. Even if the mountain turns into mud and the excavation becomes more difficult, we can just organize more people to dig. The most important thing is that these pieces of equipment have natural protection. At worst, they will just get wet and we can bring them back to the base for repairs. Besides, we won't let them soak for too long, Xia Hao said with a smile, nodding like a proud father watching his grown child. Although it will be cold, then we can choose a good weather day to go out. But what if someone comes to steal in the meantime? I always feel uneasy without securing it. Mountain Cat raised another question. You all said earlier that it would take at least 3 months to excavate. We can just visit every 10 days or so. Xia Hao thought for a moment. That's true. Let's first search through the 2 buildings outside that haven't been buried. We can wait for the excavator to dig deeper later. Alright, let's split into 2 groups. Each person searches for 20 minutes, then returns to the vehicle to enjoy the air conditioning before switching to the next group. After all, the supplies buried deep cannot be excavated without machinery. As soon as we decided to act, we spent the entire day searching for supplies in the unburied ruins. By the time darkness fell, we returned having only found some explosion-proof gear, a few handguns, and a 191 automatic rifle. In fact, there were more items, but many were useless because most had been damaged by the collapsed buildings. After a whole day, my shoes were soaked and it only took 5 minutes to get completely drenched. On the way back, Mountain Cat cursed, Damn it, after all that we only got a few weapons, making us work like dogs. Xia Hao chuckled and scolded, In our last life we sacrificed a few people just for a single gun. Do you feel rich now? Moreover, the value of such supplies fluctuates. If others get their hands on them, it will only cause us more trouble. What Xia Hao and Mountain Cat never expected was that the base they discovered this time was the same one that Lu Zhongming found in their last life, which had enabled him to become the largest arms dealer in Jiangnan. Otherwise, during their last raid on Lu Zhongming's stronghold, how could his firepower have made him a gun dealer? It was a dream. Xia Hao had never understood how Lu Zhongming had risen to power in his previous life, and it had inadvertently been seized by him. However, Lu Zhongming was already dead, and this time it wouldn't happen, so Xia Hao was left to ponder alone. Upon returning to the base, a more perplexing situation occurred. They were sweating profusely and using air conditioning. Even an Iron Man would collapse. As a result, those who went out caught colds the next day. When Liang Ping learned that they had made such a basic mistake, she isolated the 7 of them to prevent the closed environment of the basement from infecting others. Even though the shelter had good ventilation, safety was the priority. Moreover, there was a very weak tetanus patient who was still lying in bed. Being isolated in a room in such a closed environment without a mobile phone made Xia Hao and the others feel very frustrated. Fortunately, every room had a television and a computer, and after being reborn, Xia Hao had been busy finally getting a rare 3 days of rest. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, after Liang Ping's repeated checkups, the few of them finally escaped from the confinement room. On that day, the temperature outside rose to 47 degrees. At the breakfast table, everyone gathered again. With our constitution, going out for a day would make us sick. Just imagine how painful it must be for those outside, Rhino said as the first remark after coming out. As long as others have water and food outside, they can grit their teeth and survive. Unlike you, who change to an environment differing by 20 degrees every 20 minutes. Even if you were really a rhino, you wouldn't be able to withstand it. Liang Ping rolled her eyes at Rhino. Knowing that Liang Ping was concerned for him, Rhino scratched his head and fell silent. The others looked at Xia Hao as if to say, "Boss, this is your bad idea." Such gazes could not escape Liang Ping's wit, but she didn't want to say anything too harsh. With a tone of sarcasm, she said, "If your boss told you to die, would you all go? How dare I speak against him?" Xia Hao buried his head in his bowl, pretending not to hear. In the apocalypse, any illness is more dangerous than usual, and this time he indeed overlooked it. How unfortunate. In his heart, he had already cursed this group of traitors 100 times. You are all staring at me, isn't this a clear indication? Do you think I am foolish? Everyone looked at their usually strong leader and found him in such a cowardly state, unable to hold back their laughter. After the meal, they enjoyed the comfortable environment of over 20 degrees in the hall and started chatting. "Looks like we should avoid going out in the future. Being outside for a whole day is really tough," Mountain Cat said, holding a large cup of milk tea, smiling. "Yes, and we are wearing non-breathable protective gear. I feel like dying." "Boss, why didn't you buy ones with small fans back then?" Leopard chimed in. "Are you foolish, or is the boss foolish? Small fans. Wouldn't that suck in the viruses?" Phoenix retorted. "Leopard, is it really that exaggerated?" Seeing that everyone was as strong as oxen, could it be that they had gotten too comfortable in the shelter and were unwilling to go out to find an excuse, teased you Xiao Xiao. "Xiao Xiao, you are just one of those keyboard warriors online. Tonight turn your rooms heating up to 47 degrees, then wear a full set of protective gear for 20 minutes. If you can handle it, I will consider you impressive." When we returned, our protective gear was soaked with 2 pounds of sweat and our clothes had at least a pound of water. "Just think about that feeling," her brother Cobra countered by tapping her on the head. Everyone listened to Cobra's description and imagined themselves in that situation, and it was indeed tough. Yu Xiao Xiao shrank her head, not daring to speak. "By the way, boss, that person inside is probably going to recover in a few days. What do you plan to do?" Huang Wenwen pointed at the medical room and asked after everyone had admitted defeat. "Dr. Huang, don't call me boss, it sounds awkward coming from you. You can just call me by my name or a Hao." "How is he doing?" Xia Hao smiled at Huang Wenwen. "I and Liang Ping take care of him every day. I've got a sense of his situation. He is a local of Jiangnan City and quite an honest person. His family lives in an old unit community and everyone is used to taking afternoon naps. He probably couldn't avoid the earthquake. He himself feels that the hope of finding his family is slim. He has been a driver for many years, has solid driving skills, has worked in restaurants and used to drive excavators and bulldozers. He is not yet 50 and has no other health issues. It's up to you to decide." Huang Wenwen reported on the situation of driver Lu to Xia Hao. "Boss, I'm keeping an eye on him. The medical room has a bathroom and he eats in bed, so he hasn't come out," Little Bird added. "All right, I'll talk to him when he's about recovered. If he wants to go out, let him go out blindfolded. If he wants to stay, then let him stay for now. He can cook in the early stages and can also free up Ajong to learn something with Mountain Cat," Xia Hao said to Pan Xinzong. He had long noticed that Pan Xinzong wanted to go on missions with them. Moreover, before the apocalypse, he had told Xia Hao that he had killed the female side and her child's biological father. As for the child, Xia Hao did not ask how it was handled. In any case, he had already passed the point of killing and his temperament was suitable. The most important thing was that Pan Xinzong was his own brother, so Xia Hao felt at ease in trusting his back to him. While Xia Hao and the others lay ill for 3 days, the landscape of Jiangnan City transformed dramatically. Official supplies dwindled to mere rice rations, and with insufficient personnel, authorities could no longer manage the tens of thousands of survivors. People began organizing themselves into structured groups. Some seized a large vessel as sporadic aftershocks had stirred deep-seated fears of the land itself. Units centered around construction companies ventured into the ruined city, scavenging steel rebar and excavating underground shelters on the urban periphery. Others braved the city's pervasive stench, returning to intact residential complexes to repurpose underground parking garages as makeshift sanctuaries. Meanwhile, officials consolidated control over Jiangnan City Stadium, its vast subterranean parking facility capable of sustaining 2,000 to 3,000 people. With rice reserves and armed personnel as their chief advantages, they drew the largest concentration of survivors. In essence, all efforts converged underground. Subterranean temperatures, though marginally more bearable, remained oppressive, dropping only from 47°C to 38°C. This heat stemmed not from the sun but from subterranean magma flows. Even below ground the air shimmered with stifling intensity. People gradually recognized that societal order was being rewritten. Shelters now incorporated power grids, drainage systems, and ventilation networks. Surviving poultry were recaptured and redomesticated. Heat-resistant crop seeds were sown across scorched fields. Traders began arriving at the stadium with goods, not theirs by right but seized through perilous forays into the ruins. Even original owners dared not protest, for every salvaged item bore the silent weight of lives lost. Multiple gangs now scoured the city for supplies. Each recovered object represented the sacrifice of many. Thus emerged the nascent form of an apocalyptic marketplace, where food commanded the highest price. Most survivors foraged wild plants or tilled soil. Meat, a distant memory. Frozen meats in blacked-out cold storage facilities had long since spoiled. Government-issued rice rations sustained life, yet vegetables required personal foraging, and domesticated fowl were strictly reserved for breeding, not consumption. Consequently, river fish became the sole viable source of meat. Recreational vehicles followed closely in value. Air-conditioned havens, though rendered immobile once fuel stations ceased operation. Shelter building materials and functional appliances surged in demand. Exhaust fans from ventilation ducts, generators, refrigerators, anything that restored modicum of civilized function. Certain trades rose to unparalleled prestige even among violent factions: automotive mechanics, television technicians, construction workers, livestock breeders, and fishermen. A quiet revolution had begun. The skilled laborer, once overlooked, now sat at the head of the table. With buildings reduced to rubble, salvaging and reassembling components from everyday appliances and vehicles became essential. Constructing shelters demanded expertise in architecture, welding, and circuitry. While rudimentary farming and animal husbandry were widely understood, selecting heat-tolerant crops, raising resilient livestock, and mastering survival-oriented techniques required true mastery, knowledge no longer found in textbooks but forged in extremis. The privileged, the very young, and the elderly were quietly marginalized even within official shelters. In this return to universal labor, those lacking capacity or skill consumed precious rations without contributing, rendering them invisible in the new calculus of survival. Society proved merciless. These individuals were the first to falter. Some, unaffiliated and starving, succumbed swiftly to disease or heatstroke. Many perished beneath a blistering sun. Women who once wielded charm as currency now found it useless. In a world where hunger gnawed relentlessly and exhaustion weighed heavier than desire, physical allure dissolved amid sweat-soaked rags and unwashed bodies. Coquettishness, once infallible, had lost its spell. Some influencers, stripped of filters and makeup, stared blankly at their own reflection, unskilled, unwanted, adrift. The virtual accolades of yesteryear held no sustenance here. Men possessing only brute strength diverged in fate. Some joined marauding factions preying on scavengers, others labored silently as indentured hands across scattered encampments. Most collectives regressed toward feudal hierarchies. My home is gone, my car crushed flat. They must have been inside when the quake struck. A vast expanse of grotesquely decayed corpses lies buried beneath the rubble. I couldn't find my parents. Zhang Ziqiang crouched low, head clasped in trembling hands, tears streaming down his face. Pull yourself together, we've all lost everything. Let's head to the stadium camp, said Lu Ji, placing a steadying hand on his shoulder. Their original cohort of 30 students now numbered only 28, 2 lives extinguished, one claimed during a violent clash. For 3 days Lu Ji had divided the group into 2 search parties, combing collapsed neighborhoods for traces of family, yet no one found what they sought. A gang coveted Li Ying from their group and offered 2 tins of canned food in exchange. Enraged, she lashed out in fury, only to be ambushed that same night. Split evenly, 15 per team, half male and half female, they faced 6 or 7 youths brandishing iron rods. The attackers assumed student passivity. Their weapons were meant only to intimidate. And so it nearly proved true. Aside from Lu Ji, none possessed real combat ability. Some swung blindly, eyes squeezed shut. Amid the chaos, a figure crumpled to the ground. All froze. He clutched his throat, blood gushing violently between his fingers. Lu Ji stared stunned at the knife in his own hand, then at the dying youth before him. Disbelief etched across his face. He had killed a first irreversible act. Then, roaring like a wounded beast, he charged the remaining assailants, his face streaked crimson, terrifying in its raw primal fury. No sooner had the attackers fled than a sharp metallic clang shattered the silence. One of their male classmates collapsed, hands pressed to his skull, blood already seeping through his hair, staining his face crimson. Everyone rushed forward in alarm. A blow from an iron rod had fractured his skull. Without immediate medical care, he died an hour later. On the third day, the two teams reunited only to discover both had suffered losses. After exchanging grim accounts, the remaining 28 set out resolutely toward the rumored shelter. They had no choice. Xia Hao's canned rations were nearly exhausted. "I'm sorry, students, the shelter is at full capacity. You'll need to erect your own shelter outside. We can secure the perimeter, but we cannot provide food," declared a police officer stationed at the stadium's main gate. The 28 students finally reached the stadium only to learn it was already overcrowded. Disheartenment settled heavily upon them. "Ah gee, what do we do?" Liang turned to Lu Ji with pleading eyes. For days those words had haunted him, the very phrase he dreaded most. At first he'd felt a quiet elation, centered needed finally embodying a sense of purpose long absent from his life. Now that joy had curdled into dread. He too wanted desperately to ask, "What do we do?" "Officer, could we boys build a shelter nearby and let these dozen girls take refuge inside?" Lu Ji had no choice but to make this proposal. "We sincerely apologize, but you see all the surrounding areas are already occupied by similar groups. We simply cannot accommodate you as well," said the officer, patting Lu Ji's shoulder. All day long every student combed the gymnasium walls for messages left by their loved ones. Though there were tens of thousands, they divided into shifts and finished reviewing them within half a day. "Let's discuss what to do next," said Lu Ji, speaking up inside a collapsed subway entrance 1 kilometer from the gymnasium where 28 students huddled anxiously. "Earlier at the market I asked the knife vendor, 'Our knives can be traded for 3 taels of rice,' said a starving girl. 'No, we can't risk it. What if danger arises? We mustn't sacrifice long-term survival for short-term gain,' Zhang Ziqiang objected. First, still haunted by the memory of his comrade beaten to death, he refused outright to sell their blades. The other boys who had endured recent street battles nodded in agreement. Without weapons they dared not venture out to scavenge supplies. "What if we take on manual labor? I saw several small groups recruiting people to build shelters," suggested a boy suddenly struck by inspiration. "That won't work. At the market I overheard people say the reputable teams have already filled all positions, offering 3 bowls of porridge daily. Everyone else is controlled by criminal gangs. Even if you don't get paid they'll rob you when they kick you out," Liang recalled, shuddering. "If we leave, you girls staying behind will be in grave danger. You've all heard the rumors circulating these past few days, 1 can of food for 1 woman, haven't you?" Lu Ji no longer shied away from such topics, unlike the classroom-bound student he once was who would never have broached such matters voluntarily. The girls had long known this truth. They nodded silently, utterly terrified of losing their male classmates, their only remaining kin. All eyes turned toward Lu Ji. He had grown numb to such scrutiny, crouching on the subway entrance stairs, head cradled in his hands, deep in thought. Suddenly, as if struck by revelation, he lifted his head, his eyes alight with clarity. The others felt their own hearts quicken, though they didn't yet know his idea. Hope flared vividly in every gaze. "Let's head to the foot of Yinling Mountain Villa. Do you remember the chicken coop we passed after descending the mountain? It can easily house our 20-odd people. With only 100 or so officers stationed nearby, tasked with overseeing tens of thousands, they're completely overwhelmed. Locals living around the area are constantly harassed, calling the police is futile. Clearly their priority is securing the gymnasium alone. But Yinling Mountain Villa hosts military personnel, making it far safer for us. And criminal gangs would never dare set foot there." Lu Ji laid out his plan in one breath. "Agreed," Liang declared, first recalling the steaks they'd eaten there just 2 days prior. "And I saw chickens still roaming near that coop, frightened off by the quake." "Yes, but surely still lingering nearby," added Lu Ji. At the mention of chicken meat everyone's hunger surged, and unanimous approval followed instantly. "Since no one objects, Zhang Ziqiang, you know how to drive. Over the next 2 days we'll secure a freight truck and scour the city for enough supplies to sustain us there," Lu Ji declared without hesitation, issuing orders. "Fine, I've never driven a truck, but with no pedestrians on the roads I can go slowly and safely," Zhang Ziqiang nodded. Hao warned that heavy rains and a cold front will arrive in over 2 months. "Let's gather thick clothing immediately. No one needs them now in this heat, so they'll be easy to collect." "Liang, you and the girls handle this," Lu Ji said, turning to her. She nodded in assent. Hao also mentioned an impending downpour. "Since the chicken coop sits on higher ground, flooding isn't likely, but we must reinforce its rainproofing. We'll need tarps to fully seal it off from the outside world, plus ventilation systems," Lu Ji continued, growing increasingly animated. "We'll need farming tools too. I recall vast vegetable plots nearby. We can tend them ourselves. Meat once every 3 days, greens for the rest, that'll sustain us well. We must stock up on oil, salt, soy sauce and vinegar, or boiled food will become unbearable." "Good, settled then. The villa's base has a flowing water source, so drinking and daily water needs are easily met. Oh, and wasn't Hao Gu supposed to warn everyone about the coming climate shift? We forgot to mention it when speaking with the officer today. Lu Ji opened the floodgates of discussion and the group engaged passionately. Eventually someone turned to him and asked, "I'll deliver the warning the day after tomorrow. Hao Gu instructed me to tell them we learned it from official experts encountered during our flight. This lends credibility. Also spread the word among peripheral crowds then, not earlier. Premature rumors would trigger a rush for winter supplies, jeopardizing our own preparations." Lu Ji nodded, realizing he'd overlooked this crucial detail. That night they camped there, but it was no ordinary night. In the tent next door they witnessed armed men drag a woman out, and only an hour later did the gymnasium officers arrive, conduct a perfunctory inquiry and depart. Gunshots echoed 3 or 4 times around the gymnasium perimeter that night. Others attempted to sneak into makeshift wooden huts to steal, only to have their arms hacked off. Bathed in the full moon's silver light, every grim detail was starkly visible. Lu Ji's group dared not sleep deeply. 2 stood guard at the subway entrance with blades drawn, rotating shifts vigilantly. Lu Ji believed that were official firearms not sufficiently abundant, the city's strongest faction would already have stormed the gymnasium. That very faction was led by Qian Yu, boss of a debt collection company, now commanding 300 people including 100 women held for his men's pleasure. Their current stronghold was Jiangnan City Railway Station, strategically positioned at the city's heart, where cargo containers had been seized and repurposed. Though the main concourse had collapsed entirely, the container storage yard remained intact, and Qian Yu's men had welded dozens together into habitable units. Having absorbed 3 rival gangs and looted 4 police stations, Qian Yu's force now fielded 50 armed members and over 100 others wielding restricted bladed weapons. Inside, a solitary container air conditioning hummed steadily. On a large bed lay Qian Yu, naked, and 3 naked women beside him reveling in imperial luxury. "Boss, we found the grain warehouse, but it's been emptied by the authorities," reported a subordinate standing at the container door, once Qian Yu's employee. "Damn it! How could such a massive granary vanish overnight? We missed it entirely." Qian Yu sprang up stark naked and glared at his underling. A size-even battery dangled loosely from his waist. No help for it, only officials knew this secret. "No wonder they've taken in tens of thousands," the man replied, stealing a glance at the battery, suppressing a laugh he dared not voice. Slap. His fleeting expression didn't escape Qian Yu's notice. A stinging backhand landed hard. What the hell was that look for? On the 12th day of the apocalypse, the sky was shrouded in gray all day long, with temperatures reaching 48 degrees Celsius. Today marked the day for Lu Ji to gather supplies and head to Silver Ridge Manor. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan City, rumors began to spread that the air was contaminated with a virus and that a cold wave was imminent. Under normal circumstances, the police at the entrance would not believe the words of a mere child like Lu Ji, but in the apocalypse everyone's nerves are on edge. After reporting to the highest commander at the stadium Wang Chuanxi, it garnered attention. After all, cotton clothing is not valuable now, so preparation is prudent. Moreover, the pandemic from a few years ago had instilled in people the habit of stockpiling masks, so starting today wearing masks became a routine practice, especially for the beautiful women, as masks could reduce their risk. At Li Guohao's canned food factory, an employee reported this situation, and Li Guohao took it seriously, instructing everyone to wear protective gear when going out. Currently his factory was faring much better compared to the stadium and the train station, the 2 largest gathering places. The collapsed parts of the factory roof had been repaired, and solar power generation devices covered the tens of thousands of square meters above the factory, with greenhouses for planting surrounding the area. A nearby kindergarten was repurposed for raising poultry. Over the past 10 days his team had grown to 500 people armed with around 20 firearms. Everyone lived in the basement, while 20 air conditioning units maintained a constant temperature of 28 degrees Celsius in the basement. The air vent blew cool air into the kindergarten, providing some comfort to the poultry, ensuring they did not suffer heatstroke. Even the poultry that died from the heat could be quickly processed into canned food before they passed. When it comes to food, aside from what Xia Hao provides, the best meals are at Li Guohao's canned food factory, which serves fresh vegetables, fruits and meat canned goods daily. Since the canned food factory is located in an old district, there is a water tower that has been repurposed into an independent water source for the factory through a modified waterway. Rice is continuously being transported back. As long as the team is large enough, using an excavator to dig through the supermarket ruins will yield a steady supply of resources, which is far more efficient than those who rely on their bare hands. Who wants to wait for an excavator to dig up the ground before grabbing supplies? Excuse me, have you asked about the bullets I have? Additionally, the armed captain in Li Guohao's team is a recently retired company commander who happens to be Xia Hao's superior in his past life. He methodically leads the robust team in practicing defensive fortifications, providing significant support to Li Guoheo's team. In the past, Qian Yu attempted to raid the canned food factory for supplies but was driven away and dared not return. With everyone armed, no one would risk their lives for a fruitless raid, especially since Qian Yu's group had ample resources and had not reached a desperate situation. The main point is that shortly after the apocalypse began, even if people had guns, they had few bullets. Fighting is less rewarding than robbing civilians, as they would readily surrender without the need for gunfire. At the Jiangnan University Stadium, over 1,000 faculty and students had established an ecological circle with their vice president in charge. At Jiangnan First High School, 2,000 faculty and students were huddled in the staff dormitory basement under the leadership of their principal. There were groups ranging from dozens of people to small family units, each establishing their own temporary shelters. There were also teams of 3 to 5 people traveling in RVs. Gas stations became prime targets for various factions. With global power outages, there was no way to refuel from regular gas pumps. One could simply open the fuel tank area and pump out the fuel by hand. As long as you had firearms, everyone tacitly agreed not to attack gas stations, as an explosion would be detrimental to all. Moreover, with hundreds of gas stations in the city, there was no need to resort to life and death struggles over a single street. Fire trucks and water trucks became hot commodities, as fetching water from the river once a day could sustain daily water needs for hundreds of people, though it required using a hand pump at the river. Those who couldn't obtain water trucks could use trucks covered with tarps to transport water, while some simply set up their base by the water's edge. All bases had an unspoken rule: all bodily functions must be done outdoors, or else the basement or enclosed spaces would become suffocating. In just 11 days, a new human system was born in Jiangnan City. Although this system resembled the warlord era to some extent, people had managed to survive. In the study of the Silver Ridge Manor refuge, the aroma of tea wafted through the air. A tea set flowed gracefully in Xia Hao's hands. 2 minutes later, he poured out a transparent light golden tea and served a cup to himself and a cup to the lynx. In one corner of the study, a set of 200,000 yuan sound equipment played a song called Ulaanbaatar Night, filling the room with clear and pleasant music. "Try this 2013 Lao Banjiang," Xia Hao said after pouring the tea. The lynx sniffed and remarked, "I don't know much about tea, but this is really good." After the supply gathering ended, we still had quite a bit left over, which allowed us to get this. "I originally planned to hoard some staple food and tea," Xia Hao said after taking a sip himself. "Boss, do you think it will be too late if we take action during the freeze period?" "I'm worried that many strong individuals won't survive." The lynx understood the general purpose of Xia Hao's private conversation. "Indeed, I'm worried about that too. In my past life, I truly encountered the power of apocalypse organizations only in the 5th year of the apocalypse, when it was already too late. Our current manpower is far inferior to those new factions. We are not afraid of anyone in defending the city, but taking the initiative is unrealistic. With our capabilities, we can clear them out, but that would definitely come with casualties, so we cannot boldly descend from the mountain to recruit," Xia Hao lamented. "After all, only 11 people are combat ready, and with the recent addition of Pan Xinzong in training, there are only 12. Against those teams with dozens or even hundreds of members, we are at a disadvantage. These people hide in the dilapidated buildings of the city, while the streets are filled with ruins. Heavy weapons on vehicles cannot provide firepower support, and relying solely on individual soldiers in street battles will come at a price. Unless they are willing to leave the city for a decisive battle on the plains, Xia Hao's heavy weapons could easily tear them apart, but they are not foolish, otherwise the authorities would have wiped them out." Now realizing that he lacks a think tank, every decision rests solely on him, with others unable to assist. After all, no one is perfect, and the only one he can truly confide in is the lynx, whose advice is limited. Moreover, once we officially take action, the refuge will be exposed, which will inevitably bring trouble. If some civilians realize we have the capability to survive, they will likely swarm us seeking refuge, the lynx pondered. This is one issue. The other is that people have not yet truly grasped the horror of this disaster. They still harbor the illusion that the apocalypse will come to an end. Our influence is insufficient at this stage. The authorities still hold the primary power. Even if we do manage to recruit the right talents, their hearts will not remain with us. Xia Hao voiced his inner conflict. Indeed, this is somewhat of a conundrum. We are trapped in a chicken and egg scenario. If we do not recruit now, widespread death during the freeze period will result in a significant talent deficit, which would be detrimental to the future development of humanity. The lynx shook his head in resignation. "It seems we need to infiltrate the city to gather intelligence and verify whether the situation is the same as in my past life, especially with the absence of Wang Kuang and Lu Zhongming." "Will there be any significant differences?" Xia Hao stated. "Agreed. I also feel that waiting idly is not the solution. We might encounter some professionals along the way. The lynx nodded in agreement. It's a pity that in my past life I did not move around much after entering the city, only understanding the basic distribution of powers. I have no idea where the corresponding experts are hiding, and you only came to Jiangnan City in your third year, so you're even less familiar with the situation here. Xia Hao sighed. No worries, in this life we have the opportunity to understand. Let's go reconnaissance tomorrow. It's been a while since I've felt cooped up. The lynx laughed. Xia Hao responded with a smile. All right, let's go see the city tomorrow. Perhaps as protagonists of this apocalypse we might even encounter some scenes akin to those in novels where we get to show off and slap faces. Chief, we've got movement. A truck is approaching the villa. All day Xia Hao and Shan Mao had been strategizing in the study when an alarm suddenly blared across the villa grounds. Shan Yao instantly silenced it and reported. Go up and identify who it is, Xia Hao ordered. Without delaying, she sprinted to the glass observation room on the third floor, scanned the approaching vehicle through a high-magnification telescope and reported back. Chief, it's too far to make out faces, only clothing is visible. It appears to be your young associate Lu Ji. The outfit matches the uniform we issued them. Oh. Why has he returned? Keep observing closely, Xia Hao replied, intrigued. Snake, be advised, 2 vehicles are tailing them, Qiao Niao interjected. Since the radar's detection radius extended only 5 kilometers, the 2 pursuing cars had initially remained outside its range. But as Lu Ji's truck drew nearer to the villa, the trailing vehicles soon appeared on the radar display. I've confirmed them, 2 SUVs. They're being followed, and not by their own people, Chief. What's your call? Feng Huang, it's time to demonstrate your expertise, Xia Hao commanded. Acknowledged, Feng Huang replied, already heading toward the armory. This entire exchange unfolded simultaneously across 3 above-ground floors and 2 underground levels, in the living room and study, enabled by the shelter's seamless local area network. With Shan Yao activating the calm switch, every microphone and speaker throughout the facility allowed real-time barrier-free communication. Meanwhile, Zhang Ziqian drove steadily while Lu Ji and Li Ying shared the front passenger seat. If Li Ying turned her head, she would see Lu Ji's flushed face, tense yet electrified with anticipation. They remained utterly unaware that their cargo-laden truck, packed with both supplies and people, had already drawn hostile attention. Their pursuers were a 20-strong gang holed up in an abandoned underground supermarket. They had marked Lu Ji the moment he began scavenging for supplies. 5 kilometers of straight road passed swiftly. Lu Ji soon reached the ruins of Dingjia village. Zhang Ziqian glanced into his rearview mirror, spotted the 2 SUVs closing in and urgently asked Lu Ji, look behind us. Are those our pursuers, or is that one of Hauge's return convoys? At once Lu Ji snapped from his adrenaline-fueled exhilaration back to sharp alertness. He studied the mirror, then declared, uncertain, but safety first. Don't stop. Drive straight to the villa, now. I won't risk it. I know there's surveillance at the villa gate. If they're not ours, the cameras will flag them. That could endanger Hauge. I'll personally apologize later. Roar. Zhang Ziqian floored the accelerator. The medium-sized truck bellowed defiantly. Yet speed failed to follow sound. The overloaded cargo bay, crowded with people and supplies, stifled acceleration. Brother, they've spotted us, the driver said to the middle-aged man beside him. I'm not blind, pursue them. See that glass structure atop the hill? That's likely their base. Looks like today's our lucky day. We've hooked a whale, Brother Wu exclaimed, eyes alight with greed. Roar. This time the thunderous roar came from the SUVs. Unlike the sluggish truck, they surged forward with ruthless acceleration, rapidly closing the gap. No, what do we do? Li Ying's face paled as she stared into the mirror. She clutched Lu Ji's arm tightly. No explanation was needed. The word what now threatened to unhinge Lu Ji entirely. He longed to shout, you're asking me. Who the hell should I ask? Instead, he locked his gaze on the rearview mirror, silent, rigid, unblinking. Then, suddenly, he saw a head emerge from the SUV's roof. His scalp prickled. His first thought, they're about to open fire. He whirled around and slammed his full weight against the cargo compartment wall, shouting, get down, someone's aiming to shoot from behind. Now. A dozen classmates near the rear door flinched violently at his cry. Ah. Panic erupted, not with strategy but with instinctive, piercing shrieks. Then as one, everyone dropped low. Crouching offered minimal protection. The thin metal walls would hardly stop bullets. One student, realizing this, hastily retrieved several cast iron pots they'd found earlier and urged those nearest the rear door to hold them up as shields. Lu Ji couldn't see inside the compartment, but through the mirror he watched a figure rise from the SUV's sunroof, leveling a matte black rifle directly at their truck. Distance shrank to under 100 meters. Inside the cab the trio froze, wishing for extra limbs just to flee faster. Their vehicle crept forward, helplessly pursued relentlessly. Terror robbed them of speech. Bang! A chorus of screams erupted inside the cargo bay. Liang lunged into Lu Ji's arms. He had no time for comfort, his body recoiled instinctively, head tucked, eyes squeezed shut, bracing for a bullet piercing the rear wall. Such a strike was impossible, not only due to multiple layers of sheet metal but also the dense stack of goods filling the front half of the cargo bay. His sole concern was whether any of his classmates had been hit. 2 seconds passed, no hail of gunfire followed. Opening his eyes, he checked the rearview mirror again. The SUV that had moments before roared in pursuit now lay overturned in a rice paddy. Lifting his gaze toward the villa, he glimpsed, hundreds of meters away, the reservoir dam where a figure in protective gear stood holding an elongated weapon. Connecting the dots, Lu Ji shouted, elated, "It's a sniper!" How his team struck. Incredible. In that instant, Silver Ridge Villa became hallowed ground and its defenders demigods. Zhang Ziqiang saw it too. Hearing Lu Ji's shout, his hands trembled, causing the truck to veer sharply. He wrenched the wheel back, heart pounding, and pressed on toward the villa without hesitation. The second SUV screeched to a halt and rushed to assess the wreck. Its occupants, battered and disoriented by the violent rollover, staggered dazed from the wreckage. Minutes later, the second vehicle extracted the survivors. 8 men mired in mud and humiliation struggled awkwardly in the flooded field. "Brother Wu, are you all right? Are you blind? Does anything about me look all right?" Brother Wu roared, fury boiling over. He slapped the driver hard across the face and snarled, "How the hell did you drive like that?" Brother Wu, "Don't blame him, their sniper fired just as I leaned out. I heard the shot clearly," the man who'd risen to shoot admitted. "A sniper rifle. Take cover, now." Brother Wu bellowed, realization striking like lightning. Without regard for the muck, all 8 men dove behind the overturned SUV. "Brother Wu, what now?" "Damn rotten luck, like a child stumbling into the underworld. Get back in your vehicle fast and reverse immediately. As soon as you begin turning, we'll sprint aboard. Those who board first must clear space fast. Get us out of here now." Within seconds, Brother Wu had devised a flawless rapid exit plan. Yet when he finished speaking, no reply came. Instead, the man stared skyward. "Brother Wu, look." All heads snapped upward, where a drone descended silently, gliding lower and lower. In a rice paddy, 8 blood-smeared, mud-caked figures raised their heads toward the drone overhead. The drone hovered 30 meters above them, then a voice emanated from its speakers, "Drop your weapons and place your hands where they can be clearly seen, then walk out slowly." "What the hell are you?" snarled the man who had just peered out, rifle in hand, his fury boiling over. Fortunately, he'd been hurled through the sunroof before the vehicle tumbled, landing hard in the muddy field. Had half his body remained trapped inside during the roll, he'd surely have been crushed to death. Enraged, he raised his rifle with his right hand, aiming straight at the drone while cursing violently. Wu Gu hadn't even finished speaking his warning when, bang! A gunshot cracked from afar. The cursing man's voice cut off instantly. After 2 stunned seconds, he erupted into a gut-wrenching scream. "Ah! My hand, my hand!" The other 7 men stood drenched in blood, not their own, but horror-struck, having witnessed his hand detonate midair. His palm and rifle were flung away by the immense force, spinning several times before landing meters away in the paddy. His right hand had vanished in a crimson mist, his entire forearm was gone, leaving exposed bone and shredded flesh. At the villa, Feng Huang crouched low on the concrete dam, her slender frame juxtaposed against the imposing length of the Barrett M82A1, nearly 1.5 meters long, a vision of grace entwined with raw lethal power. The Barrett's 12.7mm round is capable of tearing a human body apart entirely. Firing M903 slap armor-piercing ammunition, it can penetrate 19mm of steel plating at 1500 meters, a performance that utterly obliterates any conventional ballistic vest. Using such a weapon against a person is quite frankly excessive. Yet Feng Huang had been itching for action, recent missions had left her sidelined. Xia Hao made no objection, he let her have her way. His orders had been clear: preserve enemy weaponry whenever possible, which explained the precision shot moments earlier. Meanwhile, Xia Hao had already driven the Unimog and the Shanmao team out of the shelter while Zhang Ziqiang arrived at the reservoir dam in his cargo truck. Their last encounter here had been equally chaotic, and this one proved no different. As both vehicles rolled to a halt, their drivers, Zhang Ziqiang, Liang and Lu Ji, lowered their windows, faces flushed with shame. Each time they brought trouble to Xia Hao, last time a wounded civilian, this time 2 fully armed vehicles. The sight of the Browning M2 heavy machine gun mounted atop the vehicles left them utterly awestruck. How? Hauga, we're sorry, Lu Ji stammered, humbled. Enough. I'll handle this first, talk later, Xia Hao replied, curtly rolling up his window before descending toward the paddy. Back at the SUV's rear, the remaining men stood paralyzed, no one dared raise their head to drive. They now knew the sniper's accuracy all too well. A single glance would trigger an instant disabling shot. Who dared expose themselves? One reached hastily into the vehicle and discovered the radio still functional. Wu Gu immediately reported their location and situation to base, unaware that every word was being recorded by the drone. From the main control room, Shan Yao reported to Xia Hao, Chief, they've transmitted our intel. Acknowledged, Xia Hao replied, already nearing the stranded SUV. Drop your weapons and come out. Seriously, do you think that car could stop a sniper round? Xia Hao taunted. Hearing the approaching vehicle, they dared not peer out. Instead, they removed the front visor mirror and angled it carefully to observe. What they saw froze them in disbelief. An armored vehicle. What the hell did we stumble into? There's no way out of this, we're done. They hurriedly tossed their weapons from the paddy onto the roadside, raised their hands high and crept forward, trembling so violently they crawled the mere 50 centimeters from the embankment to the road's edge. The man whose hand had been shattered lay motionless in the mud, unconscious or dead, no one knew. It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Let's talk. Wu Gu shouted, forcing a grin more grotesque than tears. Instantly the others dropped to their knees, hands raised high, awaiting whoever emerged from the vehicle. The door swung open as Xia Hao stepped out with the 6-man Shanmao team, weapons trained on the mud-slicked figures. Where are you from? He demanded. Brother, big brother, we're refugees from the city forced into this life. A momentary lapse in judgment, please just let us go like a puff of smoke. Wu Gu bowed deeply, willing to grovel for survival. You showed no such mercy moments ago, Xia Hao replied coldly. We'll never dare again, never. The vehicle carries supplies, everything belongs to you, esteemed brothers. Just spare us, we have elderly mothers, young children. Silence. Cuff them. With that order, the Shanmao team swiftly bound the group together with handcuffs. Just as despair settled over them, Xia Hao spoke again, letting you go isn't impossible, but this haul won't suffice. I'll allow one of you to return to your leader with a message, deliver 300 jin of food by nightfall, or these men remain captives. Wu Gu immediately prostrated himself in gratitude. Thank you, brother. I'll arrange it at once. Inside he thought only of escape, no redemption, no return. 300 jin of food. Preposterous. Dream on. Teams can be rebuilt, but food once surrendered is gone forever. Very well, I trust you won't try anything foolish. Release him. Xia Hao gave a subtle nod to the Shanmao team, who stepped forward, conducted a thorough search, then unlocked Wu Ji's cuffs. Brother Wu, please hurry back. The others cried desperately. Wu Gu dared utter nothing more, only offered profuse thanks, bowing deeply. As he turned to leave, Xia Hao stopped him. Where do you think you're going? Drive. You mean you're giving me the vehicle? To drive away? Wu Gu stared dumbfounded. Search the vehicle for supplies, then let him drive it back, Xia Hao instructed. If you walk back, how will you possibly make it before nightfall? Brother, I swear, I'll return on time to redeem them. Wu Gu beamed, feigning gratitude. In truth, he had no intention of returning, so timing mattered little. Walking 10 kilometers. He'd do it gladly if it meant escape. That the vehicle was returned struck him as sheer naivety. He inwardly cursed Xia Hao as a fool. He failed to realize how transparent his intentions were, how he didn't ask after his comrade lying unconscious in the paddy, nor concern himself with whether he'd truly return before dusk. Long before, during the search, the Shanmao team had planted tracking chips, both in his clothing and beneath the vehicle's chassis. The SUV roared away, tires screeching, fleeing as if pursued by death itself. Only then did the kneeling men grasp the truth: Wu Gu would never return to redeem them. Frantically they began pounding their foreheads into the mud, begging Xia Hao for mercy. Xia Hao let out a faint, contemptuous laugh. He gestured for the Shanmao team to escort the captives up to the villa, then murmured softly, watching the vanishing vehicle recede into the distance. Even villains failed this spectacularly. Speak. What happened on the reservoir dam of the mountain Villa Luge? You watched everything unfold below with everyone else. And the several men who had just attempted to attack them were now cuffed together in a circle and secured to a tree. Brother Hao, we're deeply sorry, we've troubled you again. Lu Ji and his classmates bowed deeply before Xia Hao, gazing at him with pitiful, pleading eyes. Waving his hand dismissively, Xia Hao said, "Tell me briefly about what you've been through these past few days. Keep it concise, it's scorching hot out here." Mliji immediately recounted the current state of Jiangnan City in the most succinct terms possible, then summarized their own harrowing experiences. "Brother, how may we take shelter in the chicken coop at the foot of the mountain? We truly have nowhere left to turn," Luji pleaded one last time while the other students stared anxiously at Xia Hao, terrified he might refuse. "That land isn't mine, but the master resides within my villa, so we'll ask her permission," Xia Hao replied, then promptly contacted Zhang Qian via walkie-talkie. Upon learning they were the same group of desperate students from before, Zhang Qian immediately consented. "And she's agreed, go ahead. I'll lock the main gate of the villa, don't even think about climbing up here, and under no circumstances bring trouble my way." "Understood," Xia Hao declared. "And thank you. Thank you so much, Brother Hao. We promise not to disturb you in the slightest." Lu Ji hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He thought at least here they were safe, for should anyone threaten the villa, Xia Hao would certainly not stand idly by as he had done today. The original owner of the chicken coop said any chickens scattered nearby are fair game. "If you catch them you may eat them," Xia Hao added, then waved his hand signaling them to depart. Hearing that the owner had granted them permission to hunt the chickens, the 28 students nearly lost their minds with joy. They climbed into their truck shouting thanks all the way as they drove down the mountain. On the truck, Liang beamed, "It's clear now, Brother Hao is all sharp words on the outside but soft-hearted within." "Absolutely. Even with limited resources, Brother Hao still shares those chickens with us. From now on whatever he commands I'll obey without hesitation." Lu Ji was equally elated. The psychological difference between sanctioned use and stolen sustenance was profound. The chicken coop lay to the right after descending the mountain villa just beyond the paved road, where the truck turned onto a tractor path and reached the coop in less than 100 meters. Its foundation consisted of concrete reinforced with thick wooden beams. The structure comprised one large coop and a smaller adjacent dormitory, once occupied by Zhang Qian, its roof clad in blue corrugated iron. Though partially collapsed, the concrete floor remained intact and the major load-bearing pillars still stood firm. With only minor repairs to the roof, the space would be habitable. Before the catastrophe, such a foul-smelling, manure-saturated environment would have repelled these pampered students entirely, but after over 10 days of hardship and destitution, this place felt like a luxury villa. Having grown up in the countryside, Lu Ji found such repairs second nature. He swiftly organized everyone to unload the truck, then launched into the renovation of their villa. While renovations surged below, Xia Hao escorted the 6 captives to the elevator lobby on the first floor and began interrogating them one by one and gleaning vital intelligence about Jiangnan City's current state. Why not question them outdoors? With temperatures nearing 50 degrees Celsius, wasn't air-conditioned comfort far more appealing? And bringing them inside was unthinkable. Fear of pathogen transmission ruled it out entirely. An hour later, having swiftly extracted all known information, Xia Hao ordered Shan Mao to release them. And the 6 men stared in stunned disbelief. Was he truly letting them go? "What did you expect? Do you honestly believe some Brother Wu will come rescue you?" Xia Hao scoffed disdainfully. And the 6 scrambled away in frantic gratitude, tumbling headlong down the mountainside. At the foot of the mountain, one spat furiously, "Damn it, I'll return for revenge someday. This place is stocked with astonishing supplies. Let's sneak in tonight, catch him off guard, eliminate him, and seize control. Then our lives will finally be comfortable." Another chimed in eagerly. 100 meters beyond the mountain's base, Liang spotted the 6 men on the paved road and urgently called out to the others, "Aren't these the very ones who chased and tried to kill us just moments ago? How could he possibly release them? They'll surely return for vengeance. Why would Brother Hao make such a decision?" Zhang Zicheng set down his tools in disbelief. None of them noticed how far they'd strayed from their former idealism. Zhang Zicheng's casual mention of killing the men now struck them not as monstrous but as perfectly justified. Mluji stared blankly at the mud-splattered figures, hesitated a moment, then murmured, "Let it be. Brother Hao must have his reasons." Bang! 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 And 7 gunshots rang out. The 6 men had barely advanced 100 meters when bullets from the villa above felled them. Luji's group flinched in shock, then quickly relaxed. These men didn't deserve burial within the villa's sacred grounds. As they stood dazed, a drone descended upon the chicken coop bearing a walkie-talkie suspended beneath it. It hovered low enough for someone to reach. Luji stepped forward instantly and unclipped the device. The moment he lifted the walkie-talkie, Xia Hao's voice crackled through Luji, "Take a few people and retrieve the bodies. Consider this radio your reward." "Yes, Brother Hao," Luji replied, exhilarated. Possessing a walkie-talkie capable of communicating directly with the villa and being entrusted with an official task signaled full acceptance. Realizing this, Li Ying and Zhang Ziqiang exchanged triumphant high-fives. Fear of corpses. Over the past days in the ruined city, lifting rubble anywhere often revealed rotting cadavers. These freshly killed men by comparison looked almost serene. Lu Ji immediately assembled several male students and set off with shovels to collect the bodies. As they departed, Xia Hao instructed, bury them on the right side, leave the left untouched, that's our water source. Don't contaminate it. Understood, Brother Hao. Lu Ji enthusiastically confirmed. On the reservoir dam, Xia Hao and 5 others carried 6 M16 rifles fitted with sniper scopes. Walking as they spoke, they claimed they just joined that organization, but every one of them has calloused trigger fingers. Rhino, you need serious practice with your marksmanship. You took 2 shots to drop 1 target and ha. Boss is absolutely right, Rhino chuckled sheepishly. Fitted with this scope, the M16 works surprisingly well as a short-range sniper rifle, Xia Hao remarked appreciatively, the first time he'd ever fired one. In his previous life, he'd wielded mostly domestic Chinese firearms and various generations of 8 series rifles. Of the Shan Mao unit, only Xiao Niao specialized in technical support and rarely engaged directly in gunfire. The rest mastered both heavy equipment and firearms with remarkable proficiency. Yet skill levels varied. Shan Mao himself was the most versatile. Rhino excelled in close quarters assault and hand-to-hand combat, but his sniping was merely average, though even that average surpassed 80% of professional soldiers. Phoenix was their undisputed top marksman for special operations. Baozi served as her spotter, calculating ballistic data and enabling precision eliminations of extreme difficulty. Thus Phoenix hadn't participated in the earlier execution, it was child's play for her. Those 6 men descending the mountain had become live targets for calibration and demonstration. As Lu Ji's team approached the bodies, they recoiled, not from horror at death itself but from the sheer brutality. All 6 had been shot cleanly through the head, except one whose shoulder bore an additional bullet wound. That single shoulder wound was precisely why Rhino had been reprimanded. And from where they stood, the students estimated the straight-line distance to the dam at over 200 meters, and 6 heads had been struck simultaneously. Brother Hao is truly enigmatic. Clearly he's a hidden powerhouse who's long dwelled in these mountains, a classic protagonist archetype straight out of a novel. Zhang Ziqiang exclaimed, eyes wide with awe. One day I'll beg Brother Hao and his team to train me, I too shall wield arms to protect everyone. Lu Ji clenched his fists as he watched their silhouettes vanish into the mountain mist. So will I, that's what real men do, and exactly. From now on, if Brother Hao points east, I'll never glance west. Fired up, the students digging graves swung hoes and shovels with fervent vigor, clanging loudly against the earth, determined to prove themselves industrious and worthy in Xia Hao's eyes. Chief, the target has been locked, coordinates unchanged for several hours. Xiao Niao reported to Xia Hao on the information from Wu Ge, whom they had previously released. What a hassle, every time I go out I return drenched in sweat and must shower immediately. Get ready, we're moving tonight and you're coming too. Let's end this once and for all, Xia Hao said, clapping Xiao Niao on the shoulder. The shelter's dining table was laden with abundant dishes and fresh fruit. Hearing that Xia Hao would launch another operation that night, several medical staff exchanged glances with Liang Ping as if urging her to speak with him. Xia Hao gnawed on a chicken leg, glancing sideways at the 4 women with a wry smile. Speak up, if there's something to say, just say it. Why the hesitation? Liang Ping sat beside him, set down her chopsticks and bowl, then playfully gripped his shoulders. How we've been eating well and sleeping soundly here, truly happy, but we worry endlessly about our families. We long to join you in searching for them. Could you help us find news, or better yet, take us along? Rest assured, my parents and Wen Wen's are both physicians. Yin Shui's and Xiao Chao's parents possess expertise in agriculture and animal husbandry. We'll never be a burden. Xia Hao quickly raised his hands in mock surrender. Ahem, fine. Dr. Liang, our esteemed chief physician, we do have an upcoming expedition planned. You'll all be coming with us. You're the best, Hao. He. Dr. Liang beamed, nuzzling her cheek against his. Ahem, Ping, not like that. Which official could possibly withstand such temptation? Xia Hao protested verbally, yet his body betrayed him entirely. Thank you, Brother Hao. You're truly kind. Upon hearing his words, the 4 women rushed over, serving dishes, pouring tea, even massaging his back. Nearby others cleared their throats awkwardly. Ahem, the air conditioning's rather chilly. Yes, I've got goosebumps. Ahem, there are other people present, you know. Hearing the commotion, the women flushed with embarrassment and retreated to their seats. Xia Hao, feigning composure, lifted a cup of green tea and took a sip. Green tea is truly refreshing. The others finally burst into laughter. Realizing the misinterpretation behind his words, and catching the four women's wounded reproachful glances, he hastily clarified, "I meant this cup of tea." Alas, explanation only deepened the confusion. A sharp pinch on his thigh made him suck in a sharp breath of pain. At 11 p.m. Jiangnan City lay shrouded in darkness. Prolonged blackouts had rendered electricity scarce. Venturing out at night required lights, yet illumination risked drawing unwanted attention. Smaller groups dared not leave their shelters at all. Volcanic ash hung thick in the sky, blotting out the moon, leaving the ruined cityscape utterly lightless. In the basement of a mid-sized supermarket, Wu Ge spoke animatedly about his day's discoveries while the local leader, a man drinking steadily, listened intently. 6 accomplices sat nearby, their conversation conspicuously omitting any mention of rescuing captives, instead fixating obsessively on Xia Hao's arsenal: sniper rifles, armored vehicles, terrifying assets in this shattered world. In a dim corner of the supermarket, dozens of women were chained, some no older than 30, others younger even than Lu Ji's student group. The leader also bore the surname Wu, 40-something, elder cousin to the younger Wu Gu. Both had served in the military over a decade ago. Before the apocalypse, they jointly owned a refrigerated cargo truck used for meat transport. They'd happened to pass through Jiangnan City just before the earthquake. Ruthless men, they looted a police station in its aftermath and seized control of this underground supermarket, using their frozen meat reserves to attract and retain dozens of followers. In a prior clash, they'd nearly been wiped out by Qian Yu's gang. Only 16 survivors returned to base. Thereafter, JY's band descended into unrestrained brutality, seizing women solely for their own amusement. "Those bastards, I'll gut them one day. Big brother, you must avenge me," the younger Wu Gu wailed, face contorted in grief, addressing the elder Wu Gu. "They cost us good men, the debt will be repaid. Since you suffered today, I've just captured a mother and daughter. Tonight she's yours." The leader patted his cousin's shoulder with a grin. The mother and daughter instantly clung to each other, trembling silently. "Ha ha. Thanks, brother," the younger Wu Gu replied, instantly shifting to a sycophantic smirk. "This crew is formidable, we'll need cunning, not brute force. If we seize their base and equipment, we may even rival Chen Yu himself." The elder Wu Gu waved dismissively. "And perhaps this is merely the tip of the iceberg. If they're truly powerful, we might yet claim the throne of Jiangnan City." A fierce predatory gleam lit the younger Wu Ji's eyes. Even as their plotting began, the Unimog Humvee, lights extinguished, navigated the ruins with difficulty, guided only by night vision optics. They halted 1 kilometer from the target, leaving Pigeon and Shan Yao in the vehicle's command center. The remaining 9 operatives, equipped with night vision gear, scaled the rubble and crept stealthily toward the Wu brothers' stronghold. Fortune favored them, it was dawn. Had it been daytime, that single kilometer might have cost Xia Hao and his team their lives. The base, a repurposed underground supermarket, had all other exits sealed by collapsed debris. The sole entrance descended vertically into the earth. A lone guard stood watch at the entrance, rifle in hand. 1 sentry at the entrance. Inside, dozens of lifeforms. Radar indicates 8 clustered together, the rest appear immobilized, likely captives held en masse. Shan Yao's voice crackled through the earpiece. The vehicle's radar detected thermal signatures, biological and mechanical, within a 5-kilometer radius. Fortunately, the supermarket's reinforced concrete roof allowed penetration. Thick soil would have rendered it useless. Confirmed, matches intel from earlier casualties. Feng Huan, eliminate the sentry. Xia Hao ordered, then drained his water canteen in several long gulps, remarkable given the short distance covered. Feng Huang shot Xia Hao a withering, exasperated glance, then slowly shed her protective suit, revealing a form-fitting skirt and crop top. She huffed softly, "So rare an outing, and yet I'm assigned this task. Oof. Ahem, sacrifices for the team. I'll make it up to you properly afterwards." Xia Hao chuckled nervously. The others suppressed laughter, now understanding why Feng Huang had dressed so provocatively. In truth, this tactic had proven infallible for Xia Hao in his previous life. Most factions stationed only 1 or 2 guards at basement entrances, narrow confined spaces where intrusion inevitably drew immediate notice. A firearm would alert everyone inside, and hostages invariably filled such basements, turning rescue into catastrophe. Once Xia Hao and Shan Mao, lacking this insight, failed a mission costing dozens of hostages their lives. Thus the beauty stratagem proved especially effective against small, undisciplined bands. Stripped of her suit, Feng Huang feigned panic, staggering unsteadily toward the entrance, her footsteps loud enough to trigger instant alarm. The sentry raised his rifle, aiming down the dark tunnel. She stumbled blindly into the passage, colliding abruptly with the guard. Their eyes met. Feng Huang flinched dramatically, mouth flying open in a silent scream, then clapped her palm over it. The sentry, already alerted, remained unfazed. His gaze swept over her, her delicate tear-streaked face, her pale shapely legs, her short skirt and tight crop top, the glistening sweat tracing paths down her collarbones. His eyes locked onto her, rapt and unblinking. Feng Huang then pressed a finger to her lips in a frantic shush, and the sentry instantly grasped her meaning. She'd fled pursuers, stumbling here by accident. A surge of chivalrous instinct swelled within him. He imagined the elder and younger Wu Ge discovering her, how little chance he'd have left. Though his rifle still pointed at her, his vigilance had dissolved entirely. Where did that bitch go? Check your side. At the mouth of the underground passage, the lookout heard the voices outside and reassured judged that the beautiful woman before him posed no threat. Feng Huang heard the voices beyond and seized the moment to draw closer, throwing herself into his arms. A pleasant scent of sweat drifted to his nostrils. Taking advantage of the moment, his hand slid around Feng Huang and he murmured, "Miss, don't be afraid. With me here they won't lay a hand on you." Feng Huang looked up, eyes full of pitiful pleading. Only by the dim light at the base of the cellar could she barely make out the features of the man holding her. He was scrawny and lecherous, nasal hairs bristling and a mouthful of yellow teeth. Suppressing her revulsion, she whispered in a trembling voice, "There are 3 of them, they have knives, I'm so scared." The man had at first feared that the outsiders were a gang with guns. Hearing that there were only 3 and that they were armed merely with blades, his confidence swelled. He tightened his hold on Feng Huang and let his hand wander to other places. Fortunately, Feng Huang was crouched, clutching her body tightly and minimizing exposure. Seeing no immediate opportunity for further indecency, he forced a tender smile at her and said, "Miss, I'll deal with them. We've got a few brothers back at our base all carrying these." He even lifted his Type 56 rifle to flaunt it before Feng Huang. The upward curl at his lip betrayed his smug satisfaction. "I'm so scared. Can we not go out? What if?" Tears surfaced in Feng Huang's eyes, though she did not know from where they came. The sight nearly melted the heart of the lookout. He stroked Feng Huang's soft hair, inhaled its faint scent and smiled with a confident curl of the mouth. "My sweetheart, there will be no what ifs. Don't be afraid. Come with me and I'll show you how I'll handle them." Hearing that, Feng Huang felt sick to her stomach. The man loosened his embrace, positioned her behind him for cover and took her hand as they stepped out of the passage. They had barely reached the passage mouth and were scanning the surroundings when the hand that held Feng Huang's was suddenly released. Another small scented hand clapped over his mouth. Before he could enjoy the sensation of being held from behind, a chill brushed his neck and a hot rush gushed forth. Dizziness swept over him. He tried to cry out, but his mouth was muffled. His windpipe had been severed, blood and bubbles streamed out, and within seconds he went limp. When it was done, Feng Huang wiped the dagger along his clothes to remove the stains, lifted her skirt and slipped the blade into a sheath at the top of her thigh. Seeing Feng Huang finish, Xia Hao was the first to step to the entrance, chuckling, wearing red on a job. Feng Huang shot him a withering look and ignored the exposure. "Inside it's as we suspected, only a few people," she said. "All right, put on the protective suits quickly. You've been exposed too long, watch out for the virus, my dear." "Well, go in first," Xia Hao added mockingly, adopting the tone of the man they had just dispatched. Feng Huang wore earplugs, but she had heard everything the man had said. Hearing Xia Hao's teasing, she drew her dagger again and severed the man's hand, muttering, "Serves you for touching me." Xia Hao feigned the look of a cuckolded husband, flaring with mock indignation. "Where did he touch you?" he demanded theatrically. Holding the bloodied blade, Feng Huang leveled a look at Xia Hao and said, "He even hugged my waist. Want to try?" At that, Xia Hao raised both hands in surrender. "Madam, I surrender." The others had already arrived at the mouth of the hole. Xinyo could not help but say, "Boss, if I'm not mistaken, we're here on a mission." "Ahem, right, let's go," and Xia Hao replied. Once inside the cellar, they used thermal imaging to pinpoint their targets. 8 men huddled around a table, conveniently all in one place. On the table lay beer and packaged snacks. The men had been debating how to ambush Yinling Shanzhuang. In a corner, dozens of women were bound, some barely clothed. As De Wuga finished, "If it's a big catch, maybe we can fight for the top spot in Jiangnan City." Xia Hao and his men stepped out from behind the supermarket shelves. "What a coincidence, I'd like a shot at that too," Xia Hao replied. The sudden voice jolted the men. The quickest of them reached instinctively for the guns at their sides. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out. 3 men crumpled where they stood. Each had fallen before his fingers could even feel the trigger. The others immediately raised their hands. The bound women screamed in chaotic terror. Bang! A shot into the ceiling silenced everyone. "Gentlemen, is there some misunderstanding?" Dawuga still clung to a sliver of hope and muttered, "A misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding. Ask him yourself," Xia Hao said, pointing at Xiao Wuge. Xiao Wuge looked at Dawuga with a mournful, accusing expression. Seeing that look, Dawuga suddenly understood who stood before him. "Brothers, our supplies are limited. We cannot ransom the men taken. What we spoke of earlier was idle talk. We wouldn't dare compete with you. Take the goods and the women. We are refugees forced to band together only to avoid being controlled." "Finished speaking?" Xia Hao asked with a mocking smile. At that tone, Dawuga realized his group would not be spared. Driven by desperation, he tried to crawl beneath the table for a gun, but before he could, a shot cracked and his skull split open. Shanmao's muzzle still puffed faint white smoke. These people could kill at the slightest provocation. There would be no chance to dodge them. The remaining men dropped to their knees begging for mercy. "Bind them all," Xia Hao commanded. Hearing they would be bound, the men did not look frightened. They even smiled and cooperated, assuming that if Xia Hao intended to kill them, he would not have gone to the trouble of tying them up. After securing the captives, Feng Huang donned her protective suit and entered. Xia Hao ordered the women released. Only then did the rescued realize they had been saved. A chorus of tears and kneeling thanks filled the room. Once everyone had been helped to their feet, Xia Hao spoke a single sentence that chilled the surviving bandits to the bone. "There is a dagger here. How you deal with them is up to you," Xia Hao said, throwing the blade at the feet of the liberated women and speaking with a cold finality. "No, please. I'm sorry, please spare me." The bound men writhed and rolled on the ground in panic. With hands and feet tightly bound, they squirmed like worms. The women hesitated, eyes fixed on the cold steel. One tall woman picked up the dagger and walked toward one of the men. She unfastened his fly. There was an awful wet sound. "Ah! You women are insane. The knife-wielding woman stared with a freezing gaze, unconcerned by blood spattered across her face, clutching a mangled bloody mass in her hand. She forced it into his gaping mouth as he cried out. Xia Hao and Shanmao and the others involuntarily trembled. A coldness seemed to sweep their groins. Feng Huang stepped to Xia Hao's ear and smiled. "Oh. Even our leader can't bear to look," she teased. 20 minutes later, half the women had taken action. The few men lay dead beyond revival. The first woman to act stepped forward and knelt before Xia Hao, saying thank you. The remaining dozens of women followed suit, kneeling in unison. Some already wept openly, others choked back sobs. Having witnessed darkness firsthand, and having glimpsed humanity's lingering conscience, they had endured a harrowing lesson. "Can't you take us with you?" pleaded the woman leading the group, while the others gazed at Xia Hao and his companions with desperate, pleading eyes. Xia Hao shook his head. "No. Our supplies and capacity are limited. You must arm yourselves and protect your own lives." At his words, every pair of eyes dimmed with sudden desolation. Xia Hao unclipped a walkie-talkie from his belt and handed it to the woman at the front. "What is your name?" "Zhou Xuanya," she replied. Xia Hao appraised her, tall at 175 centimeters, clad in a sleeveless top and shorts that revealed a taut, athletic physique, clearly a devoted practitioner of physical discipline. "Zhou Xuanya, I'll remember you. This walkie-talkie is yours. Reach out whenever you're in need. We'll respond within 30 minutes. Stay here and survive. Supplies are sufficient for now, but heavy snow will arrive in 6 weeks. That attire won't suffice." Meeting his gaze without flinching, Zhou Xuanya stood straighter and said thank you. "May I ask your name?" "We're from Yinling Manor." "She is our Lord Xia Hao." Lord Xia Phoenix interjected with mischievous flair. "Aren't you the righteous wanderer? So let me bestow upon you a title steeped in martial arts lore." Hearing this, Xia Hao offered no rebuttal, though his toes curled tightly inside his shoes, embarrassment so acute it might have carved a 4-room to living room apartment from sheer mortification. "Many thanks, Lord Xia, for saving my life. From this day forth, wherever you require my service, my life is yours, utterly and without reservation." To everyone's surprise, Zhou Xuanya spoke with solemn gravity, untroubled by awkwardness. "Ahem, no need for such formality. We'll leave their weapons behind. Guard yourselves carefully. Avoid prolonged exposure to the outside air and gather cold weather clothing promptly. We're taking our leave now." With that, Xia Hao shot Phoenix a sharp glance and turned to depart. Suddenly, a woman in her 30s stepped forward and collapsed before Xia Hao, tears streaming as she cried, "Lord Xia, this is my daughter, 15 years old. Please take her with you. She'll serve you as ox or horse. She's untouched by those beasts, pure and unblemished." "Xiao and I, come kneel before Lord Xia." Xia Hao stiffened. What era was this? Kneeling at the drop of a hat. 15. Truly motherhood had reached new heights of audacity. He observed the pair. The mother carried herself with refined dignity, evidently of wealth, while the daughter possessed fair luminous skin and eyes clear as spring water, a vision of rare classical beauty. Before Xia Hao could even process the moment, over a dozen more women stepped forward, each strikingly beautiful. One could only marvel at the discerning eye of the two brothers De Wu Gu and Xiao Wu Gu. Each declared plainly none had been violated, their bodies remained untouched, and each wished to accompany Xia Hao. Before he could react, a sharp pain pierced his waist. He turned. Phoenix stood beside him, feigning perfect innocence. Only then did he steady his composure. Hastily helping the mother and daughter rise, he said, "Don't be afraid. My sanctuary cannot accommodate outsiders. This cavern entrance is impregnable, no force capable of breaching it would waste resources on such a futile siege. You'll face no danger for at least an hour." After imparting further survival instructions, Xia Hao departed, reluctantly yet resolutely. On the return journey, Phoenix sidled up to Xia Hao, swinging his arm playfully and cooing in a honeyed lilt, "Brother, so many sisters already at home. Isn't this fickleness unbecoming? Brother." Shan Yao, driving, nearly veered into the ruins, startled by Phoenix's theatrical saccharine tone. Xia Hao stared blankly ahead, expression hollow. Rhinoceros, seated in the front passenger seat, raised a delicate finger and mimicked Phoenix's voice. "Lord brother, by giving away all your supplies you've chilled your brother's hearts." "Lord brother." Seizing the chance to vent his pent-up frustration, Xia Hao delivered a swift, sharp tap to Rhinoceros's forehead, enough to silence the near 1,200-pound man instantly. The rest of the journey back to Yinling Manor unfolded in light-hearted banter. Though Phoenix had changed, teasing in ways once unthinkable, laughing more freely within the refuge's close-knit family, shedding her former icy reserve. Xia Hao still sensed a subtle fracture beneath her smile. That man had touched her, just her waist and shoulder, but the violation lingered. He regretted sending her to deceive the sentry. He'd forgotten the wounds she bore from before, the old scars buried but never healed. He longed to strike himself for fixating solely on strategy, overlooking her heart. Seated in the rear, he gently clasped Phoenix's hand. She did not pull away. Deep down she sensed he understood something and was offering quiet solace. Otherwise, why would he have spoken so meaningfully when she resolved to kill Zheng the butcher? Yet she asked nothing, merely let him hold her hand. Outwardly she joked with the others, yet her entire awareness rested on the warmth between their joined palms. Xia Hao could never have foreseen that Phoenix's playful title, Lord Xia, would soon echo across Jiangnan City as a name revered and dreaded. Nor could he have imagined how swiftly it would become a nightmare for every rogue faction and tyrannical power. Yet why had he suddenly abandoned his low-profile stance? Why deliberately cultivate such renown? It began during tea with Shan Mao in the study, when the speaker played a haunting ethereal rendition of Cao Cao's short song style. When the lyrics reached mountains, never scorn height, seas never disdain depth. Duke Zhou spat out food mid-meal to receive worthies, thus the realm's heart turned to him. Xia Hao suddenly saw clarity. In the Three Kingdoms era, Cao Cao thirsted for talent, honoring scholars and heroes alike. Liu Bei, armed only with benevolence and the prestige of imperial kinship, rose from commoner to ruler of 1/3 the land. Sun Quan, born to privilege, secured dominion over Jiangdong. And he could emulate Cao Cao's ruthless brilliance and Liu Bei's moral authority. As for Sun Quan's inherited wealth, his refuge held far greater reserves, more than any second-generation heir could claim. "I am not a second-generation heir, I am the founder." Initially unaware that Shan Mao too had been reborn, his original plan had been simple: survive the Icebound era with Su Xiaobo, Pan Xinzong, Xia Wen and Liang Ping, then seek out Shan Mao's group. Together they would recruit specialists and rebuild humanity's ecological civilization. Now that Shan Mao's group had rejoined early, he possessed both the means and the mandate to assemble vital talent before the Icebound era began, no longer needing timidity or restraint. Even though he'd warned everyone, intense radiation and virulent pathogens would surge within days. What if brilliant scientists unknown to him in his past life perished during this narrow window? Stealthy growth was no longer tenable. He must act now, swiftly, decisively. And reputation. It was the first tremor that would shake the foundations of those minds he sought to win. On the 12th day of the apocalypse, the temperature reached 49 degrees and volcanic ash covered the sky, giving everything a gray and gloomy appearance. After several days of high temperatures, many plants and animals began to wither. On the tea table in the study, the aroma of tea still lingered. "This cigar is from Cuba, called Hoyo de Monterrey, bought from a certain treasure site. Not sure if it's real, it costs several hundred for one," Xia Hao said after exhaling a ring of smoke. "I often smoke in the Middle East too, but I don't know what's good about it. Even if you try to convince me with something that costs a few dozen, I wouldn't understand, the lynx mimicked, pretending to smoke. After a while of nonsensical chatting, Xia Hao said, I think we need to change our strategy, we've been a bit too conservative. Last night I was reviewing our notebook and realized that some of the people we recorded in our past life simply aren't worthy. Before the Ice Age comes and the recent virus spreads, we need to take the initiative to scout for talent. The month leading up to the Ice Age is the peak period for radiation and unknown virus levels. It could be that the seawater has irrigated the magma, causing toxin accumulation to a certain extent. It could also be the nuclear power plants on the brink of collapse. Or perhaps a nuclear storage site somewhere finally couldn't hold out and exploded. In any case, in the past life, about 40 days after the earthquake, radiation and viruses in the air suddenly erupted. Only when the Ice Age arrived, burying these substances under the ice layer, could humans safely come to the surface with protective measures. This wave will take away nearly 30 of the surviving human population. Currently, based on our understanding, there are about 3,000 survivors in the sports stadium of Jiangnan City and around 4,000 in the surrounding areas. The city and nearby towns are expected to have over 2,000 people. In total, there are still over 3,000 people in the Jiangnan City area. The virus and radiation a month later will take at least 1,000 lives. This doesn't account for those who will die within 1 or 2 years after being infected. If we don't act ahead of time after the Ice Age, it will be like in the last life, with only a few tens of thousands surviving, the lynx pondered and estimated. From a city of millions, only over 30,000 remain. Often among the first batch of people to die are those we need the most. Experts and scholars of authoritative stature are mostly over 50, and their physical fitness is certainly not as good as that of the young. This wave of virus and radiation will be their death knell. Xia Hao sighed. Boss, tell me, what should we do? The lynx looked at Xia Hao. Recruit armed forces, stabilize the chaos in Jiangnan City, promote the righteous banner of Yinling Villa, and let those experts and scholars not reject us. After all, they still prefer to follow official organizations in their hearts, Xia Hao said. We don't have much time left. We can still go out occasionally now without issue, but frequent outings may lead to infection. It's fine to be cautious now, but I'm afraid of a major outbreak after some time. Xia Hao was also quite apprehensive, having witnessed too many deaths due to this virus in his previous life. I remember the virus outbreak began about 40 days into the apocalypse. At that time, we absolutely couldn't go out, not even in protective suits. Vehicles going in and out would also get infected, and washing them wouldn't necessarily eliminate the virus completely. Exactly, we don't have much time left. To put it bluntly, after the Ice Age, the remaining minor characters won't contribute much to human development. If we're recruiting, we should aim for the excellent ones. But if we start recruiting now, we don't have enough space to accommodate them, the lynx analyzed while pondering the ash from his cigar growing long forgotten. Did you forget about your air raid shelter? Xia Hao reminded. First, we can gather them in the air raid shelter and make unified arrangements after the Ice Age. That's a good idea. The air raid shelter can squeeze in at least dozens of people, but how do we persuade them to join us? That's simple. What's the most precious thing in the apocalypse? Food. We have hundreds of tons of canned goods which we haven't touched. This is our financial advantage. Is that enough? Some truly capable people won't bend for mere grains. What then? We need to present the great cause of the survival of the human race. These people will naturally be moved. Ultimately, it's about winning their hearts, like so. Xia Hao spent nearly an hour explaining the plan to the lynx, making timely additions, and a new plan was born. I have to say, boss, you're really crafty, the lynx said with a grin at the end of the discussion. Get lost, this is called strategy. Do you understand, you brute? Xia Hao struck a profound pose, now just short of holding a feather fan. Then the two of them went off topic, starting to reminisce about the pleasures before the apocalypse. During the day, Xia Hao, the owner of Yinling Villa, did not go anywhere, staying with everyone in the shelter, eating and drinking. Swimming, eating popcorn while watching movies, playing billiards, working out. Overall, it was like heaven compared to the outside world. Dinner was served unusually early at 5 p.m. After eating, they rested for an hour, and by around 7 p.m. the entire Lynx team went to sleep. At 1 a.m. the Lynx team collectively got up and set off at the sound of the alarm. During the day they had been resting to gather energy for a vigorous night attack. Ji, why do you think Brother Hao and the others always set off at night recently? Zhang Ziqiang and Lu Ji happened to come out to urinate and asked after seeing Xia Hao's 3 cars leaving the villa in the early morning. I don't know, maybe they have some important business, Lu Ji replied after a shiver midway through. I also want to drive an armed vehicle fully equipped with weapons. That would be so cool, Zhang Zicheng said, zipping up and patting Lu Ji's shoulder. Get your hands off me, don't think I didn't see you get urine on your hand. Lu Ji quickly dodged, gritting his teeth. So what? I saw Xiaomei finish urinating and not wash her hands, then go directly to tear into a chicken leg. Zhang Zicheng winked. Damn, you spied on her. Before Lu Ji could finish his sentence, Zhang Zicheng, realizing he had misspoken, quickly covered Lu Ji's mouth. I accidentally saw it. At that moment Lu Ji was ready to kill him. You can pat my shoulder, but covering my mouth is too much. Upon returning to the house, a 30 square meter iron sheet room, a curtain divided into two halves, one side for men and the other for women. Two exhaust fans, one for intake and one for exhaust, were installed in opposite corners of the wall. Under the force of the wind, they could at least accommodate people. All of this was installed by the combined efforts of over 20 people in the past couple of days. Upon returning indoors, they found it was already past 1 in the morning and not a single person was asleep. Seeing the two exhaust fans humming and the roar of the diesel generator outside, it was indeed hard to fall asleep. Conversations had to be quite loud to be heard clearly. After lying there for a while, Lu Ji simply decided not to sleep. He picked up a fishing rod and went to the riverbank to fish, and Zhang Zicheng saw this and got up to follow. In the past couple of days, Xia Hao had not paid them any attention. They had found hundreds of pounds of rice in the city and caught over 100 chickens. According to Zhang Qian, there were at least 500. Lu Ji found fishing gear and bait in the remnants of a fishing tackle shop in the city, fishing downstream from the villa's reservoir. At 2 in the morning at Jiangnan train station, Qian Yu arms around, 2 women slept soundly in a private suite partitioned within the station's basement. News that a virus was about to sweep in had spread throughout Jiangnan city. Qian Yu, of course, had heard it today. They began moving from the containers down into the basement. The benefit of moving downstairs was that only 2 people were needed to man the basement entrance. However, a refrigerated cabinet and the provisions in 2 containers had not yet been brought down. 3 additional men were assigned to guard those supplies. They were 100 or 2 meters from the entrance. These men were ordinary civilians organized together, lacking any professional military training. Their watch was largely symbolic. Their confidence rested on being the largest gang in the district. They had swelled to 700 people, 300 of whom were women they had seized. The 3 would not stand exposed in the open. Even at night the temperature reached 43 degrees. They sheltered inside a container where the air conditioning blew. A dark figure crept toward the container where they kept watch, withdrew a syringe and injected a liquid through the door crack into the air. The liquid evaporated swiftly. It was a sedative Shan Meio's crew had brought back from the Middle East, and the figure was Yanjing's. At the basement entrance, the 2 on duty were already held at gunpoint by Shan Mao and Baozi and dared not move. Thus 5 guards were subdued with ease. Once the 3 inside the container fell unconscious, Zhou Xuanya and 40 women grabbed supermarket carts and frantically filled them with food. The men guarding the entrance were bound and gagged. Shan Mao and Baozi then began to put on a performance. Damn it, risking so much for Brother Yi to give us just scraps each meal, it's infuriating, Baozi pretended. The Brother Yi Baozi mentioned was the leader of Jiangnan's second largest force with over 100 brothers and 20 guns, considerably weaker than Qianya's faction. Underworld forces rarely engaged in outright firefights with one another. They preferred to bully smaller teams. Factions in Jiangnan were cowardly. If you had guns, they would not act, for supplies had not yet reached a point of absolute desperation. So this sort of ganggonging theft had not happened before. Shut up, Shan Mao feigned. The 2 bound men instantly concluded these people were Brother Yes. An hour later, Zhou Xuanya led all the women in loading the goods onto a truck. Xia Hao and his men slipped away with them, taking the 3 who had guarded the supplies. After escorting the women to their shelter, Xia Hao quietly withdrew his unit from the city. Early the next morning, Qianya's makeshift room was being pounded on violently. Enraged, he shoved the 2 women aside, grabbed a pistol from the bedside drawer, bare-chested and seething, and went to open the door. He opened the door and pressed the gun to the head of the boy, pounding on it, snarling, "You'd better have something important to say or he'll kill you." The youth flinched, swallowed and stammered, "Boss, it's bad, something is missing." "What the hell do you mean something is missing? Make yourself clear or your life is forfeit," Qian Yu spat, jabbing the gun harder against the man's skull. "The container food, it's all gone," the man blurted, then collapsed to the floor wailing. "What?" Qian Yu froze for a few seconds, then his body trembled with fury, the small No. 7 battery at his crotch jostling along. Half an hour later, the men who had been bound the previous night knelt before Qian Yu, weeping hysterically as they recounted the villainies of Brother Yes' crew. When they finished in Qian Yu inspected the scene, his fists clenched. This was over half his provisions. He cursed himself for not posting more guards. He discovered the 3 men guarding the food were missing and that there were no traces of a struggle. He was certain those 3 were traitors who had colluded with the thieves to steal the supplies. Wang Yi'll wipe you out. Bang! Bang! He kicked the 2 on-duty men aside and shouted. If not for the shortage of personnel and the fragile state of morale with supplies dwindling, he would have killed them outright. Wang Yi ranked as Jiangnan's second-largest force based in the underground parking beneath the central mall. He himself had been an auxiliary policeman in the area after the quake. He and some temp workers seized weapons and raised their own flag. At that moment he slept in a private room and sneezed, startling 3 young women in the bed. Bang! 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 The furious pounding on his door woke Wang Yi. He pushed the woman aside and took a pistol from the drawer. Angrily he opened the door and, seeing one of his temporary worker brothers, suppressed his ire and asked, "What's going on? Why the commotion so early?" "Brother Yi, it's bad, there are hundreds outside," the man reported, muttering under his breath. "It's already 11, but they came as if it's still early." "What? Who are they?" Wang Yi asked, ignoring the mutter. "I don't know. They've got dozens of guns. You should go out and see," the man hurriedly answered. "Holy shit, that many guns. In Jiangnan only the official forces and Qianyes people have arms, right?" Wang Yi shuddered and hurriedly dressed to go outside. The 3 men who had been tied up the night before had been dumped by Xia Hao beside the newsstand at the entrance to Wang Yi's base. They had woken early, but realizing whose base it was could only hide there. Wang Yi's men were posted not far off. Worst of all, the 3 had their hands glued together with 502 adhesive, and a pistol had been glued to them as well. Any attempt to raise their hands would look like they were about to fire. If they tried to leave like that, they would surely be riddled with bullets. So the 3 stayed silent, planning to slip away at midnight. When they saw a large group marching to confront Wang Yi, they cautiously peered out. Because everyone wore protective suits and masks, it was impossible at a glance to tell friend from foe. At that moment Wang Yi emerged from the basement, leading dozens to confront Qian Yu. "Brother Yu, what is the meaning of this? I, Wang Yi, have not offended you, have I?" By the time Qian Yu arrived, he had sobered somewhat and sensed that something was amiss. Why would the other side deliberately reveal the rival leader's name? Were they really that foolish? The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Someone was clearly stoking enmity between him and Wang Yi to profit from it. Thus the vengeance-seeking turned into an inquiry. "Friend, are you Brother Yi?" Qian Yu. "There's something I want to confirm with you about last night." Before Qian Yu could finish, the 3 by the newsstand recognized their boss voice. They rushed out shouting, "Boss, save us." Bang! The 3 did not know a trap had been set at the newsstand's doorway. A thin wire hidden at the threshold would trigger a pistol positioned there the moment they stepped out. The pistol was aimed at the exit used by Wang Yi's team. The instant the gunshot rang out from the newsstand, both sides lost their composure. Wang Yi heard someone call Qian Yu, saw one of his brothers fall, and noticed the attackers bore weapons. Qian Yu saw the approaching figures and recognized them as the 3 boys who had guarded last night. Seeing them rush forward with guns and having fired, he assumed it was a betrayal and an ambush aimed at him. A firefight between the 2 factions was on the verge of erupting, gunfire breaking into chaotic bursts. Xia Hao had prepared for this in 2 layers. The first and best outcome was that the 2 sides would engage each other. The second layer was simpler. Ensure Wang Yi's sentries discovered the 3 attempting to flee. In that case, the 3 would almost certainly be killed, and their awakening would coincide with Qian Yi's confrontation. When his 3 boys lay dead at the enemy base, Qian Yu would inevitably conclude that Wang Yi's people had killed to silence witnesses after seizing the food, leaving Wang Yi helpless to protest. He could not hope to hoodwink Qian Yu with Shan Meio's single fabrication. The purpose had simply been to steer Qian Yu toward Wang Yi. Minutes later, this foolish close-range gunfight came to an end. There was no choice. The weather was too hot, and if they continued, both sides would suffocate. Wang Yi retreated to the underground base, standing off at the cave entrance, while Qian Yu returned to the car, cursing while running the air conditioning. After shouting some harsh words through the loudspeaker, both sides withdrew their troops. In the final tally of casualties, 20 men died on Wang Yi's side while a dozen perished on Qian Yi's. They were all ordinary people, quickly seeking cover as soon as the fighting began. Some who heard the gunfire directly sought cover, forgetting to shoot back. Fortunately, they had bulletproof vests, otherwise there would have been even more deaths. However, those who rolled on the ground after being shot were also counted as casualties. Firstly, there were no medical personnel. Secondly, no one dared to go out to rescue them. Those who were injured lay on the ground at nearly 50 degrees Celsius and would die within 20 minutes. Even if they were rescued, it would require a significant amount of manpower and resources which they could not afford. This incident was the largest armed conflict since the earthquake, highlighting the cost of conflict to everyone. Xian Yu and Wang Yi were already locked in a death struggle. "Ah, good, these fools," Wang Chuanqi laughed and slapped the table upon hearing Dongming's report. As the highest official representative, they were most pleased to see these criminal gangs turn on each other. However, in the following days, Wang Chuanqi and Dongming were dumbfounded. In order to stockpile enough supplies to survive the viral outbreak and the subsequent freezing period, criminal gangs frantically robbed smaller gangs in the city who were already stretched thin and could not care less. Robberies frequently occurred within the city. Residents around the stadium were robbed every night. Fortunately, ordinary citizens generally complied and handed over their supplies, preventing any homicides. After Qian Yu lost 2/3 of his food, he resorted to extreme means to amass wealth. Yet during these days, a particular team swept through, effortlessly instilling fear in those criminal gangs. Observant individuals would notice that they were merely preventing crime without attempting to eradicate it. This team was comprised of Xia Hao and others operating under the banner of Silver Ridge Manor. While frequently entering and exiting the city, they also spread news about the impending viral outbreak and radiation a month later. Gradually, the entire Jiangnan city became convinced that the virus would strike in a month. Jiangnan city descended into chaos, with countless residents frantically rushing to the stadium's entrance demanding justice from the authorities. You claim to be the official representatives, but in the 2 weeks following the earthquake, apart from protecting those inside the stadium, did you not care for those outside? Are you telling me that the 30,000 people inside the stadium are all powerful and influential? Are we commoners not allowed in? Is that even possible? I thought it was first come first served. I didn't realize there were such unspoken rules. Damn it, are we not even human? No wonder we haven't seen those celebrities. I thought they were dead, but it turns out they are hiding in the stadium. I have seen several stars entering and exiting the stadium. Though they were heavily disguised, I still recognized them, he said. With over 100 police officers present yet doing nothing, how can we gain the people's trust? People protested wildly, and among them the few leading the charge were those arranged by Xia Hao, who withdrew once emotions were stirred. Mayor, what should we do? The outside is in complete chaos, Dongming anxiously reported to Wang Chuanqi. As the newly appointed director, you ask me what to do. Wang Chuanqi pushed the blame away. Dongming was just a head of a department temporarily promoted to the director of Jiangnan City Police Department, and this was the first time he felt how hot this position was. Fortunately, the weather was stifling, so these people could not cause trouble for long. However, such incidents occurred daily, especially for those who had been robbed. They took turns causing disturbances at the stadium. Some who hadn't eaten for 2 or 3 days fainted at the entrance and died. This further fueled public discontent. Those with power inside the stadium turned a blind eye. However, some experts and scholars who could not stand the social injustice began to exert pressure on the temporary government from within. Every day they had to leave the stadium to use the restroom, and when those shouting outside saw them emerge, they surrounded them to protest. Initially it was just insults and protests. Gradually it escalated into physical altercations, and on the 3rd day an electrical engineer was beaten to death, completely igniting the internal conflict. On the 16th day of the apocalypse, Xia Hao received news from Zhou Xuanya that some experts and scholars had begun to vacate their positions in the stadium to allow the impoverished outside to enter. On the 17th day of the apocalypse, he received news again that some conscientious police officers were leaving the stadium. On the 18th day of the apocalypse, 3 super-elite celebrities relinquished their rights to stay in the stadium. However, throughout this time no officials or the powerful emerged. On the 19th day of the apocalypse, those who left the stadium began to struggle to adapt to the outside environment. Some died while others regretted giving up their precious shelter. A group of police officers, discontent with the officials' inaction, started to act independently. More than 30 voluntarily stood up for the people. However, once they raised the banner for the people, the flood of reports and requests overwhelmed them. After 2 days of independence and 2 operations to help the citizens reclaim supplies, nearly 10 officers died. What disheartened these police officers was that after the citizens got their supplies, they did not share a single bit with them. This left the remaining 20-some officers barely able to secure their own livelihoods, let alone the few rounds of ammunition, forcing them to stay cooped up, even mocked by other officers inside the stadium who had not come out. Compared to Xia Hao's team that acted heroically, people found them more acceptable because they bore no obligation. On the other hand, no matter how much the police did, the public felt it was their due. On the 20th day of the apocalypse, with temperatures reaching 49.5 degrees, Xia Hao and Shan Mao exchanged glances after receiving Zhou Xuanya's report and burst into laughter. His scheme had succeeded halfway, it was now time to reel it in. Silver Ridge Manor, 1 hour until reaching the battlefield. In his study, Xia Hao gathered all members of the Shan Mao team to deploy the next plan. Gather the team in the most eye-catching attire, we are heading to the human gathering place in Jiangnan City, Xia Hao commanded. Yes, everyone responded in unison. The Unimog and 3 Hummers drove out of Silver Ridge Manor, launching a full-scale attack. The glaring Browning heavy machine guns had been modified for automatic fire and were mounted on the roofs of the 4 vehicles, exuding an overwhelming presence. Everyone in the vehicle was outfitted in standardized military camouflage gear. At this moment, Xia Hao wanted to play a track of victory as background music. The intercom inside the vehicle could reach a range of 50 kilometers, while Xiao Niao stayed at home maintaining seamless communication with the manor's control room. For medical personnel, and Pan Xinzong also set out with the main force for the first time. Pan Xinzong's role this time was that of a driver. How, if there's a chance, could you help me find my family? Inside the Unimog, Liang Ping whispered. That's easy, I'll help you, shout through the loudspeaker. Later, Xia Hao smiled and reassured Liang Ping. Thank you, I hope it won't delay the mission. Liang Ping worried that her selfish wish would bring trouble to everyone. It's a small matter, don't take it to heart, Xia Hao said with a smile, sensing her concern. The convoy took over an hour to reach the city center. Driving in was not easy, as the further they went into the center the more rubble there was. Fortunately, they were driving modified off-road vehicles with high ground clearance, making it possible to traverse the debris. If it were a sedan, they wouldn't have been able to get in at all. This was also the first time the 4 medical personnel and Pan Xinzong entered the city since the apocalypse. They were surrounded by collapsed buildings, swarming flies, debris everywhere, homes overturned, and an atmosphere of death and wailing filled the air, with chaotic wreckage scattered across the streets. This made them even more grateful to Xia Hao. Life in the shelter was truly too good. After the Yinling Shanzhuan team entered the city, many people poked their heads out from the ruins to watch. Then a horn on the Unimog blared. We are the Yinling Shanzhuan Survival Group. We hereby summon the leaders of all factions to discuss countermeasures. All leaders are requested to arrive at the XX bar in the downtown air raid shelter by 3 o'clock this afternoon. We are the Yinling Shanzhuan Survival Group, we hereby summon. The convoy drove on while broadcasting the message, drawing everyone's attention. Yinling Shanzhuan Survival Group. Isn't that the team we've heard about recently? I heard they rescued many people. Yes, a lot of small teams received their help. In recent days, Xia Hao had not only struck at illicit forces but also saved many civilians. Coupled with Zhou Zuanya's vigorous publicity, the Yinling Shanzhuan Survival Group's reputation for righteousness had spread. Compared with the official inaction, many found Xia Hao's team more persuasive. Those rescued in recent days emerged from the ruins to cheerclap and embraced, their eyes brimming with tears. Upon hearing the news, members of various factions ran back to their bases to report to their leaders. Numerous civilians gradually fell in behind Xia Hao's convoy. During this period, they had been scavenging for supplies and dared not stroll about so openly before. Those lawless elements grabbed anyone they could, and in their minds, only by following the Yinling Shanzhuan Survival Group could they feel secure. After all, none of the other factions' vehicles bore conspicuous heavy weapons. At the stadium, someone exclaimed, "What people from Yinling Shanzhuan have arrived? Go and tell them to come to the stadium to meet us," Wang Chuanqi instructed O Dongming when he heard the news. In his mind, since Xia Hao and his companions acted chivalrously, they would surely heed an official commission. He intended to first use their force to eliminate those lawbreakers. "Mayor, I think it might be better if you went yourself," O Dongming said timidly. "Me? I am the mayor of this city. You expect me to meet the head of a private armed group in person? Hurry and notify them that they must report here before 3 o'clock. Wang Chuanqi snapped, displeasure etched across his face. Yes, I will go at once," O Dongming stammered, wiping sweat from his brow. At the canning factory, someone reported, "Yinling Shanzhuan is here. Quick, make ready, prepare for talks," Li Guahao said with delight upon hearing his employees' report. He had heard of Yinling Shanzhuan's recent deeds, though he did not know Xia Hao led them. He immediately ordered everyone to prepare, acutely aware of the importance of unity. At the train station, one of Qianye's men reported, "Boss, what should we do? Do we go?" Qian Yu frowned. Over the past days, his actions had warranted a dozen death sentences. He expected the authorities to come. If he went out now, would it not be suicide? He asked, "How many of them are there?" "Not sure of the number. 4 vehicles in total, heavy weapons mounted on the roofs." "We won't go. It's only a few vehicles, maybe a dozen people at most, probably from out of town. If they block the road to the station, their vehicles can't get in. We have hundreds of men, my dozens of guns are no joke. Let them come and we'll deal with them," Chen Yu decided through gritted teeth. His crew then swore loyalty and vowed to defend the base to the death, for among those 50 armed men who these days did not have blood on their hands, if captured they would all be finished. The rest, though unarmed, had behaved no better in recent days. Hearing that only 4 vehicles had come, they were not intimidated. Wang Yes group shared the same attitude. Several gangs of 10 to dozens were united in the belief that they would not venture out while official forces remained in force. They thought that the official hundreds of police could not stir up much, and what did Yiling Shanzhuang's fine equipment matter? They were only a dozen people at most. If cornered they might bite back, but that was all. The president of Jiangnan Dashue set out at once after receiving word from his students, and the vice principal of Jiangnanizhong also went with several teachers. By noon, Xia Hao and his companions had arrived at the air raid shelter in front of Shanmao. 4 vehicles ringed the entrance. Each had 2 men aboard, one operating automatic fire and the other driving. Those 4 vehicles alone could easily repel the combined assaults of every faction in Jiangnan City. At that posture, the wicked forces sent to observe dared not draw near. After standing a while, the civilians could no longer bear the heat and sought refuge in partially intact ruins. The outdoor temperature approached 50 degrees and indoors it cooled by about 5 degrees. Moreover, the recent fad of going out with battery-powered fans allowed people to survive indoors. The fans were powered by car batteries. At the Jiangnan trading market, this business thrived. Removed damaged car batteries, affixed a fan on top. It looked comical but was highly practical. Many individuals and factions earned a living by using their generators to recharge those batteries. Those with backpack fans could go collect supplies, 10 crops or fish, creating a new barter economy in which currency no longer held sway. Once wealthy patrons at the stadium were gradually driven out. They had truly become impoverished in every way except for money. Gradually many vehicles filled the area outside the shelter. Xinyo stood at the entrance to inspect everyone. No one was allowed in with a gun. At first some people refused to be cowed, but Shanmao would not indulge them. Enter if you wish. When more and more people chose to go in, they relented and were willing to hand over their weapons to enter, but Shanmao would not return them. This troubled them and they regretted their earlier posturing. Yet when they saw the Browning automatics on the vehicles trained on them, they dared not act. Each faction could send at most 2 people inside, and the plaza outside the downtown shelter held at least 100 parked vehicles. When they learned that only factions numbering 20 or more could enter, some were displeased but kept silent. What could they do when their forces were small? By 2:30 everyone had arrived. Liang Ping drew blood from each entrant for tests. Only those uninfected by the virus were allowed in. When they entered the shelter, everyone was stunned. The temperature was comfortable and a ring of buffets lined the walls. No one in this apocalypse had ever been so lavish. Help yourselves to the buffet first. Once everyone is here we will begin, Shanmao said, seeing the eager faces. The faction leaders could not restrain themselves and surged forward to grab plates. Some who had already eaten wished they could vomit and start over. There were steaks, chicken, fresh vegetables, fish, rice, fruits, duck, grains, seafood and more. Before the end of the world these would have been an ordinary buffet. Now they rivaled the finest banquets of the pre-apocalypse elite. Most of the factions Xia Hao and Shanmao remembered from their past lives were still led by the original people. They had long expected that those wicked factions would not come, especially Qianye's largest force. Just as everyone was devouring the food, Xinyo came in and told Shanmao, brother Mao, a group outside refuses to hand over their weapons. They claim to be official and insist that your leader come out to negotiate. The sound of the rhinoceros was loud, unreserved before all present. The leaders paused their actions, eager to see how the bobcat would handle the situation. Just then a strikingly handsome young man stepped out from a room in the air raid shelter. Dressed in a suit and leather shoes, his hair slicked back, the suit's pocket adorned with a pocket square, he swirled a glass of red wine in his hand, accompanied by 3 beautiful women. The newcomer was Xia Hao, with the beauties Phoenix, Huang Wenwen and Liang Ping by his side. All 3 women wore casual professional attire, making Xia Hao appear exceptionally distinguished. Greetings, Master Xia. Thank you for your hospitality, Master Xia. Master Xia is remarkably handsome. After Xia Hao's appearance, everyone immediately reacted, showering him with compliments. Being able to provide such exquisite food and top-notch weapons while maintaining dignity in the apocalypse surely indicated a powerful force with a significant background, prompting everyone to curry favor. Xia Hao looked at the crowd and smiled slightly, saying, "Everyone please continue to enjoy, I'll be right back." With that he strode out of the air raid shelter. "Master Xia will accompany you," said one. "Yes, let's see what they have to say," another added. In just a brief encounter the group immediately declared their stance and followed Xia Hao out of the air raid shelter. Xia Hao nodded with a smile, remaining silent. His commanding presence made everyone follow suit without uttering a word except for Li Guohao, who widened his eyes in disbelief. Xia Hao was indeed the Master Xia. As Xia Hao arrived at the exit of the air raid shelter, people from various factions accompanied him, all standing behind him. Dongming's eyes widened. Having navigated the political scene for so long, he could tell Xia Hao's formidable aura, and with such attire he indeed appeared intimidating in the apocalypse. Stepping forward, he extended his hand respectfully, saying, "This comrade here is Master Xia, right? It's a pleasure to meet you." Xia Hao shook his hand lightly and replied, "Indeed, I am known as Master Xia, though it is merely a title of flattery. My name is Xia Hao. May I ask how you are addressed, leader?" "Oh, Master Xia, you are too humble. I am Dongming, the director of the police bureau at the temporary government of Jiangnan City. The mayor has requested that you move to the stadium for a discussion." Although he spoke with a smile, his awkwardness was palpable. After speaking, he awkwardly bowed to those around him, saying, "Heads of various small groups, the mayor has asked everyone to join as well. I believe under the leadership of the city government, the reconstruction of Jiangnan City will be completed swiftly." After he finished, no one responded, including the citizens hiding in the buildings and the spies from the underworld, all witnessing this scene. Everyone looked at Xia Hao, but unexpectedly he remarked, "I've barely been out for 2 minutes and am already sweating. Everyone should go back inside." Without paying any attention to Dongming's expression, he turned and walked back into the basement. The leaders who had come out with him quickly made way, following him inside. Suddenly laughter erupted from behind. These laughs came from the surrounding ruins. Everyone witnessed Xia Hao's aura, and recalling the actions of the officials post-disaster, felt a sense of satisfaction mocking them. Dongming clenched his fists in anger, but the heavy machine guns were still aimed at them. With a heavy grunt, he returned to the vehicle and left swiftly. "Master Xia possesses great charisma, and we have long been displeased with the actions of the officials. Yes, we support Master Xia. This truly vents our frustrations." Upon returning to the air raid shelter, everyone began to flatter him again. Xia Hao smiled and waved his hand. A total of more than 20 factions, nearly 60 people, could only use makeshift stools to accommodate everyone. After clearing his throat, Xia Hao said, "Conditions are limited. I apologize for the inconvenience to everyone." This statement had a hint of pretentiousness, yet everyone continued to smile and flatter. "Everyone, I believe you are aware that in 20 days the virus and nuclear radiation will wreak havoc. This disaster will last over a month, followed by a freezing period. This is the research result discovered by a secret organization before the apocalypse. However, even if announced early, no one would believe it." Xia Hao began his opening remarks. Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, such statements would only have been seen as jokes before the apocalypse. They might even have been prosecuted for spreading rumors. So is there anyone present who can guarantee that their team can withstand these 2 waves of disasters? Xia Hao continued. In fact, some teams were already prepared to withstand these 2 disasters, but they would not reveal it, fearing they would not receive any benefits if they did. Everyone remained silent. "I know some teams are fully prepared, but what comes after surviving? 2 more years? 5 years? Or 10? Xia Hao posed the question. Without giving everyone a chance to respond, he continued, "Now we have reached a time where merely surviving is not enough. This disaster is not only targeting you or me, but it is aimed at the extinction of all humanity. However, we have not seen unity in the face of disaster nor organized humanitarian efforts. All we have seen are killings, robberies, and assaults. How many people are left without clothes to wear, food to eat, or a place to call home? If we continue this way, we will merely outlive others by a few years, but ultimately we will all face death." Xia Hao concluded, pausing for everyone to absorb his words. During the pause, a leader of an 80-person team stood up and said, "Master Xia, we are already aware of what you have said. We are all common people merely wishing to survive. As long as we can protect everyone's rights, please tell us how to cooperate." Zhou Xuanya, acting as Xia Hao's supporter, also stood up and said, "Indeed, we can no longer survive like this. Having someone organize is far better than waiting idly for the officials. I support Master Xia." At this moment, Li Guohao also stood up and said, "Master Xia, I wonder if you remember me. My canning factory has 1,000 people ready to support you." Upon hearing Li Guohao's words, everyone was taken aback. Currently, Li Guohao was the largest force aside from the officials. This force was not defined by numbers or the presence of underworld elements, but by survival capability. It was said that he had hundreds of tons of canned goods, and such a powerful force had long known Master Xia. "Director Li, you flatter me. Today we have so many guests, I apologize for my lack of hospitality. I had hoped to catch up with you after this meeting." Xia Hao had certainly noticed him and was relieved that his face had not been burned. After smiling and bowing, he continued, "Everyone, please do not rush to express your positions. Let me share my plan. First, I must clarify that my current ability cannot sustain everyone. Power is but a fleeting cloud to me, and there is no need for anyone to harbor suspicions about me. Of course, if any of you wish to be emperors in this modern society, I will send you gifts provided your subjects are willingly devoted to you. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed heartily at Xia Hao's frankness. Xia Hao continued, I wish to form a post-apocalyptic virus research group to develop an antidote for the apocalypse virus. I will provide food and shelter for these individuals, and I hope everyone will assist in promoting and recruiting. This expert group needs everyone's protection. Agreed, Master Xia is doing this for the greater good of humanity, there's no reason to disagree. Yes, we all agree. After Master Xia proposed the formation of an expert group on the doomsday virus, everyone readily accepted as it was beneficial for all. Moreover, since living and dining expenses would be covered by the Yinling Mountain Villa, they would certainly not oppose it. However, they were unaware that Master Xia was merely winning hearts at this point. Whether it was performing heroic deeds or forming an expert group, the contrast with the official response was evident. Only a righteous force like this could better attract other talents. Well, in that case, the matter of this expert group is settled, Master Xia declared grandly. The second agenda item is to address the current social chaos. We have decided to eradicate the criminal forces in Jiangnan City. I wonder if everyone is willing to provide manpower for this. After Master Xia finished speaking, he picked up his glass and began to drink on his own. However, the other factions were far from calm. Send people. Eradicate. That could lead to casualties. If those who died were their own people, they would face retaliation from the criminal forces, resulting in total annihilation. Master Xia already knew that most of them were of such character, but he couldn't blame them. After all, they were ordinary people, and asking them to risk their lives was unrealistic. Retaining armed forces to defend against external enemies in their respective underground shelters was a more prudent course of action, and most people would not dare to take the initiative. When it comes to risking lives, everyone gets timid. Count me in, said an elderly man appearing to be around 60 years old as he stood up. He was brought by Li Guahao. Seeing him stand up to respond, Li Guahao also said, our canning factory is willing to cooperate. Master Xia casually glanced at the lynx and the two exchanged smiles. This man was none other than Xia Hao, a retired military officer and Master Xia's leader in his previous life. Master Xia had long noticed him and knew he would step forward. Then unexpectedly Master Xia stood up and saluted the elderly man, saying, Commander Shui, your righteousness. Boom! The entire room was immediately stunned. This action carried significant implications. First, by addressing the other as Commander Shui, it indicated that he was a soldier. Then Master Xia's salute implied that he was also part of the military. Could it be that the Yinling Mountain Villa is a puppet of the military? This raised everyone's trust in the Yinling Mountain Villa significantly. Not revealing identities hinted at other intentions. As for Master Xia's inner thoughts, he left it for them to speculate. Li Guahao had a knowing expression. Ever since Master Xia began ordering military canned goods, he had guessed that there was a connection with the military. Now being able to directly mention Commander Shui's identity further confirmed this. Commander Shui, who had just spoken, was momentarily stunned, then quickly returned a salute and asked, Do you know me? Master Xia adopted a mysterious demeanor, slightly nodding as he replied, Of course, but it's inconvenient to disclose. The lynx had long admired Master Xia, thinking to himself, when it comes to showing off, the boss is unrivaled. Such clouded words led everyone to respond favorably to Master Xia's suggestion of eradicating the bandits. One must understand that the army is seen as the embodiment of justice in the eyes of ordinary people, especially in a doomsday scenario, far more effective than the official line. This layer of identity would bring a significant uproar once the meeting concluded. It was another righteous force deeply rooted, and wouldn't those scholars and experts come willingly into the fold? However, Master Xia would never admit to being part of the military. Some matters, if cloaked in the guise of legitimacy, become challenging to execute and difficult to refuse. This chess game had reached its climax. Next, Master Xia would describe the impending disaster process to everyone. He detailed the harm brought by that rain, how long it would last, the duration of the hail, the temperature changes, and various details that each base needed to pay attention to. Hearing Master Xia accurately describe the upcoming disaster process, everyone had unwavering faith in his background. Without a powerful military backing, how could one research such intricate procedures? Since Master Xia did not actively admit it, they did not inquire further. There was also a question-and-answer session where Master Xia patiently addressed each inquiry and offered numerous suggestions for their shelters. After this meeting, it is believed that the population of Jiangnan City that would survive this disaster would be much more optimistic. During the final banquet, everyone clinked glasses. However, the Lynx and a few others were somewhat careless, frequently dropping military proof on the floor. At 7 p.m. this meeting officially concluded and everyone left with laughter and joy. After everyone departed, Master Xia retained a few individuals. They included the police captain Wu Yue, who had previously exited from the stadium, the president of Jiangnan University Song Juanghua, and Li Guahao and Xia Hao from the canning factory. Also present were Lin Jia, the vice principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, and Zhou Xuanya, along with dozens of women forming a faction. 5 factions with 2 representatives from each, totaling 10 people, remained. These 10 individuals felt quite excited, as normally important matters could only be decided in small meetings. This was evident from the envious glances of other factions as they departed. Once everyone had left, Master Xia said, "Everyone, based on my investigations, your factions have not targeted ordinary civilians and have established corresponding rules to restrain your teams." Everyone nodded in unison, as it was simple to ascertain the truth of this matter. Next, Master Xia took about 10 minutes to outline his views on the apocalypse and pointed out the current shortcomings of human survival. It was similar to the speech he had given to everyone in the villa before the apocalypse began, though without overtly revealing his ambitions, focusing more on the issues of human survival. Regardless of the era, discussing ideals with others can evoke resonance. However, there is a prerequisite: the person discussing ideals must be exceptionally capable or already successful. This feeling is akin to the world's richest person traveling a long distance to your home to discuss ideals with you. I believe the vast majority of people would not refuse. He also inadvertently hinted that his team could not accommodate too many individuals who contributed nothing to the apocalypse. Mr. Xia's righteousness praised Song Juanhua, the president of Jiangnan University, even though many of Master Xia's statements would have been considered heretical in civilized times. However, in such a special period where survival was already a challenge, Master Xia could dedicate everything to rebuilding civilization, thus deserving to be called Mr. Song Juanhua was not a pedantic person. Someone of his stature quickly understood. The most effective way to unite humanity was indeed to use violence to counter violence. It had reached a point where one must break the old to establish the new. President Song, you flatter me. I am merely slightly more prepared than everyone else. I am also just a mortal with my own selfish desires, but I understand that all enjoyment must be built upon a sound foundation of humanity. Therefore, I hope to gain your assistance, Master Xia said solemnly to Song Juanhua. Master Xia, on behalf of the more than 5,000 surviving faculty and students of the school, I promise you that as long as it does not violate the greater good of humanity and moral bottom lines, even if it touches on some secular principles, we will do our utmost to assist you, Song Juanhua replied earnestly. He knew that without leaning on Master Xia, what would they do? With over 5,000 students, their food supplies were already scarce. He understood that if Master Xia did not extend a helping hand, their students would not survive the freezing period. I would like to thank President Song in advance, Master Xia said with a smile and a nod. Jiangnan University's advantage lay in communication and networks, as their several professors could assist Jiangnan City in restoring basic communications. In the face of the apocalypse, the fastest way to restore remote communication is to utilize radio wave transmission technology, establishing temporary radio stations for communication. Additionally, infrared or video signal transmission technologies can also be employed. Of course, the more than 5,000 workers from Jiangnan University are also what Xia Hao desires. These are students who have yet to enter society, making them much easier to manage than young adults, and the survival capabilities of the young exceed those of the elderly. The day of the earthquake was a weekend coinciding with a seminar where these 5,000 teachers and students gathered in the auditorium. Had these students been in their dormitories or elsewhere at that time, very few would have survived. After discussing Jiangnan University, Xia Hao turned to Wu Yu, a police officer under 30, full of vigor and courage. Captain Wu Yu abandoned the official sports center shelter to stand up and protect the people. You and your brothers are commendable. The praise for Wu Yu sounded much like a superior acknowledging a subordinate. In his previous life, Xia Hao remembered that this group had fought against the forces of evil, losing all their teammates, which likely happened within these few days. Wu Yu formally stood up and saluted Xia Hao, saying, "As a public servant, it is merely my duty." After returning the salute, Xia Hao continued, "We are all on the same side, no need to be overly formal. Your current situation is quite dire, isn't it? Alas. Though we acknowledge our impulsiveness in coming out, we do not regret it," Wu Yu sighed, then resolutely stated. "A fine declaration of no regrets, but mere zeal is insufficient. Without a shelter, food or water, and if I am not mistaken, your gun is unloaded, correct?" Xia Hao spoke candidly. Wu Yu first froze for 3 seconds, then sighed heavily, saying, "Do not mock me, Lord Zhuang. My brothers have not eaten anything since noon today. We expended our last bullets yesterday. Wu Yue, in an unofficial capacity, I invite you and your 26 brothers to join Yinling Villa. Xia Hao formally extended the invitation. Lord Xia, to be frank, I admire your boldness. Even if you did not invite us, I would plead for you to take us in on behalf of my brothers, Wu Yu said excitedly. Very well, this is Su Shan, codenamed Lynx, the head of the armed group at Yinling Villa. He will be in charge of arranging your work from now on. Is there any problem? Seeing Wu Yu agree so readily, Xia Hao proceeded to arrange. No problem, Wu Yu replied solemnly, then saluted Su Shan, saying, Please guide us, group leader Su. Su Shan smiled and returned the salute. Then Xia Hao turned to Li Guahao and Xue Haoren, saying, Director Li, we are old acquaintances, so I won't beat around the bush. Our most pressing need is a method to preserve food. I hope to restore the production of the canned food factory. If you can take on the responsibilities of poultry farming and canned food production, I will handle the distribution of the food produced. What do you think? Lord Xia, we owe our survival to those cans you provided back then. It would be reasonable for you to take all the money now. As long as it ensures the continuation of the human race, I will certainly support your plan unconditionally. However, we currently do not have enough electricity to produce cans. At this temperature we must farm indoors and there is barely enough living space for people, let alone sustaining a sufficient number of poultry for breeding. Li Guahao expressed his willingness to follow Xia Hao's plans while also raising difficulties. If Xia Hao were to take the cans with money according to the contract, what could he do? Of course, this was under the condition that Xia Hao had such formidable firepower. Fortunately, Xia Hao still valued old ties, and with Li Guahao harboring a sense of duty toward humanity, he did not hesitate to comply with Xia Hao's arrangements. As for electricity, I have a plan that can provide power for tens of thousands. I have also stockpiled breeding poultry and just need a period of time. We will be able to cultivate them in large quantities, and we have recently begun to acquire livestock. Many of the shelters should have them, and we can use more cans for procurement, Xia Hao stated confidently. Upon hearing this, everyone became agitated, realizing that Xia Hao was concealing two powerful weapons, the electricity system and the breeding of poultry. It is important to know that if what Xia Hao said was true, the entire Jiangnan city would respect him, including the authorities. Without waiting for everyone to be astonished, Xia Hao added, Captain Xue, we currently need to select a group of students to train. This is your strong suit. Would you be willing to help me? Xue Haoren, who had dedicated his life to the army, did not expect to contribute to the people again. At 60, he accepted without hesitation. After everyone agreed, Xia Hao turned to Lin Jie, the vice principal of Jiangnan No. 1 high school, who sat up straight. In his 50s, he looked at Xia Hao, who was roughly the same age as his son, and dared not show any negligence. While other factions were strong and youthful or possessed special abilities, he, along with over 2,000 teachers and students, were mostly teenagers who had not even graduated from high school. He had always felt that he was the least likely to be spared. What he did not know was that Xia Hao simply admired him. Before his death in the previous life, he had made other teachers carry students' bodies and cook them to help the children through difficult days. With 5,000 university students around the age of 21, these 2,000 middle school students who were 18 seemed more like a burden, knowing nothing and needing to learn everything. However, this also had its greatest advantage: their minds were not as resolute as those of university students, making them more susceptible to influence. Selecting a group from these individuals for training, after some time they could become loyal warriors. Otherwise, why is military service considered optimal for ages 18-20? Of course, Xia Hao would never openly express such thoughts. He needed absolute authority and overwhelming force to unite humanity in the exploration of technology and space, not allowing any dissenting voices. His methods must be ruthless. Principal Lin, the survival status of No. 1 high school is also concerning, isn't it? Xia Hao asked with a smile. Lord Xia, survival is hard even for groups of adults. How much better can my kids under 18 fare? If I hadn't whimsically organized the senior students for a college entrance examination rally, they wouldn't have survived. It's truly a stroke of luck, Lin Jie reflected. Though I am a staunch atheist, sometimes I must admit that some things seem destined. Without any assistance, how long do you think the 2,000 teachers and students in your school could last? We are growing crops and raising livestock in the indoor sports arena and swimming pool. If, as you said, the freezing period is coming, our supplies would last at most half a year. Lin Jie shook his head helplessly. In the previous life, the entire faculty and student body had perished nearly 2 months after the freezing period, only surviving for 5 months. There was no way it could last half a year. Lin Jie said this merely to conceal his own predicament, not wanting Xia Hao to let the students suffer so much. Xia Hao had no intention of exposing him and said, rest assured they are just about to become adults. I won't impose overly harsh requirements on them. In the apocalypse, attending school is impossible. They can choose to enlist or learn skills from some technicians. One thing that Principal Lin and Principal Song must understand is that times have changed and we cannot afford to support those who contribute nothing. Lin Jie nodded. This was indeed the best choice. He said, I have no issues as long as the children have food and shelter. Didn't we survive like this in our time? Song Junguo interjected, indeed, after all with my 5000 people the consumption of resources is quite significant. Master Xia, feel free to give orders as long as everyone can get by. What more can we ask for? Xia Hao nodded in satisfaction and finally looked at Zhou Xianya, saying, you several dozen women are currently facing the worst conditions regarding security and survival. Aside from the 2 batches of food before, there is no sustainable ecological chain. I want to establish a clothing factory and you will be responsible for making clothes. Is that okay? We were all saved by Master Xia, feel free to give orders. Zhou Xianya firmly nodded. After explaining most of the matters, Xia Hao looked at everyone solemnly and said, I have no responsibility or obligation to support everyone. What I want are useful people and those who will obey absolutely. I believe many will be willing to join under the living conditions I provide. Just imagine if there is still infighting within the team at this time, how can we talk about development? Therefore, there can only be one voice. You or your team can deliberate thoroughly. If you believe you have the ability to survive long term, I won't force anyone. Master Xia, we thought this through before we came. How many are now living just to survive, losing their dignity? What pride can we talk about? Moreover, we are only offering our labor. I believe no student in my school will oppose this. Song Junguo was the first to express his stance. Soon others also expressed their willingness to comply. 100. After all, being able to live with dignity and having strong armed protection, anyone not foolish would know how to choose. In fact, Xia Hao was not worried about loyalty at all. After the freezing period, with the power supply in his hands, any disobedient forces would turn into ice sculptures within half an hour if they cut off the electricity. Alright, it's getting late, let's leave it at that for today. Mountain Cat, have them take the items back. Xia Hao turned and instructed Mountain Cat. Mountain Cat took out 5 boxes and said, everyone, here are 20 handguns and ammunition. Each of your forces can take 5. Additionally, this is a satellite communicator. You all need to install it in your bases for timely contact with us. In the near future, you need to organize people to clear the roads, otherwise our vehicles won't be able to reach quickly. As for food, currently everyone is not lacking, so there's no need to be overly frugal. Supply according to normal quotas to ensure everyone can eat enough. I'll tally later and supplement based on what everyone needs. Thank you, Master Xia, this is wonderful. Now we won't be afraid of threats. Lin Jie was the first to express his gratitude. His base consisted mostly of children and it was really difficult to fend off attacks, so Xia Hao's protection felt like timely rain to him. Apart from Wu Yue, the others thanked him one after another and returned to their respective bases. Let your brothers come in. Seeing Wu Yu's anxious expression, Xia Hao knew what he was thinking. Soon more than 20 young men under 30 arrived at the air raid shelter, each carrying a strong, unpleasant smell of sweat. Looking at the prepared buffet, they couldn't help but swallow. After days outside without food, let alone a bath, it was stifling hot and the smell of sweat was naturally strong. Seemingly worried that Xia Hao would dislike his brothers, Wu Yu was about to speak but was interrupted by Xia Hao. It's almost 10 p.m. now. You haven't eaten anything today, so go eat first. There's no need to feel embarrassed, I'm not a pretentious person. Everyone looked at Xia Hao with grateful eyes, then began to wolf down the food. Xia Hao and Mountain Cat stood by smoking and drinking, waiting for them to finish before speaking. In less than 10 minutes the food was devoured as if by a whirlwind. Mountain Cat poured each of them a glass of expensive red wine and everyone was extremely excited. This kind of wine, let alone in the apocalypse, they had no ability to drink even before it. You are all excellent. I raise a glass to everyone. Xia Hao lifted his glass and everyone followed suit. After drinking, a pack of cigarettes was placed in front of them. Everyone looked at Wu Yue, who nodded, and then they opened the pack, each lighting one and enjoying it with expressions of pleasure. What could be better than being full and satisfied in the apocalypse while smoking a cigarette, especially in this temperature-controlled environment of over 20 degrees? Brothers, Master Xia said today. Next, Wu Yu recounted the day's events briefly and addressed all the police, saying, I agree to join Yiling Mountain Villa. From now on, if Master Xia asks me to go east, I will never go west. To hell with the officials, a bunch of spineless survivors. I won't stop you from leaving and Master Xia won't either. If you decide to leave, this meal is a farewell feast. As long as you don't join the dark forces, we will still be brothers. Now you decide for yourselves. What is there to say? We came out to do practical work for the people. It's rare for Master Xia to have such great aspirations and still be willing to take us in. I Zhang Tianhua agree first. Me too. I'll follow Master Xia from now on. I have lost my family. Living in humiliation is not as good as making a grand achievement. Just give orders, Master Xia. Me too. In line with Xia Hao's expectations, along with Wu Yue, a total of 27 people joined Yinling Mountain Villa. Although these 27 were just ordinary police officers, even if they had over 100, they couldn't compete with the Mountain Cat group. It was not just about combat experience but also firepower and high technology. However, they had actually handled firearms before, while those dark forces had only begun to come into contact with them during this time. Compared to them, Wu Yu and his group had a significant advantage. Xia Hao clasped his hands and said, "Good, I won't say more, it's all in the wine." Cheers! Cheers! After they all drank in one go, Xia Hao briefly instructed, "Mountain Cat will be your captain from today and Wu Yu will be the vice captain. This air raid shelter will be your residence and you have 3 main tasks going forward. First is to defend this air raid shelter. We will soon gather some medical experts to research the apocalyptic virus and their safety must come first. The second task is naturally to protect our forces. Only in safe circumstances should you try to protect the safety of ordinary civilians. I will provide you with weapons and equipment. The third is to eradicate the dark forces. During this time we will continue to recruit soldiers, prioritizing police or retired military personnel. You should also keep an eye out for these types of talents. We will only take action once we are fully prepared. I do not wish to see reckless behavior that disregards personal safety. Do you understand?" "Understood," everyone shouted in response. These 3 tasks were precisely what they hoped to see: a base firepower and resources. Compared to the earlier chaotic enthusiasm, this was a well-prepared battle. Alright, go wash up and rest for now. New clothes and equipment are here. Tonight familiarize yourselves with the map we've drawn, remembering the locations of the villa and various forces, Xia Hao said as Mountain Cat arrived. "Can we take a shower?" Wu Yu asked curiously. Of course. This air raid shelter was originally designed to supply water for 10 people for 2 or 3 years. There are 11 rooms, so you can have 4 people per room. The medical experts in the future will also stay here. Mountain Cat nodded in reply. Hearing him say this, everyone began to formally assess the air raid shelter, which resembled a small plaza with a hall, bathrooms, kitchens, restrooms, entertainment rooms and everything in between. Although all the supplies and food had been taken to the villa by Xia Hao, the warehouse and cold storage racks remained, meaning many things could be stored here in the future. Mountain Cat stayed behind with the 2 cars on duty outside while the others returned to the villa with Xia Hao. With this group of people and this base, future operations would be much more convenient. That night the entire Jiangnan city was in an uproar. The actions of Yinling Villa were nothing short of earth-shattering, and the details of the meeting were being widely disseminated. What kind of bird is he? A warlord. This is still a society governed by law. Jiangnan City doesn't allow him to speak. Wang Chuanqi cursed after hearing O Dongming's report. Those who heard Wang Chuanxi's words would certainly mock him, saying, "You are ineffective and yet you don't want others to be effective." O Dongming listened as he cursed for a full 10 minutes in the office, yet he didn't hear any response plan. Wang Chuanqi knew that there was really nothing they could do about Xia Hao. Originally they had a police force of 100, but over 30 had left. The remaining 60 needed to protect 30,000 people. It would be good enough if they could ensure that the stadium wasn't breached, let alone expect any response measures. However, the criminal factions viewed things differently. The gangs with over 20 members were doing fine, while those with fewer than 20 began planning to relocate and wash themselves clean. Especially the gang that had killed Wu Yu and his 10 men was now starting to tremble. The only one still fearless was Qian Yu, who smiled at a few subordinates returning to report. How many of them are there? Fewer than 40. How much trouble can they stir up? Just relying on a bit of supplies to act tough, that's all. Any teams that want to join us in the past few days can bring them back. We'll give them the green light and continue hoarding supplies. The boss is right. The last group of police we offended has contacted someone for me. Do you think we should take them? One of the reporting subordinates replied with a grin. We shouldn't take that group. It's obvious that Yinling Villa wants to establish its authority. Isn't that just asking for trouble? We don't fear Yinling Villa, but let's avoid provoking them if possible. Qian Yu analyzed. Boss, you are wise. Tomorrow I will go out to promote it. After a while, when our strength has grown, we can eliminate them and let you become the emperor of Jiangnan City. A subordinate flattered, continuing the conversation. Hearing his subordinates praise Qian Yu laughed heartily and pushed a seductive woman beside him forward, saying, "I'm tired of her, she's yours now." The woman turned pale and shouted at Qian Yu, "Brother, you don't. I still have many positions that you haven't unlocked yet, brother you." No matter how she shouted, Qian Yu didn't even glance at her, allowing a few subordinates who had just returned sweaty and stinking to take her away. In the basement of Jiangnan Stadium, 3 elderly men in white lab coats were gathered around a dining table that still had several disposable bowls on it. Each bowl was licked clean. If it weren't for the oil stains on top, one would think they had never been used. They were academicians from the Jiangnan branch of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, primarily engaged in medical and bacterial research. They had narrowly escaped disaster by conducting research in a medicinal plant garden before the earthquake. "Old Fong, why don't you share your thoughts? I suspect the information brought back by the outsiders is true," asked an elderly man with mostly white hair. "What can I say? There is no equipment here to verify the existence of the virus. Don't be fooled by the fact that we only have a bowl of rice and half a can of food for each meal. This is already the highest standard. What equipment do we have to conduct research?" The man known as Old Fong shook his head helplessly. "I believe that if this continues, the authorities will eventually be finished. I'm old enough that death is death, but so many people need to survive. What if what he said is true? It would be better to go out and join this organization and establish a research center," said another elderly man. Their discussion revolved around the meeting organized by Xia Hao, with their primary concern being the rumored doomsday virus. If what Xia Hao said was indeed true, humanity would face the risk of extinction. They felt that the current authorities, besides hiding here waiting for rescue, were doing nothing. They were deliberating whether to leave this relatively safe refuge in the most critical moment and align with Xia Hao. They would prepare research equipment and form a research team. Many older experts and scholars were willing to step forward in the face of such a crucial matter. Since Wu Yu and his group left, the stadium refuge had established a rule that those who went out were not allowed to return. The stadium, which used to allow free entry and exit, now had designated routes even for going to the restroom. More people began to share the same thoughts as these 3 academicians. There were those from the manufacturing industry, recently retired soldiers, doctors, and employees from electric companies. In short, some of the key talents mentioned in the meeting had begun to feel compassion. Of course, there were also some who were drawn purely by the rich resources and strong armed forces of Yingling Villa. Meanwhile, Xia Hao, who was stirring the entire Jiangnan city, was uninterested in what these people thought. He returned to the refuge, opened his computer, and started making new plans. There was no choice with more people. Some plans that he originally intended to implement only after the freezing period had to be expedited. He chose a path of exhaustion and dedication instead of living a leisurely life in his refuge. The next morning, Xia Hao donned his gear and headed to the air raid shelter in the city center. This time he brought along the medical personnel and 5 women, including Yu Xiaoxiao, as today's air raid shelter base would welcome a large number of personnel for interviews. Only those who passed the interviews and met health standards could be formally integrated. Pan Xinzhong and Xia Wen also had a rare outing this time. They acted as truck drivers, assisting in transporting supplies. Blood testing equipment, solar panels, weapons, and food all needed to be delivered to the air raid shelter. Upon arriving, everyone was taken aback by the sight before them. Many ruins around the city center square had started to be inhabited. People eagerly peeked out, their eyes wide with astonishment, watching the busy scene of Xia Hao's team at the entrance of the air raid shelter. Seeing so much food and weapons delivered into the shelter, they yearned to join Xia Hao's team with immense desire. Wu Yu led over 20 new members in transporting supplies. Seeing so much ammunition and food, they were both delighted and relieved, thankful that they had joined this team. Seeing this scene, Phoenix frowned. After entering the air raid shelter, she was the first to speak, saying, "Boss, this isn't safe. It's easy for snipers to ambush in a crowd. Last night, upon learning of the commotion outside, I also considered this after going out to take a look. These are just civilians seeking our protection. After the news spread yesterday, those wanting to join our team have been waiting outside. Mountain Cat had stayed here last night, so he was the first to know. We should modify the air raid shelter entrance to be an indoor parking garage so that once they get out of the car they have immediate cover." Xia Hao nodded, saying. Now he was a thorn in many people's sides. If those criminal forces eliminated him, it would be the end. Recruitment must be conducted outside. Entry to the basement requires a health check. If these people are infected with the virus now, even though the virus hasn't really erupted at this stage and its contagiousness is very low, otherwise it wouldn't be possible to open to so many people. Yesterday's meeting was attended by some leaders. These people generally have no worries about food and drink as long as they are healthy. The early stage of the virus won't cause much harm to them. Moreover, they had received the news transmitted by Xia Hao earlier and had taken precautions so the people who attended the meeting yesterday had not been infected. The most concerning issue was the civilians in the previous life. It was mostly civilians who contracted the disease. Wu Yue used the loudspeaker to call for 5 people to quickly set up an interview venue at the exit of the air raid shelter with 3 cans of meat for each person and finish it before noon. Xia Hao began assigning tasks once everyone was gathered. Okay, Wu Yue responded enthusiastically. At first he thought Xia Hao would ask their group of brothers to do the setup, but he was surprised that Xia Hao was willing to use a dozen cans to hire help. Your responsibility is to maintain order, Xia Hao said, patting Wu Yue on the shoulder. It was clear that he wanted to show off in front of Xia Hao, a trait that Xia Hao appreciated. If someone was too lazy to even show initiative, they would only be a tool. Silver Ridge Villa needs 5 construction workers and it should be completed in about 3 hours. Each person will receive 3 cans of meat, Wu Yue shouted outside with the loudspeaker. Due to Xia Hao and Wu Yue previously standing up for the people, they had gained public support. Coupled with Xia Hao's team's wealth, as soon as Wu Yue finished shouting, a large crowd rushed over. Everyone please calm down, pay attention to safety, and I will pick the people, Wu Yue said, frightened as he saw people rushing in a frenzy, some even falling and getting injured in the rubble. Wu Yue hurriedly shouted into the air raid shelter, you guys come out to assist. Eventually even the Lynx squad was mobilized to stop the surge of people. Looking around, it was astonishing. For 5 job openings, hundreds of people came running from the ruins. Liang Ping and a few other women were startled by the commotion outside, while only Xia Hao and the Lynx remained calm. In his past life he had also been one of the many seeking jobs. He selected a few men with families, unloaded cement and sand from the truck and began the construction work. The 50 square meter brick structure would have brick walls on both sides and a roof made of tempered glass. The front door would be a manual glass door suitable for use as a recruitment venue, allowing for parking at night, and the air conditioning would keep the place cool when the glass doors were closed. At night there would be no need to start the car in the vehicle like last night for the night watch. One could choose a few agile hands from the crowd to install solar panels outside the air raid shelter with a labor fee of 3 cans of meat per person. The diesel generator here is too noisy and it's too hot outside, just go out occasionally to supervise, Xia Hao said to Xia Wen. Okay, Xia Wen nodded in agreement before changing into protective gear and going out. Upon seeing this, Wu Yue, who had just returned drenched in sweat, quickly had more than 20 police officers grab their weapons and go out with Xia Wen. With such a chaotic crowd outside, he couldn't let anyone from Xia Hao's main base get hurt. Moreover, Xia Hao was still calling him brother. Soon Xia Wen also found a few people to help carry solar panels down from the truck and began installing them on the roof of the air raid shelter. After returning Wu Yue's side to those inside the air raid shelter, those workers still need to spend 1 ken to exchange for a portable fan system, otherwise they can't last long outside. Yes, I noticed that although some people's clothes were dirty, they were once worth thousands before the apocalypse. These people lived in luxury and now they nearly fought over work for 3 cans of meat, one of the returning police officers lamented, picking up on the topic. The 4 medical staff and Xia Hao exchanged a glance at Xia Hao without leaving a trace. Had it not been for him, they would have probably died outside long ago. The comfort of the shelter almost made them forget the harsh environment outside. While complaining won't help, once the interview venue outside is set up, Xia Hao, you will be responsible for registration. For those whose information meets my requirements, Huang Wenwen will take the medical team for blood tests. Lynx, you will be responsible for selecting individuals with combat skills, and Wu Yue, you will ensure security. Zhong, go prepare the meal now. I hope we have talents in virology coming today. We are only interviewing this type of person today, and others will collect information. If someone passes the interview, let them have a good meal first. After giving out the instructions, everyone went to prepare. He then took the Lynx squad members out of the air raid shelter. Since setting up the interview venue would take another 3 hours, plus collecting information would take at least an afternoon, Xia Hao didn't want to just sit idly in the air raid shelter. He needed to check the coordinates marked before the apocalypse to confirm whether some supplies were damaged. 2 armored vehicles were present and no one dared to approach. On the way he encountered students from Jiangnan University and Jiangnan No. 1 high school who were clearing the roads. These students, after experiencing this, can quickly realize that they are no longer sheltered flowers, Lynx remarked, looking out the window. Without some hardships they won't learn to cherish things, and this will help cultivate loyalty, Xia Hao said, observing the busy students outside. Soon they arrived at the first stop. Xia Hao was most eager to see the battery factory. As expected, because it was a tin roof building, although the earthquake caused it to collapse, the damage was not severe. No wonder so many people were carrying batteries and fans outside. The batteries here were long taken away by people, Huzi remarked. If they hadn't taken these things, many would have died. I came here for the production equipment. As long as the equipment is intact, that's enough. Without electricity, these production devices are worthless. You'll have someone come to move them later. We need a battery factory. Half an hour later, they arrived at a glass factory where the equipment was also complete. The factory building Xia Hao initially marked had tin roofs so the collapses wouldn't cause much damage to the machinery. Those factories with concrete roofs were basically ruined, so he initially marked those that could withstand earthquakes. Boss, do you plan to conduct outdoor farming and cultivation in glasshouses in the future? Lynx reminded. The hailstorm might not be withstood by the glass roofs, right? Lynx reminded. The equipment I observed today is only to be taken away for protection, and construction will begin after the freeze period arrives, otherwise building now would be a waste, Xia Hao explained. Lynx then understood Xia Hao's intentions. For the next few hours, the two lifted off-road vehicles traveled through the ruins, visiting the previously marked factories for wires, steel, plastics, molds, feed, fertilizers, papermaking, automotive parts, textiles and more. At least on the surface, these factories appeared to be undamaged. Since the population scale planned by Xia Hao was not large, intermittent operations could be conducted under insufficient electricity supply to ensure the normal supply of the human industrial system. After sharing his plans with others in the vehicle, they truly realized how bold Xia Hao's ideas were. Boss, where will these devices be used to build factories? Cobra asked. These devices will be used to build factories on the plains in front of the villa, and they must be privatized, Xia Hao said without even thinking. Upon hearing this, everyone widened their eyes. This meant that all the needs of the human system in Jiangnan City would be supplied by Silver Ridge Villa. Moreover, with the current absolute armed forces, the Silver Ridge Villa team would become the rulers of Jiangnan City. Why is everyone so surprised? We will encounter many obstacles ahead. Stay alert and do not allow anyone or any force to hinder our development, Xia Hao said, smiling at their astonished expressions. Boss, you need to be more careful about safety when traveling in the future. The Lynx squad members finally realized the importance of Xia Hao for human development. They silently vowed that from now on, even if it cost them their lives, they could not allow Xia Hao to come to harm. It had been 6 hours since he returned to the shelter. A glass enclosure had already been erected at the entrance and exit of the underground bunker, with a long queue snaking before it, a testament to Wu Yu's swift and efficient execution. Every person entering the glass enclosure underwent a rigorous body search lest members of criminal syndicates smuggle in weapons or explosives to sabotage the shelter. Such dehumanizing searches would have been unthinkable before the apocalypse. But in this new world, organized crime could coerce ordinary civilians into suicide attacks by threatening their families. Each person in line carried a battery pack and a portable fan, ridiculous yet heartbreakingly poignant. Those without personal fans remained huddled inside the shelter, sharing a single unit among several people too fearful to step outside. As two fully armed vehicles approached, the crowd instinctively parted, gazing with awe and admiration into the vehicle cabins. Upon disembarking, members of the Shanmao team formed a living shield around Xia Hao, escorting him through the bunker entrance. Watching their unwavering loyalty, Xia Hao felt a quiet warmth bloom within him. He accepted their protection, not out of vanity but because he understood precisely how indispensable he had become. Should he be assassinated at this critical juncture, all his plans would dissolve into nothingness. Just as his foot was about to cross the threshold into the bunker, an elderly man from the queue called out to him. May I ask, is this Master Xia? I am an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences specializing in pharmaceutical biology. Might we speak for a moment? Xia Hao turned. The elder stood before him, masked, yet his solemn countenance and deep luminous eyes betrayed both wisdom and authority. Silver streaked his temples. Two other elders stood behind him, similarly aged, clad in white lab coats now grimed beyond recognition. Though disheveled, their dignity and moral gravity remained unshaken. The only jarring note was the battery packs slung across their backs and electric fans strapped to their heads. These three were academicians from the Jiangnan branch of the Chinese Academy of Sciences who had just emerged from the stadium. Xia Hao nodded respectfully and offered a gentle smile. Honorable sirs, greetings. How may I assist you? I have 3 questions, said Academician Fong, raising 3 fingers. Please proceed, Xia Hao replied, gesturing politely. Master Xia, you possess resources and strength. Why do you build private walls instead of aiding the official authorities? Academician Fong pressed further. I do not deny the value or legitimacy of official institutions. Unity is vital to our collective future. Yet under present conditions those institutions have lost both impartiality and competence, failing utterly to safeguard the people or humanity itself. Only by building private walls can I maximize my resources, consolidate greater strength, and ensure that power flows toward the vision I hold for our survival. My choice may appear heretical, but in this moment it is the only path open to me and the only one I will take. Xia Hao spoke without hesitation or evasion. What precisely is the future you envision? Is that your second question? It is. A future in which humanity endures this catastrophe and preserves its capacity to grow, to rebuild, to advance. And your final question: if humanity overcomes this disaster and you emerge as the supreme authority, what then will you do? I shall retain authority, not for dominion but to ensure a single unified voice, the voice of human solidarity, of shared scientific progress, of resilience against any future cataclysm. All petty rivalries, all self-serving ambitions must yield. And should a system far more powerful than mine arise, one aligned with my ideals, I would welcome merger without reservation. His gaze held firm, unwavering. Ha! 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 Excellent, bold, even arrogant. We'll return to the queue. We hope to speak with you again shortly. Academician Fawn laughed heartily, clapped once, and stepped back into the line. Xia Hao bowed slightly in farewell, then entered the bunker. He granted them no special exemption from the queue, for their very act of rejoining it revealed men of unyielding principle. At that moment someone in the crowd began to applaud. They were ragged, yes, but everyone had received systematic education before the collapse and they understood his words perfectly. Heroes rise in times of chaos. Yet Xia Hao never sought such a role. He knew himself capable of ruthless pragmatism, unwilling to admit masses of people out of mere pity. Clap. 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 The applause continued. Xia Hao raised a hand gently, waiting until silence fell completely. Then he addressed the crowd clearly. Friends, I am limited in capacity. I can only do my utmost. Those not selected today, please bear no ill will. Above all, strive to stay alive. He raised a fist in encouragement and disappeared into the bunker. Today had been exhausting, digging through over a dozen collapsed ruins, searching desperately for salvageable machinery. Back inside the bunker he showered, stripped off his drenched ballistic gear and savored a chilled cola, the first true moment of relief for everyone who had ventured outside. Glancing at the long queue still waiting in the open, Xia Hao allowed himself a rare pang of compassion. With a flick of his fingers he tore an A4 sheet into pieces and instructed Pan Shinzong Ajong, cut these into small slips, number them, and tell people to wait in nearby ruins until their number is called. Understood, boss. But Xiao Xiao mentioned our paper reserves are critically low. No matter, I've located a paper mill. We'll resume production soon. Go ahead. Yes, sir. After Pan Shinzong departed, Xia Hao sighed. Production. In the icebound era, harvesting timber had become nearly impossible, much of it buried beneath meters of volcanic ash and snow. Yet his gaze lingered on the children, mere toddlers, standing beside their parents in that endless line. His heart tightened. He knew why each family owned only one fan and one battery. If the father queued alone for employment screening, mother and child would be left without cooling. In this climate, half an hour, let alone several, was already the human limit regardless of physical endurance. What they did not know was that Xia Hao would accept only individuals, not entire families. Such workers would inevitably prioritize kin over duty, rendering them unfit for disciplined labor. It was not cruelty but necessity, his only viable choice. As dusk approached, Wu Yu announced the day's document submissions were concluded. Many lacked light sources and returning to the shelter after dark posed grave danger. Nightfall brought absolute darkness. Even a full moon could not pierce the thick ashen veil choking the sky. Rubble choked the streets, fallen buildings, rusted rebar jutting like fangs. Any misstep could prove fatal. The crowd recognized the peril instantly. When told to return tomorrow, they complied without protest. Meanwhile, the first round of blood test results arrived. 80 candidates passed, 5 tested positive for infection. Soon Wu Yu's voice boomed across the ruins via loudspeaker. So-and-so has tested positive. Please monitor your health closely, increase nutritional intake. The condition is currently non-contagious and not immediately life-threatening. The organ function has begun gradual decline. Wu Yu recited 5 names. Across the vast silent expanse of rubble not a whisper stirred. Why reveal names publicly? To heighten communal vigilance, and to affirm that stigma had no place here. The condition remained non-transmissible. Then at Xia Hao's instruction, Wu Yu began announcing the names of those selected for formal interviews tomorrow. From some shattered corner of the ruins cheers erupted, proof that passing meant liberation from hunger, from uncertainty, from the gnawing fear of tomorrow's meal. All named above report here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. It felt somehow like the initiation rites of a grand cultivation sect testing martial aptitude to select disciples. That night inside the air raid shelter roughly 40 people had gathered. The 3 academicians had bathed and Xia Hao helped them into clean clothes. The shelter was filled with the aroma of food that made the academicians swallow hard. Naturally, everyone ate their fill before beginning to converse. Having lived on canned food for 20 days, the 3 academicians ate without regard for decorum, as they had never done before. After the meal, academician Fong Weigua smiled at Xia Hao and the others. All the scholarly airs I cultivated my whole life have been exposed today before you. Laughter erupted. Academician Fong, you have restrained yourself remarkably. When we first arrived we were far more disheveled than you, Wu Yu said with a laugh. This damned catastrophe, another academician cursed with bitterness. The 3 were Fong Weigua, Lu Ninjuan, and Shi Wanzhang. They had spent recent years focusing on plant and bacterial research, seldom returning to headquarters and living most of the time in subtropical Jiangnan City. Xia, the estate master, how did you learn that a virus was about to break out? Fong Weigua asked once everyone had quieted. It was like this. Xia Hao spun the same old yarn for a few more minutes. After all, in an apocalypse there would be no witnesses. What a pity, I never imagined there were such unassuming masters abroad, Lu Ninjuan sighed. Xia Hao and Shanmao exchanged a glance without speaking. By now Shanmao had grown immune to Xia Hao's tall tales. Those are things of the past. Academicians, tell us what equipment you need next. While there is still time we will hurry to collect it. For now stay here and be well cared for. Food, clothing and security need not trouble you. Everything must make way for research into the apocalyptic virus. If samples must be collected or patients' blood, try to have them go out. Your safety is paramount. If necessary, you must be protected at all costs. That last sentence was directed at Shan Mao's group and Wu Yu's men. Everyone answered in unison. The 3 academicians were satisfied with Xia Hao's arrangements. From their eyes one could tell leaving the official shelter had been the right decision. After issuing orders, Xia Hao returned to the estate with the main force. The air raid shelter contained only 11 rooms and housed 30 people. There was no extra space left. At that hour people would be reluctant to return. Xia Hao resolved to begin clearing the roads the next morning, at least the stretch between the estate and the shelter. On the way back, Xia Hao saw Liang Ping and 3 other women sullen and knew they had heard some bad news that day. I forgot to ask earlier, how did it go? Xia Hao asked with concern. During the health checks someone said they had been to my neighborhood. It was all swallowed into the earth by fissures, Liang Ping said, tears welling in her eyes. The other 3 women had similar tales. Older housing blocks that might have collapsed in the quake were the better outcome. Being devoured by fissures offered no chance of survival. In some newer complexes with wider floor spacing, even the central gardens were buried. The older estates fared far worse. Only 6% of the city's population survived. The odds of survival were vanishingly small. It's all right. Tomorrow we'll post notices outside the shelter with information about your relatives, offering a reward of 10 cans. The whole city will help search for your family, Xia Hao said, patting Liang Ping's back. Liang Ping could no longer hold back and threw herself into Xia Hao's arms, sobbing. The next morning everyone from the estate rose early as usual and headed to the city's central air raid shelter. There was one more passenger in the vehicle that day, driver Lu, full name Lu Junyi, the namesake of the Liangshan hero's second-in-command, whose tetanus had healed. After a brief conversation, Xia Hao took him in. From then on he would serve as the shelter's cook, tending to the meals of the 3 academicians and 27 policemen. When leaving the estate he begged to get out and greeted Lu Ji and the others to thank them for saving his life. Loyal and grateful, and someone Xia Hao had himself rescued. People like that earned Xia Hao's trust. In the days that followed, Xia Hao kept busy with recruitment and posting rewards for supplies. He dispatched Li Guoheo's team to fetch excavators and bulldozers. These machines had been parked on open lots and were largely intact. Dozens of excavators set to work across the city, creating a scene of industrious revival. The excavators chiefly cleared the road from the estate to the shelter, removing stranded vehicles and rubble, a considerable undertaking. Then, using the shelter as a hub, they cleared roads to Jiangnan No. 1 High School, Jiangnan University, the canning factory, and Zhou Zuanya's supermarket. Afterwards the affiliated groups could reach one another within 10 minutes. Looking outside the shelter now, only the fallen trees on the plaza needed clearing. More residents gathered nearby because the large blackboard outside the shelter regularly posted information, such as notices of who had passed interviews. Rewards in canned food and other goods were offered. If Xia Hao had permitted a trading market here, merchants from the stadium would have swarmed in long ago. Students from Jiangnan University proved useful for the first time, retrieving a set of testing instruments from the ruins at the coordinates provided by academician Feng Weigua. They mobilized several hundred university students. Meanwhile, the high school students of Jiangnan No. 1 were not idle. Xia Hao moved into the school's basement and selected 400 students for constant military training. But when all the equipment was brought to the shelter, Xia Hao was stunned. There was simply too much and too large. The entrance could not accommodate it. Even if it could be forced inside, the shelter would become unbearably cramped. Some 20 or so active duty and recently discharged recruits had been taken on, and many nights they could only sleep on mats in the shelter's main hall. Fortunately, the space was large and cool. By apocalypse standards, it was remarkably comfortable. As everyone fretted over logistics, a distress call from Zhou Xuanya crackled through the radio. Oh no, the thought leapt into everyone's minds inside the shelter. Not to mention the 10 mercenaries of Shan Meio's team, take Wu Yu's 50 well-equipped men, altogether 60 capable fighters who struck fear into every faction. They had been lamenting the lack of chances to test their skills. And now someone dared to stir trouble in their own backyard. Was that not cause for alarm? Coincidentally, all 11 of the estate's modified vehicles were parked outside the shelter today. Zhou Xuanya reported the location as 5 kilometers away. 10 policemen were left to guard the shelter. The remaining 50 men launched a full strike. The fight was over in 20 minutes. There was no need for Shan Meio's team to intervene. The newcomers, eager to prove themselves, left 10 of the enemy in tatters. On the return, Xia Hao cursed over the radio about wasted bullets. It turned out Zhou Xuanya and her companions had encountered the group while scavenging at the old textile factory site. Originally, it would have been a peaceful division of labor. She would search for supplies and he for equipment, but this gang had lascivious designs. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanya and the other women were armed, and during the standoff they called Xia Hao for help. When Xia Hao arrived, he gave no chance for explanation and opened fire. At the crucial moment, he roared, "Take one alive." That command spared one man, and from his mouth they learned the group was a 40-man gang based in an underground parking garage 3 kilometers from the shelter. After learning the size of the parking garage, Xia Hao smiled, as if someone had delivered a pillow to a drowsy man. Just when he had been worrying where to store the virus research equipment, here was the answer. Thus a quiet act of retribution began. Xia Hao, adhering to his principle of holding no grudges, overnight led a group of people swiftly toward the parking lot base. Hundreds of meters away, all vehicles encircled the lot. According to the thermal imaging display, approximately 100 people were inside. If the enemy's claim of 30 remaining armed personnel held true, then 70 hostages were being held, though all were confined to the basement level 2. Xiao Niao relayed this assessment over the radio after analyzing the thermal signature map of the parking structure. "Wu Yue, this operation is ours, we'll let it. Observe closely, this is how such engagements must be conducted in the future." Xia Hao addressed everyone inside the vehicles. Wu Yu and the contingent of police officers, along with 24 newly recruited personnel, stared in stunned silence. "What? You're going in too? I understand Shan Mao's team entering, but you? 30 armed hostiles plus hostages, and only 10 of you." Before they could respond, Xia Hao and the Shan Mao unit had already disembarked. The remaining 40 watched each other uneasily from inside the vehicles, thinking, "Boss, we signed on for a job, not front row seats to a spectacle." Consider this: less than a month into the apocalypse, expecting individuals raised under 2 decades of state education to pledge unwavering loyalty to a private faction is sheer fantasy. Only at the precipice of death does modern humanity accept aid, not as grace but as a matter of humanitarian obligation. Hence some rescued by Wu Yu had simply walked away without uttering a word of thanks. The Shan Mao unit understood Xia Hao's intent to assert authority decisively, and thus offered no objection to his personal involvement. Moreover, speed was imperative. Should the hostiles retreat from the first basement level down to level 2 and seize hostages anew, the situation would escalate dangerously, and this swift, controlled resolution served also as a demonstration for the onlookers. The 40 new recruits remained in the vehicles, watching live first-person feeds transmitted from the helmets of the assault team. This real-time video transmission capability owed much to several communications professors from Jiangnan University who had assisted Xiao Niao in installing a compact signal receiver aboard the Unimog, enabling stable video feed across a 3 to 5 kilometer radius. Panda moved forward alone, scaling the railing above the underground parking entrance. Xia Hao and the others took cover amid nearby rubble. 2 sentries at the bottom of the ramp, standing close together, Xiao Niao reported. Given the scorching heat outside, all guards naturally congregated at the shaded base of the ramp, the coolest spot near the entrance. Panda now perched directly above them on the railing. He secured his rapid descent rope and dropped. Two muffled gunshots echoed through the feed. Both sentries collapsed instantly. As the Shan Mao unit's most lethal close-quarters operative, Panda dispatched such targets with effortless precision. Yet those watching from the vehicles were astounded he'd neutralized both men midair, having only a rough sense of their positions before leaping. Before further thought could settle, Xia Hao surged forward with the rest into the subterranean lot. Darkness swallowed them, especially jarring after the blinding glare outside their eyes still unadjusted. They donned night vision goggles. Xia Hao issued crisp orders: Panda and Leopard, proceed immediately to level 2 and secure the hostages. Rhinoceros, hold position at the intersection between levels 1 and 2. All three acknowledged with a silent okay and dispersed. In the vehicles, disbelief deepened. 30 hostiles, and they're splitting forces. That means 7 operatives facing 30 armed men. The parking structure was cavernous and easy to navigate. Within moments they spotted the enemy's location: 10 prefabricated cabins lined up in a corner, each glowing faintly with interior light. A diesel generator roared throughout the basement, drowning out ambient noise, conveniently masking the team's approach. Yet beneath its din, the distant sounds of drinking and card games still seeped through. Under such oppressive heat, air conditioning incapable of cooling the entire space, the hostiles had resorted to erecting these makeshift cabins for shelter. Even Wu Yue, observing from outside, exhaled in quiet relief. This simplified matters considerably. Chief, the hostage guards are neutralized. We've secured dozens of women, Panda reported via earpiece. The mission had just become markedly simpler. Xia Hao and his team took cover behind concrete pillars, just 10 meters from the row of cabins, rifles trained steadily on each structure. Rhinoceros, at 10 seconds from now use the enemy's radio to report an incident at the entrance, Xia Hao commanded. Affirmative, Rhinoceros replied, retrieving a dead guard's walkie-talkie. Incident at the entrance, ah. Rhinoceros screamed into the radio, mimicking a sudden agonized cry. In those 10 seconds, Xia Hao's team had already encircled the cabins, sheltered behind parked vehicles. Alarmed by the distress call, every armed militant burst from the cabins, only to meet a hail of gunfire. The first wave of a dozen fell instantly. Those who survived recoiled toward the cabins, only to be cut down by another volley. Xia Hao then boomed, "Come out, or we toss grenades." No, I'm coming out," voices cried from within a shipping container. 5 men emerged, hands raised high. "One more, come out now." Xia Hao bellowed, still wearing his thermal imager. One remained hidden inside a cabin. At Xia Hao's command, every rifle swung toward that single doorway. 5 seconds, 5, 4. The man inside had no idea Xia Hao possessed thermal vision. He assumed the demand was mere guesswork. Clutching his weapon tightly, he refused to budge. At the 5-second mark, a sharp crack pierced the cabin wall. Ah! A scream erupted from within. The 5 who'd surrendered stared in shock. How had Xia Hao known there was still someone inside? They silently thanked their own obedience. "That shot struck your foot. The next will strike your head. Toss your weapon out, then crawl out now." Instantly the man hurled his firearm outside and scrambled forth, shouting, "I surrender, I surrender." "Don't shoot." The 5 who'd emerged turned and shouted in unison, "Boss." The crawling man's face darkened. He nearly drew his sidearm to execute them on the spot. Xia Hao and the Shan Mao unit burst into laughter. "Except for the drivers, you may all come in now," Xia Hao ordered over the radio to Wu Yu and the others still watching from the vehicles. Wu Yu hesitated for 3 full seconds before replying, "Seat, copy that." In just minutes a gang of dozens had been dismantled entirely. Hostages were rescued and soon gathered on level 1. Wu Yu approached, asking Lord Zhuang, "How shall we handle these 6? "Shanmo, show them how it's done," Xia Hao said, glancing at Shanmo, who nodded knowingly and signaled for the captives to be bound. Then, as before, a knife was tossed to the group of female captives. Minutes later, Wu Yu and his team stood frozen, hands clamped over their groins, beads of cold sweat glistening on their foreheads. Even Xia Hao himself, had he witnessed it again, would have felt a visceral chill. Once all was settled, he directed the liberated women to clear the corpses strewn across the floor and to scrub the site clean with water. After the women had cleared away the corpses and bloodstains, he spoke into the walkie-talkie to Zhou Xuanya at the XX shopping mall. "There are dozens of women who suffered the same fate as you. Decide among yourselves whether to accept them. If not, I'll release them." After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Xuanya's voice came through the walkie-talkie, "I'll drive the cargo truck there right away to fetch them." Moved by compassion, Zhou Xuanya chose to welcome the group. After all, the textile factory would soon require female laborers, and Xia Hao raised no objection. Moreover, Zhou Xuanya's stockpile was sufficient to sustain them for several months. Once cleaning was complete, Xia Hao carefully inspected the basement. It would serve perfectly as a storage space for the medical research equipment. Yet it had one critical flaw: its low elevation. Though the first underground level might remain dry even during torrential rains, the second level would inevitably flood. He decided to bring 3 senior academicians to assess whether relocating there was viable. After resolving matters at the underground parking facility, he returned to the air raid shelter for lunch. To be sure, Lu Junyi's culinary skill was exceptional. His dishes were exquisite in color, aroma, and flavor. Upon returning from their site inspection, the 3 academicians rejected the location. The entrance to the underground parking garage lacks a sealed door. Beyond heat infiltration, airborne pathogens pose serious harm to humans. And aside from 2 generators and several air conditioning units, every other piece of equipment must be sourced anew. Listening attentively, Xia Hao nodded. Deep down he had already harbored similar reservations. Frankly, I also find it unsuitable. That deluge expected 2 months hence could submerge the site. We cannot gamble on such uncertainty, Xia Hao admitted, troubled. A heavy silence fell as everyone pondered solutions. Just then Shan Mao returned from escorting the dozens of women to Zhou Xuanya's base. Entering the air raid shelter, Shan Mao turned to Xia Hao and said, "Chief, word from outside says the stadium's food reserves, aside from rice, are completely exhausted. Many people have begun venturing out in search of sustenance." We'd already surmised as much. On the night we left, rations were split 3 token, though rice was plentiful, Fong Weigui interjected. Wait, what did you say? Xia Hao suddenly fixed his gaze on Shan Mao. Ha! Shan Mao blinked in surprise, about to reply. But Xia Hao cut in electrified rice. Grain silos. Professor Fong, I've got it. Seeing Xia Hao's sudden elation, Professor Fong's mind leapt ahead, and his eyes widened. You intend to repurpose the steel grain silos as our research base? No wonder you're an academician. Xia Hao gave an approving thumbs up. It's feasible, modular, mobile, and the open field outside the shelter provides ample space for installation, Fong Weigui affirmed with a firm nod. Shan Mao returned to the Silver Ridge Manor for cutting tools and explosives. Leave 10 men to guard this site, the rest will operate excavators and accompany me to the granary. Researching the virus was a race against time. Should the antidote require medicinal herbs, they must gather them now. Once the icebound era descended, all flora would lie entombed beneath snow and ice, and even if found, specimens risked irreversible frost damage. Nearby residents watched as people streamed once more from the air raid shelter, buzzing with speculation. Did you hear? This morning that gang holed up in the XX residential complex's underground parking lot was wiped out by the Silver Ridge Manor crew. What? The Silver Ridge Manor has only a few dozen people, and they annihilated a rival force of comparable size. It took less than an hour, and they rescued dozens of women too. I was there. I assumed everyone knew. Honestly, those women were quite something. Is that really the point now? They're mobilizing again. Who'll be next on their list? Silver Ridge Manor is unstoppable. They act decisively, unlike the authorities who gather elites while ignoring ordinary citizens' survival. Let's go watch. Are you insane? They're driving, you'd walk. And bullets don't discriminate, one stray round could end you. While civilians buzzed with excitement and anticipation, lawless factions grew anxious. Shen Yu, who had earlier dismissed Xia Hao's team with contempt, was stunned. A mere 30-strong unit had struck with ruthless efficiency against a gang armed with 20 firearms. Just as he fretted, a subordinate rushed over. Boss, bad news. Shen Yu's heart lurched. Damn it, is the Silver Ridge Manor here? Boss. Ha! Oh, what's happened? Unaware of his leader's fear, the subordinate hurried on. A group, about a dozen strong, has arrived at the gate demanding to see you. How many? A dozen. Damn it, 12. Do they take me for a joke? Brothers, grab your weapons. Let's exterminate these bastards. Enraged, Shen Yu swore he'd tear a tooth from Xia Hao even if he were the Celestial Emperor himself. Yet when he stormed out of the railway station's entrance, he found his gate guards chatting and sharing cigarettes with the newcomers. Fury surged, he fired several shots skyward and roared, "Have you surrendered?" before a single shot was fired. I, Qian Yu, am still very much alive. Half an hour later, in the railway station's basement, long tables groaned under lavish feasts. Ha! Welcome, brothers, I'm like a tiger grown wings. Qian Yu laughed, clapping the new group's leader on the shoulder. Brother Yu, your thunderous voice just now shamed us lesser men. The man hastened to flatter. In truth, fearing annihilation by Xia Hao, they had defected to Qian Yu instead. Xinyu, mistakenly believing Xia Hao had launched an assault, had staged a grand farce, yet he salvaged face with quick wit. So the Silver Ridge Manor hasn't even attacked you, and yet you surrender to me. Don't worry, there's still me. His bravado left the newcomers deeply impressed. Unbeknownst to them, this was precisely Xia Hao's design. Rather than wage piecemeal war, he sought to draw all Jiangnan City's criminal syndicates into one place, for total eradication. Striking Xinyu first would scatter the others, making them elusive and exposing his forces to deadly ambushes. Like the earlier case of the Wu brothers, only by releasing Xiao Wu had he tracked down their hidden base. Meanwhile, Xia Hao remained blissfully unaware of his own fearsome reputation. With dozens of men, he deployed controlled demolitions and precision cutting to topple 3 corrugated steel grain silos from Jiangnan City's granary, then hauled them back using excavators. 3 silos were retrieved. At the plaza outside the air raid shelter's entrance, they began cutting the structures, shaped like colossal eggs sliced cleanly in half and inverted over the earth, resembling 3 massive Mongolian yurts from afar. Reinforced with concrete and rebar, the silos were anchored around the shelter's entrance. A large aperture was cut, all medical research instruments installed inside, and the opening hermetically welded shut. Corrugated steel passageways, welded from cut scraps, linked the 3 silos. Each received independent air conditioning units, while electrical circuits were drawn directly from the shelter's grid. The solution was flawless. From a high vantage point, the 3 metal warehouses resemble 3 grapes connected by vines. However, these 3 grapes occupy an area of 500 square meters and stand over 6 meters tall. Currently, only 1 warehouse is in use, while the other 2 remain empty. By the time everything was sorted, night had fallen. Yet Xia Hao had not been able to rest, as he had been too busy all day. Those who had passed the interview materials submitted yesterday had yet to be interviewed. With no choice but to burn the midnight oil, he found it much easier to recruit the first batch of personnel with the assistance of 3 academicians in the field of medicine. The remaining 2 warehouses were designated for establishing a hospital, albeit a modest one, with a total floor area of 1,000 square meters across 2 levels. The previously somewhat arrogant deans, chief physicians, and specialists in certain ailments quickly lowered their postures upon discovering that the interviewers were Fang Weigua, Lu Nenjuan, and Shi Wanjian, dutifully completing their interview tasks. In truth, Xia Hao was not worried about their arrogance. If it weren't for the 3 academicians, he had ways to make them obedient. As long as the officials lacked resources and the Ice Age approached, this group would surely come begging. However, now that these troubles were avoided, he was naturally pleased to enjoy some leisure. By 10 o'clock at night, the first round of selections was confirmed, with 2 candidates from each department totaling nearly 40 individuals. All were at the director or expert level positions that were hard to obtain before the apocalypse. For the infectious disease and dermatology departments, a few more personnel were added to assist the 3 academicians in their viral research. That night, Wu Yu and 50 brothers moved into the metal warehouse, giving their rooms to the newly arrived doctors. While packing their luggage, Wu Yu remarked, "You all are experts working for the survival of humanity. You need better rest for your research. We are just rough men. Besides, we only sleep on the floor tonight. Tomorrow we will look for furniture." This touched the newly arrived doctors. Those who had spent time in the stadium knew that as long as they could get food there, it was already a blessing, let alone having a bed. What moved them even more was the late-night meal. Steamed prawns, beef with potatoes, braised pork, cola, chicken wings, fried preserved meat, fresh vegetables, fruits and juice. This group of doctors had not tasted such delicious food in over 20 days. In the past, would they have eaten such greasy food before sleeping? Impossible. Now they continuously exclaimed how good it was. Even Xia Hao, who was not used to late-night snacks, joined in on the meal. Lu Junyi had truly saved the day. His culinary skills were excellent, living up to his experience as a chef. The chef Pan Xinzong had recently started accompanying on missions, and according to the Mountain Cat, he was a promising candidate. With training, he might rival the members of Mountain Cat. Xia Hao thought to himself, in the future more chefs will need to be recruited for the air raid shelter, and he would transfer Lu Junyi back to the manor to serve as his personal chef. Early the next morning, the people from the manor arrived at the air raid shelter again. A busy day began. The last metal warehouse was temporarily used for accommodation, with a double-layered area of 1,000 square meters. Wu Yu went to a collapsed construction site to find scaffolding and wooden planks to build 2-tiered beds. This way, the air raid shelter could accommodate about 300 people. Although it was a bit cramped, at least there was air conditioning. Then Xia Wen led a team to search for solar equipment and air conditioning, as the power supply in the air raid shelter was insufficient. Additional batteries and solar panels were needed, as this location was originally a reserve for the Mountain Cat plan intended for just a few people. Now there were a total of about 100 individuals. Xia Hao had considered placing the metal warehouses at the manor where the power facilities could supply tens of thousands. However, after consulting with the 3 academicians, he temporarily dismissed this idea due to the distance. By the time everything was set up, the viral phase would have arrived. In the future, moving there could be considered, but the immediate priority was to quickly research the virus. He had also thought about pulling power cables from the manor to this location, but Xia Hao vetoed this idea, stating, first of all, the project of over 10 kilometers is enormous and many people cannot work outdoors. The material loss would be significant, and with the ice age approaching, these lines might become unusable. It's better to follow the professor's suggestion, set up temporary measures here, and once the ice age stabilizes, all industrial construction can be centered around the manor. Then it would be much easier to pull lines over short distances and protect the cables. Moreover, the main issue is that there are no rivers here. Although there is a small river on the manor's side, it is sufficient for the sewage of an industrial area. Building near the big river in Jiangnan City is also unrealistic for the same reason: it's too far away. Xia Hao sighed. Having the right talents is truly wonderful after all, and not omnipotent. Fan Academician smiled and patted Xia Hao on the shoulder, saying, no matter where you are, you have a fundamental understanding that is very impressive. What they did not know was that during the nearly 10 years of the Ice Age in the previous life, Xia Hao had been frantically studying various scientific and philosophical books in the shelter, otherwise he would not even have been able to meet the basic threshold. This was also why Mountain Cat admired him. However, Xia Hao would not become arrogant because of this. He understood the principle of not challenging others' livelihoods with one's hobbies. Now that there were more people, his tasks were focused more on planning and commanding. After everyone got busy, he began the interviews. The interviews were simple. From the collected interview materials, he selected the people he wanted to see, and then someone outside the air raid shelter shouted through a loudspeaker. Those who had successfully submitted applications were currently living nearby, waiting to be called. The main recruitment targets were talents who could restore human industrial production. He Wei Hua. When Xia Hao read this name, he was taken aback. Even Mountain Cat, who was beside him, was momentarily stunned. The familiarity of this name stemmed from the previous life, as both exchanged glances and sensed the wariness in each other's eyes. They then moved to a secluded corner to discuss. This individual was a key member of a major power in the previous life, and Xia Hao and Mountain Cat had suffered losses at their hands several times. In one battle, the opposing side had an armed Z-20 helicopter which, although lacking artillery, was equipped with heavy machine guns. It made Xia Hao and his group suffer greatly in the air, and ultimately it was only because the opposing side ran out of bullets with no reserves that Xia Hao could lead Mountain Cat and others to break through. In that battle, a team of over 60 people returned with less than 20. Before reuniting with Xia Hao, Mountain Cat had sent a small bird to take care of the helicopter, fearing that without air support they would face the same fate again. At this point, it is necessary to mention the current terrain of Jiangnan City. Jiangnan City is divided by a ravine over 100 kilometers long. The area where Xia Hao is located occupies about 70 of Jiangnan City and is situated in the north. The opposite side, separated by the chasm, occupies 30 and is located in the south. The ravine is nearly a kilometer wide and filled with lava, making it impossible for humans to cross. After the Ice Age in the previous life, the lava was extinguished by snow and ice, allowing those on the other side to finally cross over, annihilating the various forces in the north with overwhelming military might. In the end, only the force led by Li Guahao remained, which was the faction Xia Hao belonged to at that time. Although the southern faction was not led by this man named He Wei Hua, he held a position of immense influence within it as an active duty researcher in arms industry. Let's set aside why he's here for now. We'll hear what he says first. Perhaps it's merely a case of shared name and surname, Xia Hao said to Shan Mao. What if it is him and he refuses to stay? Shan Mao asked. Eliminate him, Xia Hao replied, making a swift slashing motion across his throat. A man of such caliber could never be allowed to leave. Doing so would inevitably sow grave peril. Half an hour later, He Wei Hua's interview finally began. Long before joining the queue, Xia Hao and Shan Mao had already confirmed he was indeed the man they knew. In his 40s, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, wearing only a pair of flip-flops, he appeared disheveled and worn. Composing himself, Xia Hao smiled and asked, Mr. He Wei Hua, is that correct? Your resume lists you as a machine tool production technician. Could you elaborate on your specific expertise? He Wei Hua looked at Xia Hao, hesitated, then said, I wasn't truthful on my resume. Xia Hao and Shan Mao exchanged a glance, knowing the real subject was about to emerge, and asked, how so? Ah, very well. I am an active duty arms industry researcher with a state defense conglomerate, He Wei Hua declared, as though having reached a solemn decision. Xia Hao feigned sudden understanding, then asked, "You concealed your identity to avoid being exploited in this apocalypse, to prevent manufacturing weapons that would fuel humanity's self-destruction." He Weihua, who had kept his head lowered, now lifted it to meet Xia Hao's gaze, first with admiration for the man's sharp insight, able to grasp his significance the moment he spoke. Then came apprehension. He knew once he revealed the truth, escape would no longer be possible. He believed the chaos would subside once ammunition ran out, but if he were coerced into producing weapons and ordnance here, who could foresee what horrors might follow? "I understand your fears, and I know precisely what runs through your mind. But have you considered this? What if others seize control of you instead? Our principle is to quell tyranny and safeguard the people, to provide humanity a sanctuary where survival remains possible. Do those beyond our walls share this conviction? You may suspect I'm merely spinning words, but look around in all of Jiangnan City. Who else has achieved this? Who else possesses the capacity to do so?" Having spoken, Xia Hao simply held his gaze, confident that He Weihua was no fool. True to expectation, after less than a minute of silent deliberation, He Weihua raised his head, his eyes no longer clouded with despair, as he asked, "I have one request. May I bring my daughter with me? She's merely a university student, unskilled in anything. Just give her shelter. I'll share my food with her." Hearing this, Xia Hao and Shan Mao exchanged another glance, suddenly grasping why such a man of integrity in a former life might have lent his talents to tyranny. His daughter must have been held hostage. Coincidence or providence? Caring for others' daughters was after all Xia Hao's forte. After a brief conversation, he feigned reluctant consent. When his daughter entered from the crowd, Xia Hao's eyes widened. She possessed the radiant allure of a cinematic starlet. Protocol could not be bent. He Weihua had undergone blood screening, but his daughter had not. Liang Ping stepped forward to draw her sample and cast a subtly different glance towards Xia Hao. They had intended to let him enter the shelter first, to wash, rest and eat, but he refused, insisting on waiting beside his daughter until her test results were confirmed. His daughter's name was He Yintong. She stood there quietly appraising Xia Hao, the newly famed lord of Yinling Manor, whose reputation had surged across the region. "Dad, people outside say Lord Xia is a burly middle-aged man, but he's nothing like that," she murmured, clinging to his arm. "Don't chatter, be still and wait," He Weihua replied, too preoccupied with dread over his daughter's test results to indulge her musings. Soon enough the result arrived, uninfected. He Weihua's hand trembled with relief. Once father and daughter had bathed and changed into clean clothes, lunchtime arrived. Other shelter residents had returned. To He Weihua and He Yintong, the underground bunker felt like stepping into a realm beyond imagination, a marvel of order and resilience. With so many people present, meals were served buffet-style, abundant dishes prepared with masterful skill, instantly awakening their appetites. Yet the diners moved with calm composure, physicians in white coats, uniformed police officers and soldiers, scholars and specialists alike. Though all wore identical uniforms, their professions emerged only through casual banter and jests. Father and daughter collected 2 portions and sat quietly in a corner, He Weihua repeatedly urging his daughter to slow down lest she embarrass herself. "May I join you here?" At the voice they looked up and found Xia Hao standing before them. Both rose immediately. He Weihua stammered, "Of course, it's fine." The man who approached was none other than Xia Hao, carrying 2 overflowing plates. Setting them down with a warm smile, he said, "No need for formality. You're part of my team now, sit, eat and relax." Only then did they sit, but tension lingered. Xia Hao paid no mind to their unease. Instead he dug in with hearty appetite, setting an example without a word. Their restraint stemmed partly from Xia Hao's stature and partly from the curious glances cast their way as others wondered who these newcomers were. After finishing his meal, Feng Huang arrived bearing 3 glasses of ice-chilled, freshly squeezed orange juice. One sip, and both father and daughter's eyes widened in astonishment. In this apocalyptic age, fresh orange juice existed nowhere else but Yinling Manor. After sipping the juice, Xia Hao offered He Weihua a cigarette, only to receive a polite refusal. "My former workplace forbade smoking. I never developed the habit, thank you." It was only now, after Xia Hao removed his protective suit and respirator, that He Yintong truly saw him for the first time. His handsomeness bore no resemblance to youthful idols, a face carved with quiet resolve and masculine strength, height near 180 centimeters, forearms and chest visibly taut beneath his short sleeves, evidence of a body honed by discipline and purpose. And in this shattered world he had risen to become a sovereign force. Which maiden does not dream of such a man? Xia Hao, however, remained oblivious to her gaze, engrossed entirely in conversation with He Weihua. He shared his vision for navigating the apocalypse, deepening He Weihua's conviction that he had chosen wisely in coming here. In turn, Xia Hao learned He Weihua's family hailed from the southern region, explaining why he'd gravitated there post-apocalypse, further reinforcing the likelihood that in his past life he'd been coerced into joining that faction. Xia Hao sought no exoneration for him, not out of bias but because their dialogue revealed a man of profound moral clarity. Coupled with his daughter's extraordinary grace, preserving her safety in this ruinous age demanded exactly the path he'd taken. To sacrifice the greater good for one's family is no sin, the true transgression lies in this accursed apocalypse itself. I'll be occupied late tonight. I'll escort you both to the manor afterward. There a full suite of machine tools awaits. Tell me what's missing, we'll acquire it. Should you require an entire automated production line, simply draft a detailed list. He Weihua stood frozen, because everyone knew Yinling Manor was the heart of this enclave. To be granted access so soon felt akin to ascending to heaven itself in the old world. Only when gently nudged by his daughter did he snap back and nod vigorously in assent. Sister Yentong, you can work as the warehouse manager at the mountain villa. We had someone for that role before, but with the increasing population and resources she has been overwhelmed. Would you be willing to take on this responsibility? Xia Hao said to Yentong with a smile. Yu Xiaoxiu, who currently manages the inventory for nearly 200 people, has already complained several times about being too busy. I'm willing, thank you, Master Xia. Before Yentong could respond, He Weihua had already helped her agree, as this was a rare opportunity. What she didn't know was that Yentong was thinking, who would want to be your sister? Other roles are also acceptable. After chatting for a while, Xia Hao stood up and looked at the untouched dishes that had just been served, laughing. I accidentally overcooked. We can't waste food in this apocalypse, so please help me finish it. After saying that, he went out to continue the recruitment work. The father and daughter watched Xia Hao's retreating figure with immense gratitude, as it hinted for them to eat more, which they understood. Seeing his cheerful daughter, He Weihua finally set aside his worries. What they didn't realize was that the newcomers to the air raid shelter were all eating in a very awkward manner. Even if they disregarded their image, no one would mock them. Throughout the afternoon, Xia Hao added more than 50 people to his team, all of whom had years of experience in various fields. There was a comical incident when a financial mogul came to vie for a position but was turned away by the mountain cat, insisting on seeing Xia Hao. When Xia Hao came out to meet him, he said, since you all have taken it upon yourselves to revive humanity, does that not include the financial industry? Xia Hao replied directly, if we invest the resources used to study finance into technology, humanity would have advanced decades ago. Overall, Xia Hao was kept busy all day. The members of the mountain cat group nearby watched with some sympathy. However, Xia Hao knew that time waits for no one. If they didn't work hard during this period, they wouldn't find talent later. The officials at the stadium, seeing more and more of their people leaving for Xia Hao's team, began to feel anxious, but there was nothing they could do. What they heard back was that over there the food and drink were plentiful, the environment was comfortable, and there were beds to sleep on. They had long been envious. However, many still prided themselves on being the official orthodox, unwilling to abandon their principles. Wang Chuanqi called O Dongming and said, Director, we currently only have rice and vegetables. Should we talk to Yinling Villa about humanitarian aid? O Dongming looked at Wang Chuanqi as if he were a fool. If you had attended the first meeting, we would have a formal organization by now. And now in this situation you still refuse to lower yourself, expecting me to convey the message. He had often led teams to search for supplies, recently eating outside before returning, and Wang Chuanqi hadn't seen meat for several days. The so-called elites in the stadium were asked to plant vegetables on the football field's grass, but none were willing to do so. When someone finally agreed to farm, they were often robbed. Initially, they used up the swimming pool's water to raise pigs and chickens. Unexpectedly, this group of people just gorged themselves, not considering breeding at all. This directly led to food shortages. However, he still restrained his anger and replied, Mayor Wang, perhaps it would be better if you went personally. They won't even see me in this role. Presumptuous. Has he turned the tables? Ha! I want to see who this deity is. This is Jiangnan City, in my territory. How dare he disregard me? Wang Chuanqi slammed the table, his eyes wide like the door god Zhang Fei. Was Wang Chuanqi foolish? Not really. Was Wang Chuanqi selfish? Not quite. Why was he so stubborn? He was maintaining the official orthodoxy, managing to organize 30000 elites to take refuge even in the apocalypse. They immediately emptied the granary and came to the stadium. After 30000 people settled in the basement, he could ensure the temperature here was suitable for living and organize everyone to plant in the football field and raise animals in the swimming pool. He even organized a team of armed forces to protect the safety of the stadium. In fact, he had done quite well if he had organized 5000 people. Xia Hao believed he could have developed them well with his resources. It's important to note that this was done without any preparation. However, the advantage was the official orthodoxy, which could easily rally people at the beginning. The only flaw was stubbornness. He clearly saw the situation but was unwilling to acknowledge it. This stubbornness could also be called persistence in a more favorable light. He worried that when he met Xia Hao might say, "Sir, the great Qing has fallen." At this moment, Xia Hao and the mountain cat group returned to the villa, bringing He Weihua and his daughter back with them. Upon entering the villa, the two were astonished and couldn't close their mouths for a long time. Today they felt everything was so unreal. After settling in, He Weihua, disregarding any need for rest, headed to the basement to check on the equipment. Before going to bed, Xia Hao gave them uplifting news. He could produce bullets and ammunition for helicopters provided there was enough gunpowder and materials. This meant that Xianyao and He Weihua had an additional task of taking a few people to a town's fireworks factory to look for gunpowder. Of course, this was not a long-term solution. They would eventually need to produce gunpowder themselves, but obtaining it directly would be quicker. Although there was currently an ample supply of firearms and ammunition, the helicopter's overwhelming ammunition was insufficient. Thus, He Weihua's main task during this period was to stockpile ammunition for the Apache. Up until now, the Apache had only been deployed once during an earthquake to rescue Liangping, and not many had noticed it. This was currently Yinling Villa's biggest weapon. After a sufficient sleep, another busy day began. When everyone left the villa, they discovered dead fish starting to appear in the reservoir, indicating that this moving reservoir, which was 30 meters deep, was beginning to struggle under the high temperatures. Compared to a few days before the apocalypse, where all the fish in the nearby ponds had died, the advantage of this reservoir was its depth and that it was flowing water. If it weren't for the fear of viruses, these fish would have made great ingredients for canned goods. Now Xia Hao had an additional worry: how to clear the fish out in advance. If they didn't clear them out before the freezing period, they would all die frozen in the water. With so many fish, the water quality would suffer severely. It seemed they had to find a way today to process the fish before the freezing period. They had considered netting all the fish, but in 50-degree heat no one could last 20 minutes. The idea of soaking in water to cool off was even more unrealistic. Among the interviewees, those tested positive for the disease all shared a common behavior: they went to bathe in non-flowing water. The only solution was to close the dam to store water and then use a large amount of medication to poison all the fish. Once all the fish were dead, they would naturally float to the surface, and then they could use the upper drainage channel to expel the dead fish. After thinking about it, he instructed Su Shaobao to handle it. As someone who had lived at the villa for years, Su Shaobao would know how to do this. Just putting a large amount of medication at the upstream water outlet would suffice, and later they could use a boat to push the dead fish to the drainage outlet. Upon arriving at the square in front of the air raid shelter, I noticed there were significantly more people gathered than usual. As I got closer, I realized that it was the officials who had come. In the past, neglecting such important figures outside would have led to trouble. However, now Wu Yu felt that there was nothing wrong with this approach. Seeing that Xia Hao had arrived, he hurried over in a few quick strides and reported to Xia Hao, "Master, the one leading outside is the current highest commander of the stadium, Mayor Wang. As usual, we must verify blood samples and only 2 individuals can enter." Xia Hao was indifferent. His time was extremely valuable now, and he truly had no patience for these individuals. Nonetheless, since they had come, they might as well meet to see what they wanted to discuss. Today Mayor Wang was unusually agreeable and proactively cooperated with the blood tests. Observing Wu Yue, who had recently been troubled by hunger, he seemed to be in remarkably good spirits, as did the other officers. This was proof that the conditions here were good. Soon the two sides met. Xia Hao welcomed them in the underground passage, and after shaking hands he realized the disparity was so great. Wang Chuanqi and O Dongming, both with unkempt beards. Although their hair had been trimmed, it still looked disheveled. Their shirts had long since turned yellow and they exuded an unpleasant odor. In contrast, Xia Hao and the others were all clean and tidy. Phoenix had just given him a haircut last night, making him look even more vibrant and fresh with hair wax applied. It was excessive. The stark contrast in appearance made Wang Chuanqi and O Dongming feel deeply ashamed. Looking at the environment inside the air raid shelter, it was bright and clean. Everyone busy here was dressed neatly and looked energetic, as if they were not in a post-apocalyptic world but rather in a large company before the apocalypse. Yu Xiaoxiao brought snacks and tea for the two. Wang Chuanqi and O Dongming's eyes widened. If it weren't for their status, they would have certainly devoured these exquisite snacks first. Xia Hao pretended not to notice their swallowing and was the first to speak. "Mayor Wang, what brings you here today?" Wang Chuanqi was taken aback. The young man was not following the usual protocol. Shouldn't he start by flattering and then discuss the current situation before moving on to serious matters? Ahem, Xia Zhuozhu, it is like this. We want to understand the current operational status of your system. The situation on the official side is not optimistic. We would like to see if there are opportunities for cooperation, Wang Chuanqi stated, adopting the familiar pose from before the apocalypse. Cooperation. Xia Hao almost laughed out loud. What makes you think I would want to cooperate with you? To help you support your people. Xia Hao picked up his teacup and took a sip, saying, Mayor Wang, resources here are tight and supplies are scarce. I wonder if the officials have any support for organizations like ours that are struggling to survive. Hearing Xia Hao's words, Wang Chuanxi's hand trembled slightly as he raised his teacup. This statement would have been completely acceptable in the pre-apocalyptic world. It was quite normal for subordinate units or enterprises to ask for assistance from the officials during inspections. But given the current situation, you really know how to put on a show. However, as a seasoned veteran, he could not show weakness. Smiling, he replied, Xia Zhuozhu, your ability to unite everyone to survive together in this turbulent municipal situation and generously offer your stockpiled supplies to ensure the basic livelihood of the citizens is commendable. On behalf of the officials, I express my recognition and praise for your actions. In short, he spoke a lot of bureaucratic jargon, yet Xia Hao did not quite comprehend what he was trying to convey. Seeing Xia Hao becoming a bit impatient, he quickly added, currently we have a vast and sturdy underground survival environment at the stadium. The roof of the soccer field can be closed as long as it receives power, and once closed it can serve as a planting area. The swimming pool and basketball court can also be used for poultry farming. It is truly a unique location. If you Zhuozhu are willing, I can strive to have everyone here relocated to the stadium. Living in such cramped quarters must not be comfortable for you, right? Mayor Wang's proposal is indeed good. Xia Hao thought for a moment and nodded. The others who had just arrived at Yinling Mountain Villa were stunned. Xia Hao had so easily agreed to their overtures. Only the members of the Bobcat group remained unmoved. They knew Xia Hao would never agree. Hearing Xia Hao say this, Wang Chuanqi rejoiced. Good. Little Xia, if you are willing to merge, I will definitely prioritize promoting you in the future. Then I would like to hear how we will handle our personnel, Xia Hao further inquired. The personnel he referred to were the armed forces he had secretly assembled. Wang Chuanqi immediately leaned back on the sofa, displaying his authority as he said, as for the personnel, since most are not officially registered after surrendering their weapons, we will arrange jobs based on individual capabilities. But rest assured, I will ensure those who can be assigned to important positions will receive special care. Dongming, who was beside him, was already baffled by his words. How on earth did you manage to secure this position, and how could you say something like that? Wasn't it initially stated that they were here to seek help? How did it end up like this? Aren't you just insulting our intelligence? Mayor Wang, actually this matter is not up to me. Everyone here is living well and enjoying themselves, they don't want to leave. Upon hearing Xia Hao's words, even Wang Chuanqi understood and slammed the table angrily, exclaiming, Xia, are you playing me? Naturally, Xia Hao would not let him act recklessly either, and he slammed the table as well, responding, Wang, who was playing whom? The two locked eyes while the others in the villa remained unfazed. Dongming quickly stepped in to mediate, saying, Mayor Wang, Master Xia, why are we arguing? Can't we discuss this calmly? He also gave Wang Chuanqi a knowing glance. Instantly, Wang Chuanqi realized his mistake, regretting his habitual display of authority. This trip was probably in vain. However, he could not back down either. He could only say, Master Xia, I am also thinking about the survival of the people in Jiangnan City. It was an impulsive reaction, please reconsider. I have my own survival plan, so there's no need for Mayor Wang to worry. Bobcat escort them out. After finishing, Xia Hao picked up his teacup leisurely and began to drink, not even glancing at the two. What time was it? This group still did not recognize the reality. They were truly wasting their own time. Just as Wang Chuanqi was about to erupt, he was stopped by Dongming, who smiled at Xia Hao, saying, all right, Master Xia, you carry on. We will come to visit again next time. Before Wang Chuanqi could react, Dongming took him away, exiting the air raid shelter. Once they left, everyone resumed their own tasks. After Wang Chuanqi left, Bobcat returned to Xia Hao's side, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. All right, there is no one around us now. If you have any questions, just ask, said Xia Hao after taking a bite of the pastry. Boss, I think there's no need to make enemies with him. Either we take him out directly or refuse to meet. I didn't understand this time, Bobcat asked honestly. Do you think I am that kind of indecisive person? No, that's why I am confused. Xia Hao glanced around to see everyone busy and then said to Bobcat, most of the people who have been interviewed recently still have their hearts set on the officials, which is a long-standing notion ingrained over decades. We cannot change this mindset overnight. My outburst just now completely severed their path back to the officials. Even if the majority are wholeheartedly following us, there might still be some traitors. Didn't Wang Chuanqi issue a decree that no one could return after coming here? Many people during the interviews were tightly guarded, fearing they couldn't go back if they failed. That makes sense. You really thought this through. Boss Bobcat finally understood Xia Hao's true intentions. Many people are now hesitating. My outburst is essentially a death knell for them. In the future, only those who have no way out will think of coming to seek refuge. No matter how capable they are, I will not accept them. We cannot take in all those innocent people either. Originally, if he had spoken nicely, I would have given him some supplies to take back. After all, even if it's a facade of benevolence, one must still maintain appearances, Xia Hao said, shaking his head with a smile, too lazy to say more. What a joke. I am truly amazed by this guy. He cannot even see the situation clearly, yet he has climbed to this position. Now he has no way to explain himself when he returns. Bobcat muttered in agreement. All right, let's get to work. Time is tight and tasks are heavy. Xia Hao patted Bobcat on the shoulder, stood up and walked outside to begin a day of recruitment. On Wang Chuanxi's side, upon returning, he was indeed furious and reiterated that anyone who went to the Yinling Mountain Villa for an interview, regardless of their status, must not return. This caused some of the candidates who were supposed to interview to begin to hesitate. Those who had already succeeded in the interview and entered the air raid shelter also abandoned the thought of returning. Some even chose not to come upon hearing their names broadcasted. However, this was a small percentage. About 20 of the people did not show up for the interview as scheduled. Xia Hao was not unhappy about this. Clearly, he had to thank Wang Chuanqi for helping him draw a clear line. However, this news was excellent for another group. For a long time, the dark forces have feared not the authorities but rather the Yinling Villa. Now that both sides have turned against each other, they have an opportunity, as the authorities have an extremely large stockpile of rice. Just the thought of it kept one awake at night. Especially now Qian Yu had grown even more powerful, and under the instigation of Xia Hao he had gathered a team of over 1,000 people. Of these, 700 were combat personnel with 120 firearms. On Wang Ye's side, although he lost many people last time, he was still the second largest criminal gang in Jiangnan City, having reassembled many members, now also possessing 50 firearms and over 200 brothers. Xia Hao added fuel to the fire, instructing Wu Yu to start clearing out the scattered fighters. A few days later, Jiangnan City had transformed into a quadripartite standoff. Yinling Villa, the authorities, Qian Yu and Wang Yi. Although groups of ordinary citizens still made up the majority of the population, they were well prepared, as their supplies could sustain them for a long time. They were unwilling to join any large groups, as following these big teams meant having to share their supplies, which they were not keen on. At their entrance there was a gate made of high-strength materials which the dark forces could not breach. Xia Hao joked with the Bobcat, these people are like the protagonists of apocalyptic novels, sealed underground, surviving for decades, while we are the bosses in these stories. On the 35th day of the apocalypse, there were still 5 days left until the virus period. Today was the second meeting organized by Xia Hao. The meeting location was in the air raid shelter, where several representatives from each branch arrived. Each branch reported their current work progress to him. Canned Food Factory Jiangnan No. 1 High School Jiangnan University Clothing Production Group, Armed Group, Virus Research Group, Communication Group, and the recently recruited Engineering and Underground Planting Groups. Each department recommended a leader to attend the meeting. The once small Yinling Villa could now be considered fairly well-rounded. Once everyone was present, Xia Hao took the lead and spoke. Everyone, the apocalypse has been upon us for over a month, but this is just the beginning. 2 more waves of disasters are coming, followed by a long period of frozen conditions. We bear the heavy responsibility of rebuilding human civilization. No matter how cruel nature's tests may be, we will never yield. I brought everyone together to form various departments to produce basic life necessities. I want to emphasize that our goal is not just survival but reconstruction. Clapping echoed after nearly 5 minutes of speech. Xia Hao began the next topic, with departments reporting their recent situations. Xia Hao already knew most of these situations, he just needed to share the good news with everyone. In the apocalypse, human mindset is often the most crucial. Even the most capable person cannot perform to their potential when disheartened. First, the report on the results of the virus research, which was of utmost concern. Fang Weigua stood up, nodded at Xia Hao and reported, after a week of research we have roughly confirmed that this virus originates from deep underground, likely having been dormant in rock layers inaccessible to humans, brought to the surface by cracks formed during this earthquake. Our research shows that this virus is heavier than air and will adhere to the ground, mingling with volcanic ash outside. We tentatively call it the Doomsday virus. Upon hearing that the virus had been detected, everyone was stirred. There truly was a virus, and it was covering the earth, which differed somewhat from what Xia Hao knew in his previous life. However, those who studied viruses in his past life had limited equipment and knowledge, so deviations were normal. Unlike this life, where there were several academicians and dozens of doctors conducting thorough research. What Master Xia previously mentioned about this virus being in the air can also be understood this way: whether it is a gust of wind or a passing vehicle, it will stir it up and float in the air. Seeing Xia Hao's confusion, academician Fang continued. The virus' most lethal aspect is organ failure. If combined with a large amount of volcanic ash inhalation after a period inside the body, it will accelerate the failure rate. The outbreak of the virus, as Master Xia promoted, was said to begin 40 days into the apocalypse. In reality, the virus had already erupted, but many were still in the incubation period. Since the start of the apocalypse, those who have been wearing protective suits and masks will greatly reduce their inhalation amount. There is a value for inhalation approximately equivalent to 1 hour's worth of inhalation per day. As long as we do not exceed this value, we can remain safe. As for the antidote, we have been conducting experiments during this time and have achieved some preliminary results. We are now beginning tests on mice, and I believe we will soon receive positive results. Finally, academician Fang concluded with a smile. The applause was thunderous, and everyone cast grateful glances at Xia Hao, as he had begun promoting the virus long ago. What about those outside who are unprepared? As everyone was happy, Song Junhua brought up a topic that silenced them all. Yes, with this, how many can survive among all of humanity? They can't prepare like we did. It's impossible to wear a full protective suit in 50-degree heat. Lin Jie, who like Song Junhua was a teacher, echoed. They had more compassion than others, otherwise they would not lead their students to survive, and with their prestige they would qualify to go to the stadium. Xia Hao clapped his hands, signaling everyone to look over. When all eyes were on him, he said, "There are over 300,000 people in Jiangnan City who have received my message early on. I believe the survival rate is high, at least there are still so many humans alive. We cannot let ourselves be disheartened, otherwise the remaining people will have no chance of survival. First, we must ensure our team survives so we can save others. Excessive compassion will only lead to mutual destruction. Yes, as long as we are alive, there is hope. What Master Xia said is right. If we lose hope, how can we restore human civilization? The hope of Jiangnan City and even of all humanity rests in our hands." Soon everyone regained their fighting spirit. Xia Hao knew that this fighting spirit would not last long. Not everyone had experienced 10 years of the apocalypse. For the him of the previous life, the current situation was already extremely favorable. The meeting resumed. Li Guahao reported the cannery is ready to resume production. However, the most pressing issue remains electricity. Our refrigerated units currently hold a large quantity of poultry incapable of reproduction. Meanwhile, our poultry farming zone has been fully established, populated exclusively with healthy, virus-free and fertile birds, all rigorously tested and certified by our medical team. Upon finishing, Li Guahao gestured towards several physicians. One specialist from the outpatient clinic wryly remarked, "Never imagined I'd one day find myself practicing veterinary medicine." Laughter erupted, bright, unrestrained, and the atmosphere instantly warmed. Next was Xia Haoren, who reported from Jiangnan No. 1 middle school. "I've selected 500 students and trained them in firearms and crossbow operation. They are now capable of executing basic missions. Should we encounter a minor hostile faction next time, we may deploy them for practical experience. Only through witnessing bloodshed can they mature swiftly. Given overwhelming numerical superiority, no complications should arise." He then pointed to 2 student representatives, 1 male, 1 female, both 18-year-olds who would have taken the National College entrance examination this year. Upon being introduced to Xia Hao, the legendary figure they had only heard of, they immediately rose, bowing respectfully with modest humility. Xia Hao smiled playfully. "Such handsome young men and beautiful young women, just don't let yourselves be mocked as ornamental vases on the battlefield. I too was laughed at that way during my first sortie." Laughter rang out once more, a seemingly light-hearted encouragement, yet subtly underscoring his own striking presence. The female representative blushed deeply and nodded, her heart undoubtedly stirred. Xia Hao inwardly chided himself, again, for that relentless, inconvenient charisma. Then came the engineering division. A newly appointed head presented progress on the construction of the septic system. With the impending viral outbreak lasting approximately 6 weeks, all outdoor activity would be suspended, thus waste management over the coming 2 months demanded urgent attention. Human excrement would be collected and repurposed as organic fertilizer. Additionally, lighting for the underground farm required careful planning, since natural sunlight was unavailable. Underground specialized grow lights would serve as its substitute. Xia Hao now served within the engineering department, overseeing the procurement of solar panel arrays. The vast field of panels on the mountain's northern slope behind the villa was already being covered with thick layers of rice straw to shield them from hail damage before the onset of the icelock period. This solar array had long been Xia Hao's foremost priority. It held the capacity to sustain electrical needs for tens of thousands. Likewise, the massive subterranean battery storage facility, spanning 4 basement levels, had been specifically designed for this purpose. Otherwise, such an enormous 2,000 square meter installation would be grossly disproportionate to merely storing power generated by the hydroelectric turbine at the reservoir's drainage outlet. Meanwhile, disused basements were being repurposed. Students from Jiangnan No. 1 middle school and Jiangnan University were systematically collecting cement and rebar according to supply manifests. These materials would later be used, post-icelock, to construct an integrated ecological ring encircling Silver Ridge Villa, a compact self-sustaining city encompassing industry, residence and recreation. Although factory machinery remained buried in ruins and had not yet been excavated, teams had already begun waterproofing operations, protecting equipment from torrential rains anticipated during the icelock period. The scale of engineering work was immense, yet Xia Hao now commanded a workforce of 10,000, albeit 7,000 of them were students. As for He Weiwa's successful weapon development, such matters remained classified and were omitted from this meeting. Finally, Xia Hao announced a new policy: conception would be permitted only after full stabilization of the shelter, and strictly regulated under annual birth quotas. Necessity dictated restraint. Life within the shelter was monotonous, and unchecked intimacy risked unsustainable demographic pressure. At the mention of intimacy, Xia Hao sighed quietly. He himself had gone far too long without it. Finally, Yu Xiaoxiu, visibly flustered, disclosed the current stockpile of condoms within the villa. Subsequently, department heads presented their achievements, arduous yet undeniably progressive. By the time the meeting concluded, dinner hour had arrived. Over 200 people gathered in the air raid shelter for a lavish meal, though most stood holding their plates, constrained by limited space. Yet this did not diminish their enjoyment of fine food and drink. Most notably, a makeshift stage hosted performances by 2 reigning divas and a top-tier superstar, igniting an electric atmosphere. The superstar had been appointed head of the entertainment division by Xia Hao. Once unreachable icons of pre-apocalyptic fame, they now devoted their talents wholeheartedly to sustaining morale. For unrelenting psychological strain could easily descend into despair, a truth Xia Hao grasped only after deep discussions with Song Juanguo, the veteran principal holding a doctorate in anthropology, whose insights had repeatedly reshaped Xia Hao's thinking. Watching his people sing and dance, Xia Hao felt profound satisfaction. Once critical of society's obsession with celebrities over scientists, he now recognized entertainment as an indispensable pillar of human civilization. Of course, provided balance was maintained and fandom remained rational rather than fanatical. That evening, despite his reputed tolerance for alcohol, Xia Hao succumbed to repeated toasts and became thoroughly intoxicated. Somehow a crimson lipstick mark appeared on his cheek. When Feng Huang and Liang Ping carried him back to his room, he clung to them fiercely, refusing to let go. Muttering dazedly, "Ah, these 2 beauties must cost at least 998 each. Fine, 2 it is. First give me a foot massage." That night Xia Hao dreamed. He dreamt of swimming in the sea, when suddenly a swarm of jellyfish drifted toward him. 2 surged forward and stung him. Desperately he tried to tear them free, but no matter how he grasped, they slipped from his grip. So he gripped harder, tighter still. A sharp, unexpected thrill surged through him. The next morning, having changed his undergarments and bathed, Xia Hao emerged for breakfast. He realized he had overslept. Everyone else had already begun eating. Sitting down, he asked, puzzled, "Did I fall last night? Why do both my cheeks ache?" No one understood. Only Feng Huang and Liang Ping refused to meet his gaze, sitting like serene regal queens, sipping milk in dignified silence. Today they had a mission, one reserved exclusively for Xia Hao and the Mountain Cat Unit: routine inspection of the buried military base. Nearly a month later, returning to this place revealed a transformed landscape, vegetation withered, silence absolute. The grave of the little girl and her mother remained untouched. An oily film coated the surface of the fish pond, residue of decayed, rotting fish. In a stagnant puddle nearby, only the bleached skeleton of a water buffalo remained. Across the land, desolation reigned, an unmistakable tableau of apocalypse. Upon reaching the military base, drone reconnaissance confirmed no signs of recent intrusion. Satisfied, they began descending the mountain. Should this region survive intact through the icelock period, excavation of heavy weaponry or armored vehicles would render them unrivaled in the post-apocalyptic world. Yet just as they descended, a helicopter appeared in the sky 2 to 3 kilometers distant. Its crew had certainly spotted Xia Hao's convoy, its trajectory aimed directly at the military base. "Scatter! Take cover!" Xia Hao bellowed.